Peace and love, everyone. I hope everyone is keeping warm with the shutdown and everything that's going on right now. We're completely shut down. I'm working at home right now in the background. So we're going to have a little fun today, but we're going to start off with some music first, get everybody turned up, and then go into some stuff that's been happening on these YouTube streets.
I'm about to go and get a chain. Big dog. All my niggas dog. Bitch, we all the same. These niggas small chain. The rain it up so you can't catch me, nigga. Shooters put up to them tough so you won't catch me with them. I told my homie that's enough, I being extra, nigga. Not too big to fit, I brought too much, you wanna bet me, nigga? Pick up the Syko, get a trap back. Police ass niggas, get your bag back. Put the switches on me, pistols, get the last lag. You want to sit up with this one in your ass. Like I'm a side work on women, turn this bitch into a drive-thru. I work the shit out of that stick, won't feel with time to. You ain't really like that, nigga, but I remind you. You big a bitch just like the niggas that behind you. Ain't shit fly, nigga, big lie. Smoke, get it zip tied, get it zip tied. Go, nigga, get right, till it bitch die. How we short, having motherfucking fish fries. They having fish fries. Too much, you wanna bet me, nigga? Syko, get a trap back. Police ass niggas, get your bags back. Put the switches on me, pistols, get your legs back. You fuck the city up with this one here, hashtag. I wanna apologize for I'm shitting you offended. I'm not sorry. Real sensitive about my feelings. I'm a castle with them. You can hit, trust my sisters, since I feel it through it. Cause the listeners only blinking, take a snitty out of that smart. Judge a profit on my bitches, bitch, a re-up on my kids. Posting pictures with your brother sticking something said. Now you was rich, but that's your brother shit. You want some other shit. Money count, I ain't no time, nigga. Niggas counterfeit. I ran it off so you can't catch me, nigga. Shooter put up to them tough so you won't catch me with them. I told my homie that's enough, I be an extra, nigga. Not too big to fit, I brought too much, you wanna bet me, nigga? Damn. Another Syko, get a trap back. All police ass niggas, get your bag back. Put the switches on them, pistols, get the last lag. He fuck the city up with this one, he a hashtag. They had the fish fry. I be trying every motherfucking fish fry. They had the fish fry. I be trying every motherfucking fish fry.
perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours. Claim your space online. Own your name, your brand, your breakthrough.
Okay, I'm going to do two more and then I'm going to come into what this is about today.
It all starts with a domain. What's yours?
Cool Mo D.
Tell me a little bit more.
It's only
Hey,
family.
yeah. Hey. Hey, see, we posted with pistols and rockets, ain't making deposits. We putting that shit all in the box. Done got a little buzz, now I'm popping. Got racks in my pockets, a bitch nigga reached and I pop. It's sure it's me, that's the option. You got that little pistol, ain't popped it, ain't got you nobody. See, really, you niggas nobodies. Got rank in the city, I make me one calling you body. See, we flashing crashes a hobby. Been going too fast with this shit, something like Ricky Bobby. I'm strapped like it's part of my body. Stiff at the shoulders, I'm something like Frazier Ali. You fake it, you niggas a copy. I bet if I give her this pill, she jump out of body. It's wet, but I bet it gets sloppy. Cause I got a stroke, give a hope, and I bet he can't copy. What's cold on that field was a jockey, but I had been jumped in that field before cleats and a hot knee. These niggas too pussy to try me. Bumping they guns on the net like they don't know where I be. 600 the block, do you copy? I really had things at the hotel getting lit in the lobby. These labels, they trying to sign me, but I want the M for my son, ain't no telling what I need. See, I'm banging crib like a hot sheet, ayy. And like, ayy, hold on, dialogue. Hey, get it right. I'm finna punch you in. I'm finna double back. Hey. 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 Hey, see, I'm banging crib like a hossy. I'm cold with them sticks and that ice, but I ain't never play hockey. That hustling shit in my body, but if I ain't flipping that pack, then I'm robbing the party. They stepping on shit, hardly. Jumped in the game off the top rope, I feel like Jeff Hardy. Finna ice on my chain with the Johnny. Really too wavy for niggas, I'm screaming out naughty. Taliban out of gang, we a army. And yeah, we been having some motion, just waiting to spark. Smelling like gas up in Target. Caught a eye black and he pussy, I don't fuck with the talking. See, we dropping bodies, chalking. These niggas ain't really stepping, they really just walking. These niggas the feds, they be talking. I got some killers on deck that's gonna scoop for the profit.
It's only family.
Dulcinea, come out and play.
I was going to do one more, but it seems like you're already ready to start. So what's up?
I came to see you. You've been hiding from me. You know, I gotta. You know, I've been calling your name for 30 minutes.
Everybody knows where I am.
You know, you heard me calling your name. You know what's up. Now listen. How you doing, Miss Dulcinea? How's your day going?
Going good. How's your day going?
That's going good. I ain't gonna completely destroy you on your own channel, but I gotta ask a question. I need some clarification. When you were talking about the black Confederate soldiers, were you saying that a large number of them fought in the war? What's your estimate?
I would say a large number of them. Yeah, majority of them.
Give me a precise number. 200,000, 300,000. How many?
I couldn't give you an exact number. I would say majority of them are going to be Indian.
You said so. You gotta give me a precise number, honey. Give me a precise number. 500,000 black Indians.
What's the
Black
total
Indian
number of Confederates?
It said that I looked into this. It said between 50,000 African American soldiers were part of the Confederate, but they wasn't necessarily troops. They were there to support. They was there to support, but not engage in combat. They just had roles like cooks. What else did they say? Cooks. What else was it? What is what I'm looking for? Cooks, servers, and something else, etc. They weren't necessarily. They didn't necessarily engage in war. And even the ones that did,
we show Robert E. Lee. They call him white, but he's actually. They say in the sources, seeing him, he's a dark complexion like me with gray eyes, unlike me. So dark complexion, gray eyes. That's not given white.
That's besides the point. I mean, I get what you're saying. Let me read this real quick. But it says, and it goes on to say that that's a myth. That's a widespread myth that people inside in some of these publications saying that 100,000 black soldiers fought for the Confederate. That's bullshit. That's mysticism. Again, pointing towards mysticism again, what it says, a very few were officially enlisted as combat soldiers, a role forbidden by Confederate law until the final weeks of the war. The widespread idea of large numbers of black Confederate soldiers is a largely modern myth stemming from the lost cause narrative. Though some local commanders did enlist a few black men for immediate defense, leading to confusion over their actual role. And it said the misinterpretations of these black soldiers. Reports of black men with Confederate armies often mistook impressed laborers for official soldiers. So these black men that were laborers were mistaken for Confederate soldiers. But I looked at the number, but it said between 200 and 1,000 black Confederate soldiers were actually able to like enlist, but they didn't see any
Man,
combat.
you
Hold on,
got
bro.
an AI
They didn't see
overview.
any. Hold on, bro. I'm not talking to
Stupid
you.
ass.
I'm
Nah,
dealing with
nigga, you was
Dosey.
talking on
I'm
your
not
panel
talking to
that
you, nigga.
dumbass shit.
I'm not
And then you
talking to
come
you.
over here with this
I'm
stupid
not
shit.
talking to you,
Go
nigga.
get some actual sources,
I'm
nigga.
not
Quit coming
talking
over
to
here
you,
with
dummy.
AI overview,
Show me
you
these black
retarded
Confederate soldiers
bastard.
then. Show me the black
You
Confederate
retarded
soldiers then.
bastard. It's
Show me. We
plenty
ain't gotta
of them.
argue. You know what?
Plenty.
Show me.
It's plenty of them.
How many?
Go look it
Well, we
up.
talked about this
Prove
before,
that.
on
Prove
this
it.
channel. Yeah.
No.
So
Hold on, Dosey. I'm
okay.
saying, but that's a lie when you say that a large
It's
number
not
of
a
black.
lie, nigga. It's
It's
a
a
lie.
lie.
It's
It is
a
a
lie because you don't do
misinterpretation.
no
It's a
research and you
lie.
believe in
You are
artificial
lying.
intelligence. Stupid
You are
ass nigga.
lying. I can comprehend what I'm reading, idiot. You're a fucking idiot.
Right. There go one. Hold on. Let me
You're a
grab
fucking idiot.
let me
All
grab
right,
one
let's keep
too.
going. We'll just keep adding it and adding
Show
it.
me
Yeah.
500,000 black Indian
Hold
soldiers to
on.
follow the Confederate, to follow the Confederate. Show me. Show me
Okay.
the
Nigga
regiments.
slow.
Show me the ones that are listed on paper. Show me. Not just one. Show me 100. Show me 20,000 of them that are listed in the Confederate Army on paper. Show me right now. That
Nigga
were
ain't show
documented. Show
nigga
me.
nobody, nigga.
Can you
Dummy.
do that,
We gonna
Dosey?
show you
Now,
what we gonna show
hold
you.
on. Let me
You can't
respond.
show us
All right.
nothing.
I don't want to
Go ahead.
have
You
to,
got it.
but I'm gonna respond now. I let
Go
you
ahead.
talk. So when it comes to this, we're not saying as far as, let me put you on the big screen, Savage. We're not saying that they're wrong when they're saying that black people weren't allowed to enlist, because we know black people are going to be a status that is with the United States and the North, and they're fighting against the North. So when they're saying that these Negroes are not enlisting, is because they're not going to get Negroes from the North to come into the Confederacy. They're going into the Union. But what we know is they're hiding the identity of the Indians. And the Confederacy is mainly going to be Indian tribes coming in and making an alliance with the southern states. So we know that those Indian tribes would be what you call so-called black.
Okay, honey. Okay. If you're saying that, Miss Dosey, you would still have to prove that these black Indians fought alongside, before worked in synergy and fought in combat against the Union, bro. I mean, not bro, Miss Dosey. You would have to do that, because if you saying that, that's just speculation. That's just hearsay. You see what I'm saying? This is myth versus these are myth.
No,
This is
I get what you're
mythicism. I'm saying this is
saying.
mythicism versus reality. This is mythicism versus reality. Tangible versus bullshit. Non-tangible. So I don't see anything that points me in the direction of your claims. I don't see anything.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. The main thing to see something that points in the direction of our claims is going to be genealogy. So anyone that's not doing their genealogy, they're not going to understand these things, because they're not seeing who their people were during the Civil War to see what side their people fought
Michael
on.
Harris, mind your business, bitch, nigga. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So they're not doing their genealogy to know, but we would have to get people that are doing their genealogy so we can tie them to people. Because what's happening is, in these times, the camera just been invented. Cameras suck. So all these pictures that are really crisp and all this other stuff, talking about in 1861 cameras had crisp pictures, that's just not the case. That was the beginning of the cameras being invented. So when it comes to actual pictures of all this happening, we just don't have picture evidence, but what we have is genealogy. We have people that are fighting on the side of the Confederate that we can point to, that we know that are a part of our family, as well as we are very studied into the Indian history to know that when they're talking about American Indians, they're not talking about these Mongolian people that are going to be coming in the 1870s and beyond. This is before 1870. So who are the aboriginals that
But
were
I'm
here?
saying you still have to prove that these black Indians fought in the Confederate, fought alongside the Confederate Army.
The
Where's these black
Choctaw
Indians?
had a regiment. The Chickasaw had a regiment. The
Let me look into
Creeks
that real
had a
quick. You said the Choctaw
regiment.
Indians in the Confederate War. Okay, let me see. And not the Confederate, Civil
In the
War. Okay,
Confederacy. Yeah.
the Confederacy.
So
Okay, Choctaw Indians, black Choctaw. We're gonna say black Choctaw Indians in the
but
Confederacy. We're
so
gonna
here
see.
we have where always going with the narrative. So that's why I brought up Silas
But can you
Chandler.
show me something there real quick?
What you said?
Can you show me something? Can you, if you saying I'm going with the narrative, the mainstream narrative, could you show me anything?
Well, that's why I have Silas on the screen for people. So Silas Chandler, as they say, is a bodyguard because he's the slave for this white boy that's sitting on the side of him, scared as fuck. And that white boy, I think, is like 16, 17. He's real young. So they have Silas with the gun. They have him just with a knife and a pistol. So what they'll try to say is, oh, this is a slave or anything like that. But logically, that doesn't make sense. A lot of times we're using Akum's razor. Let me go ahead and pull that up before I start
But
talking.
it says right here, Ms. Dosey, it says the Choctaw Nation held black slaves and shared economic ties with southern states. They officially allied with the Confederacy in 1861, motivated by the protection of slavery and by the extension their own sovereign rights. So they're saying that these Mongolians, aka Siberians, Native Americans, worked in synergy with this Confederate army, and they held black slaves.
I said there's no Mongolians here at the time, so there is no such thing as Mongolians holding people as slaves. What
What?
people have found
The
is,
Native
yeah,
Americans.
Indians did have slaves. They were having their family listed as slaves. That's why you see a lot of people from the South inheriting these plantations from their daddy.
I'm just saying, I don't see. Man, I'm not talking to you, Michael. Shut your stupid ass up. Stay in the chat. I'm saying like, uh, so you saying this black guy on the screen right here was an Indian, right? I just don't
Yes,
see
I
anything.
am. Yes,
I'm
I
just
am.
saying, though, to be honest with you, to be very transparent with you, I don't see anything to support, substantiate your claim on these black Indian soldiers, fighting against the Union for the Confederate Army. I just don't see anything, but I do see those Native Americans, because they had the Choctaw Nation enslaved, held black slaves.
You need to take
You
your dumb
see the
ass to
Native
the archive.
Americans? Can you show us
Right, I'm about
that?
to argue with your stupid ass, bro. Stop talking to me. What's up, Dosey?
Can you show
Go
us
to a
that?
book.
You said you see the Native Americans. Can you show us the Native Americans that are fighting on the Confederacy? Actually, show us
You
them.
want to share my screen? Share my screen.
Yeah. Mhm.
It says right here, Choctaw Confederates. Okay, let me go into my damn share this goddamn screen.
No, I want to see them being Mongolian though.
He got an
Can you show
AI
that?
over.
You want to see them being Mongolian? I got it right here on the screen.
Okay, okay,
They got
got
they
you.
got the Confederate flag right here. They got books about it. I gotta come in from my laptop though. Damn, hold on.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I was about to say I don't see you sharing it.
Yeah, I gotta come in from my laptop, but it does. I do. That's what I'm reading
Why?
from. I'm reading it right here. Why would I lie?
That's all you do is lie.
I'm
Bro, I'm
not
not
saying
talking to you,
you're
bro.
lying or whatever,
So
but
you
I'm
want to
saying
cause you want to
reading
cause
it. That
confusion
doesn't mean you're
by
gonna
sitting up
be
here
able
want
to
to
show me.
hold on, those. I want to argue, bro. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this shit for real, for real.
Trying to
I'm
get
not
to
seeing anything, Dosey. To be honest with you,
trying to get
Miss
to the
Lady,
bottom
I'm
of it.
not seeing
Saying
anything
all that
that's
stupid shit
talking about these
was so.
black
But
Indian
all
Confederate
that
soldiers. I don't see anything.
was trying to get to the bottom of you being in them archives,
Dosey,
nigga.
Dosey,
You
I don't see anything.
motherfucking
Right. But you're not going to be able to see anything that's making these Indians Mongolian
Well, can you
either.
show me then?
Something.
no, we
So
not.
here we go. I'm showing you Occam's razor. Occam's razor is the principle of parsimony, is a problem solving heuristic, suggestion,
Heuristic,
heuristic. No,
heuristic. Yeah,
it is
go ahead.
heuristic. So, suggesting that among competing hypotheses, the simplest one requiring the fewest assumptions is usually correct. So, what we're doing as far as it is trying to go into the simplest one. They say the black soldiers, they say there were black Confederate soldiers, but like you said, they are saying that they're only workers, they're only cleanup crew, maids, servants, and bodyguards for these people.
Correct.
So why would a white person leading a group of Negroes, why would that group of Negroes not fight back and escape?
You said, why wouldn't that group of Negroes fight back? I'm not saying some of them didn't rebel, but I'm saying that's besides the point. Where
Show
are
me a
these black
rebellion.
Indians?
Show me a Confederacy rebellion then.
Where are these Where are these black Indian Negroes that
You
you're
said
talking
a
about? I don't
few.
see
Let me
any.
put this back on the screen.
And
Why
you
are
say,
we
no,
making assumptions? You said they
hold on.
probably
See,
did.
I
Where
see what
is
you're trying
the
to do now.
rebellion?
You're trying to play games now, and you say that there were 200,000 plus Negro soldiers that fought in the
I
Confederate
didn't
Army,
put a
black
number
Indians.
at all. I didn't put a number on it at all. I haven't said a number.
Okay, give me a rough estimate then.
And that's what he been doing. This is
Give
what
me a
he
rough
do.
estimate,
He been on his
bro.
page
You
talking
too slow
about.
talking to me.
You
Give me a rough
said it was
estimate, Dosey.
100,000 black people
Dosey, give me a
that
rough
was
estimate.
Confederates.
Dosey, give me a
This
rough,
is all
give
the
me a rough
stupid ass
estimate.
shit this
Get this
nigga been
dumbass nigga
saying.
out the way. Dosey, give me a rough
Weird
estimate.
ass nigga. Nah, nigga, you the weird
I
nigga
would
I
say
Get
miss.
this
over
dumbass nigga out the way.
75%.
You
Over
say what?
75%. Over
Over
75.
75%. So you're gonna say about 70,000, 80,000? Over 75%. That's still a gargantuan number, Dosey. That you can't. Can you support? Do you have any evidence of that?
Yes, I was just going through that with you. Like it said, a Robert E. Lee, which is going to be the main Confederate over the Confederacy when
Do
it
you have a
comes to
list? Do you have a list
general.
of soldiers that's documented
Robert
that
E.
signed up?
Lee. Robert E. Lee is dark skinned black. Why would these white people, these white slave owners, be following a black man?
You said Robert E. Lee was a black guy. That's a white guy. Dosey,
No,
man.
it
What are
wasn't.
you talking about?
No, it wasn't. We showed that last night. That's what I was telling you. No, it wasn't.
What?
They describe him as dark skinned with gray eyes.
Dummy.
It says no Robert Lee. It says no. Oh, Robert E. Lee was not a
No,
black man.
no,
He was
no.
a
It
white
says no,
American.
no,
He was
no.
a
It
white
says
American. He was a white
no, no,
American
no.
Confederate general born in 1807 to a prominent, wealthy white Virginia family, the son of Revolutionary War officer Henry Lighthorse Harry Lee III and
Ooh,
Ann Hill Carter Lee. Lee supported slavery and held hundreds of enslaved people.
ooh.
But it says right here, no, it says verbatim. No, Robert E. Lee was not a black man. He was a white American Confederate general. So what are you talking about, Dosey? It says what it says. I got pictures of him too.
Those
See how quick I just read that? Stop being disingenuous with me, Dosey. Put it in the screen. Type in your search engine. Was Robert E. Lee black? Type it in right now.
Put
Nervous and
that on the
Don't play
screen,
no
aggressive. He
Dosey.
video.
does not
Type it in
weigh
your
all
search engine.
told
Put
over
put that on the
125
screen, Dosey.
pounds. He has black hair,
Disingenuous
dark
like a motherfucker,
complexion,
man.
white black eyes, and a full black beard. And weighs about 155 to 175 pounds. I will pay a suitable reward for his delivery to me at this place. Generals Robert E.
What they
Lee.
talking about?
So
What
for
did
this
they
gentleman,
talking
and I
about?
say
You
this
gotta look on
loosely,
it.
we go to the
Okay, so
United
this is
States
a
of America
record,
Congressional Record.
congressional record.
It's titled Proceedings and Debate of the 90th Congress, Second Session, Volume 114, Part 7, March
This is the
28th,
actual source,
1968
and then
to April
I'll
9th,
ask
1968
about it.
by the Government Printing Office, Washington. Okay, so why did I read you that long title? I read it to you because this is the Congressional Record, an excellent primary source, and they are discussing Robert E. Lee's family line. So on page
Primary
8727,
source.
they are speaking about Richard Lee, who was the first Lee in America. He was the sixth generation ancestor of Robert E. Lee. Now, turning the page to 8728, it goes on to read, Richard's descendants prospered through the following century until the time of the Revolution. There were no more illustrious names in the annals of the new republic than the Lees, except that of Washington himself. Such Lees as Richard, Henry, Arthur, Thomas, William, Francis, and Lightfoot were men of station, ability, wealth, and integrity. Two were signers of the Declaration of Independence. The list of members of Congress, governors of Virginia, and other holders of public office was endless. Young Robert E. Lee grew up in the midst of this tradition. Robert E. Lee decided on a military career at a very early age. In fact, as a young boy, he decided he would go to West Point. He finally ended up there when he was 18 in 1825. When he entered West Point, he had brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes. He was 5'10" and weighed 180 pounds. Robert E. Lee was the son of Henry Light Horse Harry Lee of Revolutionary War renown. It was he who coined the patriotic phrase with reference to Washington, first in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen. So we can see here that Robert E. Lee was described as having dark brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes, and he was 5'10" and weighed 180 pounds.
So
Okay,
why
Dothan.
in the congressional record are they describing a black man, True Zone?
Sometimes things get misinterpreted. Now type in your search engine, was Robert E. Lee a black guy? Type that in. Type that
Nigga,
in.
do you not know what a
Well, type that in real quick,
primary
Dustin. Don't be disingenuous with me, baby.
do you know
Type
what
it in
a
real quick, honey.
primary source
Type it in,
is?
honey. Just type it in real quick.
An
It'll take
AI
10 seconds.
overview is not a primary source.
Type it in.
I
Type it
think
in,
we
Dustin.
need to break down what the difference between an
Dosey.
artificial
Type it in, honey.
intelligence and a
Don't do
primary
this,
source.
Dosey. Say yourself to embarrassment because I'm gonna go back to my channel and expose your ass. Type it in.
You can. I don't care about that.
You know what my next move is, right?
Go ahead. We're gonna fight AI together, True Zone.
Type it in.
So,
Type it in. Was Robert E. Lee a black guy? Type it in.
Was Robert E. Lee a black man? Right?
No, go to Google. Go to Google.
No, this is the same AI.
White guy. Giving you a white guy.
So no, Robert E. Lee was not a black man.
Checkmate. Checkmate.
Contemporary descriptions. So that's present day photographs, etc. Many dark-skinned people were later reclassified and erased, and some elite families hid and minimized mixed ancestry. Says those dynamics don't apply to Robert E. Lee. So let's keep going. I have a primary source.
Checkmate, motherfucker.
Congressional records.
Checkmate.
Isn't it checkmate just because you said checkmate?
Right, it's not. He just like this.
You an idiot.
You know how retarded
you an idiot. I'm out of here. You an idiot. You a damn fool. I'm out.
So let's go ahead. We're going to keep in and see why the AI be lying. I have a primary source from Congressional Records session 90 that describes Robert E. Lee. Sorry. In full with brown hair, brown eyes. Oh, sorry, gray eyes. Sorry, gray eyes and brown complexion. Why would you lie and use contemporary and not the primary? Let's see what ChatGPT said. Oh, it has to think. Look, True Zone. It has to
Don't
think.
stop being disingenuous, Dozy. You gotta be fake all the time. Why do you have to be disingenuous?
You want to be a disingenuous researcher. When you look into any search engine, you got to be dumb to think a search engine is only the first two sources that it pulls up, or Gemini. When we're talking about being a true researcher and AI is taking this long to think for just this. And this is an AI source, meaning this is a robot. And it's taking that long to think as far as, okay, let me look into all what I can find in. That's what it was doing, looking into the complete search engine. So why you think that you can just go and not research and look all through the Google engine? If one thing pops up, it's like, okay, that's factual. That's not real research, True Zone. You're not a real researcher.
You checkmated yourself, though. I'm done talking. Say less. You checkmated yourself.
And that's why
you checkmated yourself. You full of shit, man. You a liar. You a deceiver. You a fallacy teller. You should throw your research away. Because you trash. I'm out
You
of here. You
have
trash,
no
Dosey.
research.
You
I'm
are
waiting for you to
trash.
get out of
God
here.
damn.
You could have left before. We waiting for you to be out of here.
Right.
So, like, what happened? So you're right to push back on specific evidence, and I'm not calling you a liar. Two things can be true at once. A document can describe Lee as having brown complexion. That doesn't make Lee a black man, unless the document or related legal social records actually classifies him that way. So wait, hold up. Savage, I thought they said the whole time that black is not a classification, that black means just the color of sin. What is ChatGPT talking about that someone can be a complexion but not classified that way? Can you make sense of that, Savage?
Must mean it was a status or something, maybe. So maybe he wasn't under white status, but he was melanated.
Facts, bad saying. People using AI and don't even know how to use it because of the fact they don't know how to use Google search engine. If you don't know how to use a Google search engine, you damn sure don't know how to use AI. But yeah, exactly. So it's the same thing of what's happening with these confederacies. Mic drop. The fact that they do not have the status of black is what these AI is saying. These people did not have the classification of black. No one said that they did. So let me go ahead and pull up what we're talking about today. Because yes, today I am on some bullshit. Hold on.
You know, man, look, I had already knew he was finna come over here on this dumb shit. I said, I can't wait. Yeah, I got a whole book, nothing but niggas.
Week.
You know what I'm saying?
I gotta get.
Nothing but niggas.
You know what I'm saying? Getting my trading bag. I gotta go mark up some
Ah,
charts for the week.
uh, yeah, I got a
Here we
whole
go.
book,
I've been
nothing
trying to
but
big change.
niggas.
Hey, brother Nazir. Yeah, they ain't ready for that. They ain't ready
Yeah,
for
yeah,
it.
yeah. That's what I be
Okay,
trying
hold
to
on,
tell him, man.
hold
It's
on.
real research.
The non-researchers back. Hold
Uh,
on. What's up?
Phones. We been and exposed black Confederates. What is he niggas talking about?
I know that's old school stuff. Hello, mic check 1 2 1 2. I guess his mic wasn't working. Okay, so this is what we're gonna talk about today or anything, because I thought this was hilarious. We're gonna play a little bit because Lucky has been crying. Hey, Carrie Bay. Lucky has been crying ever since the debate, talking about how he's leaving the Aboriginal Debate League because he wants to go where it's going to be more fair and all this other stuff. And he says that is going to be Syko's channel. Well, I laugh because exactly. I laugh because Syko has been trying to get in contact with me since like the summer of last year. So I want you to hear what Lucky says about joining Syko's Debate League.
Hey,
It's hilarious.
Dosey, one thing real quick. You see how honest I can be? I can be a man and say, you know what? Even though I throw the shit at you, you all right in my book. We good. We ain't got no real beef.
Man,
We ain't got
shut
no real
your
smoke. But let me
ass
say
up.
one thing. Let me say
Shut
one thing
your
to
ass
you.
face,
Dosey,
man.
let me talk to you real quick. I'm gonna ignore this nigga. Hey, Dosey, let me say one thing real quick. I
Trolling
think it's
ain't
what I'm saying. You
cool.
see what happens when
Trolling
niggas? I can
ain't
be
cool.
honest though. Let me be honest. Let me be
Dummy
honest with you.
and acting
Hold on,
like a dummy,
Dosey.
nigga. It's not cool,
Hey, Dosey,
nigga.
can you hear
Grow
me?
up, nigga. Go to
Dosey,
the
listen.
archives,
You see how
nigga.
these slow
Read
niggas
books.
Hold
misinterpret
Learn
on,
how to
history?
Savage. Let
research.
me hear what he said. Let me hear what he's saying.
Mute that
What
nigga Mike, man. That nigga slow. All he gonna do is argue. He don't have no comprehension skills. He has low IQ. The man slow. But Dosey, listen. Hear me out, honey. Listen. See, history can be misinterpreted sometimes. So there was one slave called Robert E. Lee. Yes, you're correct about that. And then the other Robert E. Lee was a war general, a part of the Confederate Army. So I think you all got these two mixed up. There
a
was a Robert E.
slave
Lee. He
wouldn't
was a slave.
be A slave wouldn't be highlighted in the congressional records.
Born in 1807. When year was he born?
The congressional records is
What?
mentioning someone, and it's usually going to be because of their affiliation or their participation into the government.
I'm saying, what year? What year was Robert E. Lee born that you're talking about? Because I see one black one here that was a slave. Hold on, bro. Hold on, man. Let me finish, bro. Give me 10 more seconds, and I'm out.
Yeah,
Dosey,
go.
I see one. I see
Nah,
one here
play
that
the
was a
tape back,
slave.
nigga.
Right,
Play the
hold on, right.
tape
I see
back,
one here that
Marcus,
was a
and
slave,
then go
and I
find it.
see
You
another
can't
one that
go
was a war
find
general.
the source.
You see what I'm saying? See how y'all
Stupid ass nigga.
misinterpreted and y'all
You gotta
confuse
mess up the
history.
show, man. We trying to
This is why people are confounded now.
ain't nobody stir your goofy ass.
Dosey, you know what I'm saying?
Silly ass nigga.
When was the
I'm
slave?
saying you're
Okay,
correct. That was a black one, but he was a slave.
hold on, Savage. When was the slave born?
But it's saying the slave. Let me cut my mic down, son. It says the slave was born in 1807.
Robert E. Lee was born in 1807.
Right. So this is very confusing because I got one white one here and one black one, but they're saying the black one was a slave and the white one we all know was a war general, a part of the Confederate Army.
You know, you say we're cool. We don't have no beef. Will you let me work with you to work through your genealogy?
When? What you mean? Like with my family?
Yes, with your family.
Let's talk about that behind the scenes. I don't want to talk about it right here.
Okay. I feel
You
like
got my
you'll
email.
be way more understanding if we start doing your genealogy.
You got my email. I'll let me. I'm out of here.
Peace. All right. So back to Lucky. So, like I said, he been crying since the debate, and that's why I want to show y'all some things of the debate. I'll go into some things that he said, but first, let's talk about him going and talking about going to Syko's channel.
So, and I gotta go to the store. But yeah, man, don't disrespect a nigga who doing more nimbles. Talking about this and that. That's just it's not a good look, bro. You hating on Syko, and Taz was trying to get the fade and you didn't let him on the panel. We got confirmation now. Dosey, the point shaver, is gonna get one of you niggas fired, bro. Y'all got to watch, bro. She gonna get one of y'all niggas fired. But I'm gonna, like I said, I ain't finna be here all day. This was a little quick little stick and move expedition. Want to let it be known, but I will be over there on Syko shit on the 29th doing my interrogation. I want anybody who fuck with me or don't fuck with me to pull up and tap in and see what it's all about. See what I'm about to be doing versus what we been doing. And hey, you might even take some shit back and do it on your shit. Right? Especially a nigga like Al Powell doing all that sneak this. He need to go over there and watch what's going on and take some pointers on how to run a debate league. Lame ass nigga. Because at least them niggas got a website and a procedure to sign up for the debate league. Then you got to go to the website, fill in some shit. Somebody send you an email. Y'all niggas ain't even on that level. Stop disrespecting niggas who when you don't put in that same amount of work. Y'all niggas.
Okay, so Syko, you see how I put in the title? Sorry, Syko, blame Lucky. I talk for my friend Lucky because that's fucked up, Syko. You didn't have me fill out no applications. You didn't have me go to no websites. You didn't have me do any of that. You just was like, please tell me how do I get in contact with you? I gave you my number. You were I gave you my email first. You were emailing me like, I want you to join my league. It's gonna be 500 for the winner if you join next month. This is in September. Why are you making this man go through all these applications? Why he had to put in the first application online, then put in another application to join the league? Like, what are you, a franchise or are you just a debate league? Why are you putting them through all this? Okay, hold on. Let's continue.
Niggas is DH Gate, Timu, Warriors. Y'all niggas is what y'all replicate what these niggas are. And I've been saying that. Y'all is the throwaways of the conscious community. And the niggas who is on in the conscious community, you hate on, nigga, to try to become relevant. You hate on Q Butter. You hate on Syko. You hate on Aunt Channel. You hate on Chris Harris and them. You hate on everybody. Because them niggas who been bringing you pain and suffering. So I understand it. You know what I'm saying? You niggas is cognitively.
So that's another thing with reintroducing myself. Everybody in the chat know it, but it's all you niggas or whatever. Y'all be name dropping all these niggas that like ask them about me while y'all are name dropping them. Tell what do you know about Dulcinea or anything like that? Where people like begging me to be in their debate leagues and all kinds of stuff, and y'all would be like name dropping them like they really are something out here in these streets. You have to beg, put in 2 applications, and watch y'all. He still ain't in this debate league. He put in 2 applications already, and he still ain't in this debate league. Listen.
Biased and cognitively slow. I understand. What that nigga say, what the lethal shooter say, I understand it now. That's how I'm feeling. I understand it now. So I ain't doing all that.
Exactly. A whole bunch of Sarnetta rejects.
And set up my motherfucking charts for the week. I'm looking at NASDAQ and I'm looking at the S&P all motherfucking week. And crypto just had a retrace moment, a pullback, which I've been saying need a healthy little pullback because it reached from 97 back down to 89. 80. Just because a nigga don't agree with everything, y'all niggas be corny. You want to agree with everything a nigga say for you to be his subscriber? Y'all like corny. Y'all be looking for followers and real y'all real followers, and y'all be looking for someone to follow behind. Is what I meant to say. And then nigga be playing like that be us. No, we don't worship the MLKs and the Malcolm X's. You niggas be worshiping YouTube creators. You feel me? Y'all niggas be worshiping content creators, and y'all try to flip it on us like we worshiping civil rights leaders. You nigga got your eyes closed. Then when a nigga go in the house, you come outside beating your days in a row. You niggas gonna have their name in the title, trying to bait them niggas to come over there. Like, start the cap. Y'all ass scary. When a nigga call and put the Aboriginal BAP signal out and try to get you niggas to come outside, you nigga got your eyes closed. Then when a nigga go in the house, you come outside beating your chest and shit. We ain't doing that no more, bro. So this was some news you could use. You feel me? On an early morning tip. This your boy Luck. I'm not finna be in here no longer. Like I said, I got some stuff I gotta go.
I thought he said everything in the spring, so I don't know where it is. I don't want to look into it. Just know. So he had to put his first application in online. Then he bought another application to fill out. That's where he got so he could go in the 29th. And y'all support him on the 29th. Y'all go over there and watch him on Syko's channel, because then on the 29th, people have to vote him into the debate league. So y'all support him, vote him in or anything, because I don't know why they making him jump through and they was begging me to join the league. But Syko, you're wrong for that. Let that nigga join the league. But you know, I think I see the real problem of what it is, why they be begging me to join these debate leagues, and they be making these niggas like Lucky jump through hoops and do applications and come and talk, and still gotta prove himself to be a part of the debate league for something that they just was like, please just join, and I ignored. So I think it's because what he was saying is like, I'm very boring. I was very boring in the last debate, and he was exciting and exhilarating. So we gonna watch some of it, and I think it's y'all's fault. It's you in the audience. You guys don't understand when someone is charismatic and fun and all this other stuff, and y'all were saying I was that, but I was the one that was really boring, according to Lucky. So let's pull it up. Syko, let that man join your debate league. Stop making him put in applications. You dead ass wrong. You ain't make me put in no application.
Before we get started, y'all, I want y'all to encourage y'all to really come in here with the most unbiased lens, really looking at the information for what it is. I want you guys to really judge this based off of the information that's been presented and the points of the topic that is being presented. Lucky Guzman versus Dosanil. Where does the genetic marker AOO come from? Is it from Africa or is it from America? Shout out to everybody in the building. May the best debater get their point across. Lucky Guzman, it's on you. Let me set up your time. Go ahead, you got the floor. I'm gonna set up your time real quick.
All right, Mike, check everything smooth, right? Is the you got me on the big screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's a bet. That's a bet.
So I'm gonna give you a 3-minute introduction. Is that cool?
No, I'm gonna say that for and that's I can use that for a rebuttal, right?
Oh yeah, we can. Well, yeah, I'll just let you give a brief 30-second introduction to get into your round. You got officially 15 minutes on the clock.
Okay, yeah, that's a bet. Yeah, this is a conversation about the genetic origins of AOO markers. Is it America or is it Africa? This ain't about if genetic markers is real. This is about bet. This is about if AOO, the genetic markers, is from Africa or America. Now, me and Dosey, we had a couple of back and forths, right? Before we even got into this whole little situation. And I made sure to establish the parameters. We had to figure out who had the oldest genetic mutation in order to make this demonstration. This is what she said. So I'm gonna play some clips and then I'm gonna get into my little shit. So this is the first clip that I got.
We can't hear nothing if you're playing. Let me pause your time. We can't hear it. So you might have to reshare. Are you playing the clip now?
Hold up. Yeah, I'm playing it right now. Can you said
Go
you
ahead.
can't hear it?
Go ahead.
Somebody,
no, we can't hear it at all. No, we can't hear it at all, sir. There's no audio on your screen. There's no audio on your screen. So maybe
it's probably you have to share at the bottom right-hand side. You might have to click the share audio because it's probably there.
He's not. Are you screen sharing? Because I'm not for sure what you're doing right now. Look, are you screen sharing?
Now, I am getting on you, Syke, and I can understand how, people need to be able to work the computer before they come to your debate league, but it's cool. I got him together. It's fine. He gonna be ready this next time.
I'm sharing you can't see through I'm on OBS. You can't see through the
you're on OBS.
We can see that, but we can't hear it.
All right, what I need you to do is come to the StreamYard and share your OBS side with the audio. That's all you got to do.
All right, can you hear it now?
Let me see. No, we don't hear anything.
You still don't hear it?
No, sir.
All right, fuck it. I'm gonna just come in out the regular. Give me 2 seconds. Hold up. In the ground, they're finding derivatives of somebody that's living in the future.
Because you're not understanding how DNA works, sweetheart. They're not finding derivatives of someone in the future. Albert Perry is not the future of AOO. He just shows that he is a descendant of someone way, way further back than they could ever even realize, because that person that he's a descendant of carried AOO. And that's the oldest AOO that they've ever been able to find. Albert Perry's ancestor, not Albert Perry in himself. He just got that DNA. Now, y'all feel how exhilarating this is so far? You see what you missing out on, Syke? For you making him do all these applications? Let me keep going. Let me go over a little bit. Hold on. You making him do all these applications?
It's a phylogenetic tree. I'm gonna get into the phylogenetics in a second. The phylogenetic tree starts at the top. The top is A00 star. You see this star right here? This star right here is the remains of a boy in Cameroon dated to 7,885 years before the present. This Cameroonian, again, this Cameroonian found in 7,885 before the present is the oldest AOO mutation on the line. Further down the line, we have Albert Perry, known as A00A, which I will corroborate here in a second. This is what's called a phylogenetic tree. We can see clear as day A00 at the top. We've got the basal line is what they call it. This is the basal line. This ID number is I10871. It's cataloged in the Allen Ancient Genome Project, right? I'm going to corroborate all this in just a second. All this in just a second. So what we got here is the time. Let's get a timeline established. So it was first coined in 2013 was when it went public, right? But the study was actually from 2008, which, like I said, I can get into the weeds at a later second. So the frequency we have is 6.3% in the Imbo tribe, right? So yes, the first it was identified in a study from 2008 where an African-American lineage was later traced to the Imbo people of Western Cameroon. It revealed an unbroken genetic thread spanning over thousands of years, right? So again, like I say, in 2013, the initial AOO occurred at 2013. It was so-called unprecedented at the time. This is what everybody's titling Albert Perry, a man he lived from 1819 to 1827, right? This is from Menendez. This is what everybody's quoting, right? This is the thing, though. The phylogenetic tree, we already understand. AOO is the oldest. So if AOO is the oldest, AOO would be, like I said, the most basal. Look at this. Look at the word. AOO holds the most basal chromosome lineage known to exist in the living humans. Okay. The evidence for the modern populations in Cameroon. There has been 174 Imbo males tested, 67 Bangwa males tested, with a 40% frequency of them finding A00 in the Bangwa people of Cameroon. They find it at 6.3% in the Imbo. They've taken 174 male samples from one tribe, 67 male samples from that tribe. This is important. The subgroups, the AOO chromosome found in the Imbo were later classified as a subgroup AOOB, right? This is what I just showed. AOOB A4987. AOOB A4985, 986. That's going to be this line.
So y'all, I paused there because he said that this is exhilarating. We're gonna get to mine because mine is boring. But how are y'all? Are y'all entertained? Are you not entertained?
Man, I done dozed off about 4 times. I need some coffee or something. I don't even drink coffee.
He said AZ1B354. Then that goes to AX2B3. Like what? And yes, it's not Mexican Bass say he's El Salvadorian. He's Portuguese. He's a whole colonizer.
That's
Okay.
why we seeing why you gotta sign up now. They like, nigga, you can't come over here doing that.
Yeah, sign up and he gotta do a whole sit down, and then at the end of the sit down, they gonna vote him in or not.
Oh
No,
shit.
it picks up. Okay, Psycho. Don't bring this against him. It's gonna pick up, right? I'm the boring one. Remember,
Yeah, it
let this
gets
nigga
better.
join your debate league. That's what this is about today. We won lucky in Psycho's debate league. Come on.
Yes.
When they put the 5 and they dash it and they run it all the way, that's dashing it all the way to 92. 95. So I'm sitting up here telling you this line right here, AOOB. These are the modern MBOs further down, right? AOO, Albert Perry, descends from the older AOO Sri Lanka, right? So what we got here is a St. Leo University nature study. The first ancient DNA from West Africa illuminates the deep human past. Okay, a team of international researchers, which included a St. Louis University Madrid anthropologist, dug deep to find some of the oldest African DNA on record. The Sri Lanka rock shelter in Cameroon, home to ancient populations that bear little genetic resemblance to most people who live in the region today. That's right there. So guess what we got?
4 minutes and 55 seconds.
Perfect. So guess what we got here? So surprisingly, the ancient DNA sequence, they sequenced a full genome sequence. There was 18 individuals, right? From 8,000 years ago to 3,000 years ago. Okay. This was found and excavated in 1980, 1990. Okay. Very simple stuff here. So let's speed up. Bim, 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 bim. The surprising, the ancient DNA sequence from 4 children, one pair buried 8,000 years ago, the other 3,000, right? The pair buried 8,000 years ago, they were related autosomally. That's going to be important here in a second. So this result suggests that the Bantu speakers, my fault, I jumped ahead. It reveals ancestry very different from the Bantu today. Instead, they are closer to Central African hunter-gatherers. So these 8,000-year-old burials, the autosomal DNA is close to Central African hunter-gatherers. All right. So one of the sampled individuals, a male, carried the rare chromosome A00, found almost nowhere outside of Cameroon today. AOO is best documented among the Mbo and Bangwa ethnic groups living not far from Sri Lanka. And this is the first time it has been seen in ancient DNA. Checkmate. AOO is a deeply divergent haplogroup.
I'll try to
having
find it.
split from all known humans about 300 to 200,000 years ago. This shows that this oldest known lineage of modern human males has been present in West Central Africa for more than 8,000 years. Right? This right here, this Sri Lanka remains is the remains I'm speaking to. Right? This right here is the remains I'm speaking to. Analysis also revealed another set of 4 human lineages branching between 80,000 and 60,000 years ago, including the lineages contributing to most ancestry of present-day Eastern, Western Africans, and all the non-Africans. That's going to be important for my side jab later, right? But this is what's important. Considering this new model of human population, the author could show about 1/3 of the ancestry of Sri Lanka derived from a lineage closely related to Central African hunter-gatherers, and 2/3 of their ancestry came from a distinct lineage distantly related to the majority of present-day Western Africans. So they did the DNA from these ancient remains. They found A00, and these ancient remains with A00 in them, guess what? They're related to Central African hunter-gatherers, right? I'm going to get into the actual exact MT and Ys in a second, right? But this is just an introduction, just a warm-up. So again, the AOO chromosome found in the Mbo population was later classified as a distinct subgroup. I just showed it, separate from AOOA, the subgroup identified in the African-American lineage of Albert Perry. AOOA is not at the top. AOO is down here. AOO is Albert Perry. AOOA is Albert Perry. He's down here. His mutation occurred at 5,000. His mutation occurred at 1,000 years ago to about roughly 250 years before the present. Nowhere near the oldest mutation. Again, nowhere near the oldest mutation. In a landmark 2020 study published in Nature, researchers analyzed the genome of 4 children I just talked about, buried in Sri Lanka. One of them, like I said, had AOO. The AOO chromosome individual found to have more basal.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just dozed off, y'all. This is sorry. I'm real tired. I'm working in the background. My bad. This is super exciting though. But is this the longest 4 minutes of y'all life or whatever? Because I could have sworn 10 minutes ago, Aboriginal Power said, Lucky, you got 4 more minutes left. Like, what happened? Okay, let's continue.
Than the AOO chromosomes found in modern populations, suggesting that the AOO lineage was more diverse than in the past than it is today. The Sri Lankan individuals were genetically most similar to modern-day Central hunter-gatherers and were distinct from most Bantu speakers. Again, I don't want to get into the genetic characterization at this round. What's my time looking like, AP?
You have 9 seconds.
All right. So I will be getting into this, but that's where this information came from. I will be jumping straight back into this in my second round. You can close my screen out.
That's official time. And we get ready to start the new time in just a second. Fire round. Shout out to the homie Lucky Man coming through with that heat. That was some heat right there. Shout out to Lucky and everybody in the building. We got Dulcinea first round coming. You know,
Yes,
y'all ready,
indeed.
family. This is the free debate.
The oven was set to 175, but that's something.
Yeah, one support the channel. I want to leave the chats on. Don't make me have to turn the chats off now. I want to leave the chats on.
That mother was flaming cold.
All right.
Now, y'all about to fall asleep because, like Lucky said, mine was so boring. My side was so boring. So, y'all make sure y'all got y'all coffee. Y'all taking some notos. I don't know. Stay awake somehow. Find a way. Stay awake.
Oh, so your screen went away. Maybe we're ready to start your time. You actually got a 3 minute.
So, I don't have to rebuttal what he said, but I did want my 3 minutes of intro. So if you could let me know after the 3 minutes and then I guess give me my rounds if that's
okay.
Cool.
Yeah, okay. I'll give you the 3 minutes separately. I'm gonna start your time whenever you start talking.
All right, peace and love, everybody. So today we're going to be doing a study on Albert Perry's ancient Y chromosome DNA. This is an observation with A00 being found in South Carolina. We're also going to run a peer review of some of the conjecture that we have against this information. But to do this, we're going to with the scientific method. We'll obviously have our observation. Then we have to ask scientific questions, not questions outside of science. That are scientific can be tested. They rely on evidence of the facts or natural phenomenon, while the other questions are opinions, values. They're solely based on authority or supernatural. So our hypothesis today is A00 is coming out of America and its origins originates in America. So we're going to look at the experiments that they have, define their problems, see their objectives, see how they designed their experiment, performed and collected the data, and then we can see the conclusion and rephrase their hypothesis. Let's see if the data actually supports or contradicts their hypothesis and see if we can find the correct one of our own. And then the results are just going to speak for themselves. We'll know if Albert Perry's A00 is coming out of America or Africa. So some key terms that we're going to need is Y chromosome testing, the analysis of genetic variations on a Y chromosome passed down from father to son unbroken, autosomal DNA, DNA inherited from both parents, SNPs, variations or changes on a single base position on the genome, phylogenetic tree, the branching diagram shown as the evolutionary relationships between species, haplogroups, haplotypes that share a common ancestor in paternal or maternal lineage, and the mutation rate, the frequency in which new mutations occur on a genome. So I just want you to look at here some good reviewing as we go and we listen to the science. You already got some. There's a lot of questions that it is. Is this science high quality? What were the methods that they used to find what they're saying? Can we actually find this to be something that's original or just something that's passed down? This is something that we're going to examine as we clearly look at both sides of this argument. And as we're going through the data, we'll see if the results are matching where Albert Perry A00 is really originating out of Africa or if it's coming out of America. You can stop me at my intro there.
You got 32 seconds left, and I'll get ready to get to your 15-minute time. Okay. All right, it's ready whenever you are.
All right, you can start now. In the first round, we're going to go through some of these agenda-based theories that they're trying to masquerade as science. And then we'll go into the data of Albert Perry and see what it says. So we're starting off with Mark Caspi. He was born in March 1683, and between 1729 and 1747, he published The Natural History of Carolina, Florida, and the Bahama Islands. He would later be used by Carl Linnaeus in Species Planetarium in 1753. This is an excerpt from his book. It says he traveled through Carolina in the year 1722, described the production of the low and flat countries, as well as 700 miles into Carolina, Florida, and the Bahama Islands. So what I got is a primary source where he was speaking of the Aborigines of America to the Royal Society scientific community. And we see as he speaks in a letter, coordinates to them. He talks about the Aboriginals and how they look. He says they from pole to pole, north to south, they're the same people. They come from the same stock. It doesn't matter their resemblance, the form, their features, their customs. They may differ a little, but from the equinox to Canada, even amongst the Caribbean, when we look at the mosquitoes, the Mexicans, the Floridians, all the way to the outside of the colonies. He describes them as being swarthy and generally larger in stature, and even South America being a lot alike, even though he had little knowledge. He then goes on to talk about the Indians of Carolina and Florida. He talks about how they're well proportioned, how their wrists are small, their fingers long and lanky, their faces broad, their features were manly, their noses were not flat, their lips are not too thick. He also says their hair is black and very coarse. He talks about the women before a marriage being finely shaped, them having pretty features. And he said no people have stronger eyes or see better in the night than the Indians, and their houses live in perpetual smoke. So we can see here, scientists in 1722 were not objecting that American was its own human population, separate from any African or Asian. So then we come and we get to Darwin that is basing his studies on Linnaeus' system, but he comes up with a tree of life that is going to expose the extinct species that link us to monkeys. Then we have him build the first phylogenetic tree in 1837. So no one denies in the scientific community the effects that Darwin has had for these racial categories that have nothing to do with science. Even so much so that the American Association of Biological Anthropologists apologized in 1996. And they give us a blueprint of when we look at genetics, what we can see as real and what we can see as fake. They say we can identify clusters of individuals through genetic similarity or difference, but those clusters are going to be inferred by whatever individuals are in the database. They also said that they equate present-day peoples and contemporary patterns of genetic variation to what existed in the past, which makes an oversimplification and a misrepresenting of the history. Then we come to the phenotypic variation, which they find to be continuous and based on adaptation, population history, and neutral evolutionary forces. They say because the environment generally changes gradually as latitude and longitude changes, we see a phenotypic variation that would go across the frequency of a range of populations. So how are they going to just sim it down to 3 or 4 populations? So, okay, now we're in 2011, 2012, when we have the discovery of Albert Perry's Y-DNA. So it comes across because Thomas Cron of the Family Tree DNA Genomics Research Center comes across an unusual Y chromosome. It didn't match up with any known haplogroup. So he sent the sample to Dr. Michael Hammer. Dr. Michael Hammer agreed with deeper sequencing. This was an unknown haplogroup, and he named the branch haplogroup A00. So we see about A00 that it's extremely ancient age combined with rarity of an A00 lineage. They say it has a very low frequency in Central Africa, but you remember that part. The A00 lineage was discovered in a large database of consumer samples of African Americans and had not been identified in any traditional hunter-gatherer populations in sub-Saharan Africa. They compared the Albert Perry 240 kilobases to a subset of these regions, 180 kilobases, previously known as the basal lineage A1B, which we renamed here A0. So this is not an A0 class. This is a known lineage that they have called A1B. But I thought Albert Perry didn't match up to any known haplotypes. So we come here to the 4 mutations that are in Albert Perry's A00, but they're not even genotyped, but indicated as shared with the IMBO people. To make it make sense as far as the estimation of level of variation between Albert Perry and the IMBO, they say it would take 11 mutational steps to get to the nearest IMBO between the Albert Perry's descendant. But any pair of IMBO, no matter if you go to the past of 200,000 years to the present, the greatest mutational difference is going to be 9 steps. So what does that mean for us? That means a genetic difference of about 4,000 to 6,600 changes between Albert Perry's descendants to any of the 3 IMBOs. That would
8 minutes and 35 seconds. 8 minutes and 35 seconds. Sorry.
Thank you. So that would be more divergent for anyone to have a common ancestor. So what we really know from what they found is that an American male carrying autosomal DNA was able to show us a basal Y chromosome, A00, that was longest existed than we've ever seen before, estimated time of 338,000 years ago. It was older than any haplogroup or DNA that we had known to this point, and it was older than any of the human fossils. It was only discovered through a consumer genetic database. So then we come to the SNPs here. SNPs are a single letter change in a DNA code when comparing 2 separate people. So you have lineages. So you have A, C, G, and T. Most people may have A in one position and another group have G. Then we would call that position, that change, a SNP, a genetic timestamp. But this is based on them being actual common ancestors. So what is the inferred genotyping that they did with the IMBO? Basically, they compared tested SNPs across multiple lineages in Africa, shared the mutation, and estimated the untested ones. This is not what they did with Albert Perry's DNA. They had direct genotyping, the direct sequence base of the 240 kilobases, and they identified all the SNPs. 1 second, can you pause my time? How much is it? Because I have to stop sharing.
Your time is paused at 6 minutes and 56 seconds.
Identified and was unknown with any haplotypes they had at the time. So what do they do now instead with inferring missing DNA? Take the sets of reads and let's imagine them to be bases of the IMBO DNA and our reference genome being Albert Perry. They basically take the sets of reads that they get from the IMBO and copy and paste them to the reference genome since they didn't genotype it and then build upon that missing DNA. So the inferred DNA is not observed DNA. It's not something that they know it has components of A00 IMBO. They're inferring that it does. It ends up being a reference bias for the final haplocall, and the deep entry ends up being tied to African data sets. Unusual SNPs are usually just erased or corrected according to them. So we can see, as far as in Colin Barrett's father of all, that 340,000 years ago, he said Y chromosome was so distinctive in Albert Perry that he was different than any man that ever existed. His lineage probably separated 338,000 years ago. And he said they would only be able to find this mystery if it wasn't for the consumer DNA databases to make the discovery possible. We see other scientists that were coming against their unusual practices. How were they using unequal lengths of DNA to compare? And they had an estimated mutation rate that just was false and wouldn't fit in the plan of how genetics work. So we can see here again where they're putting A0 before any of the other A0, A1 lineages and saying that it can even go back before. We have Albert Perry being completely divergent from these IMBO individuals. And we can see the timeline of where they had the former Adam to their revised Adam now with Albert Perry's DNA. So where did they get the African DNA in the first place? Well, that's because in 2011, the same database had already been testing their theory that the origins of humanity was out of Africa.
4 minutes.
See that they sequenced, thank you. You see that they sequenced about 200 kilobases of a male-specific region in the human Y chromosome. Didn't they say they compared Albert Perry with 180 kilobases? Sounds like about 200. So let's see what they said. They interpret supporting an African origin for modern humans. They had the Kozoin and the Ethiopians of East Africans being the largest or deepest lineages of phylogeny. But they said with clade A, when they defined amongst the Africans and the markers, they were not even a monophyletic group of lineages. That means even all the Africans didn't relate to each other. They used an analysis of African DNA samples that showed that the deepest clades were revised in the phylogeny to be found in Central and Northwest Africa. So we see here that they talk about finding the A1B. That's one of the deepest branches that they find in the African genetics from the Y chromosome, as well with A1A and A2T. Remember, they reclassify A1B as A0. They say the 4 subjects, 2 Berbers from Northwest Africa, 1 Tuareg, and someone from Niger would make up what is the clade A1A. And this clade would be detected in West Africa at low frequencies. Do you remember what they said about A00 being in West Africa at low frequencies? So it's not A00 that is, it's A1B. They also identified this in the Pygmy in the southern Cameroon and was classified as A1B. So just because it's to A0, it doesn't make it the same haplogroup, especially since this was already published in 2011 before they found Albert Perry. Didn't they say Albert Perry's was unknown DNA? How did they not know that the haplogroup that they were looking for was already in their African databases, since this is all from family tree DNA? So let's go ahead and take the observations for what we really know from what they found in 2013. They discovered can sample. They had 240 kilobases sequenced from that. That was an extremely basal branch, end up being the base lineage for A00. The IMBO samples were not sequenced or genotyped, nor were they conformed matches, and they were far more divergent to be the origin of A00 itself. That makes the A00 origin remaining unknown. And we can stop my time right there.
I have 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining on the time, so we'll stop your time right there.
We can go. And we can go right here. I'll go as far as it. Let's go back to
Fire
this screen.
round.
I'll put it on here. So, and just let me know here. So since a minute left, we can go deeper into this, because in 2011, like I said, these haplotypes existed. Why didn't Dr. Hammer know that this was an A1 type when he saw A00? Why didn't Thomas Crane know it was an A1B haplogroup when he saw A00? So yeah, I wasn't gonna show the whole today. Shout out to that, y'all. Check it out on anything. But I just wanted to show Psycho, that you didn't have me put in any kind of application, Psycho. You just were reaching out to me. You didn't say let's do a sit down, have me voted in. You were just like, come join my debate league. And you see how boring I was in comparison to Lucky. How dare you not just offer that man to be a part of your debate league without making him jump through all these hoops to be a part? What do you think, Savage? He was so exhilarating and I was so boring, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, dude, fire. He was spitting fire.
Fire round, Lucky. But no,
Yeah,
we could definitely get back onto this. I think there's like this major problem going on, but with it mainly being, these people that are not researchers now that are taking up the torch for the Pan Africans, like these trolls, like True Zone and stuff like that. I don't
yeah,
see how they not seeing how Pan African is gonna go down the trash with this. Like, y'all want people that don't research to represent y'all against us? Really? Y'all think that's gonna work? You think
man.
AI is gonna beat us? What you think, Savage?
I think, man, the guys he need to just leave it alone. He need to tuck his tail, and sit back and learn how to do some real research. But I mean, if they want to get beat up, that's on them. Everybody finna know the truth. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It ain't hard to do.
Yeah, I think there's a definite line that's being drawn in the sand of the people that are actually doing their genealogy and doing research because they want to reveal like what's going on, and then these people that are just being the new counterparts for agents in the past. Like, it just shows, and they know nothing. They literally cannot bring up a source. All they can bring up is AI.
Yeah, and that's what's crazy to me. And like, really try to argue you down, and they ain't got no. They got an AI overview, and that's they uh,
Right.
valid to fame. Like, come on, man. We got to do better.
And
And,
an AI overview that don't even have a source link attached. That's how generic their information is when they put
right,
it in.
right.
When
That's
you do
going
an
to the
AI
bottom to
overview
see
for
what it
y'all, there
from.
should be a little link attached to be like, this is the source where it's coming from. These niggas asking questions, they ain't even giving sources. They ain't even be like, we don't even need to tell you where it's coming from.
You see, it say right here that you lying.
It says myth. Do you know what a myth is? It says myth.
Man, I done seen it all, boy. I done seen it all. Yeah, he made me go grab my go look him to go grab my book and just touch back bases with this mug. But man, this book right here, this book will it'll kill all they little narratives.
Yeah, Cherie said it's okay if they don't know that much about DNA. I think Lucky was really coming from a surface level DNA perspective and not really getting into it. And I think that's where they all coming from, whether we're talking about history, DNA, we're talking about the genealogy or anything. So many people are just staying on the surface. That's why I keep saying, like, these things are a search engine. Your Google search engine means that meaning all the topics, all the articles, all the websites related to whatever particular topic that you type into Google, that's what's going to come up. So if you are satisfied with the first link and you're like, okay, that I know enough, then you're just going to stay on the surface. You don't even know how to use a search engine for research because people keep saying, oh, don't Google, don't Google. That's not real research. No, Google is research, but it's how you Google that determines if it's research or not. If you're not even going to the second page of your Google search, then yeah, you're not really researching.
Right. They think it's the say I'll be all.
Yeah, whatever these people say, but they'll turn around with Sharice. I wanted to say that was a bomb ass question. I think you were exposing, the articles that talk about the Indians being reclassified, and you asked a bomb ass question of if they don't believe the story of the Black Indians, who are they saying got reclassified to Black? And I've really been like, can one of you niggas answer that? Who are y'all saying was reclassified to Black, colored, and Negro? Please show us this Native American that was reclassified to Negro. We're waiting.
Right. I've been waiting on that. That's why I had my partner them tripping like, nah, bro, we can't find no Native Americans in no wars. What war did they fight in?
Yeah, they only have that one picture. Well, they have like two pictures where I think it's a combined three Native Americans, and those pictures look very good for suspect for 1860s to 65.
Yeah.
Like how a picture coming out crystal clear, looking like you went to Walgreens for that hoe in 1860. That don't make no sense. But they believe everything because they don't even know. If you ask them, when did the camera even get created? What's the first camera? What was the next camera that was out of it? How did they have to get the picture? What was the process? They can't answer those questions because they don't research into how these things come about. They're very surface level. So it's very hard to try to that someone that is like clearly a troll surface level and then acting like they want to debate or want to be like it's not both. You can't, it's one or the other. You either have to really be like, okay, I'm gonna take this serious and I want to debate, or I'm just trolling. Like you can't do both.
Right.
Yep, you could be following the wrong line. Grandma's baby's daddy's maybe. Actually, what I found is, then this is my genealogy. It's actually harder. The women have been sometimes harder because I will see, a certain granddad that was married two or three times. Now I got to figure out which one of these are the grandmama, or which one is like
It's mine. Mm,
exactly. So
yeah.
really, when it comes to genealogy, I find it difficult on both sides.
I did that that happened in where I actually met my hold on pain. So that's my great great granddaddy. I met the other side, you know what I'm saying? Cause I didn't they the only ones that know about his side, you feel what I'm saying, in a sense, cause my great auntie, that was my granddaddy is her brother, and that's how they are related. They got different daddies though. You know what I'm saying? So she's not related to that side necessarily, but they all in the same area, so they like family. You know what I'm saying? But yep, I met them last time I went to South Carolina.
Oh, that's dope. So you went to Carolina and you were able to meet them.
Hmm.
Mhm. Yeah, and that's where it has helped me with the DNA test too, Nisha. But it's kind of difficult because it's dependent on your fam and stuff too, and them. And I've seen, like, for instance, a lot of my family went to professional, supposedly genealogists, and I can tell they not that good. They just put stuff on it, like they put
Hmm.
like my second great grandma is related to my second great grandpa and married to him, and her last her grandparents' last name was Ote. Then she married into the Otes. That's not. Basically, I found there ain't no records that show her being related to them at all. They do not show. There's no records that has an Ote as her father, as her grandfather. But so where this genealogist got that, I have no idea.
Yeah, I done had to teach them down in South Carolina. Hold on, you ain't. I know you the genealogist, but you ain't looking at these records right. But I gotta record it, and then I showed her like, nah, this is him. It's just the name is not spelled all the way out. You know what I'm saying? It's shortened, and boom, we ran it. Boom, everything come up. She was like, oh, I didn't know. But yeah, that's what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to, because once you get so far back, you got to go to these places and run down these records and get certain stuff that's only in that county.
Right. It forces you to have to be able like to travel and look into that stuff because you're just gonna get stopped if you're not actually looking into it. So I understood when people said that, I don't see anything bad about what Carimio or anybody that's online that's trying to be like, hey, I'm trying to help people find their ancestry. I definitely understand that point that you do have to have people that are willing to go to these places and everything because there's only so much he can do from where he's at. Like you have to be invested enough to be like, okay, now he found this. Let me go and verify it by going to Mississippi, going to Georgia, going to Texas. You
Correct.
have to travel and verify these things.
That's why I was trying to when I hear people say that, I'm like, bro, y'all ain't even listened to this man or seen how he does genealogy. And he done did it live. He done did people genealogy live. But like he tell them, this I can only do so much because you gotta have the information, and then you gotta be able to verify these people. You know what I'm saying? Unless some people, granted, some of our family members, we kept some good records. You know what I'm saying? And then there's other ones that come from little counties and stuff around here. That shit, it take a little bit more legwork.
Exactly. And I was trying to find this ancestry. I think I can only find the short right now, but she had a full one. Hold on, let me show it.
Native American. Hey y'all, it's Nika Sewell Smith here with Ancestry, ready to answer your questions. One of the most prevalent questions I got was around tracing Native American ancestry. And when you start to look at that, location is important. Who were the First Nations groups that were living in the locations that your ancestors were connected to? And does the oral history that you have in your family match up with who those groups were? If not, got to do more digging. Secondly, you can look at tribal rolls or censuses, and these vary depending on who the group is. In fact, sometimes there were parts of the United States Census that were specifically earmarked for Native American groups. Can you find your ancestors' names on those rolls or on those census records? And lastly, if you're thinking about DNA, consider this. If it's a great great grandparent who was the source of your Native American ancestry, and you have hopes to find that in your DNA, if that ancestry is not introduced elsewhere on your tree, you can only get up to 6% of it represented in your DNA results. Hey y'all, it's Nika Sewell Smith here with Ancestry, ready to.
So yeah, and in comparison, of course, she's using Native American, in which we know that they use for DNA. So we know the DNA route is just not going to be the way. But I wanted to find the longer version because she said something that's really good. That's crucial. That if you find someone on a particular role, you should go and find their applications. Once you find the applications that are being put in, and you find their applications, see if any of your additional family members put in applications as well. because some of them were denied, even though they approved it for one family member, they denied it for the next for whatever reason, whether they say paperwork or whatever reason that they did blood quantum, they'll deny that. But we can find some of our family members in the applications as well, even though they didn't make it to the rolls. So I thought that was very interesting and stuff that we need to look into. Yeah, and youngins overlook Chauncey land tax records and court records. Absolutely, because that's where you're going. I find the tax records and different things as far as it the same thing that people keep want to go back with forth with me about Samuel Barney. I'm gonna find that old presentation to just put it out there, but that's the same kind of thing with Samuel Barney. They just rely on census and then they stop there. And then it's like, well, what did the tax record say? What did were you able to find a will and testament or probate court or anything like that? So that's how we got Samuel Barney. Because yes, if you just stay on the surface level of the census, you're gonna be like, this is a white guy, da 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 da, and all this other stuff. But then the other one is a black guy that was married to Leah. Then lo and behold, when we found the actual probate court records, we find this supposed white guy that you think Samuel Barney is is the is actually the black one who's married to Leah and left everything to her. So this is what we're pointing out as far as white being a classification and not a skin tone.
Yeah, what?
Right. And I think, well, I know they so willfully ignorant they can't understand that concept of black and white being a status.
I think some people are willfully ignorant. Some people are just straight up agents, and they're just mixed.
Yeah, yeah, you're right about that.
Because they're doing the genealogy, they're seeing that it don't match, but then when it don't match, they wanna make it something else. Oh, I found a great grandfather that's Wild Bill, but Wild Bill was African. Where? Like get out of here. Anyway. Yep, Skip Gates, he a main one, and he'll go through all the lengths and high waters to make you African. When you ain't showing no African, oh, he gonna make sure African pop up somewhere.
Yeah, man. And look, and then I got some showing that nigga the white people was the motherfucking ones considered African at that time.
Yeah, I've heard quite a few people say that. I want to find some things like that on that. But so
I got
is
one for
the North Africans they saying that are the white people?
hold on, I got something for you. Hold on, don't even worry. Let me get in this book real quick. Alright, you ready?
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna give it to you. Boom. Alright, you see? Alright, can y'all see that? These people right here, let's read what it says. I'm gonna get to it. Yeah. It says of the First Regiment Tennessee Infantry Volunteers of African. Oh shit! It's over here for y'all. African descent, but these is all white guys.
Wow.
So I don't know. Somebody got to explain.
What year? What year is it saying that is?
1863,
And
June
body
June
count.
27th, 1863. Yeah, so that
I
they
don't see any Negro on that paper.
I don't see one. She one Negro. So I don't know. They gotta make it make sense. Somebody lying. Oh, but hold on. But look at these Indians. They trying to call African, but they chilling. They good money. See, that's gonna hurt. They gonna have to explain.
So, okay, so if we go by that, are we saying that these are the ones that are coming in as Slavs?
I ain't gonna say they Slavs because I don't see nothing calling them Slavs. I think that Slavic term is a more of a theory. I mean, we know the pale skinned Russians that are considered Slavic people. Um, some of them might have came over here, but I don't know when they came over here. I can't tell you honestly. I say it was
Right.
probably some of them that came with Ellis in Ellis Island and before. Maybe I don't know. Have you seen some records of some Slavic? I mean, some Slavs.
No, no. The only ones I have, as far as it, which I know caused all that controversy. The only time I seen but some white slaves is these white Negroes. But that's what they be taking like, oh, they're mixed. They're not the actual white ones. So that's where I'm like, where are they? Where are these white Slavic people? Where are these Slavs that came here to work the fields or anything? What are they on record as?
Right. I mean,
Otto says they would have been in North Africa or slaves and say, yes, they are Slavs. Sorry, Mac D asks Savage, have you done genealogy for any of those dudes to find out why they are saying they are African descent?
nah.
Maybe that's what we need to look into next because that's crazy.
I just know it exists. Yeah, boy. See, like that's the fundamental thing about reading. You know what I'm saying? Like it even tells you like in here that according to this person who wrote this book, that 25% of Tennessee has slavery. And then I can go into the museum and I can show you when it talks about the slavery part that it says most white families couldn't afford to own slaves in Tennessee. It didn't say nothing about the niggas, but it highlighted most white families couldn't afford to own slaves. So when you put all that together and it was only 25% of the people in slavery in Tennessee and niggas owned the land, from what we seeing and what the records reflect, like that's why I be confused is how they be trying to put these pale skinned people in power like that. And they wasn't here. They was volunteering. Not saying that it wasn't maybe a few spurts of pale skins, but wasn't no large number of pale skinned people here in the middle of the 1800s.
Exactly. That's what we were looking in before. How is it that they're saying all these people coming over, but then when you're looking into the records and stuff, like it's saying that only this ship came, only this amount of people came. So that they're starting off with 1,000 people, but then when you look into the state records, the state has like hundreds of thousand people already enumerated or counted in the state. How does it make sense? This is well into like the 1700s that we're seeing little groups come over and stuff like that in the numbers. And yeah, the numbers get to supposedly thousands of white people. We'll keep it saying white people coming over, but the population of the states don't match that. Like, so there gotta be other people than the said white people that they're talking about, even though we know that they not white.
Correct. That is absolutely correct. And then the niggas was sleeping with them pale skins. And they ran that family line and hid that money and that crime with that side. So that's why you can have a person with your same last name and somewhere down the line, y'all can have a grandparent that is related. And that nigga be black as all outside.
Right. We had to into it that they weren't using black. Like that's what I always thought was dumb, even when I was Pan African. To be honest, when people would talk about everything of Africa means black, it's because they black people. Like, why the hell would people that are living next to black people that only see black people be like, I need to specify myself to be a black person? That don't make no sense. If everybody around me got dark complected skin, why would I point out that we have dark skin? How would that differentiate you from the next group? That didn't never made sense. So I want to bring this up. Shout out to Jazz. I need to find the video. I'll probably play that on my channel another time. But just to go into the fact that a lot of these terms that we use, that people are using to be these catch-all terms. Oh, they said swarthy, but that just means olive complected. That's just a tan on a white person. Or they said brunette. That's a hair color. That doesn't mean skin tone. The term brunette began to switch from primarily described for a dark complexion person or woman to be focused on brown hair in the mid to late 19th century. So what is happening in the mid to late 19th century? Isn't that Reconstruction era? What say you, Savage?
Say it one more time. My bad.
So I was saying the mid to late 19th century. Don't we know that as the Reconstruction era?
Oh yes, most definitely.
Exactly. So when we're seeing things like brunette and people are tying or even swarthy, I know people always into it about swarthy. When you see these terms and you're trying to take what they mean today, that don't make no damn sense, y'all. It just shows y'all are not looking into even AI to ask questions, because brunette meant dark complexion, and then during the Reconstruction era, they made it mean brown hair. But before, it meant a black woman.
Right, and these slow motherfuckers don't even know that. No, it's talking about a white person with brown hair.
Hey, milestone thoughts, peace.
What's going on with you? I just came to bring you something. I'm not going to stay up here, though. I just came to come bring you something about the Slavic people and
Okay,
who
go
they
ahead.
are. I'm about to put it in the back chat.
But yeah, so when we're looking into these 21st century terms, hold on, y'all.
I'm over here doing drive-bys.
Did you get it, Dose?
Hold on, y'all. Sorry, y'all. I am working in the background, so someone had called me out. But okay, let me see. I got it now. I'm bringing up the Britannica. All right, so this is the Britannica of what a Slav is. It said Slav is a member of the most numerous ethnic and linguistic body of peoples in Europe, residing chiefly in the eastern and southeastern Europe, but extending also across northern Asia into the Pacific Ocean. Slavic languages belong to Indo-European family. Customarily, Slavs are subdivided into East Slavs, chiefly Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians. West Slavs, chiefly Poles, Czechs, Slavics, and Wends or Sorbs, and South Slavs, Serbs, Croats, Bosnians, Slovenes, uh, Mac- Macedonians, and Montenegrins. But like all those people, none of those people would be associated with North Africa, right?
Say it again, Dustin.
None of those are associated with going to North Africa, right? Maybe the
Yeah,
South, maybe the South Europe, but I haven't heard any of them. But it's
yeah.
interesting to look into as far as like where people are saying these white people are North Africa. I'm not saying that they're not, but it's like just where is that coming from? How they're mixed in, especially with the Circassians. Um, Let me look up where they say the Circassians are.
I think it's just a lot of more regurgitated information that got sucked in because it
Yeah, it's
feels
hard
good.
because with Reconstruction, I mean, like it's like all the information is regurgitated, and you really have to go deep into what is happening to even get close to what would be the truth. So they say the Circassians are coming from the North Caucasus Mountains. But see, they play. I think they play games like that too. Like sometimes they say from the Caucasus Mountains. Sometimes they say, "Oh, Slav." Sir, what's the difference? What's the difference between coming from the Caucasus Mountains and being Slavs?
Yeah, I wish we could find somebody who could break that down. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know. And that's where this story comes. Like I do obviously we know that white cargo is true. I just don't know we know the extent in which like how many white people were brought here to labor. They'll make it seem like, there was tons of white laborers, but where is that when people are looking into the record? Hey, Sharice.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
What's going on, Sharice?
What's going on? Nothing much. Hey, I wanted to see did we already, I don't know, I ain't trying to get off the subject too much, but did we already talk about the young man under the Native American moniker that is recently elected to Congress?
Uh-uh.
No, I haven't heard about him. What's his name?
Larry Pimbleton. I got a small video that if you allow me to share my screen real quick, somebody
Yeah, of
had
course.
interesting video about it. Let me see. Here we go. I thought I could get it bigger, but I don't know. It's weird. But I have it sharing back there. All right, so boom.
Not a full breed, might not be greater than a zero breed. Native African, you mean? He doesn't look Native American to me with African hair. I don't think Zulu is considered an indigenous American tribe. I don't think the Wu-Tang Clan is considered a Native American tribe. Meanwhile, nobody's talking about this chief of the Cherokee Nation who has no more than 3% of Cherokee blood. Let me tell y'all something about this bullcrap. Larry Pemberton is an American Indian of the Pequot Nation. The Pequots went to war with the European colonists, and the European colonists told them to leave New England or be enslaved. And when you guys think of the word slave, you automatically think of somebody from Africa, right? They were forced to give up all of their land. They could not speak their language, and they could not identify as Pequot Indians. When I was young, my dad used to take me to Barnes and Noble, and I used to get these biographies, and Crispus Attucks was one of my favorite ones to read. Crispus Attucks was the first American killed in the American Revolution, and he was an American Indian as listed by the National Park Service. This is documented within the U.S. government. His last name, Attucks, is the Native American Indian word for deer. Note that no one that knew Crispus Attucks ever called him an African. They used to describe him as a mulatto or Indian. The same thing happened to Jesse Scott of the Hemmings family. He was white and American Indian, and they described him as mulatto, which people thought meant that he was from Africa. Comments like you see under this post is the exact reason why I continue to talk about American history in the way I do, because a lot of you don't know a damn thing about what really happened. The comments under this post are out of control.
Yeah, so he was just talking about those comments that they were putting up under that motherfucker once it was announced that this brother from the Pequot tribe was allowed to, obviously be in Congress. and as a quote Native American. So it's been a lot of interesting things going on around here. Yep, that's him. That's what he looked like. Dark skin with dreads. Yes. I was trying to
My
roll
grandma.
so I could see what he looked like. Hold on. I probably could get another picture up here of him. But yep, dark skin with locks. Yes. Yes. So it's going down. And
It is, and they gonna be
crazy.
mad, y'all. Y'all keep True Zone on the line, I guess, because y'all gonna need them. Y'all gonna need all the trolling that y'all can get.
Yeah, the comments under there was crazy because when I saw the post, I said, God damn. I said, these folks really under there writing that BS. So I know what's going to happen when the truth, like when it truly comes to light on a mainstream level, it's over. They're going to be mad. They already are, just by this one young man. Let me see if I can pull up his picture real quick. Nice looking guy. Good for him. Shoot. Good for him. And good for the Pequoks. Let me see if I can get his name right. And they always make a good point. Pemberton. Yeah. Here he is. Yeah. Okay. Let me share my screen again. But what's interesting is that they don't have anything to say about the European Cherokee. They don't. The white folks out here saying that they Cherokee, nobody got smoke for them, but they got smoke for for any of our people who claim their true indigenous lineage. It's really sick.
Yeah, look at him. Go him. Okay.
It's going down. I was so excited when I saw this. I said, "Here go the original popping up." That's what I like to see.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What do you think of him going to the Democratic Party? Do you think he's going to be able to really um do different things, or is he just going to have to fall in line? You know, kind of be a yes boy.
I would hope not, but I think anytime you align yourself with this is my opinion. Anytime you align yourself with the Democratic Party, it's usually not a good look for us. So, I don't think that that's a wise choice to align yourself with them. But it is what it is. I guess progress is progress when you look at it. And considering that they want to call him African American or black or whatever they want to say, he's under that moniker. So I just find the whole thing very interesting. If he's there trying to fight for the right things and for the right reasons, then, so be it. But
I think even if he's just pushing back on that whole African thing, that'll be good enough. You gotta go step by step. But if he like, hold up, y'all know I'm here as an Indian, a representation of that. That'll be fine.
yeah, and I agree with what Bad Sate's saying about it being Native American. I agree with that. He's 100% American Indian, but of course it's just going to be that it's the terms, and that'd be the issue with all of this stuff, even the stuff that we go through within within our own space. Oh, Indians ain't this, which it's too much of that, and I think that that's the problem, and it keeps us away from the goals that we need to accomplish. And I think I just think we got to get out of that mindset of what to be called. We not American, we not Indian, we not Aboriginal, we not this, we not that. It's too much of that, and it's too much confusion. We know that we are the indigenous people that was here. We know we not them other folks they trying to say we are. That's what we do know, and that's what the commonality and the common ground needs to be. It's just too much of that. It gets on my nerves. Like even listening to it sometimes, I'm like, bro, if we
And
keep
we
going through these terms, it's gonna be a problem.
and we know it's a lot of them right now that's going through their genealogy and getting tribally de-recognized because they don't tie to these lineages. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to find that. I just had I had a video I seen yesterday where some more people, some more crackers. Them folks, they getting detribalized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've been exposing a lot of these people, especially I think it's been coming from like that Canadian side, like from Canada. They've been doing a lot of digging on people that don't have any Cherokee ancestry, any relatives that are Cherokee, but have been just saying that they were Cherokee when that's not even the truth. Especially a lot of these Asian people who thought that they, were indigenous American, and they found out that that's not the case. So, and a lot of these white people, I think the white people out there in Wyoming or something like that too, they've been getting their ass got on. And, it's a lot of stuff coming to light about these people cosplaying. They got a lot of nerve to have a problem with the true people claiming their indigenous roots, and got a lot of nerve to have a problem with that when they don't really have much to say about these YT people that's taking over lands, pillaging people, and really have been able to assume an identity that we know for a fact ain't them.
But it's fear. And I would say it's justified fear, because at the end of the day, when the white people are claiming it, it still can solidify them claiming it. But if we are claiming it and they're saying we're the true ones, then that's going to take out anybody else. So they know, okay, we can't keep this identity if we're saying they are the true ones. That's going to take it away from us. So they are doing it on purpose. I definitely think they know, and all this other stuff. That's why I think in the beginning you would see a few of them being like, "Oh yeah, I have a grandma that looks like you," or something like that. Because they're trying to figure out a way for them to still stay attached to it.
Oh, for sure. And I'm not saying that some of them, some of them, and this is where I know people don't like my talking point when I say that a lot of these YT folks is more closer to us in proximity than what we like to think and believe, and I know people don't like when I say that, but I really do strongly believe that. And I do strongly feel that there is, more of us being alike than different. I just think that when it comes to YT people, there's the reputation of conquering and stealing and obviously rewriting narratives and things like that. You know what I'm saying? That we can't really see, like the truth in things. And I think it's sad. And I just think it's sad. And I hope that one day we can get to a place of maturity and understanding. No, I'm not saying everybody families did it, because I heard the conversation on Smoke Signal Channel last night with Big Dog and all. I heard that, and I'm not saying that everybody family ex mixed or whatever, but a lot of Black American families did, and we can't deny that, and we can't leave that out of the story. And I think we like to leave that out of the story because there's a lot of shame that come with that. And, you shouldn't be ashamed because you didn't do it. Shit, you ain't got nothing to do with it. Whatever took place, people, it's crazy because it's a lot of things that I've read too that said that, they lived harmoniously together. I've shown this shit on my channel. They was having fish fries. Damn it.
They came to the cookout. What part of that
Believe
y'all don't understand?
you can't make me believe wholeheartedly that there was this huge issue like they try to make it seem. I just think that that's all a part of the plan, all a part of keeping us separated and keeping us, like, even though we're not segregated, but we are still very much separated, if that makes any sense. And like I said, I just don't deny it because I know it to be very, very true. Like, not even just for me, but for a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? And people just don't want to address it. People don't like it. They think that it takes away from them being indigenous when it don't. So I don't think it take it away. It's don't take away from the original stock. If the white man got with the indigenous woman, that's what it was. That don't mean that you're not indigenous. And that don't mean anybody else down the line didn't get with their own and get with, a copper colored person or whatever. It doesn't mean any of that. I just think it's just so complicated, man. And it's sick. You know what I'm saying? Like, that people would deny this history. And like you brought up earlier, I kept saying, like, who was being reclassified as Negroes then and as colors and mulattoes? It wasn't you Asians or you Mexicans.
Exactly.
You think motherfuckers like I told the lady that on Thread, nigga, bitch, you think they looked at you and said, "Oh, she's a mulatto"? No, you clearly white. That's why I tell the Mexicans they white, and I don't mean no harm, but I tell them y'all are white. Y'all are offsprings of Spanish conquistadors and Asians. That's what Mexicans are, in my opinion. You know, they always get mad. I be tearing them up on Threads, going through that shit with them because they be always saying a bunch of stuff that they don't know nothing about. You know what I'm saying? And it's just really, really sad that, you know, what has happened, like the propaganda, the way history has been told to us, man, we don't know how to think and decipher for ourselves. And this is why we fall short every fucking time. You know what I'm saying? They get mad at delineation, get mad at, I mean, like you can't get mad at delineation. It's warranted, and it's been warranted for a long time. It's been warranted for a long time. And it's just now, you know, y'all are mad that we are standing on this, and we're not going to keep our foot off y'all neck about it. Ever. Like,
At all. At all. But stay on your neck.
It is what it is. I don't care how many of your books say African. That don't prove nothing. What do your lineage say? You can't Google a lineage. You got to go look for that.
That's why they'll never go into their lineage. Because then they get all you're gonna find is some Americans or some conquistadors. So you ain't gonna go into the lineage.
I'm trying to tell you, some of y'all, you know, related to presidents, you know, all kinds of stuff, you know, that you probably don't know. You know, it's not because of anything that you did, but some type of connection is happening along the way. I don't know. I've heard people say they was related to King James. I've heard people say that. So I don't know. Like I said, you gotta look into your lineage and stop trying to tell people who the fuck they are. For real. That's the worst part about it. Just like that young man, he said he indigenous American, or he want to be under the moniker Native American or whatever. That's what he is. He's with a tribe, an actual tribe. You can't deny that. So, you know, I mean, I found it interesting. And look, this is even worse right here, this video.
Tribe finally received federal recognition after 137 years, and some of the white Cherokee are not happy.
We spent the afternoon at the Cherokee Indian Reservation approaching citizens, asking their thoughts on the Lumbee decision. Everyone we approached said they disagree with it. Some people even jokingly pretending not to know who the Lumbee are. Now, the consensus is people think that the Lumbee Fairness Act is a little unfair.
I think it's really unfair that they get to piggyback onto a defense bill that has to pass that is completely circumventing the established legal processes that every other sovereign nation has had to endure.
Citizens of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians reacting to the news that the Lumbee Fairness Act passed in Congress.
I think that the U.S. Congress and everybody has let all the 574 federally recognized tribes down. I think it opens up a lot of doors for these state recognized tribes to go through the back door and have easy access to be federally recognized.
And it's not just members of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians who disagrees with the decision. Watson Harlan is a member of Cherokee Nation, which is based in Oklahoma.
Anytime there is a substantial upending of tribal laws, it has almost always been used by the federal government and by state governments as a way to attack or disenfranchise other tribal governments.
The reason why I'm saying the white Cherokee are mad because Rebecca Nagel, who's Cherokee herself, said that the Cherokee Nation has adopted racism from their European ancestors. By 1850, half of all Cherokees were half white. By 1999, 90% of Cherokee were mostly white. On the other hand, thanks to Walter Plecker, he's got many people under the impression till this day that brown and darker complected American Indians are just Africans lying about being American Indian. And of course, many American Indians, like Chief Cook, were not happy. Because how dare you deny my heritage? You see, a lot of these Black American Indians were enslaved on their own land. Chief Cook's mother was a Bradby, and their family was enslaved for generations. Many of the Virginia tribes are now federally recognized, and some of the Virginia American Indians did absorb into the Lumbee Nation.
Yes. Yes, that's a good point too that I wanted. I'm glad he said that because I was talking about that, about how a lot of people were absorbed into other nations and other tribes and things like that, especially if your tribe no longer exists. So that's why I tell people, like, don't give up hope. It's not that your tribe don't exist. Your tribe might have absorbed into another tribe. So don't give up hope if you are looking for that tribe
or confederacy.
Yeah, if you're looking for that, like, don't give up on that. You know what I'm saying? Because like a lot of stuff happened that we can't control. But yeah, the white folks got a lot of nerve to be mad. A nerve. Ooh, child, that video grabbed my gears so bad. I said, they think they know something, honey. Give me a second, girl. I'll be right back. I gotta get my stuff out.
Yeah. Let me pull this up. Live and learn. Hopefully you're in the chat still. I'm pulling it up. Hold on. Live and learn apparently still trying to fight. Even though there ain't no fight about it, they can't explain why a white person is called dark complexion. They tried it so long. I even saw they tried to lump in Humlin. Humlin, don't get caught up in that, because Humlin's here is like, oh, just because a white person can be dark doesn't mean they're dark complexion. And she using the terms that they using. They use dark complexion. We know just because a white person tans does not make them dark complexion. So when they specify this person is of dark complexion, especially when they're doing that in the 1800s, we know that doesn't mean a tanned white boy. So let's go ahead and scroll into this, look into what this is saying. Let me see. Oh, it's down here. Robert E. Lee on Black troops and the Confederacy. In the waning days of the Civil War, General Robert E. Lee disclosed his thoughts on the subject of Negroes as soldiers for the Confederacy. In the waning days of the Civil War, when desperation, drove the Confederacy to enlist Negroes in her army, General Robert E. Lee disclosed his thoughts on the subject of Negroes as soldiers in two remarkable letters to Lieutenant General Richard S. Ewell. The letters were written by Charles Marshall, Lee's assistant, adjutant general, but the thoughts expressed are clearly Lee's. In addition, these letters provide rare insights into unexpected difficulties encountered by the Confederacy in wresting slaves from their owners to preserve a last slim hope of the Southern Confederacy. The original letters are located in Richard S. Ewell's papers, Manuscript Division, Library of Congress.
That's all. Thank you.
Hold on, y'all. I'll get to reading this. Let me make this bigger. General Lee directs me to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 25th inst. And to say that he much regrets the unwillingness of owners to permit their slaves to enter the service. If the state authorities can do nothing to get those Negroes who are willing to join the army, but whose masters refuse their consent, there is no authority to do it at all. What benefit they expect their Negroes to be to them if the enemy occupies the country? It is impossible to say. He hopes you will endeavor to get the assistance of citizens who favor the measure and bring every influence you can to bear. When a Negro is willing and his master objects, there will be less objection to compulsion if the state has the authority. It is, however, of primary importance that the Negro should know that the service is voluntary at their part. As to name of the troops, the general thinks you cannot do better than consult the men themselves. His only objection to calling them colored troops was that the enemy had selected the designation for theirs. But this has no weight against the choice of the troops, and he recommends that they be called colored, or if they prefer, they can be called simply Confederate troops or volunteers. Everything should be done to impress them with the responsibility and character of their position. And while, of course, due respect and subordination should be exacted, they should be so treated as to feel that their obligations are those of any other soldier, and their rights and privileges dependent in law and order as obligations upon others as upon themselves. Harshness and contemptuous or offensive language or conduct to them must be forbidden, and there should be made to forget as soon as possible that they were regarded as menials. You will readily understand, however, how to consolate, their goodwill and elevate their tone and character of the men. Very respectfully, your I think that's no, no something servant. I think it's I don't know what it's shortened for. Charles Marshall. So yes, I can see where they would use this letter to be like, oh, it's not saying this, and they still had to get permission from their slave masters. But when you read this letter, it's not saying anything they say. It's not saying, oh, they can't be treated like real soldiers, they can't have weapons or anything like this. It's saying some of them are willing to fight on the Confederacy side, but their masters are stopping them, and that they should be treated like any other soldier. What do y'all think when y'all are reading this letter?
Yeah, I was just about to ask. I just walked back to the screen, and I was about to say, okay, this is about the Black Confederates conversation, and I did see some stuff on what's that? Even just listening to this, and then listening to the reading the Encyclopedia of Virginia talk about the Black Confederates. They try to make it seem like, oh, the Black Confederates were only minimized to being cooks and laborers and different things like that, but we're never allowed.
That's what Syko tried to do earlier. That's what he tried to do, being like, yeah, they're part of it, but they're only cooks or laborers or this. They wouldn't be actually part of the army.
And which doesn't make any sense at all.
And this part don't make sense. They say, oh, they let them in, but they let them in as slaves. So you say you're gonna give your nigga slaves some arms, and they're gonna be like, we still fighting for you, master. We not gonna kill you. That don't make no sense.
All of them was fighting because they was trying to get a piece of that land. They was promising on both sides.
And I can show us gunsmiths. We was gunsmiths.
It's hard for me to believe that you wouldn't have them fighting on the line on the line like that, because they don't. The narrative is Black people weren't Confederates, and Confederates are being looked at as more so in a negative light. So if you say that it was Black people fighting on the Confederate side, it would look like Black people were for slavery. But people really don't know what the Civil War was about. That's their problem now. And people think it was about this freeing people from slavery. What I never understood is why would white people be fighting in the interest of people that they felt were inferior to them? Why would, especially in the South, why would they be doing that?
Right, exactly.
North too. I'm sure a lot of these white people felt like we were inferior to them. Why would they be fighting for us to be free?
Although you want to come
all these white people now, child.
Exactly. Like it don't make no sense, and you could tell how they're updating it over time, because the last story don't make no sense. So they first it was there are no Black Confederates. Then Black people started coming out being like, what? My great grandfather was a Black Confederate. This Black Confederate. Then they were like, oh, okay, well, yeah, there were some Black Confederates, but they weren't allowed to have arms. Then you start coming across pictures. All these Black people have arms. So then they say, oh, there wasn't bullets in those though. Like they keep having to change
anything.
Like, oh, they gave him a gun, but there was no bullets in it. It was just for picture purposes. Like, what? That's why I brought up earlier, and I will always bring up Silas Chandler, because the photo in itself, for what they're trying to say that photo means, don't make no sense. Why would they give the slave the big gun, and why do they give his master the little puny little pistol like on Harlem Night? Stop shooting that little motherfucker. Like, what?
Right.
it's not for 1 second. I don't believe that it wasn't Black Confederates. I believe it was, and I believe they were fighting. And that's just the history. Like I said, that they want to hide away, keep Black Americans away from anything Republican, anything Confederate, because it all looks racist. And that's how it was created to look.
Is that your grandma,
Salute,
Otto?
salute. Yeah, that's my great grandma.
How pretty
she's
lady.
beautiful. She's
And
beautiful.
what's crazy is I was just trying to explain that to them on the other panel that with those photos, she looks like she's white, but if you look at her features, obviously you're gonna know she's us. But that skin and the lighting, they look pale. They make the people look extremely pale, so you can't go off the photos. I was trying to
Right.
tell them that, and they was like, "No, no, no." I'm like, "Oh, damn, I can't argue with y'all. Choose on them. I don't want to
Yeah,
get
you
into
can
that
argue
because we're
with
gonna
them.
stick to the information." Yeah, because that was insane. It's like you guys are not researching this, but you guys are arguing us about the Ku Klux Klan and Vikings, but you never researched none of this. So of course you're gonna be like, "No, you guys are lying," because you just taking what you read off Google and the narrative that they've been giving you.
I just got
Exactly.
finished getting on somebody ass about Googling something.
Yeah, you can't do that. You got to cross reference. You can't just go straight to Google and say, this is the answer. No, if that's the answer, then we're Africans. I'm just saying, if you're going to go by that, and we got white in us and we got all this extra shit that they're saying, and that white, what you said about the white, it is most likely true. With everybody having like just one great 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 grandma who's white. With what the sister Sharice be saying. And you're not gonna know. I've been doing like deep research, and when you're in the same household, everybody within that household is either going to be black or mulatto, and the person could even be the color white, like super pale, but they're still going to mark them as whatever the head of the household is. So you could have had a super pale grandma. It's possible. And I found a photo of my great 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 grandma on my Wilrich side, and she's kind of white. So
Right.
I ain't gonna, yeah, I'm not gonna be dishonest about it or lie about it or be tripping on it. I don't got the problem with it. Just like Sharice said, that's how you have to be. It's your family. Your family is your family. Be proud of who you are in
Exactly.
totality. So that's why they should
Right.
know
Like
it's
if
not
we
that.
found
Go ahead though.
Africans and we found white people,
Exactly.
I think some people
There we
be
go.
discouraged to find some
There
white
we
people or
go.
some Africans. But for
That,
me, it's like it's not about it being discouraging or anything. That's just a part of your family history. Now that's a
exactly.
deeper part of the story that you can answer because you had
Right.
that part of the story.
But they're acting like we wouldn't be honest and say, yeah, I got one African in my ancestor. We would be honest about it. We just can't find it. Like for instance, how I was just honest by saying I'm pretty sure there has to be some white somewhere just based off looking at my great 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 grandma. Just based off looking at her, I'm being honest. Now, if I found an African, I would just say, yes, I have a Sierra Leonean or a Liberian, but I can't find it. Can't have a problem with us. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just think it's a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow. I mean, like I said, if they find it, cool. If you don't, cool. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying, it applies to everybody because it don't. But to a lot of y'all, it do apply. It do. And as much as you don't want to admit it or you don't want to look for it or see it, it's not as far-fetched as we like to make it seem. And that's why I was trying
Right.
to show so many examples of it. When we talking about Berry Gordy, we know how Berry Gordy looked. And he's so much close in relation to Jimmy Carter, second cousins. That's a hellified close relation.
Yeah, they'd be like
Mm-hmm.
right there, some white people.
Yeah,
Yep.
They be right there.
Wait, and then if you dig deep into that industry, a lot of them be related. Brad Pitt's related to, I think, Barack Obama, and he's related on like if you look deep, it's within a black lineage. Like all these people related within a black lineage, but they've mixed so much that now some look white and some look black. That's
Yeah,
how
they
it is
were saying
everywhere.
that about the guy
Yeah.
from what's this? The guy from fuck Twilight, the one
Yep.
that plays on the Native American side.
Yes.
Him.
He's mixed. he's mixed with Negro. You can look at him in his hair.
Yeah,
It's
and
obvious as fuck.
yep. Mm-hmm.
It's obvious as hell. And his name, his first and last name is literally a name that you find with us. You don't find them having those names. And that's why I'm starting to look at these natives and starting to realize some of them aren't stealing these names. They're just related to us. I hate to say this. I know people gonna get mad, but they're related. They're related. It's like you find some people right now who they have family who have Native American, not Native American, because that shit's not real, but like Asian and black. There'll be black and Dravidian, and it's all within this one family. All because one uncle went and got with that lady, and then this cousin got with that lady, and then this aunt got with that man. That's what happens.
Yeah, and especially in Virginia, I feel like too, because and I'm gonna find that census and I'm gonna pull it up one day of some of my family members where they got them all under different racial identities. I'm talking about some mulattoes, Negroes, and they all related in the same household. And you got them all as different.
We all got that.
Got them as a different race and stuff like that. Like just different things like that. Like a lot of stuff was lookership and yeah, I find it very, very interesting, all of it. I think that, at the end of the day, like I said, once again, I just want to keep stressing, like, I'm not telling nobody who they are or who, like I said, if you don't find it cool. That's cool. That's good. Good for you. I'm great. I'm happy for you. I'm just saying, like, we can't rule out everything. We can't rule out that that's a possibility. You know what I'm saying? Like, even when I heard Bat conversation, and I didn't agree with everything Bat was saying, you know what I'm saying? Because I felt like if you understand how reclassification worked, and we understand that Indians was reclassified to Negroes, what would make you think that we were never Indians? Or why would that
exactly? Why would that be Mongolian? Even the people that they call and they're saying Mongolian, I don't think that they're Mongolian, honestly. Like the Aztecs and different things like that.
They're not.
I think they're a different shade. Even the what do they? The one tribe that was here. What is it? The mosquito.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mosquito
so
tribe.
even them, I don't think they're Mongolian. It's just they're a different type of people in America.
And I get under and I know that there's controversy around Indian because now they want to be called Native American. It's a reason for that. It's not because they was called Indians at first and it was derogatory. No, that's not the reason.
They going by what
The
they
same
are.
reason why Mexicans don't want to be called Mayans.
Yeah,
they know they're not.
That's why they say Mayate. They call you the Mayate. Not them. You the Mayate, not them. They won't. That's crazy.
But I just wanted to show this. We've been showing this with Chat GPT and some of the other AIs, but none of the AIs are gonna lie and say that they're the end all be all. So you can see as far as they're getting it from this side, where it says the Google chief admits that the AI tools are biased, but it says AI on Google search, which is powered by Gemini family of models, has shown biases. Early instances included historically inaccurate and overly diverse images, along with text responses that lean politically left. While seeking diversity, the model received criticism for overcorrection. For example, it generated images of diverse popes and Nazis. Key details about these bias issues include historical inaccuracies, overcorrection and woke concerns, controversial responses, and image generation suspension, including racial and social biases. The Google CEO acknowledged these issues and pledged to fix biases in the model. There's no way to fix it. It's gonna be as biased as the person that's doing any of the coding.
Fact.
People are biased, then Google AI is gonna be biased.
We can't trust it. It just told you right there, don't trust me. And people like, let me trust AI. Like,
I stay arguing with Chat GPT. I don't give a fuck. Stop saying everybody African. I be correcting that motherfucker.
and then it come up with the answer.
What I ask of AI, I'm like, okay, you say this, pull up the primary on it. Then it's like, oh yeah, there is no primaries on this. I see what you're saying. I'll give you that.
Tell
You
you,
debunking the AI right there.
hey, I'm like, you have no fucking nothing indicated. You cannot prove that all black people come from Africa. Stop saying that.
That's
Stop
crazy.
fucking pulling that shit up in my motherfucking thing, bitch. Can't stand that shit. You always got like I find myself doing that. And I be having to take a little deep breath. Cause it's the same thing I be going through on the Instagram threads. Like that shit like Twitter to me. But it's even worse because I done got my stuff all programmed. I ain't mean to have it like that, where I see nothing but people talking shit about Black Americans being indigenous and people saying that FBA is what they say, like people that claim FBA and being indigenous is disrespecting their heritage. I swear to God, I be going back and forth with these people. I'm like, y'all don't know what y'all are talking about. And I'm surprised that Tariq Nasheed out there in Africa, because I said this man up there in Africa, boy, you visiting a fake slave dungeon, boy.
That man's a grifter. I keep trying to tell people he's a grifter. I don't want to even get on here, put
Because
no
he ain't want
slander
to
or
completely be
saying none of
honest
that.
about the indigenous thing
Yeah.
about Dane brought it out. He ain't want to be honest about that because he probably ain't agree with Dane saying Harriet Tubman was an act of Congress and Nat Turner and them was fake. So he ain't agree with that shit. So he decided, like you said, he decided to grift off. Because I like, how can you still say it was Black Aboriginal people here, but then act like everybody came from fucking Africa? Like I said, them 90,000 people or 90 and 300,000 people that came from Africa allegedly did not make 54 million Black Americans today.
Not possible. It's not possible.
I'm telling people
That
that
is not possible. Yeah, that
Exactly.
math is not. even if you
all the
made
sex in the world, it ain't possible.
exactly. I was just about to say you could have tons and tons of kids and it's still not happening. That's not enough. It's not
Because I
enough
looked
people.
at our population in comparison to Native American, it's only 9 million Native Americans, but it's 54 million of us. And these people is indigenous?
Oh, and
Was
I'm
it
gonna
you
deep
that
into
called
that.
True Zone in that? I feel like it was you or someone that was arguing with True Zone, and you made him say, as far as that, it don't make no sense as far as the population that was always here, then that should be a large population. So he
Yep.
was saying that's why it couldn't be the black people. It's not a large enough population. Then you had him look up what's the population of Native Americans here, and it's only like 8 million.
9 million of them.
They're
Yeah.
like they're like 1%.
So by
They're
that
like 1 or
logic,
2%.
they can't be the original people. By
Aren't
that
they like
logic,
1%?
Us.
I think they're like
yeah,
1% of the population. Of the whole
I don't
pop
even think that's
1%.
1%.
Yeah, I don't think they're 1%. I think they're 0.8 or something like that, or 0.7. How are you guys? You guys are new. Y'all came right over that bridge or whatever they said that straight. That's what y'all came over. The Bering Strait. That's what y'all came right over
And then some of
on
y'all
boats
came
and
through the
stuff.
internment camps too. Some
Yeah.
of y'all came after that war, Pearl Harbor. Some of y'all came after a lot of that stuff. Some of y'all came over and built the railroads. Let's be
Yep.
real.
Yep. The Chinese
Yeah,
who
a lot of
became Native
y'all. Marcus
Americans.
Constance.
They definitely became Native Americans. And people be like, you
Yes.
guys are tripping. Like, no, bruh. I've literally found records of Chinese people with the last name Jiang came over here and became one of my surnames, my last name. They didn't marry none of my family, but they became a Barksdale in California. I'm like, how is this possible? How? Like, how's this happening? Then they all come over here like Roseanne Barr. She was Borofsky when she first came, and now she's Roseanne Barr.
Yep.
There's already a Barr like family here in America. Already has been a Barr family. So you're taking last names of people that are already here.
And she is Asian, ain't
And
she?
I would say,
Yeah, she's
just
Russian.
to your point, as far as saying the Native Americans, I think it separates because it's like how we were talking before, Otto. The Polynesians are definitely mixed in with us. You can tell. So I
Yes.
think when the Native Americans have more of that Polynesian look, that's how you can tell, like, oh, you're from people that are from here for real. Versus because it's usually they have that thick, long hair. It's like super thick. They have like the deeper skin tones that are like copper or anything like that. And then they just have features like
Mm-hmm.
us. you'll see the Polynesians have our features.
Yeah, they're oh my, thank you, Dulcie. Finally, somebody else they try to argue me down, try to say that the Polynesians ain't us. I have Polynesian friends as well as there's been Polynesians on TikTok and on Instagram who said, yes, we come from black people, but we don't go by that classification because we didn't go through anything that they went through over in the United States to give them that classification. It was a dude with an afro who literally broke it down. He was like, but yes, we are black by definition, like if you want to call us that. He's like, we come from Melanesian people. He had to break it all the way down to people, and they still don't get it. How you got these yellow skinned people with afros and nigga features, and you saying they not niggas? Are y'all
Right.
blind?
They just, I would say too, culturally, just what they
Yes,
do. Like, you'll see that
yes,
they
rap.
only listen to our music. They
Mm-hmm.
sing R&B.
They
They,
love us. We
yeah.
love them. We love them, and they love us. Them is like all my Polynesian friends. I've never had not one issue with them, not one. They don't be on no racial shit at all. They don't be like it, even in the slightest bit. And if you be racist towards black people, they're against that shit. That's what made me be like, oh no, they're a different breed. It's a whole different breed of people because they don't like people being racist against black people.
So Nisha said, question, who are the group of people that was naturalized? I never really see too many people on the census that were. Yeah, I think when we were doing the census, and we were going over it, we found in the 1850 census, it said 2% of the whole population was foreign born. So yeah, it's like these naturalized, they're not a lot of them. I don't think. I don't think there was ever a lot of them. But I think naturalization could have been from different places of Canada coming down and different things like that. But what? Sorry, what were you gonna say, Otto?
You know how they always say that the slaves weren't recorded? That's probably what it is with the pale skins because they can't find any of their records. Like they can't talk to white people and they be like the genealogy. They can't go far back at all. They go like the 1920s, 1930s and stuff when their family was living in like Seattle or wherever they're living, but they can't go far back when their family first came at all. That's
No, that
like
seems like
that's
a fact.
odd. That's weird.
Exactly, that they don't. And then when they do go into their genealogy, they not trying to tie themselves here. They're like, yeah, we can't tie us here. We
They
not
tie
from,
themselves to Europe.
but they are the ones do too. When they look into the genealogy, they're the main ones that be exposing that Europe is not all white. They be
Mm-hmm.
like, no, there was a bunch of melanated people over here. I always see white people going into that and be like, yeah, Europeans are not all white. Of course, they're going to use words like more. I think my problem is just like that what from what I'm seeing more is a term that the Europeans gave it. So, but
Mm-hmm.
like, other than that, they go into it. They're gonna say like these people ain't all white, all ain't all pale skin. And I think the question is where they come from, and they even question it. I don't think they know altogether. Like, where did this pale skin originally come from? They don't know.
That is something that they do question. You hear them all the time online and shit, even prior to us being online, with evolution and every theory and hypothesis that they give you, but there's no actual fact. We try to tell people this all the time. That a theory and a hypothesis isn't a fact. Hypothesis is something that they're literally it's a what educated guess. And in a theory, you're theorizing. You're making that up in your own mind. That's not a fact.
Exactly. And they've already come out to say race ain't scientific. So that's why I
Mm-hmm.
be trying to explain to people when y'all are making these arguments to be like, oh, there's DNA evidence that proves this person is white. There's no such thing.
It's DNA.
Race isn't scientific. DNA can't prove that they're white, black, or indifferent. What they
Fact.
found with Cheddar Man when they did look into Cheddar Man because they were thinking they were going to be able to tie him to African or have some kind of African DNA, where they were dumbfounded it was that Cheddar Man, being a melanated European, the DNA looked exactly like any other European, any modern European. So they're like, what? How is this possible that you have this so-called black European, but his DNA is matching any other European's DNA?
Think what they did was in that they also were being honest because, like you said, the DNA comes back as European. So where the hell is this brown skin coming from? The brown skin's coming from them actually knowing that every land was brown. So they know that this nigga had to be brown. So if we go way, way far back, this dude would have been brown. That's what they're saying in their own like analysis. And then people go against that. It's like, wait, if Europe had niggas and Africa had niggas and Asia, because you talk to the Chinese people, they say they had niggas. If all these places had niggas, why did America not have niggas? That's the only land
Exactly. They try to say, oh yeah, they were dark skinned, but they would have to be dark Mongolian.
with straight hair. That doesn't even make
But it's
sense.
like, why do Americans have to be dark Mongolians? Why are you saying the dark people had to come to America when they didn't come any other place? Like that don't make no sense. So
And
y'all are
it's
saying
pseudo.
America is the only place in the world that didn't have people
Mhm.
already living there.
And what they say already in that is pseudo because how are you guys East Asian, but the Asian people are saying their original people are Negroes. Like, where the hell y'all come from? The Asians are saying their original people are Negroes, and you guys are supposed to be East Asian descendants. Like, you guys come from East Asians. Why are you guys pale? If you guys are the original that came thousands of years ago, you guys would look like us. I'm just saying, from all the science that I'm saying, like when them saying about Europe, Chetterman and all these other locations, it's not making sense.
What I would say is whether you call it Moors, whether you call it Tartaria, whatever you call it, there's overwhelming proof that there was a global empire that dealt with each other, knew different things of architecture. There's different architecture all over the world. When you look at these buildings that they call Moorish structures or Tartarian structures or anything like that, like people talking about these domes, the White House, different things like that. If you look into Africa, it's over there. It's over there too. It's like they came and they tried to reconstruct the history, and then that's where you see like these mud buildings or anything. But they're across the world in different places. So you see not only white people claiming Moors, I've seen a bunch of Asian people claiming Moors, and Hebrew Israelites the exact same way. People all over the world claim that they're Hebrew Israelites. So I think it's just masking this original global empire that
There we
each
go.
already knew the West. It
Yep.
wasn't a thing that one was old world over the other. I don't think. I think they all people knew everybody all over the world.
And then Dosey, all those terms, what that does is just separate people. And terms separate people. That's what separates us the most, the term. Somebody be like, I'm a Hebrew and I'm more. And then some Hebrews, they don't care about like you saying you're more than a Hebrew. They think it coincides. Not just Darvish, it's multiple people like that. Then, like you said, with all of these different civilizations claiming to be Moors, you have to sit back and think like, okay, this probably is just an aboriginal thing. And they're just claiming its turn.
Right, or anything. Only thing I would say about it is what I don't like with the other, like Darvish standpoint or anything. I don't think that that makes us necessarily the same people that can't delineate. I think we can delineate because we were our own Western people, but that doesn't mean that trade wasn't established. Like the way Root always be bringing up Latin, that makes total sense that Latin is a trade language. But I don't think it makes us Romans because we were speaking Latin, if that makes sense.
I think that Roman Empire stuff is all ideas. I don't even believe it's like real in Rome. I don't believe that Rome all of that is real. I believe it does like a lot of the stories and a lot of the culture does come from South America.
I can see that. But what about when the doctrine of discovery and different things like that? Where do you think that's coming out of?
I feel like all that stuff is written here, and then they're trying to tell us that it's written somewhere else. I don't think we take on anything that comes from foreign land. I think it just all gets either rewritten or like somehow we get tricked into believing that it comes from somewhere else after years and years of us being taught something else.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense as far because I mean, like me doing this research of really just trying to figure out because we have this idea, of what the United States is doing to us. And I think we try to put that concept of what it's done over time to be like that was always its objective from the beginning. So it's very hard to not see the United States as a foreign entity. But the more research I'm doing, I'm just seeing where like there had to be some switch. That's not the original thing is trade, commerce. That's what it's about originally. And trading these furs, trading these commodities that we have, and really getting the commodities that we have in other places across the world. Josie, I know why they say pink people are dark from Africa. There are sets of Berber people, so-called white, brown skin, and both of Asian blood. Yeah, that's another Berber is another term they use for that, where there's both black Berbers and white Berbers. So that's another.
Amazigh and the Tuareg. The Amazigh and the Tuareg. They're two different groups, but they all call Berbers. That's very weird though. It is weird how they're calling them all Berbers when really I don't like. All right, they try to go against this. I believe Root he believes that Berber and barbarian is good, but being a barbarian is not a good thing. So that's what a Berber is, a barbarian.
I thought the Berbers was from North Africa.
They are.
Oh,
I
okay.
believe the Berbers. I believe the Berbers are the pale skin, not the Moors at
Yeah.
all. Because a Berber would be a barbarian, and I mean, who were the barbarians? Neanderthals, troglodytes, the motherfuckers who was going and trying to take people out their castles and do crazy shit. This is all in the European history.
Yep, exactly. I think it's like greed, and I think greed really is one of the four liars that really stuck in as far as the motive to lie. Because I just think people felt like the US was a good idea and some people didn't. So you see the people fighting back. You see all these different Indian wars. So I think it at some point they were like, okay, we can't keep fighting and trying to convince
Rewrite
people
shit.
how to go another way.
They'll start rewriting shit.
Exactly.
They start indoctrinating people. That's what I honestly think that's what a lot of the wars really are. They're just all mental shit. I don't I like some of the stuff that they say about some of these wars. I don't believe happening. In some wars, you could find pictures of people laid out in the United States. So it's like, hold on, you find all these groups of people. Some wars did occur, but it's just not how they say it. I don't believe a lot of their history on how they say it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, like some of them, like you can tell there are wars. Like some of these colonizers, they say died of chicken pox or smallpox or malaria. I don't believe that. I believe they were killed
They got
in
knocked
warring
off.
or anything. But I think a lot of it is not like it was just like a super, like you're saying, like a huge out war. It was more like, hey, if y'all stay over there and y'all don't encroach on us, we're cool. But as soon as you encroach on us, like we'll scalp you and use you as an example to be like, don't encroach on us. So that's why, so in the beginning, it's like all coastal area that this is all happening in.
Exactly. And then they came inward after they were basically allowed inward. They were able to get in. This is what I always explain on my Instagram that, like you just said, it was all on the coast, and then once people allowed these people in, especially like the servants and stuff like that, they couldn't even leave like the jurisdiction in which they was working until after they were free. Then once they allowed them to be free, they can go wherever they wanted to go.
Facts.
That's how a lot of
And
shit.
And I read as far as, of course, we know in the beginning how they were with the Indians, and it was Isabella was against Indians being enslaved at all for whatever reason, whether there is ties within the royal family. It took Isabella to die before they could even talk about taking Indians on as slaves because it was like, she's like, hell no, you can't enslave those people. But a lot of the laws in the states in the beginning, they were like, if you're coming from another state, the only thing you can be is an indentured servant. You can't be a perpetual slave. They made perpetual slaves out of foreigners. That's the facts. But there was still indentured servitude going on at the time. But also, I say foreigners to be like, people coming from South America, people coming from the Caribbean.
Then I always tell people, I feel like people they don't only come to America for freedom, but that's the main reason why people come to America. So, like, for instance, indentured servitude, you're not a slave if you're a servant. You're just working to either learn something, or some of them was working to, get out of their prison time that they had in like Britain and other places. So they came over here, had to be servants for a certain amount of time. Then they can learn other stuff. So I'm like, America seemed like it's always been the land where it's like you can actually have an opportunity here.
Facts. And like, how do you even make sense of their outline of history? Because supposedly they're the 13 colonies, but we're looking at these white people, these white slave masters. Supposedly they're the 13 colonies. The white slave masters are running slavery in the 13 colonies. When did it switch? When did it switch to the South is the one that has slaves and the North doesn't?
Exactly. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. You said a lot of them were motherfuckers were kidnapped and exiled here. Exactly. Some escaping
Yep.
religious persecution. Yes, a lot of them. That's why I think where the perpetual came in, because a lot of them were criminals in the first place. So that's where this thought process of, yeah, they can be held without an exact, this is the end of the servitude, because now it's not just labor that these people, they're not just employment, they're employment as a punishment. So I think that's what separated, and that's where we see people that are punished as slaves being called slaves, the slaves, and then the others called indentured servants. But we even see some of these people that are supposedly punished or anything like that buying themselves out of slavery. So it can't be what they're telling us.
Then I was trying to explain to somebody that we did build prisons for these newcomers. The prisons weren't for us. Like, for instance, somebody messed up. You know how you got the little sheriff's office, like back in the day, like the old Western movies? Most places got that. The little tiny ass precinct where you all ass gonna go get locked up in, and it's not a huge, big ass facility or a big facility. Like, cut. So that right there, I'm like, why would they have these large facilities with a like where they need a bunch of people and house a bunch of people if they weren't putting some prisoners there? And these prisoners would have been the prisoners that came from Britain. I'm just saying, it makes sense. And then when you start looking into the prison records of like 1900s and 1920s, we're not in any of those prisons. You find a few, but it's a large number of people from other places. Like 90% of the prison, like the population. That's kind of crazy. Then especially like at Arizona prison, I looked up in like the 1920s. It was like a bunch of, I'm guessing they were Native Americans because their last names. Like I looked up the surname like B Gay, Begay. There was a bunch of them in prison, and then Lizzie and Lizzie, and just different names that were all tied to Native Americans. and they were all in prison.
Exactly.
Oh, my
I
bad.
was gonna put it on the screen what it says. So when you ask it, what's the first European born in the U.S., they say 1566, Martin de Arguelles Jr. Though in Spanish held St. Augustine, Florida, is considered the first documented child of European descent born in present day continental United States, while earlier Norse births likely occurred around 1000 AD. So, what do they mean Norse birth happened over here? I thought they from Scandinavia.
They
See what?
lying. This is
Oh, like
crazy.
Norse mythology and all that?
Yes,
That's
they
funny
trying
down.
to place themselves in America. They trying to place themselves in America now. This is
It's
crazy.
a myth.
All the
Wow.
gods.
This is crazy.
The gods are
I,
American
I
now.
told people the white people is eventually gonna say that they the real Native Americans. They gonna take over. They gonna take over that spot as the real
Yeah, it sounds
natives.
like Rude already starting on that path to look
Yeah,
at
he
it.
said the hillbillies. Remember?
I was
Oh
surprised
yeah, the
they didn't
hillbillies are the
participate,
real
though.
The hillbillies.
I was very surprised they didn't. I mean, why didn't they debate
Root,
OTK and Root?
root,
First, they were talking
Cause
about
Root
doing
full of
late.
shit.
root do it
Root is
every
full of
time.
shit.
Yeah, he do it
And
every
he just
time.
do a lot of talking.
And then he be like, you know what? I don't even want to debate. Like, what the fuck? You just like, dude, you just said you was gonna debate for 2, 3, 4 weeks, and now you don't want to debate. Like, today's the day, bro. What you doing? He don't answer the phone. You don't see him for like 2, 3 weeks, and then he pop back up. Remember, he did it last time with Super.
And the way he go off on us about certain things, I would think that he would want to prove that slavery was fake or that American Indian slavery was fake. You know, I would think he would want to prove that. I just thought it was interesting.
Nobody takes debate with Root ever again. Just don't do it. Just let him be. Let him be.
Yeah, it's all good. That's why I just say, hey, that's his opinion. You can't take his opinion away. It is what it is. I do find that
For
interesting.
God.
I was like, dang, I wanted to see that because OTK's gonna get his lick back. So, because from what I seen, OTK
Yeah,
had a good little presentation.
and it needs to, I think, eventually or anything, because at the end of the day, it ends up just being a all this or stuff. Maybe someone, maybe not break it down, but maybe they do a presentation just breaking down slavery is not the slavery we think. So when you hear slavery, don't get all in a buckle or anything, because when someone was an indentured servant, they would have been called a Negro. The indentured servants were called Negroes. So it's the same thing. It's just servitude, period. That's what people are talking about. And servitude did happen here. It's just about how it happened. What was they
Exactly.
doing that time? They didn't have women, or was they mixing? That's a good question, because in St. Augustine, well, this would have been since the 1520s that they're coming down and exploring the region. So when they say the first European women start coming,
I don't know. I know a lot of the servants they say it's supposed to be that was supposed to be the women and the children. And the men, it was like less numbers of them. But
Messy.
slave narrative
yeah,
said
so
that,
they say the first. So I asked, what's the first English women? They say the first English women, Mistress Margaret Forrest and her maid Anne Burris, arrived in Jamestown Colony, 1608. So they're saying they don't even have women to procreate with at this time.
so they would have been mixing with the so-called Africans.
Yep, or the Indians.
Or they was humping each other.
No, but how the babies getting produced while savage?
Right? How
Yeah,
a baby coming of it from humping each other. That ain't how
yeah, they
babies
can't do
work,
that. That's
Dad.
Brokeback Mountain, bro. They can't do that. They gonna need a woman. It had to be how they telling in the story. Oh, these white men got with these African women, but in records you're not seeing that. Like I don't know. This whole story is just like
And that's how we know too, looking into it, that the places that they're saying ain't the places they talking about. This Spain could have already been here in South America that they're talking about. That's why it's like the first one. For them, it's two Spanish people coming together and make a baby, but that Spanish person can't be coming from what is today known as Spain.
exactly. That makes a lot of sense. And this is the reason why when we tell people, yeah, we're questioning all this because look at the history that they're giving us. It's questionable.
Nah, they just want us to believe what they put in the books, and nothing else is plausible. Suck ass motherfuckers. Makes me mad. I be trying to keep it chill, but I'm like, young, like it's just only but so much you could take when it comes down to this stuff, man. That's why I be telling people, man, find out who you are. Just find out who you are. You know, that's all you can do. And I do feel like the history, because I always use this example because I found it so intriguing when I was watching Underground, that joint that used to come on the WGN network. And I think Oprah had a hand in it and stuff like that with Journey Smollett and that nice looking guy that now plays Alex Cross. But anyway, they were following that slave catcher woman on the show, and she had a man that was writing, you know, what was going, like writing down what was going on. And, you know, she snuck into his shit so she could read what he was writing. And he was writing a bunch of bullshit about how her hand was shaking and she was quivering. She was this, that. I was just cracking up because I said, that's how they do. Like they write it to their perspective. They're not going to write what you think they are writing. They're going to write how they see it and what's in their mind. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I feel like it's the same thing how history is being written. People write things to their perspective, especially to the extent of what they want the perspective or perception rather to be of people in certain groups. And you know, like you can't trust that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why I felt like even down to the DNA stuff, like I stay arguing with people about the DNA shit because I'm like, bro, y'all comparing finding crime scene DNA or crime DNA, y'all comparing that to ancestry testing kits as if that's the same thing. Or them being able to detect HIV as the same thing as a DNA test. That's just not the same. I don't understand how people conflate all of these ideas as just because they could find the answer to one thing that they could find the answer to another. No, that's not always the case. Like that's why we tell people finding a person who committed a crime that has nothing to do with an ancestry test kit that's telling you that you're from 18 different places in Africa. I don't understand how that's the same.
Doty, correct me
And
if
it's
I'm
the
wrong.
only thing as far as scientifically where they say, oh, you can put up two strands of DNA and compare it. Anything else is going to be, do you have the DNA or not? Do you share the
Yes,
DNA with this person? Do you
yes.
have the DNA showing you have HIV? Everything else is, what do you have? This one is, let's look at the DNA and see if it looks alike. What? That doesn't make any sense.
Send me the DNA sequences. What the hell? It's
It's
DNA.
it's crazy. That's why I keep telling this girl, like I said, that has nothing to do. You keep talking about how they found this little boy body using DNA. That has nothing to do with what the fuck I'm talking to
Totally
you
different.
about, girl. It can't tell you where you come from. That's what it can't do. It can't tell you your race. That's what it can't do.
But
It's
you know what I always ask them? You know what I ask them? Do you know what the DNA testing was even created for? Because they tell you it was specifically created for, like you said, forensics as well as paternity tests.
mm-hmm.
That's it. That's it. Not your ancestry. That's 2004, I believe, or 2005 with
Yeah, very deep.
23andMe. With 23andMe. Yeah, it all started with 23andMe. So that's brand new. And that's all created for what? To place people in other places. That's all it's created for. We have genealogy for a reason. We always went by that.
And that's for fun. That's
I
the
got a
surface
cool thing.
level. Oh, this is the little trinket we're giving you. We can tell where you at. The real reason is so they have your DNA on file. Because what is
That's
the
it.
Thank
where
you.
who is buying? Who was the first one buying all the data? It was these police officers and all this other
Yep.
stuff. Because now if the DNA is left on the scene, they're gonna compare that DNA to the DNA that's in
Forensic.
23andMe.
Forensic.
Exactly, and be like, is this criminal related to anybody that's taking the DNA test?
And it's going right back to forensics. That's
Exactly.
crazy.
Not the same, bro. I don't understand how this damn dummy. She just. That's why I was taking a
She
deep
doesn't
breath.
understand
I
it.
was like, this
She don't
girl is
understand it.
dummy. I
Yeah,
ain't gonna
nobody
say she's
understands it.
dummy. She just misinformed, and a lot of our people is about how stuff really work, and they don't do a lot of research on it, and then they want to act like you don't know what you talking about. Now I know what I'm talking about, boo. I'm telling you, it
They
ain't
argue you down. They'll argue you down, not knowing shit about what they talking about. It's like, hold on,
the
this is crazy.
ground, to the ground, Otto, to the
You like
ground.
these people are insane, but you be like, they're not insane. They're indoctrinated, and they really believe what they think. Like you really believe that. It's like you have not looked into nothing, and we can tell because we looked into it, and it don't read up to what you saying. It don't add up. The math ain't math.
See my screen real quick, Dosey. I'm sorry. I was supposed to be saving this shit for
Of
my
course,
channel,
of
but since
course.
I'm up on your shit, let's just go ahead and rock. So I found this guy talking about the DNA test. I thought it was very interesting.
So I noticed a few people who tweaked out about the new Ancestry DNA update, saying that they are now showing indigenous DNA for some, and they're basically basing it out of Mexico and areas like that, South America. And they're ignoring what people know to be true as their indigenous North American ancestry out of the East Coast or Southeast, pardon me. And I explained this about, I don't know, maybe like 2 years ago. And a lot of people just didn't, some people didn't catch it. Some people are newer to the community, but I feel like, hell, we might as well just go ahead and recover it, because even though they've had this update, they're still doing the same antics. So if you go to your Ancestry account and locate regions tested, it should bring you here, and you'll be able to find view all places tested. That'll bring you here. Africa and America are the very first two on their list. Africa, claiming to have 449 regions and communities. America, 406. Okay. Let's click on Africa. Once we click on Africa, you'll see the breakdown for their regions tested. We're going to need you to scroll all the way to the bottom to find the 430 communities that they added into that other number that they claimed. And that is going to be covering African Americans and African Caribbean communities. Once you click on that, it'll bring you here. It's going to name a whole bunch of areas that we all come from, and it's going to show you a map of the areas that they are specifically speaking about. These are your indigenous Americans from the Southeast. Yeah, it's under Africans. That's just where it's placed. And I can prove it. Because when you come to the Americas, this is what the map looks like. Now you see this big, full pink area? That's North America. And the people who should be in that big pink area, not this pink, because that's Bolivia and Peru. Not that one. There's another one. If you scroll down, it'll show you North America indigenous people. This one, Indigenous Americas North, with no regions tested. They can't test the regions because they're reclassified in the African category. If this was a legitimate situation, then why aren't the so-called 5 civilized tribes listed here? They can't be, because those people are traceable back to Asia, Russia, Mongolia. So, if you have an ancestry DNA test and you come up as X, Y, and Z percentage African, and it's based off of this, hold on, or rather any of these locations, you might as well be looking at the Reclassification Act of 1924, because this is what they're doing. All of those 430 regions tested for so-called African Americans out of the 449 regions tested for Africans are all outside of that 19, 430, 449, outside of that 19 regions that they actually tested in Africa. They're only talking about Americans, American Indians. That's it. Hopefully this helps people get y'all eyes back open. But yeah. Ancestry is just another ploy. Their intent is to keep you brainwashed and lied to. How can you not have any type of indigenous people for this region when you do have various sources and archaeological digs and historical backing that prove that people were there, but you have absolutely no one who actually is from that area according to your database, because you reclassified those people into communities for Africa. I don't know, bro. But like I said, hopefully this helped. And I know it's been a while since I did an actual real video, and not me just playing around. I've been busy, damn it. But I'm outside now. So I noticed a few people.
What's his name, Sharice?
That's it. Let me see. What is his name? Engine Mechanics. I think that's him.
Engine Mechanics. Okay. I'm gonna look him up. First off, I could tell, sir, keep going on. I can tell in your voice you're tired of saying the same thing.
I'm telling you.
Over and over and over. Keep strong, brother. It's cool. I've never seen anyone break that down. I didn't even know that's part of my ancestry, and now I'm like, wow, that
Yes.
I already knew that they were tying into Africa. That's something, they say in the white papers. But the fact that it's just right there for all to see that there is no testing in North America whatsoever. Dagger. All
Yes.
the people saying, where the North American in your DNA? Oh, they didn't test it.
Never tested it.
They didn't test it.
And they did. They reclassified you to African American and Afro Caribbean category. But
Yeah,
you all
that's
don't
like
look.
that map is all my ancestral regions. The one that they say is tested, my whole ancestral region. Damn.
Wow. And when he said reclassified, it makes sense because when someone gets reclassified into the system, it's going to change how your markers and things line up and who you match with. All that's going to change. And I found it very, very enlightening. Very, very enlightening. And I hope he keep going and keep doing this thing. He do sound tired, girl. He tired of this bullshit. I'm tired of it too.
No, I feel them. That's why I could feel it. That's how I feel. Just saying the same shit over and over and over again, and y'all like acting like y'all don't understand, like speaking another language when we saying, hey, it ain't saying what you're saying. It says, and they like, oh, you're so disingenuous. You changing it. You lying. It doesn't say that. Like it just gets tiring. God damn.
Yep. I said, ooh, that's a nice video. Because I had that stuff lined up. Now I was going to show it, but I'm like, shit, since we chilling, let me pull it up. I said, because I know Delsey probably got some of the best understanding of DNA there is. So, I don't know.
He broke it down perfectly.
Yeah, he did.
Because that's a fact. They don't test America. There's no actual American like DNA. It's all East Asian people, or they try to place us in Africa.
Yep.
This is why I was like, hold on, why y'all even going with this DNA shit? Because if we're gonna go with the DNA, y'all East Asian and we're African. You can't go by that. That means that absolutely nobody from America, and we know that that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
They're literally testing it like that on purpose. I'm trying to say, like how we said earlier, and we shown that earlier, they try to say Norse people were born here. Either they trying to say Norse were niggas, or they trying to place themselves here. One of the two. And the Norse, that's the Vikings, isn't it? Took 1,000 in the Norse. The first European people were born here 1,000 AD. I mean, that would be kind of what we were saying about the so-called Black Vikings, if that's what they're saying. But that would be the only thing that makes sense.
Hey, Nisha.
Hey y'all, everybody on the panel, how y'all doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good, Anisha. Good.
Good. You're good out there, right? It didn't snow or nothing, right?
Oh no, it's just gonna get a little chilly, but but it's not. It's gonna get probably down into like 40s, little 30s, but it ain't going over here.
Oh, you sound good right now.
I had my door open all last night, so.
Ooh, the way that went out there blowing now, I'm like, Lord Jesus. They talk about it feel like 16. If it feel like 16, it's 16.
I think I just wanted to speak on the little DNA. I like DNA stuff too. I can talk about that better than I can talk about the history. I've been needing a little bit of help on that, trying to piece everything together because I'm learning and I'm trying, but everything still don't be clicking to me. So I ask a lot of questions so I could have an understanding. But when it comes to the DNA, what I need to say is I don't want everybody just to throw out the wholeness of the DNA test. Now I get the part about what the clip that was just showed. I get that. That's fine. You can throw that away. That's fine. But when it comes down to up to your third cousin, that's when they could guarantee that that's who your family is. And that's the part right there I don't think that we should throw away. Because if you don't 100% know, like I hear a lot of people saying they got roadblocks, this, that, and the other, because maybe you going down the wrong line. Sometimes you need that little bit of just to make sure that your granddaddy or your great granddaddy is your great granddaddy for real. Because we don't know that. You know, it's we don't know that. So it's not. And 305 said there's too many holes in it because you're not looking at. I don't care about 35% Nigeria. That's not what I'm talking about. When you take the ancestry test, Dulcie know, when you actually take the test, it's different parts of it. So we could throw away the 35%, this, that, and the other, but when it comes down to your family, up to the third cousin, that's real. So you'll be able to verify that you are going down the right line.
I believe it does do that correctly.
Wait, yeah, it
They
does.
verify my daddy, so that's why people be like,
aunt,
"Mama, maybe, daddy, mama, baby, daddy, maybe." No, I ain't no maybe. That's mine right there.
what Nisha said is a fact though about it connected you with family. Like for instance, say if you got a cousin that ends up taking the test, and like she said, they're second cousins, and it's a long lost cousin, and she end up taking the test, or he ends up taking the test, they will connect them. We found my cousin like that. My aunt ended up having a daughter when she was 12 years old, and she had to give her up. Basically, my cousin Chris, he ended up doing the ancestry test, and so did my cousin Sheena, her daughter, and that's how we found her. We literally found her like a year and a half ago.
Right. So that part is all I'm saying is don't throw out the whole thing. I'm 100% with you on the 38% this and 72% that. I get that part. Throw that away. But the other part is, especially if you are really starting out and really, and you're not like 100% sure of, something that done went on in your family, that is a good way to confirm things. And also on mine, they do testing. They tested some. I don't know how many, but I do have North American indigenous on my percentages. So they do, yeah, they do. But
yeah, I was looking at my ancestry now. Looks like they updated it, but I can see still. I can show because they don't show it as they were showing it on his. So they updated it. I think they added some regions, most likely. But it does when you scroll down. Let me show. Sorry. See here again. So when you scroll down, it starts breaking it down based on. So you see Afro-Caribbean people in Nicaragua, southwestern Quebec are French settlers. So I'm thinking those are going to be with the French. Tennessee settlers. I don't even know what they're putting them as. Does it show?
I haven't even looked at mine. Okay.
So you'll go and say, the settlers of the different counties. So here, when you get into the America being called Africa, sorry, my cursor being silly. Okay, so it says African Americans, Portuguese Islanders. Shout out to Lucky. He'll probably come up in that group if he has the DNA test.
He's still mad about losing that debate. Lucky better stop being mad about that.
He said I was boring, girl. Right, well, this one, West Tennessee African Americans. I never what? So you go here, and then it goes into these. So looks Jackson, Tennessee. Looks like they're making you African. Fayetteville County, Carroll and Gibson County. So they're breaking it up down by counties.
They think they trying to
and then they're putting it with Africa.
They slick.
They must be hiring some new people.
Yeah. They got more people doing that damn test. They need to stop. See, this is why I say that. That's why I don't like the test, because this type of stuff, they're like, okay, we're gonna have these people over here in this region. We're gonna have them in this region. Yeah, these is all Africans over here. I was like,
I
no,
get
man,
that.
they're not.
I get that, and I agree. I agree with that. That's all wrong. I agree with that. But just for
Doing
people
us
just
wrong.
starting out doing your genealogy, if you just really starting out and you really don't know where to go, like you might not even talk to your family, and you just want to know, that'll give you up to the third cousin. That'll give you a route to go down. And that's all I'm saying. That other stuff, yeah, you
You
can
want to
throw
run
that
a
in the
family
trash.
lineage trail.
Facts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, because if you don't know your family at all, like you just said, like with my cousin, she had to take that test. That's the only way it linked her to my cousin Chris. Even if, because a lot of people say, and I believe that this to be true too, they got a lot of our records. So they got the hospital records. They have the genealogy. So they can link them that way too, as well as linking them with the DNA. So it could be both. But the only way we knew was by her taking that test. So you right with that.
I just never understood why niggas didn't have DNA that match Africans, match any of these Africans. But yet you can find
Yeah,
all these percentages over there, Africa
Right.
got one
it's
authentic person or cousin or whoever.
Right.
no
Somebody would be tied to somebody. Somebody was a
Knack.
sister, cousin to somebody who got stolen.
Right.
Knack
Wouldn't
said
that
he
make
has cousins
sense?
over there. Knack said he has cousins over there
Did he
he
ever
got
show
links
it?
to. No. And
I
what's
That's
crazy
fine,
is
bro.
hey,
he didn't
no,
show
it
one
was
as far as
hey,
it. He
no,
says that they don't come up because they put on there not to show them. They
exactly.
put it like a
Exactly.
private account,
Thank you, Dose.
but
But
he has
you
one
wouldn't
That's a
person.
know.
lie.
Even
That's a
if it's
lie.
private, you can see a first and last
He's
name.
lying.
Yeah, and it was.
No,
It said that they were out there, but the thing is, it's not showing him how he's related to him. It just
but
is like out there,
you
and I think it might have even been Liberian or something, something in that area.
exactly, and
I don't even
that
know
right
who
there
it
would make
was.
sense. That
No.
would make sense. But Dulcie, you've shown yours, and I've seen a bunch of other people show theirs, and nobody has ever found a family member in Africa except him. People
I
on
had
YouTube showing it. People on YouTube showing their ancestry. Black people, so-called black people, and none of them found any family from over there. But they find family like in other places, like Canada, here, different places, even sometimes in Europe, but never in Africa.
Hey,
right.
leave
That's
that
weird.
stacker, Mac. He probably found some of his North African cousins out there from your man or wherever they all say he from.
Oh yeah, because he's mixed.
Exactly,
Oh,
because
let me not. Let
I
me not.
was when you were saying the whole white people thing and people was trying to come against you. That's why I was showing you. Remember when I was like, I'm thinking, when we find the white people, we gonna be able to see, what people are coming from over here. Well, I'm seeing when I'm looking in their tree, they have a grandparent from over here.
Yeah.
So they're tied to us most likely because of people over here, not because of people over there.
Come
Hmm.
on now. That's diabolical, young. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I have seen Nak show some of his indigenous family members or whatever, but I'm like, you don't believe that you were an Indian, but somehow you're not an Indian because your great grandfather was one, but you're not one because he was. I don't understand how people say that kind of shit. Even if it's your 3 times great grandfather, if he's an Indian, what did he pass down to everyone else? He didn't pass down being Indian to them. I don't understand any of that rhetoric or those talking points.
He wants to be African.
No, it resorted back to
I
African.
think he lying. I think
He
these
might be
niggas
lying
He
sit
is.
about some
around.
Well,
shit.
They've been sitting around these panels and watching different people post their genealogy up, and then what they go do is try to do genealogy on that person, and when they come around different people, they just use people's genealogy. I don't think they done show any of their genealogy. None of them.
they haven't. They
Yeah, I
haven't.
do some
That's
shit.
exactly what they do with Wild Savage just said. That's why they ask you. They be like, bro, show your genealogy, bro. Show your genealogy. It's like, bro, why you want to see my genealogy so bad? Some people's genealogy, it really is private. They don't want to show everybody their information, their family stuff, because you could do all types of stuff with it.
Yes, you can. Like how
And
they Boxer OTK poor thing, doing that to my brother.
Yeah, that shit weird. Doxing and stuff. You doxing with people's genealogy. That's weird. Making up information, making family trees that he didn't make. That's weird.
Knowing you made the tree up.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
don't know if they're related. I was saying that when Nisha, when you said that in the chat about, sometimes you got to be careful because that might not be your granddad. And I was saying,
Yep.
I found where grandma be doing the same thing for me because now I have this man that married 3 different women and I got to figure out
Yes.
who the one who actually
If they married
my great
my other cousins, girl, what's the best?
So it's like at the end of the day, even if you found an African, which I highly doubt in the pygmy line that you found an Akan. Well, first off, no, I don't highly doubt it. I know for damn sure you didn't find an Akan because
They found a
Akan didn't
research
exist.
paper, fine ass
Exactly, Akan didn't exist till the 1900s, so you didn't find
They
no
don't even know where they from. The con don't even know
exactly.
where they from. They tell you we think we came from here. What you mean you think you came from here? I thought y'all was Ghanaian. They like, no, we think we. That's literally what they said on YouTube. That they came from Egypt. They come from the Egyptian people. They connect themselves with Egypt and come from Egyptians. So it's like, bro, the Khan didn't, like you just said, it didn't exist. That's a whole new name that they created in like the 1900s to go by something that it is ancient, but it's not from there. So them trying to put you over there, those people ain't even from there. And then, like, how are they even testing the DNA? Are they testing to regions? It's like, is it actually to a region? Like, you're not testing it to people, you're testing it to a region, like Ghana and Nigeria. And how is this possible?
It's not. It doesn't make sense.
They take the soil and they say, okay, we're going to take this soil and we're going to test it with their DNA. Is that what you...
Nah, lucky we was promoting it. You stop getting mad about that debate.
I did promote it, and what you call exposing me, or me trying to expose you, what I said was I exposed Syko, because Syko was back in September of last year, or before September of last year, trying to get me to join the debate league, and I'm hearing he made you jump through hoops and put in 2 applications, and you still got to go on the 29th, and they got to vote you in. Hell no, Syko. Add Lucky to the debate league. He shouldn't have to do all this. You are just gonna get me on GP.
Not 2 applications, and that's what the interrogation is about.
Yeah, the interrogation is so they vote him into it. Not even that he's a part of it. They gotta vote him in.
That's
Like,
diabolical. They don't let that boy go on there and debate and leave it alone.
Exactly.
It's too much politics for me.
I like they making this man do more than a franchise.
Bro,
I looked into
yeah,
a
he's supposed to
franchise
be an
before.
African like y'all. Psycho African like him. He a Pan African. Like they both Pan Africans. Yeah, like come on, bro. That's insane. He don't like you, Lucky.
Qualified, baby.
It gotta be that. Why he make you go through all that, Lucky? That's crazy.
It says one application and every potential debater has to get voted in by debaters. That wasn't the process that he was having me go through, Lucky. So I'm just letting you know that no, I didn't have anybody voting me in, nothing. They were just like, come in and join the debate league. So yeah, I don't know who's over there, but they don't compare to Lucky. Bring him into the debate league. Yes, application to join a debate league is diabolical. Like what?
What?
Like you got
both be in a debate with you niggas. I'll debate with you niggas right now. Type. That's the attitude that need to be had. Like what?
Yeah, that's right. That's what you better come in on the 29th being like, Lucky. I'll debate all of you right here, right now. One at a time.
What kind of questions on that application? I'm curious.
I know, Lucky. What you tell us was on the application? Because what in the world? You said you would have went through the procedure. You would have got interrogated too. You just trolling.
No. He was gonna do the interview interrogation or whatever, but that wasn't me joining the debate league. All I had to do was say yes to join. I didn't have to put in that application, nothing.
Not the interrogation. It's diabolical. What they want to see if you a Pan African or I mean, I guess we would have to wait and see.
Yeah, I guess it's like if you can handle it or take it or whatever, all this other stuff. It's just because they knew me, Lucky. People want me to be in their debate leagues because they know me. They know I've already been debating all the little people. So so that's why. But either way, I think they wrong. Your interrogation shouldn't be if people voting you in. Your interrogation should be an introduction of you being in the debate league. So shout out.
Yeah, I agree. That's crazy work. Like, I mean, I think Lucky, whether I agree with him or not, he put in his little work, you know. Shoot, so I don't think it should be that hard.
To me, he's top up there. I know everybody be saying NAC is up there, but to me, he's the top one they got over there in that little. He says they're not a crew, but just of
They
the
know they're a
people.
crew.
Yeah.
ATLC, Lucky, Knack, and I don't know. Sometimes they Destiny Child, and then they kick members out. But sometimes
Son.
outside. And
Yeah, he's a part of that. YK is
That's just
Southside
a
a part
little
of that.
dog.
He's a troll. Yeah, he's a troll.
Now they
That
switched
nigga's
the
a troll.
members up. You know,
Because I swear, all he
He a
come in,
useless troll.
chops on mic drop a source, but all he come in is barking, and then it's like someone else about to pop up. I'm like, okay,
Lord
look at
knows.
them.
I'm
Look at
telling
them
you, Fish
sticking
by
the dog.
Sunday, he'll be in 2 seconds. You'll be like, damn.
Yeah, NPC.
See, I don't know if they're paying anymore. When he invited me last year, that it was like for a $500 prize or something for the debate league. So I don't know if they have it anymore. But that's what Titans is doing 500 or anything, and I just rather go to Titans than Syko just because it's the same setup, but it's just Pan African. So it's no different than Aboriginal Powers Debate League, except it's Pan African. And I'm sorry, I can look at the whole outlines of it, and I see way more people follow back just on a plethora of different mindsets of people is what I mean. Like, so when we debating different things, like how I'm debating Aton on the 31st, it's not a clear shot. Like everybody believes that we participated in the United States government. Some people think it's foreign. Some people think it's all a lie. Some people think it's made up. So there's enough different people that it's like, okay, it's going to be who's the most convincing during the debate. I don't see it as popularity as far as that. I know me going to Psychos was just so they could be like they beat up Top Cats by proxy through me. That's all any of these Pan African channels want. They want to be like, I can say we beat up Top Cats information because Dulcinea came over there and she lost. Like, nah, I'm good on that.
Okay, you stand on your own square. I love that.
And they be trying to get schooled because they really don't know how we come up with getting this information or where we particularly going. So they really want to go and get that information and really try to get it took down. That's their whole plan.
Savage. Hey, yesterday I thought I saw you slide off the road or something. You okay?
Man, heck yeah, man, I slid straight off the road.
Okay, I thought so. I was like, damn, anybody gonna ask him, is he all right? they just carrying on.
Look, I threw the phone down anyway. I threw the phone. I'm like, man, ain't this a bitch? I'm a minute from the damn house.
Because I said, damn, I said the screen just went black. I was like, whoa. I said, I hope he all right. Accidents, man. That's the most annoying part of having a car. You don't want one of those. So I'm glad you are all right. That's good to know. It sounds like you still out there. Where you at? You say you in Tennessee? Did it snow there?
That nigga
Man,
don't
it
care.
ice,
Like,
man. It
I'm
was
all
on
right.
ice. We got literally ice on the roads.
Okay. Y'all got ice. True.
Yeah.
Yeah, be
Yeah, and I'm
careful.
still back out
I'm
here,
glad you're
bumping,
all right
gone,
though.
and everything. I'm out here looking like a smoker right now.
I'm glad you're all right.
Me too.
Yes.
I was like, damn, they just carrying on.
Yeah, that
And
was
your
weird
car's
though on
okay,
Smoke's
right?
channel. I ain't gonna lie, that shit had me like, what the hell is going on, bro? Why y'all not gonna ask
No,
him
when
if
he
he
came
okay?
back, he started talking because it was like the delay. So I popped up on the
Yeah.
channel. So as soon as he said something again,
I was
all
like,
are you okay?
you said something. You said something. I'm like, wait,
Oh,
is
Yeah,
somebody not
okay.
gonna ask him? I'm only dosy, bro. I'm like, hold on, somebody need to ask him. Like, come on, bro. Somebody need to ask me, is he okay?
Yeah. Cause
Because y'all,
I
I think they didn't notice though. I think they didn't notice. They didn't notice it. They was paying attention to a bunch of other stuff.
they were saying like, hold up, I thought I saw. I was like, did I see his break? I'm like, did he slap off the road? What the fuck? So I'm glad he alright too, yeah, because I was
Yeah, we
concerned.
had seen some because the ice and down here was diabolical. Like it
Oh,
That
still
mean
is
you could
now.
drive
for
though.
the,
That mean you could
I was
drive
tripping
though.
off my partner because he was like, you still,
uh-uh. Shoot, they still out there trying to drive now. They
you know,
they
you
been
used to
telling
get
kids, they
love.
been telling niggas in DC not to drive, and they've been out here driving. Just crazy. Like, just wait. Like, what the fuck? They canceled school and everything for a reason, and
Man,
they
it's too
still
much
won't go
fun
out
out
there.
here. Too much
Shoot,
fun outside to be waiting.
man, y'all go out there, throw some
True.
snowballs. Stop trying to drive. God damn. I want everybody to be safe. Some of the buses got stuck. That say asked the question too, Dusty. She said, "Do you really think Aton gonna pull up?" That's a good question. Aton
Mm-hmm.
been talking a lot of shit. I hope
I
he
don't know. I
do.
feel like he been talking so much shit. He definitely gonna pull up or anything. I think he lying last. I don't know if you heard him last night. He like, this gonna be my last time in the community because
Yeah.
y'all
He
treating
said
me
that
as
again.
little doggy. Like, come on,
He
Aton.
know he
Don't
gonna lose.
No, he gonna be
not
right back on
don't
Smoke
turn
Criminal
me
tonight.
against
He better
Diddy.
stop.
Yeah, I
That's
went to
like,
sleep
man, you feeling
shortly after that.
defeated. He feeling defeated. Like he said, this gonna my last time coming around. Like, bro, what the heck?
But
You
he said
debating,
that the
bro. If you
other night
lose, you
y'all was
lose. If
going
you
back
win, you
and
win.
forth. But hey, Otto, he said that the other night they was going back and forth. He was like,
Oh,
I'm not
maybe
going
he
to
is just getting
OTK was
tired.
going at it. He told me I ain't coming back up here no more. And I was
He
up here
probably just
sitting
getting
back on the
tired.
panel. I just laughed. Like that way y'all when they get to drinking and
No,
stuff,
it's
they
because they
quote.
be beefing with OTK. Lord
Yeah.
Yeah.
mercy, they be beefing with
I didn't
OTK.
even
But
know
I guess
OT
it just I know OTK be abrupt and stuff like that. He kind of like Savage because they be beefing with Savage too. And it's about delivery with these niggas. These niggas don't no candy coated at all.
I was surprised to hear OTK and Big Dog going back and forth like that. I was like, what the fuck they beefing? I was like, damn, all
Yeah,
these you a
just be
bitch,
on
you
some
this.
information because
Big dog been going back.
you know how OTK. I don't say something I don't know. If I say it, I know it. And that just turns it off. Like I
Boy,
like,
the way
oh
they
Lord.
was going off. Woo. I said, child, this gotta stop. I thought the women had they swear we the ones always arguing. I said the women got the most decorum. Cause even if we
No,
do go back and forth with each other, it only hey, it is what it is. We going back and forth that one time, and that's the end. At least for me, it's the end. I ain't argue. Hey, we argued that one time. I ain't gonna argue with you again. I'm moving on.
right, because a lot of this is just like I understand it's entertainment and all this other stuff. I think True Zone be going far, but I understand he's a personality, so I don't be taking his trolling at all to heart. Like he be trolling
He
and
came up
all
there
this other-
trolling.
he be trolling. But like I think that's the thing with Super too. Super be trolling
Nah,
and
Supers
Yes,
is
that's
horrible.
the troll.
Nah,
yeah, and
Supers
then
is horrible. Super just is 24/7, and he weird with his trolling too. He be on some super weird stuff. True Zone at least don't be weird with his. Like Super, it's very not even questionable. Super, that's LGBTQ type jokes and stuff he be having. I can't joke like that. I
But
just
you
can't
gonna
joke
get you
like
a
that.
laugh though. You gonna get you a laugh, I swear.
yeah, you
You
are.
never get
Sometimes
no.
it's
I
good.
do like serious him,
He
but
cuts
I mean,
in
people be trolling, and
24/7.
then he just came with the Trump, like the prison talk trolling. I'm not for the prison talk trolling either. Like how Sachi got caught up. I don't even know if y'all
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, so I'm not, but I mean, I get it. It's not meant to be gay. It's meant to be like, I'll take your manhood from you. But it sounds
Now that's
crazy
gay.
when you said, I'll stick a finger in your ass or something. That sounds
That's
crazy.
gay. That's all
Who
gay.
said they was
Like
sticking fingers to my hey, it's somebody butt?
Super say all types of stuff like that. Super say all types of stuff like that. You didn't know
Ooh.
that? You didn't know that, Sharice?
I mean, I know Super is the ultimate troll of trolls.
No, that ain't trolling, man.
I have never I can't say that I've heard him say he'll stick his
For
fingers
instance,
to my
True Zone is a troll. I ain't never heard him say nothing like that
No, that
ever
was
in my
Sachi
life.
who said that. Sachi
Oh,
said
oh,
Yeah, Sachi is
Oh,
that's different.
oh,
You gonna have to speak
oh.
to
But
that.
he was like saying it like in jailhouse way as far as that.
No,
And then he
you
was
don't do that, sir.
he said,
You don't do that.
I'll stick
You don't
pots
do
and
that
pans
even in
up your
jail,
ass.
bro.
Sachi
Oh,
said
pots
that
and
shit
pans.
is
Like a
diabolical.
broomstick or something. Like I guess they be saying that shit in prison. I
Yeah,
don't
I
know. That I
think what
couldn't
it
do
used
no
to be
shit. That
is
shit I
that
don't know.
our elders used to say, "I'll stick a foot up your ass," and then
Yeah,
like,
you stick a foot up your. But
yeah,
that's
and
a
now
saying.
foot has changed to all kinds of shit. We need to go back to foot. People
And
understand
when our
what I'm
ancestors was saying that, do you know what they mean by that? Basically, I'm really gonna beat you up. It's not really I'm gonna really stick my foot in your ass. Like, nah, they ain't with that. They wasn't with that.
Well, my grandma stuck a broom, but like in someone's, but you know, she talking shit. But other than that, like, yeah, they mean it like in a disrespectful manner, not in a gay manner. But that was a complaint I heard before, like really coming to Smoke's channel about Smoke. And I think Bap alluded to it too, that Smoke used to say diabolical shit.
Yeah, he said
And
he'll do all
I
types
heard
of. I'm
about
like,
that prior
dog,
to going to Smoke's channel.
the prison. That's
I
the
get
prison
it.
talk.
People that had prison, yes, people had prison and prison talk. That is a dig because it is being like,
Keep
I'll
that
make
shit in
you
prison.
less than a man. But for us outside of prison, like
Yeah,
we
we ain't
don't.
in prison.
No,
Yeah,
nothing.
We ain't on no Fleece Johnson.
it
This ain't
sounds
Fleece.
crazy.
We not on no Fleece Johnson stuff. We know Fleece. That sound like Fleece Johnson. He the one to be.
My father said if you went to prison, it's a high chance your ass got taken. So my father said
I could go for that. That's why I could never mess with a man that did 5 years or better.
yeah, that's my father said. He said if you go to prison, yeah, 9
Why?
times out
Because
of
you
10.
just think either way, they either the top or bottom by that
Wait, but
point.
Damn right.
Yeah.
some of those dudes be messing with the female corrections officers. Like they
They
is
probably do
legitimately
both.
do. They
Yeah,
legitimately do
In Beaumont,
only
the
that.
niggas got the female,
Well,
so
there
they
ain't that
be
many
Yeah.
female
messing with
corrections
females.
Oh
officers.
yeah, some people get conjugal visits too. They get conjugal visits, and they can have that.
Well,
You
I
know,
mean, in Beaumont, they got the officers. So I know, like, I've known of an officer that got pregnant in Beaumont by one of them and then had to get
yeah,
transferred. And like, they actually got the women, but with the women one, yeah, the people are always bringing, the women are bringing stuff in and all this other stuff, sleeping around. So I guess to what prison it is matters.
you gotta realize some men they gonna end up getting in there, but you still got restraint and you still not with that. So you're not gonna allow nobody to do that to you, and you're not gonna do it to no man
You
because
gonna
you
try
know
not
that is
to allow it,
homosexual.
Otto.
No, you're not
But
gonna
in
allow it.
What
That's
Sachi
a
was
different
saying, it
world in
was
prison.
definitely prison
Yeah,
dynamics and not on some, oh, like
I
raping
seen
someone,
lockdown.
but on some people put stuff up their butt
Yeah.
to get it to the next person. And what they did was they would
Ugh.
rob the next person by taking it out their butt before they got to the person. So then that person gets in trouble with the person, if
that's
that makes sense, and not you because they don't know that you stole it. They got it taken out their butt. But this, I don't know.
oh,
These are crazy dynamics. I've
it's
never.
crazy.
Bless your
And this
heart
is stuff
if
all
you
I
gotta
know. I
go
know
through
about
that.
all of this you talk
No man.
about, but I'm just like, it's just insane that people got to go through this. I
Yeah,
feel
that's
bad.
insane.
Woo,
It
I
was.
feel bad
came
for my
on.
people. Free my people.
Can you hear us, Lucky? I don't know if he hears us.
He on mute.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I ain't got my Ethernet cord plugged up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
I
you.
might.
It looks like you might be a little delayed though.
I know they ain't got the call.
Yeah, I probably got to plug up my Ethernet cord.
Oh, gotta love the children.
Yes.
So
His
is
son sounded so cute in the background. I'll say that. Let your son debate. He win. He beat me up.
But see, when
You
he banging on shit, I love when they bang on shit. I miss
So
my
is Aton premise that he that no Indians participated? Is that his premise?
Yeah, that this is a completely foreign government, so no indigenous participating into it.
So would you call the Pocahontas story and how that all went down? Would you call that participation?
I wouldn't say that particularly is participation by the Indians because I think those are foreigners that tried to latch on to that story so they could prove or be like, oh, we're the
They're
indigenous, and
tied
that
to
kind
it.
of
Yeah.
started down the route of the $5 Indians. But I would say, which is what I've been saying, I don't think your classification, when I'm talking about American Indians, I'm talking about your bloodline being from America, not necessarily your status being American Indian. So when I say American Indians participated, they could be white status, they could be black status, but that's different participating.
I was curious because he claimed to have them in his lineage. So I was wondering if he was going to take
Oh,
that.
I ain't heard that. What? Aton is Pocahontas? Is a descendant of Pocahontas?
That's what he said. You don't remember? You want me to send you the clip?
Oh, yes, send me that clip.
It was
Yes,
on.
I forgot. You
clip that is
Wasn't
crazy.
it that
No,
night?
That
One of
should
them
be
nights
crazy.
he was
I
on?
know
it was
that's
on.
right, Nisha.
It was on one of our shows.
Nisha said, "Shit, clip that."
Yeah, see,
I believe that with
sometimes I
Aton.
probably tuned out. I just remember that one time Jim and I beat him up because she was telling him, "Oh, you do so much good. You should go get a grant." No, it was you that beat him up.
Yeah.
So he like go get a grant and all this other stuff. He's just talking against. I don't do nothing with the government. Fuck the government. Then you were like, "Let me see your website."
I've been getting beat up by the ladies, Lord Jesus.
No, Nisha was like, "You have a grant writer." I was like, what?
Wow.
That to his defense, he don't know what that woman is doing. That woman just coming and bringing in money, and that's how it's supposed to be. You ain't gotta worry about what she do. Just know she doing her job.
But then you working
No,
with the government though,
that's how they
through
got
her.
Desi Banks. Desi Banks talking about he don't know why they got his name tied to them.
Is that your baby, Lucky?
Yeah, he started making this
Oh,
random stuff. I don't know what he doing.
leave him alone. I don't like when you be messing with him. Let him be.
No, he about to get a whooping.
No, he not
What the
either.
hell?
I whoop him. He ain't do nothing.
Lucky he being exposed.
Leave that
That's what
baby
kids
alone.
do.
That's what kids do.
Let that boy
You
thrive.
know what daddies do? We drop them on their neck.
Oh
No, we don't, nigga.
no.
You
Abuse.
actually supposed to be. You really actually supposed to be a little bit more relaxed. Mama's supposed to be tripping in. She give you the orders. Then that's when you got to do something. But for the most part, you kind of supposed to, you let them do what they do.
Don't make his little noise and stuff. He ain't doing nothing.
Now I even let
No,
my
I be
son be
fighting
a
with
little
my
bit
husband about that
rambunctious.
too. I can't even lie. It's about them. They just have to. They're the harsh ones and
It
stuff
be the
like that.
women doing it
They're
most.
too hard.
You gotta break his neck every now and then, baby.
What the fuck?
Otherwise they just gonna be
He's
jumping
still a
on
Because my
shit.
daughter
baby.
9 now,
He's
you
still
know,
a
I
he
said
just
baby.
break
she's
it.
small. Shoot. They grow up so fast. You gonna miss them when they like that though. You is.
Yeah, that's the type of shit my dad used to say, run him into the wall. Like, what you talking about? You gonna run us into the wall? Talking about me and my brothers. You're not running us into no wall.
Yeah, some adults don't like all that motherfucking noise. Be quiet. sit your ass down.
Yeah, it
Like,
just be
damn,
random noises. That's
like
what I be like.
5.
I be like, damn, I know he having a good time, but damn, son, can you be quiet for 2 seconds, bro? Like,
The boys got the most energy. Little girls are
Cause
the
they
best.
voices too. They just now hearing their voices too. Like get in tune to it.
No, that's a fact. And then mine be stemming on top of that, because he's autistic. So he be all over the place. I don't know what is happening. Are you wrestling back there?
Shit,
What
my
is
little
going
nephew don't
on?
play. And he 5. And he
put
autistic
him in
too.
a headlock. Put his ass
That
in the
little
headlock
boy.
after that, sat down.
Like,
Your nephew? You said your nephew's autistic too?
yes, he is. But he's a bright little boy. He's so sweet. It's just that's the first time we've ever had to deal with that in the family. So it's definitely different for all of us, and including my brother. So, we love him down though. He's a good child. He be
Yeah, they
begging
are
on
sweet. They're very loving, but it's like
love it for
you gotta
sure.
feel it. That's what
Mhm.
his teachers would say. Like, I feel sorry for his girlfriend in the future because his love hurts. But yeah, he like be squeezing the hell out of you.
Yes.
Like, I just want a normal hug.
My nephew go off because he be wanting to go outside. I know I came in there and gave him a hug. He saw me. He came out the room and gave my damn it went and found my daughter. I said, damn, I guess he could tell the twins apart. He know which one got the daughter. Because he definitely went out there to find my daughter and started playing with her. Because
Yeah,
she
he like move out the way.
he saw me and said, move. I was like, damn, all right. But
So your sister got one child also?
Nah, this is my brother's child. My daughter don't got no kids. My sister, not my daughter. My sister don't got no kids. Nope.
Yeah, but he can tell. He
can just tell. We twins, but he can tell. He can tell. Like he knows which one has the daughter. So I thought that was funny. I was like, how the fuck you even know that? So, but I don't know. I guess sometimes
Yeah, they be knowing. I feel like they got ESP or something because I swear he be knowing other like special needs or autistic people. He just be knowing and he be vibing with them and stuff like that. So I was like, how'd you even know? But also he like famous. He non-verbal, but like we'll go to the store or something and we'll just hear a little kid be like, "That's JJ." Like, who is that? And then they like, Mom, he be on the bus. Oh, okay, I see. Cause yeah, he be tearing up that bus.
I bet he do. That kids don't be playing. But they, like I said, they very, very good. Very, very good. I was like, he's a sweet little boy. I was just, yeah. I mean, at first, his mom and stuff was very upset about it. But I said, no, you just gonna do the best you can and be the best mother you can. And that's all you can do. Like some things are out of your control.
Yeah, exactly. And I know how it feels because I mean, like, it's one of those things you don't know. And I went through that stage of just being like, is it something wrong with me or
Yeah.
anything like that? So I think it's just normal you go through that stage.
Yep. And that's how it be. But then, you see them grow up and you be like, wow, just amazing. Just amazing. And I don't know, he came so far, was able to do the little graduation and all that. We was all happy and all very proud. Shoot, he loved the Lion King. We couldn't put on that real version. We had to keep that cartoon version on. Shit, he knew what time it was. Shit. So, yep.
Yeah, and that's one thing. I think it just depends on who. But in this time, like they say that 6, 7, 8, they're supposed to regress. But he's doing a lot of progression. So I'm like, that's good. They say like before he didn't want to sit down or do anything. If they like say they had like some kind of arts and crafts that they were doing, he flipped the table, girl.
Okay.
But now he sits down and he does it. So I'm like, oh, that's good.
At least he don't flip the table no more.
Yeah, he like, I don't want to do this. No.
Yeah, because my nephew had a hard time too. He used to get upset. I wouldn't let him go out that door. Like, look, you can't go out the door, man. Like, I was like, look, you go over here and sit down and we'll figure something else out, but you're not going outside that door. But it
And that's
ain't
another thing we had to figure out because we had to put all kinds of locks on the door and different ones. He can reach them all now, but now we have a different lock that has a key that takes away because that whole little first toddler little doorknob thing, he figured that out right away.
They figure that shit out fast. And they'll go outside and they'll do all kinds of stuff. You be like, hold the hell up. And that's why I
I
said you
saw
gotta
this
watch.
one autistic boy. They went and they saved him on the roof because they left a ladder outside of the house and he done climbed up the ladder on the roof. So the police went up there and was like, come, come. I was like, oh Lord. I was like, that's scared. That stuff like that be scaring me. I'm like, make sure ain't no ladders or nothing.
That
Because
is
he the type
scary.
that they want to
Nah,
explore.
climbing
And
up a
they
ladder, that's crazy. My
That is
son done ran
that's
out the glass door. I done had to go chase him in the backyard, but he ain't never ran out the front door.
yeah, make sure he don't.
Yeah.
Because
Nah,
they
he done went
will.
in the backyard though, cause he done been trying to go outside before I told him we could go out there. He just took off running and slid the glass door open. But
Little boys
that's
on a
about
whole
it.
nother level. I'm
Then you
telling you.
can't even whoop him
yeah,
because he's
because they
smart.
be
He
in the
laughing.
back. He be in the back watching you like a hawk. So they be watching like
They watching
what
what you
did
do.
dad do
Yes.
now? Then as soon as he like, oh, okay, that's what he did bet.
Yep. But that shit is locked in their memory and they about to go do that shit. Because my little cousin did that shit. My aunt lived on one part of the apartment complex and his grandfather lived on the other part. And this little ninja opened up her door while everybody sleep, walked out there, walked down the street, and not even that far down the street, just to the next complex, to the next apartment down there where he lived. That they lived at the time, like I said, in the same one. And he was knocking on the door. They said, "Oh, we whooped his ass." I said, "I bet y'all did."
Damn, he
My
wasn't
folks
even
still
expecting that. He thought they were gonna be like,
they
like you
ass.
ass whooping right in the there.
I felt bad for Jamari little ass, man. I did. I said, "Oh man," I said, "Don't be whooping that boy." They said, "No, he gonna open up the door and leave out." Hell no. Should, but they, they say because anything could have happened to him, and they
AJ.
right. But whew, I say y'all gotta teach him. You gotta teach him what's wrong. You gotta teach him what he did wasn't right. I understand the ass whooping, but shoot, sometimes I get an ass whooping, I still go and do that shit. Not give a fuck. Let me tell you something.
No, they different too on the I guess his strength or anything. JB
Mhm.
blames me and says it's
Oh
because
yeah, they
I
are.
moved him or something. But like literally whooping him is a game to
Yeah,
him.
don't whip
'Cause
that boy. He don't for that shit.
no, he'll go get the belt. Toss me the belt. And then go run off to do whatever he was going to do. Like,
I'm telling you, my little that finger bump his head, anything. Go right back to doing what I said. I know that shit had to hurt. Hell no.
exactly. The
Hell
only
yeah.
thing that stops them if they scared. So one time he was like jumping on the couch to the spinning little computer chair, and
Oh
he had
nah.
flipped over the chair onto the ground. I could tell that scared the hell out of him, but he had braced himself so it didn't hurt. But that got him together real quick. Like, oh,
Yeah, don't do that shit no
your
more.
life flashed before your eyes, didn't it?
Lucky. Hey, Lucky. Oh, wait. Oh, he's still up there. Lucky, you gotta tell us about your interrogation. I don't mean to laugh, but you gotta tell us about your
Peace
interrogation.
one, peace excel.
You ain't finna come
Yeah,
through.
who are you trying to debate?
Man, I'm trying to debate everybody. I'm trying to leave with the debate champ belt. What you mean?
So you
So you
gotta take that from Taz, right?
Yeah, but the way that they work, so I've been watching to understand the structure of the thing. You gotta have 5 debates before you can make the playoffs. And the only way you can challenge the champ, you gotta make the playoffs. So I'm gonna have to take 5 today.
so what? No, most. Well, I ain't gonna say all of y'all share the same ideology, but is it things that they say that you don't agree with that you would debate on, or I mean, how would that work?
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff over there. So I know y'all fashion everybody who believes in African descent or Pan African, but it's really more of an umbrella of pro black. So it's a lot of different
I see.
ideologies under the pro black. You know what I mean? So some niggas is pro separation, some niggas is pro integration. You know, some niggas capitalist, some niggas socialist. You know, there's plenty of stuff to talk about.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm not really familiar with Psycho Wall like that. I see his stuff pop up, but I don't know him, so I never, found any interest to click on it. But now I just might have to kind of see
Yeah,
what's going on over there.
he do his thing. He be having some topic. I like, he be doing the manosphere shit. He be attacking them niggas who be anti-black woman.
Man,
You
it's
know,
a
he
bunch
he,
of
he be
Okay.
mixing it up.
all black
That nigga
dummies.
content. But
Well, I said,
Syko probably. Man, listen, brother, you need to focus up, brother.
Niggas just
You got? Are you in a neck brace right now? Are you okay?
I can't. A neck brace is crazy.
All right,
What
so
it look like?
I'm just
In the
glad.
car driving.
He's still driving.
Shit.
What it look like?
It's gonna take a lot to get my nigga Savage out that car.
That nigga car indestructible, nigga.
I'm here for it. Shit. One way or another.
You gotta give it a name like the Batmobile or something.
He probably got a Toyota.
Yeah.
They say
Gadget mobile.
they say
Shit.
you the new A&R. They say you the new A&R for Crash Out Records though, nigga. That's what the word
Man,
is.
that's what they in my glass. How you doing?
Hey, we
I know
Indians.
Dosey did, but
Indians know, nigga. I ain't.
who is this? Oh my goodness.
The women, they just do what women do. They concerned, so they make sure. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
Oh
I ain't.
Lord. There's somebody else lying about their ancestors coming off a ship. Hey, y'all gotta get on Threads. That joke is insanity.
Are you
That
gonna debate communism, Lucky? Do you plan on debating that?
Lucky. Where he go?
Probably in the back with the baby.
Probably messing with that baby. Need to leave him alone. I'm gonna keep saying that.
Yeah, I did have to go do something.
I was asking if you're gonna debate communism and different things like that as well.
Yeah, that's my plan. That's another reason why I want to get over there. I got to work on my talking points. So I want to get over there around some people who know how to go back and forth, so I can flesh out some of my bad arguments.
Well, at
Yeah,
least you're
that
trying to
will be
improve
interesting.
yourself.
Y'all say
My
what?
bad. No, I was just saying, at least you're trying to improve yourself. That's important.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
That's a damn lie. How you try? He ain't trying to improve himself going around the same class. You trying to prove yourself, motherfucking looking at ignorance. You got to get away from that shit. Once you see they talking ignorant, you got to go talk to people that make sense. That's why
amen, brother. That's why I stopped arguing with y'all and Smoke sitting over there. So I just left y'all niggas over there, man. Say fuck.
you should have left all that Pan African shit over where it was at.
Lucky, that's what I don't. Okay, that's what I want to know because I thought you said you used to be an Aboriginal. What?
Right.
That
Okay,
nigga
so
ain't never been
what
no
happened?
Aboriginal. He alive. He been a motherfucking Pan African spy. He play both sides. Oh,
That
I'm
nigga
cool
said
with
Pan
I'm
African
cool with
spy.
y'all because y'all gonna do some business with me. You know what I'm saying? But really, it's fuck y'all. Y'all ain't indigenous. Cause that nigga ain't indigenous to here. That
He
nigga ain't
did
never
admit
been
to being a
Aboriginal
spy.
in his
I've heard Lucky say that he was an Aboriginal first or
Yeah, he
before.
said he was an Aboriginal, but he said he was a spy too.
Ain't
Oh
nobody
Lord.
never said it. Don't nobody listen to Dosey, man. Dosey be trolling. Y'all ain't figured that out yet.
You said you be bringing our videos to some white people on what is it, Twitch or something, and y'all be laughing at us.
I never in
And
my life said no shit
he
like
was
that.
sending the shit
What
to
you
Cuba
talking
and them.
about?
Psycho. How you think they be getting the information? They be lucky. Screen recording and then calling Shot Son and all the rest of them.
Yeah, because
That's
you
the
know he be
classified
thinking
shit.
he blends in with his locks and stuff. He be like, look at my locks. I'm just like y'all. Look.
But I'm only
That's
asking
funny,
Lucky
dog.
because something had to switch with I mean, and I think that's with anybody who engages in the ideology or something like that, or or belief system, if you will, whatever you want to qualify it or categorize it as. Like something happened where you just said, this not it. So I'm just
Elizabeth
curious
Young.
to know.
Elizabeth Young happened. Okay, that's my last trolling. Okay.
She got something to say. Listen, no, I'd already threw the elbows out the door before that. But I'll say what changed was my methodology, right? I just got a little bit better with my thought process.
I understand,
Uh,
but what I want to know is, like, truthfully though, and you know, I always ask because I just be curious with any Pan African or anybody who, you know, like we all got the right to change our mind. But have you ever in your genealogy? Because I remember you said you had some relation to Eartha Kitt. Have you ever? So that means you would still like have some type of indigenous lineage because she does, and I believe she also has like some white ancestry as well in her. I'm not sure how closely you are related to her, but what I want to know is, have you ever found any type of African in your genealogy, like legit, like somebody that came off the boat that you could connect yourself to?
yeah, I definitely did. His name was William Coates.
Let me
Yeah,
write
William
that.
Coates.
Wild
But
Bill?
That nigga is lying.
Wild Bill is
yeah,
your
Wild
African
Bill.
connect?
Yeah,
Every time we play.
Wild Bill.
I was just
Bro,
making
why
sure
are
we
you
were
lying
using it.
for, bro? She said trying to have a genuine conversation, and you gonna say some bullshit like that. You know you can't tie that man to your genealogy.
No, it's probably in his genealogy, but
I'm
what
gonna
makes
be
Wild Bill African? What boat did he come off of?
so. What boat did he come off of? I have to ask one of my aunties. But I got for a fact off the death records off the birth and
The
death
kid
records
is
where he was
from
born at.
South Carolina.
You said what about
No, I
Eartha?
was talking to somebody in the chat. My bad. I know, like, I don't know if she's from Cape Verde. That's not the information I had got on her.
Man,
But
stop it, cap. Eartha Kitt is my granddaddy's first cousin.
because I thought she was from South Carolina, but you know, I
Yeah, I
don't know.
think she is from South Carolina.
Somebody said she's from Cape Verde. I don't know.
So,
I don't know about that.
so there is no boat for Wild Bill then, Lucky, right?
No, there is a boat. I don't know the particulars of it. Right. But nevertheless, this what I want to challenge y'all to do. I want to challenge y'all to venture outside of thinking of everybody who stands against y'all information as a pan African. I think it waters the conversations down. Then I gotta defend people who I don't even agree with and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I don't necessarily see you as like a distinct Pan African, but I know that we just don't agree on the information and how it's laid out and stuff. There's like a lot of things fundamentally we don't agree on. I don't see you as a Pan African. You know, you're my favorite Portuguese conquistador.
man,
Like, I don't
that
see you as Pan
nigga is a
African at all.
Pan African. He's an African sympathizer.
And talking about that, we were
That's
just
the only
going
one I
over
really fuck with out of
ancestry,
everybody.
and now they
that's
have
the
a
only thing you
section.
said correctly. That's the
Now
only
they have
thing
a
you said
section for
correctly.
you, Lucky, in ancestry. So if you ever do get your ancestry DNA test, they got a Portuguese section.
Oh, I did get it. The Portuguese section is only 15.7%. So y'all gotta
That's
relax.
a lot, Lucky.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a great,
Yeah,
You
that's a
are
great
whole
old.
lot.
granddaddy.
That
Great
is a
That
granddaddy.
lot.
ain't that ain't more than my Nigerian
That means
or
you should know how to make some salsa or something.
I mean my pico de gallo game is decent. It's
Okay,
Now,
decent.
okay.
But
Eartha Kitt is who? How closely is she related to you? She's your who?
she's my
Your
granddaddy's first cousin.
Oh yeah, that's pretty close relation.
Yeah,
Okay.
they first cousins on his dad's side.
Yeah, because I know that she has some indigenous ancestry. I think through her mother, for sure. You know, I think she had. I know she did, but or indigenous relations. To I don't know with the Cherokee. That's what they say. But yeah, so that's why I think some people do have complicated backstories and complicated ancestry and things like that. You know what I'm saying? But I just always ask about the boat thing. You said his name was William Coulter. Like, I mean, I always ask people, can you actually find the ancestor that came off the boat that day and was owned by master such and such, and then your whole line got started. Because I think that that's important. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, maybe you have, but I don't think that that has been the case for most Black Americans or so-called Black Americans in the nation. And I really like take that serious because that's really my main argument is that we can't find these people. And if they're saying it was this small amount, like even David Elson said it was the slave trade to directly to ours to
What
this.
you eating?
Yeah, that the slave trade directly to America, North America in particular, the U.S. soil was significantly small. So if it was so small, I think that being able to access those people shouldn't be hard to do. But we're talking about 54 million Black Americans today. So it's like, I think that I have a hard time piecing that together with being from Africa when I can't even find these African people. And that's not something that's coming up in my tree through the people or anything like that. So it's just like I don't understand how we can adopt a belief about being from a place and we cannot physically connect to it or even through historical documentation truly connect to it.
So I think that it's just that's to me that's the fun of genealogy, right? A nigga have to get in the weeds and have to go through the motions, but it's more than one way to skin a cat. I feel like it's like we looking for one thing, but we ignoring the treasure trove of other things that could lead us to the same position, right? But I'm not here to convert nobody or nothing.
Oh, we know, but I think
I'm
it's
just
important to think about it though, is all I'm saying. When we put one narrative on a group of people, it's hard. And sometimes people won't even go and look because of what they've been told for so long. Like that they've been told that that's how their origin story starts, when I think everybody has a unique story. And I think that at the end of the day, like you said, it is more than one way to skin a cat. I agree with that. But I will also say this on the backhand that when we're following our tree, we should be able to get to it, especially my people who've been to the 1700s, the 1600s, or wherever. At some point, when you get to that 1700 or 1600 generation in your line, you should be able to find at some point. I don't believe they didn't keep good records. They try to say that, but I'm like, no, they kept good records. Because if most of these slaves that came over, they were insured upon. So there's no way they didn't keep documentation of who came when, who was moving where, who was doing what. I don't agree with people who say they didn't keep that record because they did.
Living in
So,
slack.
I just think it's at some point, especially in 2026, there should be some type of person that we could say definitively came off that boat that day and went to work for master such and such, met her husband or his wife on said plantation,
Come out here
and
for that
birthed
with
the
you
line of
asking,
the
so,
people.
since you asked me.
I got
So I don't know. I just think it's complicated. I think a lot of people got reasons to speculate and not completely go along with the narrative that's been taught.
Dollar General.
I don't know. I didn't pay
Well,
attention.
sir, you don't mute your mic.
On up a little bit when
You're
open.
talking to one of his boo things. And I'm trying to have a serious conversation with Lucky Ace.
Yeah, man, I tore my damn shit up.
You did what it is from the front.
He done tore his damn shit up, y'all.
Mom. Ooh, this.
Yeah, all that.
What you was trying to use,
Talk about wow. Ooh.
So that car up. You better go get that. He said he muted that shit. He better go get that bumper fixed.
Man, I know, man.
Your girl machine is out of commission at this point.
Man, shit.
That's with no bad looking car.
Man, I look like a smoke. I told him I look like a smoker right now.
You better go to the junkyard.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I go get one of them shit as soon as it warm up.
Put
I'm
that shit
not
on
finna go
there.
out there right now.
You shouldn't be out there right now at all. Bless your heart. Okay. But I'm serious, Lucky. You better think about what I said, because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we can go off of the lies that history told us, or we can find out for our motherfucking self. And it's clear you got indigenous ancestry. So it is clear that a lot of your ancestors come from here, but I don't know. They said you got some Portuguese or something in there. So, you know, I think
They
it's just
can't drive. They
how
can't
you doing,
drive.
Joe?
What's up? How?
What you
What's
what you
up? What's
say?
up? What's up, ladies? No, I was saying that half of his people can't drive. Oh.
Shit. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know casino shit, and I don't know. I don't
I
know,
don't
man.
know. I see. That's the thing about it, right? Like I don't so much even want to argue the where people came from. Shit. I'm more concerned right now. You know what I mean? With like where people stand politically and where people stand on this economic shit. Right? So I'll leave the genealogy debate to y'all for now. Y'all be on time.
But don't you think, like, knowing our position and where we come from, and where we truly should be resonating with matters when it comes down to your politics, or you think that that's just two separate things and they don't mesh?
I think knowing your true history is important. I think that's why these conversations I found myself still in them, even when I felt like they wasn't beneficial, was because of the American history part of it. But I don't have to have American history conversations from the lens that we have. I can have them in the political realm, and I can tell black folks why they should or shouldn't be in such and such party based on how our people was, you know what I'm saying, in our history. So it's just a different, you know what I'm saying, different a different lane for the same type of information.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that a lot of our history do intertwine with politics. And I'll say too that, you know, because I just try not to have the political conversation, because it's just things that I agree with, and then it's shit I just don't agree with altogether. And that could be on part of both political parties.
So
But
would there be a new political party thought of, or would y'all go down the same route?
that's a good question. I think that
So
people have tried to do that. I just think that something happened with our people where they don't want to be as involved with politics as they once were. That's what I think. I just think something happened and something changed, and our people don't fuck with it like that.
I think they saw that it didn't help in any way, so we was like, fuck it.
Locally, either locally,
I think locally you have the most impact.
yes, right. So
Yeah, I
locally,
don't disagree with that. Yeah, I think locally you have the most impact and to make change, and especially depending on like where you are, like in DC. I really like local politics is a big deal. I mean, because really we only vote for mayor and we vote for city council. So there's not a lot of too much of that going on around here, unless it's really those two things that are really going on now. Like the mayoral race is a big deal because Muriel Bowser is no longer going to she's not going to go up for another term. So, you know, now that's really the huge talk of the town now, when figuring out that type of direction. I do think, you know, people participating in local politics has more of an impact than like national politics, if that makes any sense. But
But it still affects us on a national level, because in Florida, lady, she was a state representative, Angie Nixon. Now she's running for senator, and she is in favor. She don't like ICE, so she was one of the ones that went down to Alligator Alcatraz to, try to get them to give them better um, housing and treatment, all of that. So she going against the grain of what DeSantis have done. So it's like it's crazy. It's crazy because your local will affect the national if they choose to run it.
It does. And I will only say, like, in context of DC, why I say, like, for us it's a little bit different because DC is not considered a state. It's not a state. And DC we don't have a vote we don't have a vote in Congress. We have a non-voting delegate. So any type of things that are going on in DC, like, our mayor would have to go to Congress and get things pushed through that way. Or she pretty much has that autonomy to do whatever she can do with her power with our city. Like, we don't operate the same way as a state. So that's why I was speaking like that. It's a little bit different. But I know for other states, yes, your local politics impact your federal situation.
Yo, what's up, Miss Sharice? Hey, Dose, your daddy Troop's on his home, baby.
Who's up?
Daddy Troop, your daddy's home, and he's home for you.
What's up,
I'm
Teresa?
home, baby.
You came to talk more about these Confederates or what?
I'm not talking about that, but listen here, check this out. You already been debunked. I'm not going to debunk you again. We're not going down the rabbit hole again, lady. I debunked you already. Ain't you tired of me whooping your ass? Dose.
You haven't won against me yet, but what do you want?
I won the battle earlier. I won the battle. We already got that out the way. We already got that out the way, honey. Let's move forward now.
Go ahead.
I cannot with him.
I can't either.
He don't know what he is.
We done broke down on side of the road. We putting gas in the car, baby. Let's go home now. Let's go home.
He'll be like his family always here. They from Mississippi, so I was like, so the Mississippians.
That's true. I am a Mississippi nigga. That's true. Ain't no doubt about it.
But before colonization, what would they?
No, we're not talking about that right now, honey. Let's deal with this. Let's deal with something else real quick. Cause earlier you keep making these fallacious claims, and every time you do that, you can't hide from me. If you go to Smoke Panel, I'm gonna come get you. If you come over here, I'm gonna come get you. Wherever you go, I'm gonna come get you.
What's the recent fallacious claim to you?
What you said earlier about I'm asking Sharice. Hey, how you doing, Miss Sharice? A long time no see, honey.
I know, it's been a minute. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. Nice piece of candy. Hey. Nice piece of candy, candy girl. You are my woman. I'm gonna quit doing live streams, start singing. I'm gonna go triple platinum. Triple platinum.
What's been going on with you, True Zone? Because I said, shoot, you've been marathon streaming for a brick. I don't know, your computer don't be getting hot, nigga.
They don't get hot. I'm gonna continue. I told you I'm going live. I'll be live till spring.
Ooh.
Every day.
That computer be burning up. Ain't no way.
Now I got a co-host. It's me. I rotate them out because it's me, Demi Baby, and I got K Dub.
Oh, like okay, Dub finally
got Demi back.
Huh?
I said you got Demi back. She's gonna be in the rotation.
Demi talk all the time. Demi Baby just taking a break right now. She'll be back.
The hell you black Confederates got going on over here?
There's smoke sitting there. You black greasy pork chop. You black greasy pork. I'm telling you, I'm gonna keep stumping you Aboriginals out until I'm satisfied. I'm gonna keep stumping you Aboriginals
out. You gotta stop beating them up so bad. Give me.
I'll stomp out any Aboriginal. It don't matter. Any of these niggas. I ain't scared of none. We ain't scared of nobody. I ain't scared of nobody. I'll go anywhere and get my troll game on.
Back, Smoke.
I'll go anywhere and get my troll game on. These niggas can't outsmart me, outstroll me, none of this shit.
Ooh.
There's a new sheriff in town. And his name is True Zone. No, all bullshit to the side though. So you did bullshit me earlier though. When I did give you some type of veneration, I said, you know what? I'm gonna give you that Black Robert Lee. He was a slave though, but he wasn't a war general. I'm gonna give you that though.
What's the new fallacious claim?
That was the fallacious claim you made. I'm saying it was a fallacious claim. It was a fallacious statement claim. But then again, that black That black guy, Robert Lee, he was a slave. He wasn't a war general.
Why did a slave make it to congressional records?
Dosey. The guy wasn't a war general, Dosey. What is it you don't understand? Y'all misinterpret history. Like y'all read something and then leave people, and then you leave yourself confounded, and then you confuse everybody else. These are two different people they're talking about. The white guy was a general in the Confederate Army. The black guy was a fucking slave. Those are facts. You see what I'm saying? Does it make sense to you now?
I was gonna say, I was just gonna say as far as what would be happening in history, but that's cool.
I'll stomp you out. I told you, baby.
I'll go over it when I get my presentation back. I'll go over my old
the presentation. What's the point of doing the presentation? It's not. There's no validity to that fucking black general. Throw that shit in the trash. I told you what to do
It's
earlier.
only not validity to you and to Lucky, but to everybody else, we see what's going on.
Because it don't see that's what you're gonna make me troll you. I'm gonna get the trolling. I'll do it. I'll
Red,
troll you.
chill out, Red. I'm not even putting the other part attached on it. I'm trying to be nice to you.
Yo, be nice to me, baby. I'm nice to you. I don't. Another thing you did earlier. That was some bullshit.
Your granddaddy called you. Your granddaddy called you Red. I'm just telling you what your mama told you. Your mama told you y'all always been in Mississippi and ain't no Africans in your ancestry.
She didn't say that necessarily, though. So she did say we were African, just like you, African.
Will you ever say that, True Zone?
Right.
That
so
you was
what
African.
your mama say about y'all being
Therese, baby, you African too.
No, I know the fuck I'm not. You funny as shit. Nope. They ain't
You
in my
African too, baby.
I tried.
So you get that DC Gold then from
and y'all done see me put my Indians up there.
Debo came up. I tried.
No, I'm playing. No, I'm playing. I'm trolling. No.
Hey, it's all good. I know you trolling. I ain't thinking.
No, Debo here now. What's up, Smoke?
I ain't worried about this black ashy pork. I ain't worried about this black ashy pork chop. He a dumb sack of shit too. Hey, Smoke sister. I ain't worried about this nigga. He retarded too.
I just want to know what you think. I just want to know what you think about this black slave making the congressional record.
I'm not talking to you about nothing, man. Leave me alone, you piece of shit. Don't talk to me. Ask another nigga. Don't ask me, nigga. Don't ask me. Don't ask me, nigga.
Congressional record.
Don't ask me nothing, nigga.
What did he do that was so profound for him to make the Congress, my nigga?
Moron. Go read it, moron. You go read the publication.
Yeah, that's what I
go
thought.
Read the publication, moron.
Stick to trolling, my
moron.
Nigga.
Idiot.
Stick to trolling, brother.
Go read the publication. No, you stick to being a sack of shit. You go read it. Nigga.
We read it last night.
I'm about to cut this mic up.
Oh my God.
Hey, Lucky, what's up, my nigga? Nah, come on, Smoke. So why you gotta do that, bro?
Smoke good.
Because it triggers you.
He wants to play games with me. He came to my channel playing these same fucking games. We went back and forth. We went back and forth on the Transcontinental Railroad. The nigga read one sentence. He ran off the panel. We talking about the fucking Black Vikings. He read one sentence and ran off the panel. I said, this nigga did a junkie move. That nigga swung on me and then ran. That nigga came to my house, stole my refrigerator, and I seen him do it. Act like he ain't steal it. That nigga, I just seen it, bitch. I seen you had the refrigerator on your back, but in the car. Nigga, oh.
Yeah, you can hear the Mississippi in the way he trolls. You can't hear the African though that he trying to claim.
When you stop believing, hold that True Song, because I thought you ain't believe everybody came from Africa.
You said I'm low key funny. I am a comedian. I do make motherfuckers laugh. I am a funny man. That's why I'm a troll. I can be an informationalist. I can be an intellect when I want to. Because I'm not one dimensional. I'm not one dimensional like these niggas here. Not y'all in particular. These niggas is one dimensional. I'm not one dimensional. I can get us some trolling shit. We can get us some gangster shit. We can get us some money shit.
But we can't get into genealogy because
my boy, so what you say? You say what?
It's the one thing we can't get into because you don't want your genealogy. You don't want to know that.
I'm not giving you. What's wrong with you? Why would I give you? Why would I give you my family?
It ain't about giving me or whatever. I can just show you what to do, and then you can go and do it.
No, Sharice, what you say, honey? You said you thought I was what?
I thought you didn't believe that everybody came from Africa.
I don't. I stand on that.
But
I feel like I feel like it's a hyperbole. I feel like it was over. The slave trade was overly exaggerated for sure. But I feel like people did migrate. They were brought here, against their own will, but on a small level, on a micro level, not to the extent that they've been propagating. How they portrayed it to us, via books,
Gotcha.
entertainment, and shit like that.
So if I'm okay, so it's not the numbers that it was. If I am mixed with African, what else would I be mixed with then? What are you saying?
Who, you in particular?
Yeah, you were saying the numbers aren't the same with Africans or whatever. They propagate a larger number than really came here. If you're saying that Africans are definitely in my genealogy, who did those Africans mix with?
Are they? I don't know. I don't know genealogy, lady. I don't know. Are they?
It just seemed like you just trying to go around as far as there's a group of Americans that are already here.
It's just common. This just common sense. Niggas saying that hey, America was a desolate place. Nobody was here. Like my nigga, come on, bro. Everybody been everywhere around this motherfucker. So it's just. I'm dealing with rational. I'm dealing with rational thinking. Like, bro, hold on. Yeah, niggas always been here. It's just common fucking sense. Common sense. Everybody's not of African descent. That's what I don't like. I don't like the fact they try to make everybody out to be of African descent. I ain't with that.
Gotcha.
And I've always said that. That's why Lucky be calling me a Aboriginal adjacent.
Aboriginal adjacent.
So did they mix? Did the Africans mix with Mongolian people? Who are
I
they?
don't know how it went down. I don't know. I can go off of historical documents and what history says, but even after that, I just don't know. I don't have a problem saying, you know what, I don't know. I'm not you niggas. I can get up here and say, oh, I know it all, man. Yeah, I don't know.
We don't say we know it all, but there's some things we know, like Robert E. Lee was black. We
Come
know
on,
that.
I'm about to get up out of here. I gotta go back home. No, we ain't doing that, Dosha. No, that's you. Sharice, you're a smart woman. Me and you don't have many discussions before. We don't have many conversations.
Yeah.
You're a very intelligent woman. Yeah, I done told you, you're very intelligent.
Thank
So
you. I don't like I be telling you, like, I don't disagree that it was black Confederates. But like I said, I don't know. Like we was talking about this earlier, me and
now,
Dulcie.
hold on. Pause VHS tape, baby. You said you don't disagree that they were black Confederates.
No, I don't. I mean, at whatever capacity they want to say they was at, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
But they will still be black Confederates.
In what sense? In what sense? Like as far as them, you're right. With that claim, yeah, I agree with them on a small scale. Yeah, towards the back end of the war in 1865, I think it was the year I read. They were able to join, but even then, it was at the back end of the war. The shooting war has subsided. Like the shooting war, niggas actually getting bodied subsided. So they gave a nigga a few guns, and y'all going out there and just patrol the goddamn streets, shit like that. Yeah, that's true. But
But you don't
other
believe
than
that they
that,
were fighting on the front line.
no, they wasn't.
That's hard to believe because I always say to myself, like, there is no way. And we was, like I said, we was talking about this earlier, way before you came in. Now, when we talk about even the bases around the Civil War, what they are saying that the Civil War was about, it's hard for me to believe that it's white people willing to fight on the lines of motherfuckers that they felt that they were inferior to them. And then on the other hand, it's hard for me to believe too that all black Confederates did was cook and clean for them. You don't mean to tell me that it wasn't black people out there fighting on that side as well? And maybe it's something in the history that maybe don't want us to know that. I think that it's all about racism. Most of the Confederates are made out to be racist and all that. So of course it just looks like, well, nah, niggas was slaves to them or whatever the case was. But like, I just think people tell the story how they want to tell the story. But you ain't giving no motherfucking cook no uniform to motherfucking just cook in the damn uniform. They got pictures of black Confederates in full uniform.
And do pictures with them with guns. Red, before you leave, I want you to take this back with you, so you can have this. So does Gemini AI always say complete facts? Gemini says no. AI on Google search powered by Gemini family of models does not always provide complete or accurate facts.
Dosey, what is that? What are you talking? Dosey, what are you talking about, Dosey?
I'm talking about your source that you lean to. It says for itself that it doesn't always have the facts.
Hey, Dosey, if you was a white lady, I would have been put my poll. You know, I ain't gonna say all that over here. I'll go to my panel and say it. But if you was a white lady, I would have been put my squeegee through the phone.
He is a troll.
He is such a troll.
He is. So I don't know, Truth Zone, man. It's a lot of truth that be hitting from us, man. And
I agree with that, Sharice. I mean, look, I was gonna say this because it says right here during the American Civil War, while the Confederate Army primarily relied on enslaved and free African Americans for labor, there were instances of black individuals serving in combat roles, though these were limited and often informal. So that's what I just conveyed to you. I said, yeah, it was a small batch of these black soldiers. They might have had them niggas go patrol some shit, or just hold some shit down, play security. But for the most part, these were laborers. These were laborers, cooks, and etc. But most of the time, these black soldiers were misinterpreted. They thought that they were black soldiers, but they wasn't. They were cooks and shit. They just had the uniform on, so they mistaken them for being soldiers. But in actuality, nigga might have been a cook with a Confederate outfit on. But that's what it says here. I only can go off of what this say. I mean, I wasn't alive back then. You know, I just don't know. Well, if I'm going off of this right here, you know, it would give more validity to what I'm saying. If we going off of what Dosey say, I don't know about that.
If you were to do your genealogy and you find a Confederate in your family, I mean, how would you deal with that? Do you think you would just be like, okay, that's a white person or what?
You said, Dosey, what?
if you were to find a Confederate in your family, are you going to conclude that they are white?
No, ma'am. Except if I found a Confederate in my genealogy where I conclude that they were white. No, I would think no, they would be black.
I just think people got different jobs in the military. Some people's job is to cook. Some people's job is to take watch. Some people's job is to fight in combat. Like everything is about your job description. Like, well, I know today it's like that. I can't really say whether or not it was truly like that back then. Cause like, I agree with you. We weren't there. We don't know.
Hey, this is interesting right here because look at this, Sharice and Dosey. It says right here, notable units. It says one of the few organized units was the first Louisiana Native Guards. Yeah, there's Native in it, but that don't mean shit.
Yeah, it doesn't. Cause they were kind of using that interchangeably before Native Americans even got here.
But look what it says right here. It says myth and misunderstandings. The narrative of black Confederate soldiers has been a continuous topic in Civil War history. While some argue that black men fought for the Confederacy, it is crucial to distinguish between those who served as soldiers and those who were conquered, coerced into labor roles. The term black Confederate often conflates these different experiences, leading to misconceptions about the nature of their service. So I'm saying that's why I told you earlier, misconceptions. Niggas twist up history to fit their own narratives, man.
Yeah, I get it. That's how you feel as far as because
That's
that's
what it
what
says
they're
right here.
gonna say.
How I see it.
But no, but I understand it's because it's what you're reading. But what I'm saying is 5 years ago, if this was AI was super popular and everyone was going to AI 5 years ago, the AI would have said there is no such thing as black Confederate soldiers. But people started getting into their genealogy and finding them, and then you see them update their information to be like, oh well, there were one, but they weren't fighting. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense. These changes that they're trying to make us believe. They're trying to make us believe that black people are super docile, that you can put them in a suit and you can give them weapons and all this other stuff, but they're gonna stick by their slave master. Okay, then
Dosey, you know
who is
I
their
can
slave
tell
master to them?
Dosey, you know I can tell you lying, right? You sound just like my little sister.
Whatever, like
You
Hey,
can
she was
tell
trying so
she's
hard.
cunning. You can tell she's smiling from behind the
Your
phone.
sister is
Yeah,
a
she's
real
smiling.
one
You can
that
hear her
was
smiling.
born
I
on
already know the
July
game she played,
3rd.
bro. You think I don't know, man?
That's the best of the best. Your sister's a real one. What does your sister say? Does your sister believe that she's coming out of Africa?
Hold on, I got a question for you real quick. Hold on, lucky my nigga. Hold on. Hey, Dosey. I was supposed to call you Sharice Dosey. Now you know goddamn well that Robert E. Lee Ford was a white guy. That's what I'm saying. To me, it's kind of disgusting that niggas want to blackwash history and make a known racist like Robert E. Lee Ford black. That's asinine. That's malarkey. That's preposterous. That's dog shit. That's squirrel. That's squirrel piss. That's crazy. That's crazy good.
Is
But
the
go ahead.
thought that he's a racist because of slavery and that the South is fighting for slavery, or is there any other reason why you're calling him a racist?
Because he was pro-slavery. He was anti-black people, pro-slavery.
But even that's not true when it comes to the Civil War. The South was not fighting for slavery. They were
But
fighting as far as okay. What were you?
right, right. But he was still. That's besides the point of Dosey. But he
That's
was
wrong.
still
That's not right. That's
pro-slavery. He was pro-slavery, bro.
No, I'm saying y'all saying that the war wasn't about slavery. Y'all are pushing the Daughters of Confederacy propaganda. I thought we don't push propaganda no more. Y'all, what we doing? It's 2026.
Oh my goodness. Here we go. Here we go.
When you say Daughters of Confederacy propaganda, theirs is very extensive of what they are saying, but some of what they were saying is based on truth. Lies can be, and myths, lies and myths can have a foundation of truth that's a part of it, and the foundation of truth is we know that these northerners, the people that are coming in with the Continental Congress, they are the ones that are coming in with slavery. You look into the Compromise of 1850, they talked about a lot of the territories, including Texas and California, don't even have slavery. They didn't have slavery at the time, yet they're coming in and saying these people that are joining in with the Confederacy are fighting with the Confederacy to maintain slavery. That's just not what was happening.
Yeah, it was
I
about
don't even.
a working class because you think the only people that was working was niggas. Nah, it was poor white folks out here too that was trying to get their shit together, and yeah, they were getting outworked. So it was a lot going on.
Exactly. It was an economy fight. The South was doing way better to them. And then so when they're talking about they want to seed, they're like, there's no way we can have them seed from the Union because there's no way the North could have
But this is
kept
where
up
I'm
with the
at with
South.
it.
Yeah,
Why?
and
Because y'all don't
where's
have
these
nobody that writes
where's
about this, right?
these
This is from the 1810s all the way up to the 1860s.
thousands of white
Who are the Black
people
Americans that was writing at that
that
time?
couldn't
Y'all have
afford to own
anybody
slaves?
who you could reference, right? Who was speaking on the climate at the time from the 1810s to the 1860s?
I
Yeah,
Anybody
mean, yeah,
Black American?
I just brought up the
yeah.
compromise of 1850, but the main thing is kind of what I was saying earlier. I don't think you were here. Of like, even when I was Pan African, it just didn't make sense. Y'all expecting these people to emphasize their skin tone. Why would they? What would be the need? No one writes something down, and writing down their autobiography is going to be like, I'm black, y'all, unless there's a reason for them to be like, I need to specify that I'm black. Other than that, my memoir is going to be about me. I don't have to mention that I'm black in my memoir. I'm just going to tell you about what I went through. So a lot of this stuff, it's not going to talk about what they look like per se. It's going to be talking about what's going on at the time. And there's plenty of documents talking about what's going on at the time and talking about how the South is doing so well with the economy versus the North.
Well, the reason why I asked that, right, is because I have
That's a fact.
I
And
got
most
tens of
white
20.
families couldn't afford to own slaves in the South.
So I got
So
Listen,
tens, I got tens and 20 on 30s of different Black Americans from 1810 to 1860 who wrote themselves. They used their own words. I can quote them verbatim of what they experienced in their life and what the climate was. So when people say they and this and that, it's too abstract for me. When we doing real radical research, I like to know the names, dates, and places. That's why I'm like, you got no names of no black people who was writing this and that. So in America,
give us some
absolutely,
name dates and places. Give us some
absolutely,
name dates and places.
William Grimes. So absolutely, there will be people who write
When was he
about
born?
their experience. He was born in
Where was
1770s.
William
So
Grimes at?
again, there were people. You can do this on your due diligence on your own, brother.
Where
So
was William
this
Grimes at?
this is why I asked y'all that type of question, because when we get the words of our own people, then that brings more validity to it than us just pontificating about it. You know what I'm saying?
But it depends on if there are people or not. Like we're in the side, which I know y'all don't like this, but we're on the side that all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Y'all are like more so black means that we're all together. And so I'm gonna want to know the motives behind a
Well,
WED
I'm trying to get to the I'm trying to
dialogue.
get to the meaning behind some of y'all's school of thought, or y'all the way y'all think. What matter of fact, fuck all that. Where are y'all getting this shit from? Where are y'all getting that Robert E. Lee Ford was black? Where y'all getting this shit
From
Research,
from?
the congressional records.
TikTok,
reading and
TikTok. Where
From the
y'all getting this
comprehension.
from?
congressional records, like for instance, before I even got to the internet,
Congressional records. Did you go to DC? You said you got you said
no,
a
you
membership
can
online.
research congressional records online. But to your point, they're not the primary, of course, because a lot of these things are printed in the time that they were to be handwritten. But like for instance, before I even got to YouTube or anything like that, I've had a history teacher that would talk about the fact that a lot of it's hidden. But I mean, they still believed in the African and all that story and stuff. It's just
When you
how
say hidden, yeah, you see, I hear y'all use that a lot. I see that with y'all Aboriginals. It's a pattern with you niggas. Y'all say it's hidden, and then you'll say, "Oh, you gotta go do some more research and look it up." And then when I go do I do my due diligence and do surface level research, you still get debunked. Every
surface
time.
level is
Google,
not traditional
artificial intelligence
because
source is not going to help
because
Man,
you.
if
I can
it's
You can
debunk
do
you easily
surface level
but
anytime I
research.
want.
listen,
Shit.
True Zone,
Any
you
You
type
just
of
can do
surface
contradicted
surface
level
level
language
yourself.
research to get
You
more
just
concept
information.
contradicted
still
yourself. You said I don't understand how y'all say it's hidden, and then I do surface level research, and then it debunks you. Well, that would be
No,
the whole point of it being
I'm
hidden.
saying, listen,
It
listen,
means
yo,
that you're not
y'all
going to
doubt you.
find this with surface level. But what I was going to say is that I had known that Andrew Jackson was mixed before then because I had a history teacher that already was teaching that Andrew Jackson was mixed. But a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people think Andrew Jackson is
Okay,
white,
if you
but
hold on,
in the records they were calling him a nigga.
if you saying that Andrew Jackson is mixed, that still doesn't give validity to the fact of Robert E. Lee being a black guy. What you
Hey,
talking about? A
But
black
I'm
where was
saying
general
the
Andrew
black?
same
Jackson?
records. It's the same
Where was
records
Andrew
calling
Jackson
him
at?
mixed as the records that's saying that Robert E. Lee was of dark complexion. Can you explain
See,
dark
you miss.
complexion
Oh my God, man,
not
what's
meaning a
wrong with
me?
you?
How
Dozy,
can we describe a dark complexion and it not
Dozy,
mean someone like me?
Dozy, what's wrong with you,
I asked you a question. How can you
Dozy,
say someone has dark complexion and it doesn't mean
Dozy?
someone like me?
No, hold on, we gonna get to that. I showed you earlier. I conveyed to you earlier. The black guy was a slave. His name was Robert E. Lee. And then the other guy was a war general in the Confederate Army. These were two
Named
different people.
Robert E. Lee
You
too?
niggas took the black guy and made him the war general. That's a misinterpretation of history. You niggas is rewriting history as y'all go. That's crazy work.
So it's
That's
down to the
like, nigga, where
middle
y'all getting this shit from?
initial is the
What?
same.
Huh?
Oh,
This is
you're
misinformation at
saying
its
they're
finest.
both Robert E. Lee, both the slave and the general is both Robert E. Lee.
There's two different ones, yes, from what I seen, from what I looked at. Hummerling even said substantiated my claim. She said she lives in the Capitol. She said there's monuments and statues of this white Robert E. Lee everywhere. There's documents. She said down there at the Congress Hall, there's actual documents and shit like that and so on. Y'all watched one video, so yeah, he's a nigga.
It's
Yo,
about the record, not the video. But there's tons of statues that have been whitewashed, so that's not crazy to think.
Statues that have been whitewashed. I'm about to get up
Yeah,
out of here.
yes, statues that have been whitewashed.
You guys know whitewash doesn't mean turning them white. Whitewash means sanitize. Whitewash means to cookie cut or something. Like why when you say whitewash do you think that means painting someone white? We are living in
so
the age of
so look,
information, y'all.
you
Come
don't
on.
deny that some people who were dark pictures weren't turned white.
telling you right now that no, that's like a silly conspiracy, y'all. That's like I'm just so sorry. Like that's one of the
Conspiracy.
silliest conspiracies y'all done came with. Like
What about Queen
y'all done
Charlotte?
came with some Queen
And
Charlotte. Oh my
you should
God.
ask Humbling to hit the chat. Humbling, she's in the chat right now. She said Robert E. Lee Ford, the white guy, his descendants still live in the state of Virginia. That's what she
Am I
just
saying
said.
her
In the
name
chat.
right? Queen Charlotte.
No,
They
I know
said
what you're
she.
Well,
talking about. You're talking about
descendants don't prove someone's
That's a
white.
lie.
All the top
Descendants
political
never
hits
turned white,
have
damn it.
both exactly have both white and black descendants. Thomas Jefferson has white and black descendants. We know J. Edgar Hoover has white and black
Andrew
descendants.
Jackson.
Andrew Jackson has white and black descendants. This was a
yeah,
major thing in like
nobody
the early
knows.
2000s, late 90s, where Oprah was
No, see, when you
bringing the
talk about
people
people's
together to talk.
descendants, when you talk about people's descendants, nobody's refuting that he slept with black people. We're refuting if he's black or not. That's you know what I'm saying. Y'all throw them little monkey wrenches in there, but
He
that's
could
surface
be a
level.
Well,
That's
descendant of
elementary.
somebody
how is he
black.
super? Hold on. How is he
That's
super
elementary.
racist if he's sleeping with black people and
You can
making?
still be racist and sleep with the opposite sex.
What?
It happened to
Right, that
slave. It
happens
happened during
every
slave.
day.
Are you
I
crazy?
know
What's wrong
someone.
with you?
I
Hey,
know
Dosey,
somebody
I
who I
thought you
used
was
to
smarter
work
than
with.
this. I thought you was an intelligent woman. God damn, you've been hanging around this nigga
There's
Wild Savage
racist
too long.
people. There's racist people who only buy black prostitutes.
You
They
can't be
don't even
serious.
like we
And
all
have
talking
I
about.
don't
children
believe this
and
shit.
have children by the prostitutes.
I don't believe this shit.
This is America, though. So you know that they having children by prostitutes in America.
I
Why you
just
even
think
ask
that
that
that's
silly
a
question?
misconception a lot of times too, because we was just talking about this. There was a lot of spaces where black and white people lived harmoniously together, and it wasn't always this racist hate for each other. And I think that's
We're
I don't know.
brothers. We're happy and we're singing
I
every
just think y'all,
color.
yeah, y'all be really thinking that everybody had this extreme hate. I don't think that that's always the case all the time. Like, no, maybe in some cases,
That's
sure, but
regional.
Nah,
Yeah, I can pull it up, Humlin.
that's
Hold
the
on, let me pull it up.
propaganda. That's the propaganda that they pushing from their master teachers that they've been listening to, and these pro-black people.
Fuck, nigga, I ain't got no
You
math teacher.
know,
I ain't you, nigga.
you know what I'm
Yeah, it's
saying?
I don't
different
get.
teachers
They
though. You got
I
the
don't get
traditional
reprimanded.
teachers.
I
a
don't let
white
niggas like
man
Bat
did
reprimand me,
everything
nigga. Niggas like Bat can't
wrong.
reprimand me, nigga. You get
even if
reprimanded. You
you
get
racist,
reprimanded by niggas like
if
Bat.
you wanna fuck
Bat can't
somebody,
check
you
me,
gotta
nigga.
be at least
You got
Mediterranean.
checked by
Dumbass
Bat.
nigga.
Bat can't check me, nigga. Bat check your
Can't no
pussy
nigga
ass.
check
He
you.
can't do that with me, nigga.
Dog
Wait,
checked
Bat
you.
can't no. Bat
what
can't check me, nigga. He check you, nigga.
He put your stupid ass on the list,
Man,
nigga.
he can't check me, nigga. I call
Nigga, he
him a
put
fat
you
bitch
on
to
a
his face.
dummy,
You
a
can't do that.
meat list,
happened?
nigga.
Shit.
What are
I'll
you
call him a
talking
fat bitch
about?
to his face, nigga.
You're
You can't
slow,
do that. You ain't
nigga,
got no
and
balls.
you
You
proving
can't do
it,
that.
and
I'll
you
do it,
keep
nigga.
proving it.
I got
Like
balls
what you
bigger than
doing right
Alaska, nigga.
now. You proving you
My balls
ignorant.
bigger than
You
Alaska,
do
punk.
surface level
My
research,
balls bigger
and
than
that ain't even
Alaska. I'll check your
research.
master teacher.
You do
I'll check
surface
your
level
master teacher,
information
punk.
and think you gonna
I'll check
debunk
your
somebody that
master
do
teacher, nigga.
research. We got primary sources and
Punk.
pictures.
That's why you
You have
can't
a
read, fuck, nigga.
artificial
Tell this
intelligence
bitch nigga
over
to read a
me.
sentence right now. I
Make
bet
it
he
make
can't read.
sense. Make it
Egregious.
make
It's
sense.
egregious, you dumb illiterate piece of shit.
What up to the panel? Dustin, can
Fuck.
I get in here right quick? I ain't got
No,
long. I
you
just
can't
need a
get in
couple
Oh
of
right
yeah,
minutes,
now,
dog.
yeah,
fuck, nigga.
Tyson. Hold on. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. What's up, Tyson?
Yeah, I wanted to come up here about that whitewashing thing, because they seem to act like it ain't real. But I'm going to point out something. Have you ever heard of this chief named Oshkosh from Wisconsin? It's a city in Wisconsin named after this chief named
No, I haven't
Oshkosh.
heard Oshkosh.
Yeah.
I was
But,
thinking about damn clothes for a second when you first said it.
that the clothing, yeah,
Hey,
that's his
not
name. The name,
okay.
they clothing name come from him. That's a
Okay,
fact.
okay. Carry on. Okay.
So now here's the thing about Oshkosh. It's two different paintings of him. You have a photo of him as a dark skinned man, then you'll have another photo of a light skinned man. So which one you think is real? Somebody been whitewashing something, for these need to get up here and say that shit ain't real. Oshkosh is an example. All you gotta do is look him up and put him on the screen, does you gonna find several pictures of this nigga. And what's so crazy, they call his son an Ethiopian. These niggas just be talking to us and they don't know what the fuck they be talking about. They just
Yeah,
get up
you
here
can
and
do
make shit up.
you can
Man,
do
what did you just
A+B
say,
the
nigga? You
same
sound
way.
illiterate, nigga. That didn't make that. Bro, what are you talking about? Another illiterate nigga.
Pull up Oshkosh. That's all you
Who
gotta do.
are the
Pull up Chief
Oshkosh?
Oshkosh,
You
Dustin.
non-talking bastard. What you just say?
Don't worry about it. Dulce got it. She heard me.
Another illiterate, another one, DJ
You
Khaled.
call it what you
Another
want to. We
one,
finna
illiterate motherfucker.
debunk you niggas on the spot. Hush. Pull it up for
I'll
me,
whoop you
Dulce, if you
niggas
can
asses
find it.
one by one. You, OTK, any of you dumb niggas,
Nigga,
I'll
shut
stomp
the
you
fuck
out.
up. You
I'll
finna get
stomp any of you
debunked. You
niggas out.
and Lucky finna
O2K,
get
that
debunked
goes for
right now
you.
trying to act
That
like
goes for
whitewashing
that goes
ain't
for that
real,
broke.
nigga.
That
They
goes for
been
that crackhead
whitewashing shit.
motherfucker OT any
Shut
of you
up.
niggas, I'll
Shut
stomp you the
up, you
fuck out, punk.
goddamn troll.
That goes for you,
Yeah, you don't
OTK,
want to show
that
your
fucking fat bitch
degeneracy,
back,
nigga.
'em
1112,
share it
any of
You
right
you
want
now
to
to
punk,
let
come
any
me
of
up
you
on
know.
punk
live
bastards.
and be
You
known
get
for
stomped
being
out, nigga.
ignorant. Don't know
True, bro,
shit.
you a mess.
Make it make sense, nigga.
Make it, bitch,
And
that's
then
why you
you
got
try
into a
to
car
act like
accident
you
yesterday.
know
Nobody
something. You
cared.
really don't know
You got
shit,
into a
nigga.
car accident yesterday.
You a
Nobody
See, we
dummy.
debunking you
cared.
right now. Dulce got
You
it on
got
the
into a
screen,
car
nigga.
accident
Go back
yesterday
to the
with
dungeon. Go
nobody.
back to the
Shut your
dungeon,
dumb
cause
ass
Dulce
up,
got it
nigga.
on the
Shut
screen,
up.
dumbass
You got
nigga.
into a car accident yesterday. Nobody
Yeah, I see
Hold
that one that's dark
cared.
looks way more authentic than this other painting that they got or whatever. That looked
Oh
like
wow.
this. See? And it's the same, but
Hmm.
it's the same face, but that face is dark for sure. You can tell.
Dawson, that's how you know these niggas are troll agents. Cause
That's
they
that
don't want the truth to
troll
come out.
agent. That troll agent. Shut your
But I'm
dumb
out
ass
of here,
up.
Dawson.
You're
I just
not
want to
talking
come up
fuck.
here and shut these niggas up cause they
That
act like
Yeah,
troll
whitewashing ain't real,
agent.
Dawson.
You're
and
Y'all
not
got it.
talking bastard. Shut
so
up.
he comes and he drops the bomb and he goes.
He dropped
So
a retarded bomb.
let
That
me get
troll
this. Let me get
agent.
the.
You're not talking bitch. Shut up.
Let me get a screen share real quick, right? And the whole thing about it, if we was agents or if I was an agent, then I would be engaging with y'all every day on a pointless, frivolous conversation. As you can tell by the way your Aboriginal leader been complaining, I don't go over there. I don't care about y'all. I'm not even concerned.
And then you report
But to
back in
answer
that,
the
and y'all try to get the information took down off the website or wherever we presented from. Yeah,
no, that
you
don't
an
even
agent.
work, brother.
That's agent
That don't even
behavior, nigga.
that don't even
You
work.
got
Like
a
I said,
boss you got to report back to,
that's why I
nigga.
move around because I
You
don't
sit
even
on these
even the way
panels
that y'all
and
engage and have
record nigga
conversations,
shit. You
it's
sit
annoying.
in these
So
motherfucking
I'd rather
chats
go where
and
people know how
record
to
nigga
have
shit
decorum,
and send it
right?
back to your
So
motherfucking white
Man,
boy
this nigga
come
illiterate.
with
in
Hey,
my
Dawson, take
motherfucking
some
my
honey
Call
up
of
here, honey. I
Duty.
appreciate you.
I
You
come with my
Shout
shit
out
on
to
the
the
screen. You
motherfucking
just
beautiful
let
Cherie.
the
Y'all
idiot
be
camper.
talk
easy. I'm
over
You
out,
me.
gotta
man.
get the
And I've been
information
having
What's
from.
up?
decorum this whole entire time. You just let an
Weirdo.
idiot talk over me like I ain't been nice to y'all this whole time. That's crazy. But then you
You
wonder
have
why
been
niggas say I
really
don't need
Nigga,
to
nice.
be
you ain't
around y'all.
nice. You a snake,
I don't
nigga.
need to be. That's
All
why I
you
don't even
niggas are
come around
snakes.
y'all.
You
I'd
can't
rather just do
pretend be
my
nice to
content
me,
and go
nigga.
where I be at.
Nigga, go look up
Because
the
I gotta when
etymology
I'm
of
trying to
nice,
have
nigga.
a
I don't
regular
want you to be nice
conversation
to
with
me,
y'all,
nigga.
I deal
Nice
with
is a
niggas like this,
snake,
and
nigga.
y'all
Look
promote
up the
that. So
etymology of
because y'all
nice,
promote
nigga.
that, I gotta stop dealing with y'all.
Yeah.
You see how that work?
Keep your white man ideology off
That's
me,
why I don't
nigga.
go over there. That's why I don't go know where y'all be at, right? Because
Lame
y'all
ass
allow
nigga.
idiots like this. So again, whitewashing
Do
history
the
means to
etymology of nice,
deliberately
nigga.
distort, hiding, or minimizing
You snake.
unpleasant or inconvenient facts. It don't have nothing to do with people painting themselves white, right? It has nothing
Well,
to
we
do
ain't
with that.
saying that they're painting themselves right,
So
but y'all kind of I would say y'all are disingenuous as far as that y'all feel like it has to be written verbatim, which deliberately distorting is the same thing. What we're saying, if
Right.
you were just deliberately to distort my image and make me white, that would be deliberately distorting. I don't have to say, "Oh, you made me white," for it to be like, "Oh, that's a distortion." So I get it that whitewashing doesn't just mean taking someone that's black and making them white, but that is a part of whitewashing too.
And what it
no,
also
that's
says
not what
here,
it means at all.
it says omitting contributions of people of color or downplaying racism and oppression to promote a sanitized version of the past.
Kill with his own
That's
sword.
but that, again, it's like it would behoove y'all to listen because just because y'all feel like I'm opposite of y'all want me to be wrong. The first time I
No.
came off the mic, hold up, Sharice, relax. The first time I came off the microphone, I told y'all whitewashing is a sanitization of history. That's the first sentence I said. So how can it kill me when I already said that? That's what I'm saying. Like y'all just want y'all want an enemy to because y'all are engaged in this pseudo argument all day long, all the time. It's fake diaspora war. Come on, you
So
gotta
if
have
we're
some
saying that
type of
something,
intellectual
let me
honesty
ask
out
you this, Lucky. Because if we're saying something is being whitewashed, whether it's a photograph, whether it's historical documentation. I felt like you were coming from, like Dulcie said, a disingenuous place when you said that those things don't take place or happen when they in fact do. That's all I'm
So
saying. There is
no,
pictures of Queen Charlotte being lighter than what she actually really was. And
Queen
that's what it
Charlotte.
is.
There
Whatever.
is no pictures
Charlotte,
of Queen
Charlotte,
Charlotte.
same
No,
difference.
no. That's what I'm saying. It's like you're not even listening. I can tell when somebody listening. They listening
You're
to
trying to
respond.
correct her name, but I'm talking
I'm
about
not
the,
correcting her
I'm
name.
talking about
I'm
her
not
what
correcting her
happened.
name. That's how I know you're not listening. I don't even care about the lady name. Nobody's correcting her name. You're listening to respond. You're emotionally triggered right now. You have to relax. I didn't even mention Charlotte's name. Don't care about if she said it right or not. I don't know that whole name. I'm telling you, the picture itself is not a lighting. That's what the conversation is. And so I'm not being disingenuous by
So how
coming
you
up on
know?
the microphone because I've already done this. This is not, y'all don't
You're
introduce
being
stuff to people
very
that they never heard.
You
disingenuous,
can't
and that's
confirm
the
that.
only
You
reason why
already
you have
said that the picture
pushback.
was lightened, that she was painted
That's fine.
lighter than what she actually was.
That's fine. All right. I'm gonna fuck with y'all later. Y'all starting to give me a headache.
Yeah, move around, man, dummy.
Humlin, if you're still in the chat, the source is downloading, so I'll pull it back. I'll pull it on the screen once it's
Yeah, and
completed.
tell Humbling, yeah, I got something for her too, cause I don't know why she think we just talk. Niggas just be talking. Nah, we got sources. We not this not Truth Zone. We really do research, and you can go to Virginia archives and verify the shit I'm talking about. Matter of fact, I'll show you me down there going to get the information.
I define disingenuous, Jazzy, as like people that know for a fact what they trying to argue isn't the argument type of thing. Like for instance, like if there's a law put in place that says don't touch my hair, and I put it in law for it to, a disingenuous person will be like, well, that doesn't mean that they could touch the hair before that, because where's the law that said they could touch your hair? That's disingenuous. If I'm putting a law together, that means that the opposite was happening. That's why I made it a law. So people be making arguments on disingenuous fronts. Like, it doesn't have to be written down verbatim of how I say for me to understand the concept is the same. And I say that's what's disingenuous. Kind of like how they were arguing. Shout out to you too. I pulled that up what you were talking about earlier about brunette. So just like that kind of argument, it says during the Reconstruction era is when brunette meant hair alone, but before that it meant complexion. So it's disingenuous when you're reading that on the page, like before it meant complexion, and then you're like, but it doesn't mean that complexion. Like, what do you mean? We all know what a dark complexion is. So
You
what do
act
you
like you
mean
don't
y'all are
know.
gonna
Exactly.
try to change the meaning of dark complexion?
That's what disingenuous is. Motherfuckers acting like they don't know and acting like you innocent, like just to deceive. Nigga, I don't want to hear that shit. You is, but you know what whitewashing is, and you know what we meant by the shit. And that shit was disingenuous to act like we weren't correct, or we like that's unrealistic, or that's something that hasn't happened in American history. That's diabolical as fuck.
Exactly. Or to be like, we're saying that there's no other way to whitewash. That's not what we're saying. We're not saying that those other ways have not been whitewashing too. That is ways of whitewashing. But to say that taking a statue of a black man and making him white is not whitewashing, like
Look
what?
at Jesus. They make Jesus white all the time. Fuck. If we know he was black, if we looking at it from that perspective or that angle, we know it's disingenuous for them to make him white. When it's clear it was hair like wool and skin like bronze. How the fuck was he white? So, I don't know. I just can't. I mean, I don't really get into the religion bag, but I know when we talk about the way Jesus looked, there's often, a lot of whitewashing with that. So, like, yeah, stop. That is disingenuous as all fuck. Period.
Hey, I'm glad y'all on that. I had an argument with AI earlier about complexion.
Yep. Oh, we talking about how we be arguing with the Chat GBT and the AI.
Yeah, I had an argument with that motherfucker about complexion because it was like it was using complexion. AI was saying that complexion was meaning for white people, their hair and their eye color, right? But in the description, it used their hair, it used their eye color, then it also used complexion. So why would it use all three of them if complexion just meant hair and eye color? But
And what you said,
AI,
Smoke?
yeah, AI wouldn't fold. Let me see if I still got it in my history. Hold on. I'm gonna pull it up if it's still in my history. Hold on.
Arguing
If
with
it's
the
Chat
AI.
GBT, it should be in your history on the side, like on that left hand panel.
I stay
Yeah, I can't
arguing.
never find it over there. I can't never find it over there. Hold on.
Yeah, I stay arguing
Yeah,
with that.
here we go. I
Wrong.
think
All
this is
right, go ahead.
complete. This is the complete history of my argument with AI.
Share it. I don't see it yet.
Hold on, I ain't made it that far yet.
Smoke still trying to get computer savvy after all this time. I ain't mad. Yeah, I don't Lucky. Bring your ass back. I know you still listening in the bushes, cause you ain't gonna try to turn that situation around. Like I ain't hear what you were saying. I heard your ass. That's why I was
It's on
telling
the screen. You see it, Ghosty?
Yeah, it's on the screen now.
This is my whole argument with AI. Let me see.
Oh, about the Robert E.
It's
Lee
kind
stuff.
of lengthy. Yeah, it's kind of lengthy. Let me see if I
Go
can take
ahead.
it to the top.
That's funny.
Yeah, hey, I be wrong sometimes. Fuck that. You gotta get on that John ass.
You see my first question?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all see it?
Yep.
Yes, was Robert E. Lee a black man?
And what it say?
No.
Nope.
All right, hold on. Here come my next question. I didn't read all this. I just gave it a little overview. Then I went to my next question.
Was historical records being used to determine Robert E. Lee's racial makeup? Historical records have been used extensively to confirm that Robert E. Lee was white of English descent. There is no credible historical evidence to support the claim that he was a black man. The following types
Okay,
of records.
hold on. You ain't got to read the rest of it.
All right.
You ain't got to read the rest of it because I was on AI ass. As soon as it was coming up with these felonious ass responses. You see my next question?
Mm-hmm. Can you point me to a description of Robert E. Lee as pale skinned? You diabolical, son. Historical records from the 19th century consistently describe Robert E. Lee using terms that indicate a light or florid reddish complexion, typical of a white man of European descent.
Okay, hold on. This is my next question.
You should have asked for that. Bring it up.
Facts. Fuck wrong with
That's
that.
when they start scrambling.
It's in a congressional record concerning his attendance at West Point, he is described as dark.
Dark skin.
Oh
It
well,
just
yeah.
ain't got the whole rest of the question.
Yeah.
Now see what it's saying about dark complexion. This is where it started tripping. This is why I think it started tripping.
While some sources use the term dark complexion in relation to Robert E. Lee's time at West Point, it refers specifically to his hair and eye color rather than his
What it
skin
says
tone
his eye
or racial
color.
background. They
They are
diabolical.
diabolical.
Oh my God,
See, y'all see
ChatGPT.
why I was having a hard time with this motherfucker?
Being
Because AI
disingenuous.
is disingenuous, Dazzy.
All right, here go my next question.
Damn, hair and eye color. Did it just say his hair was dark or
Right.
Okay, interesting.
This is
The
my next
record
question. Y'all
clearly
see it?
indicates the record clearly indicates distinctions
Smoke.
between hair color, skin tone, and eye color. Why is your bias? What else to say? Smoke. Why
Hold
is your
on.
bias?
Let me see if I can pull the rest of that question up.
Why is your bias persistent? While some historical records from Robert E. Lee's early life use terms that modern readers may find ambiguous, professional historians and genealogical experts confirm these refer to a white man of European descent. Okay, so they got the specific records at his time in West Point, 1825 to 1829. Dark complexion. In 19th century military and legal terminology, dark complexion was a
Wait, is it about to say dark brown eyes?
Yes.
was a standard category
It
used to
too.
describe
Hold
white
on, but wait a minute. I pointed that out too, Dosey. Just follow along my argument. All right, y'all got there. Go my next
Okay,
question.
I got you.
Go my
they
next question.
diabolical.
Go my next question.
Dark complexion means dark eyes and hair. Okay.
This is my next question.
Then point me to a record that is more primary than the
I
congressional.
meant to say is more primary, but the AI
Yeah, it still got it. It got it.
Yeah. Then point me to a record that is more primary than the congressional account that describes his skin tone. To directly address your request for a primary record describing Robert E. Lee's skin tone, historians point to the official 1825 West Point Cadet Register, which is the foundational military record of his physical appearance upon entry. So in his ledger,
Now here go to. I think they pulled up the record. I think this is it
back
right
up
here.
there real quick. Smoke, can you go back up there? Just a touch, back up. You right there. In his ledger, he was described as having eyes hazel, hair black, complexion dark. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Carry on.
All right. But now check this out. Check this out. Let me see. Did it go to the record? No, I don't think it really went to the record.
It's usually linked on the side, so you see that little clip. You don't have to go to it, but that would be the record. That little
Okay.
Yeah.
Right here.
Paper clip looking thing.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm looking for my cursor. This motherfucker always disappearing. Do y'all see it? Because I don't see the motherfucker.
So
it's
for
way
example,
at the top.
yeah, right there, black and yeah, that would be your link.
Okay, Robert, the National Confederate Museum. It was read out of West Point as a member. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. I ain't got that type of patience. I'm sorry, ladies. Here go my next question.
Were Negroes also described as dark complexion in this era?
I'm trying to make this bitch fidget, but she didn't really fidget, but I was trying to make her fidget.
In 19th
And
century
you say, yeah, both of them. It was saying blacks and white was both being described as dark skinned, but they had entirely different contexts. Okay.
This bitch lying.
I know. So my next question was, I got fed up with this whole eventually and just tapped out. You see what I asked it next?
Yep. You said according to the congressional record, Lee's eyes are described as gray. So why is there you gotta look it down.
Hold on, let me hit that for y'all so y'all can see the rest of this question.
Why is there a discrepancy in the reports?
This bitch held to her guns, though. I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to AI. Bitch put up a good fight.
The discrepancy you are noting, the description of hazel eyes in his 1825 West Point record versus gray eyes in later accounts, is a common phenomenon in historical documentation and does not indicate a different racial identity.
This is the type of argument. This bitch is giving me the type of argument niggas give me when I tell them that where the sky and the sky and the earth meet, only thing you can observe right there is a fucking line, right? This type of argument this bitch giving me like some atmospheric pressure type shit, right? because she was like, it could have been. Here you go. Let me see. She was saying something like, yeah, the 1825 record was a former military intake ledger designed for identification. Accounts were often narrative descriptions by journalists or community members who were more likely to use poetic or generalized language such as gray to match his gray beard. You see what I'm saying? Give me all these
That's just
possibilities as to why his eyes would have been
Right. Why do
right.
you gotta
Right.
ask it when you catch it though? Ask it. You said dark brown before. Gray and dark brown is not the same. That's when it's gonna be
Right.
like, yeah.
Yeah, that's when it's gonna start
I think
switching.
that might have been my last question. That might have been my last question. Yeah, that was it. That was my last one.
Biased ass AI. They must have plugged all the fake records in the AI and just went for it. She said you should have cussed AI out.
She wore you down, Smoke.
Okay. Brooke said, I'm not fucking with this bitch. But that's interesting though. Like, that's like kind of playing with somebody because I don't know anything about white men being described as dark.
Well, what about the Italians?
But wouldn't they just say that they was Italian?
Okay, so where did the phrase tall, dark, and handsome come from?
Shit, when I think about tall, dark, and handsome, I think about a black man.
I know.
I don't think about a white man. I'm not me. I'm not saying that it can't apply to them. I just don't. I don't see them as being dark in any way. Or why would they? Unless, I mean, even if they saying it's about the hair, to me that does not correlate to the skin.
Okay, absolutely. What if Robert E. Lee never existed?
That's an interesting question, Nisha. I mean, it's a good question because, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've never heard it in reference to a white man before. I mean, maybe it has been used, but I've never. I don't know. That's all I have to say. I don't know. Shit, I ain't gonna act like I know. Yeah.
I know I've heard it from white women before. So yeah, I've heard that.
Interesting.
It wouldn't give me a AI overview when I asked it that question. So I think I don't know. I get suspicious when it don't give me a definite AI overview. So it took me straight to Reddit. I don't fuck with Reddit. I mean, I just don't really fuck with Reddit because I don't like their explanations. It'd be all opinion based.
Peace to the panel, peace to the goddesses, peace to the gods. What's going on with y'all, boy?
Hey, Darvis.
Hi, Darvis. I know you ain't coming to pity us out.
Nah, I ain't coming to rap y'all today, man.
What you got there, Dosey?
Sorry, I was pulling it up. This is for tumbling. This is the actual source that we're getting it from. I'll bring it over to Red's channel too and put it in the back. But this is where we're talking about the congressional record. So you can see it says Robert E. Lee decided on military career. So we're talking about the military career, Robert E. Lee, not a slave. And it says that he had brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes, and he was 5'10". So why did they specify if dark complexion already meant his hair and eyes? Why did they specify?
That's what I was trying to get that bitch to admit.
Oh, okay. Well, this the record right here. It's dark complexion. And Clark Gable is cute, but you know, he's handsome. That's a handsome man. I don't know. Maybe they just, I don't know. I think some people refer to tall, dark, and handsome as like being just attractive or, you know, yeah, somebody that is romanticized or sexualized or whatever. But I don't know. I mean, because I think it would, they saying that the dark would be, if like you said, if the dark would be like just the hair or the ass, when you say dark complexion, in my mind, I'm already thinking about your skin tone.
That's all
Now,
complexion
to
means.
me, this is
Complexion
me, and
means skin
I'm not
tone.
gonna be like say this is definitively, but it just makes sense. I'm a logical person. Um, I was looking up, and I put a post up what Jazzy was saying earlier about brunette, and it said in the mid to to late 19th century, brunette started meaning hair color and stopped meaning complexion. I mean, before that, it meant complexion. What I think is same thing with swarthy, brunette, dark complexion, all this other stuff. After the Reconstruction era, that's when it started applying to white people.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting talking point for sure. I mean, I do think it's something to think about, like how the words are being used and
Mm-hmm.
what is the interpretation behind it, because that
Mm-hmm.
matters.
It
What
Because
sure
happened to
do.
AI?
Brunette used to mean a badass black woman. That's what a
What
brunette meant.
happened?
somebody
What
wrote,
happened with the What happened with the AI when you made it stutter about the Smalls dude last night?
hmm,
Remember,
Yeah,
it was
it was
like,
basically like, oh yeah, we lied because it tried to do that whole slave, and then he went to court or whatever. So whenever they say, oh, this is what the primary say, there's a court or whatever, and I go to it and the primary don't say that, I immediately say, hey, the primary don't say what you're saying it says. And then it was like, I'm sorry, you are absolutely correct. There's nothing in that primary that says the robber was a slave or it had anything to do with slavery while Henry McKee went to court. So you kind of had to catch him up in the mist, like all this other stuff. But Gemini a little different. I don't know. You might have to bring the source up to Gemini to be like, hey, I have the source right here. Point to me in the source what said when it says what you're saying it says. Then it but you could tell how Gemini was kind of going around doing the same thing. Like you proved it wrong, so then they had to adjust and say, well, that doesn't really mean that. Yeah, it said that because where's florid? It said florid and white and light skin. Where's all those other things? It wasn't even planning on talking about the dark complexion until you brought up the primary source. And that's how AI is. AI is only going to be like what you know. And if you don't combat it with what you know, then it's going to stay surface level.
dang, they close campus tomorrow too. My bad. Damn.
Yeah, my job is closed the morning and then we're supposed to open up, but we'll see. It looks like it's defrosting though the street, so I think it'll probably be open tomorrow.
Yeah, and also, Dulcie, just real quick to your point, um, it's interesting because I think Risky RX put a comment in the chat about. I was trying to scroll up so I could see it about what that meant or the early usage of that, and it's just like, well, thank you. When I'm reading this, I'm like, well, my skin is not black. So would they have looked at our skin in that time and described it as black? Or what, how would they have described it? Because that doesn't make sense to me when it says is or Mediterranean tan complexion rather than
Mm-hmm.
black skin. I mean, I don't think that that would be the case in our you know.
That's why I bring this up all the time because that's what the kind of games they try to play with swarthy because people don't look in the definition, so they stick it with this definition, even though we know the original Moors, the original Italians, at least.
Yeah.
People fight back other Spaniards, people fight back French, Germans, English. I say we know all of them are originally dark skinned, but I don't even have to fight that. We know for sure the Moors are dark skinned and that the Italians were dark skinned because they called the Italians niggas because they came from dark skinned people.
mm-hmm.
So, but then if you just scroll down one, what does this say? People keep saying, oh, it doesn't say anything about swarthy being an African. What does that say?
Black as the swarthy African.
So unless y'all want to concede that African descent is white, then you're saying that these people are dark skinned. Either one. Either you got to go with the narrative that Africans were white or swarthy means dark skinned. It's up to y'all.
It's interesting to me, because it's like, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, and that's why Sachi is putting a point in the chat about the word Negro being a description, and not until 1940 or whenever that description came about. So, were they just saying niggas was colored, or what were they saying? Because yeah, I mean, we know that these things were said, but I'm just saying in context to when we hear something like dark complexion. Like I said, my mind don't go to that. So I'm learning something myself because my mind does not go to a dark hair, dark eyes. No, when I think about dark, I think about a dark man. I think about a dark black man. I don't think about a dark Italian or I don't think about that. I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying it's not applicable to Italians because I know they got some black roots, which is why I don't understand why they were so racist at one point. Probably still is. I never understood that. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's something to think about, and that's why I say we always arguing about terms and what's what, and I think that shouldn't be the primary focus. We do argue about that too fucking much, but I mean, when they're using these words, we're trying to understand what it is, and I think that that's important too. So I don't know, man. Should be getting complicated. Is all.
Well, when I hear black in its general sense, I still understand it to be associated with certain phenotypical traits. And when I heard in its specific sense, I'm only thinking niggas. I ain't thinking nobody else in a specific sense. And in a general sense, I'm still only applying it to people with a certain phenotype because I wouldn't call a damn dark skinned Hindu black.
But some people do call them black.
Yeah, but I don't think they fit the description.
I don't know.
I mean, cause some of them Hindus,
right.
Lie, cause
yeah, they're darker than us. The
yeah,
Hindus are darker than us. I have a friend. She's mixed. She's Irish and Hindu Indian as far as it, and they're like really close to Ethiopians and all this other stuff. But her grandma is dark, super dark.
yeah,
right. And they are called sand niggas.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. That's why I said I think when we think about the word black, we know how it's used in an American sense and how it defines how they've made it define who we are. And I think when Hindus or what Hindustan people or East Asians, the Indians over there, like those, well, the Indians from India, when they view themselves, like they don't view themselves as quote black, if you will, like the way we would here in America. I think it's two totally different things. But like if one of us was looking at one of them, we would think that y'all got some niggas in y'all, you know what I'm saying? Like you will automatically try to propose that. But I think, like I said, it just goes back to the terminology once again. Like they would not view themselves as black, especially the way we do here in America. But I don't know. Maybe that's
Right.
a thing.
And
I
see,
don't.
that's where I'm like too of it doesn't the whole descriptions of self doesn't make sense the way they're putting it. Because if someone's a different color than me and I come across them, that would be a reason why I denote their color. If I'm not denoting their color, that's probably because they're not a different color. You know what I mean? Like all this talk of what complexion people are before race existed, there would be no reason to bring up complexion unless I'm talking to a group of people that complexion is totally different than mine. So I would think there'd be more references if all these white people were coming here even if it was Mongolians, I think that they would express like we look different than the people that are coming here. We're white and they're a different color. They're not white like us. That would make sense if that popped up.
Yeah, but I'll also say too, because what I noticed about other countries and other parts of the world is that like just like it's different phenotypes and different colors of people in America, it's the same way all over the world. It's the same way. They have uh what we would call black people and what we would call white people. They all have their own what you call of that. They every country does, every continent has that shit. So it's like we got black people, we got white people, we got Italian people, and they got the same thing. They got different kinds of people. I think it's just interesting to me. Because I remember going to the nail shop. I don't go no more, but when I did used to go a lot, she was a this Vietnamese lady looked, she was dark. And I kept, I was so stunned that I was just trying to figure out. I didn't want to ask her shit to offend her, but she was darker than me, working in that nail shop, but speak Vietnamese, all that. So I just be feeling like it's the same everywhere we go. I just think that maybe they just have a different culture. They have a different they can identify with being Asian or whatever that is. And I just think it's just all interesting to me, when you really, really think about it. I think that we over here in America do have a surface level of thinking about color and what that is and how it applies to everybody and where it applies and who it's supposed to apply to. And
Right. And I think that's because they made us. They made us hyper focus on it. And now look at them. What are they saying? Oh, all y'all do is care about race.
But
like
what they did, yeah.
But what about the caste system though? The caste system was put in place. The darker ones was at the bottom, and this was thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
Yep. But I think, because what is the darker ones? The darker ones are always the aboriginal to whatever land. That's why I pull away from aboriginal because I don't like the thought process. I'd be like, define it. Are y'all saying one group was all over the world? Because I don't believe that. But as far as aboriginal, I believe there's aboriginals all over the world and they just happen to always be dark skinned.
Yep. Yeah, but I seen Australian aboriginals. Shit, them niggas look like niggas over here.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they look any different at all.
Yeah, I think when you get to the east, they look different.
Yeah, they got a little look there. They got a little look now. They
little
do
hair
got
texture to them, and
but I remember when they were
that,
exposing the ninjas and stuff like that, and I don't know if they say they're of black African descent. I don't believe that either. But when they were saying, there were dark Asians that were running this. Yeah, we got all these pictures and cartoons and stuff of these super light bright empires and all this, but a dominant part of Asia are dark skinned people.
Yes. Yeah, I remember I was showing the video of the guy who was walking with the Asians in Thailand, the dark skinned Asian tribe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then I think who was that? That boy named Wall Street Biggie. I think that's why I was going back and forth with about it. He was like, but they're not black though. He kept saying that, like they not black though. So it's just like skin black
because people confuse when we know we're using race incorrectly because race isn't a real thing. They made that up.
Right.
But it's a concept for us to understand complexion. So when we say black, we're saying these niggas dark skinned. And when they hear black, they're hearing that we're saying those people are black American. No, we're not saying they're black American. We're just saying that dark skinned people were all over the world.
Period.
And that's what they don't
and all over America, and that debunks they little cold climates. Because where our ass ain't turning light skin. Let me go outside right now. I'm cold like hell, but I ain't turning light skin. So we've been in North America how long now, and we ain't turned light skin?
That's why I said it's very interesting, and that's why I try to be open about a lot of stuff, especially now, because once I realized, hey, Asians got black people, Hispanics got black people, shit, every type of thing that you could think of, Arabs, whoever you is, whatever you is, all y'all got dark skinned Aboriginals.
But not even going into the dark skin part. Let's keep complexion out of it. Every other place on earth has aboriginals, and what they are saying is America does not. That America, the
Right.
people migrated there. How does that make sense to people?
Man, Aboriginal is in the definition of American. So how they gonna say it
Right.
ain't no Aboriginals in America?
Right. But then they say that they're aboriginals because they're the first that came here on the Bering Strait. No one else is just the first that migrated to a place. Everyone else just was there. But for
But
America,
everybody else
we
just
had to
came to this
migrate.
land.
Exactly.
This land was so desolate. Nobody was here. Shut the fuck
It
up.
just has all the minerals, all the food. No one found it before, but it just has everything that everybody would
Is
need.
there any native or any tribe or Indian nation that agreed or said anything about them coming from the Bering Strait prior to this theory being established? Can we find that anywhere on the record that any native group, Aboriginal group, Indian nation was saying anything about them migrating through the Bering Strait prior to this damn theory being established? I doubt you can. Is it in any of the Indian
Yeah,
origin
a lot of
stories?
them would say that is something that's been debunked. They don't. That's not true about their people. When we know y'all Asian, but they'll say that that's not true. I've seen them. I've seen them say it. These so-called natives that are in tribes, mainly those Southwest people, those Southwestern, like those people in South Dakota, like those kinds of areas, like close to like New Mexico, places like that. I mean, where they'll say that that's not true, but researchers have found that it is true about them. So I don't know. I don't think any of their elders believe that. Like, I think they believe they sprung up on this motherfucker. But we know
Sorry, it
that.
was going slow. I thought it didn't show. So I said, can you show any primary sources before colonization where Amerindians say they came across the Bering Strait? Short, honest answer first, no. There are no known pre-colonial indigenous Amerindian primary sources in which native peoples say themselves crossed the Bering Strait. The idea does not come from indigenous testimony. It comes from 19th to 20th century European anthropology.
Why preface it with honest answer first? What, you gonna lie next, bitch?
Thanks. That's how I be getting on this.
Yes, you gotta get on AI. That junk full of shit.
Humbling, if you go to the very first, it should be the very first one in the link, and then you can click download the PDF. So hold on, let me.
Yeah, that's why I said most of them deny the Bering Strait thing. They deny that. And I'm like, you really think that this landmass is walking around with a bunch of you pale folks? That y'all were the ones that was no. But they think it though. They believe it. So I guess it's just up to us to continue to debunk those motherfuckers.
Facts, because all of these, like it said, all of it is 19th, 20th century sources. So it's like we can't go back in time to get anything that y'all are saying. So if you see here, Humbling, if you go to the document in context, the very first one, click PDF and it'll download it.
But see, that's why it's not hard for me to believe that we're the indigenous people here first because mostly everything that this nation is built upon, we did it. And we talking about we had schools before the Native Americans went to school. Who went to school first?
So is she trying to solidify that it wasn't no black Confederates? She trying to solidify that?
Who?
I know
Well,
she on that.
she is saying as far as it that she has she's been in because I think she's a lawyer or anything, or at least she's works with the politics side of things. So she was saying she's met white descendants of Robert E. Lee, so that confirm as far as Robert E. Lee being white. So she was asking what is the actual source that is saying different.
Yeah, somebody loan her a slingshot. She gonna need it for that
But
rabbit
white
hole.
people don't know. Let me pull that up too to show you that white people don't know where they come from. Hold on. What celebrity chick was it that found out that she got black people in the family? I think I can find it. Hold on.
Tell you a lot of them.
And it was the one that does "Don't Wanna Close My Eyes." Was that Steve Tyler?
Oh yeah. That's a known fact about him. Yeah. That white rock and roll from Aerosmith, I think. Known about him. He got niggas in his shit. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of them know. They know the truth. Yeah, with the lips, what's his name? Steve Tyler with the lips. I always his lips stand out to me.
Let me find out.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I don't like those, that ain't me, but just saying.
I guess they mean him when they say tall, dark, and handsome.
Oh no, Mr. Joe.
I'm about to say he ain't it.
Oh, no.
I can just say he got some nigga features, is what I mean.
So we're in Saratoga County
so
this morning in New York.
This is his daughter.
So I'm really looking forward to finding out a little bit more about George
Liv Tyler,
my great grandfather. I think he would have been 26 or 27 after the war, and possibly settled here and had a family of his own. I'm really excited to see what he went on to do. Stop it. What? Oh my God. That's crazy. I can't even look. Wow. Is that
You
him?
see how
That's
happy
him.
white people be
Wow,
when they
he
find
doesn't
out
look
they got black
anything
ancestry?
I imagined him to look. That's crazy.
They probably always knew.
Mr. and Mrs. George Eliot.
I don't see nobody black in that photo.
New York. Wow, consisting of 17 children and 9 grandchildren. I wish I could go and hang out with them all.
Where the black people
Mr.
in that
Eliot
photo?
is a veteran of the Civil War, member of Schuylerville Lodge, F&AM home chapter.
So F&AM is the Free and Accepted Masons.
Okay.
So he was a member of the Masonic Lodge. They're like a brotherhood. It was exclusively men, and
It's not a cult.
No,
Okay.
no.
I feel like I've only ever heard about it as a sort of a
Right.
Oh, this is a very mysterious kind
But
of.
that's not really what they stand for.
Okay.
Yeah. It may have even elevated his status in society that he was a member of the Masons.
Okay.
So it would have been more a structured organization.
Josie, can
that
you
would have
run
been,
it back
connecting
more
to other
because
maybe
it's
people in
this
Schuylerville
video
that were
was saying
of
something.
his class and giving
Can
back
you
in
run it
charity.
back and
And
then
in fact, there's
bring it back up?
something
There's
else
more?
here. That will
Man, the video just started, Gravy. Don't you come over with that bullshit now.
Hang out with them all.
No, because she said something valuable, and I
Mr.
don't know if
Eliot
people would heard
is
it
a
or
veteran
not.
of the Civil
Because
War,
this person
member
is
of
coming up here acting
Schuylerville
like they didn't know
Lodge,
nothing about nothing, having
home
anything to do with
chapter.
their family.
So
And then they're given a history
F&AM is
lesson.
the Free and Accepted
And you have to pay
Masons.
attention to the
So
words.
he was a member of the Masonic Lodge. They're like a brotherhood. It was exclusively men, and
It's not a cult.
No,
Okay.
no.
I feel like I've only ever heard about it as a sort of a,
Right.
oh, this is a very mysterious kind
But that's not really what they stand for.
Okay.
Yeah. It may have even elevated his status in society that he was a member of the Masons.
Okay.
So it would have been more a structured organization that would have been connecting to other maybe people in Schuylerville that were of his class and giving back.
That's crazy. Wow.
That will.
Wow. No way. That's crazy. I can see my dad in his face so much, especially now at the age that he is. That's wild.
So this would be his Mason's uniform. At this time, the Masons had two separate organizations in Saratoga Springs. They had the regular Masons and then they had the colored Masons. And he was a member of the Masons. So with all of the documentation we have here, it seems that he identified as white.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Society at that time, it would have probably been a lot easier to be a white man.
Yeah. He and his wife are buried nearby in Schuylerville.
Really?
So if you'd like to pay your respects.
I'm gonna cry again.
So I've made copies of the pictures for you to
Thank you
take with
so
you.
much. Thank
Welcome.
you. Thank you.
Because she
Man,
said
he is white. What the hell y'all talking about? What the fuck
she
going
said
on
he's
here?
identified as white.
I got
Well,
to
he was
finally
white.
see a photograph, which was really
I
amazing.
see why he identified as white. He white.
But they saying he colored. They are saying he colored. So he allowed to be colored, but we not.
Very
Yeah,
interesting.
they saying this man is colored.
I mean, seeing him standing there in his uniform like that, that was really powerful. I was interested when I saw the picture because he did look very fair-skinned, and his father, Robert, was part African and part white from New York. Being a person of this time era that we're living in now, we're all mixed, and everyone I know for my entire life has come from all over the world because it's normal for my world. But I would imagine at that time that was definitely a big deal, you know, and definitely seems to have affected how he lived his life and the choices he made. I feel like he was very secretive about it, and I would imagine that was part of just having to deal with the world and to survive. I feel so excited to see my father and share all of this with him. I think it'll probably be very powerful for him.
This morning I'm in Schuylerville, and I've asked my dad to meet me here so that I can fill him in on all my adventures and everything that I've learned about our family.
Okay, well, I'm so excited that you came all the way here to be with me so I could share with you. We've always talked about your Italian side of all musicians, but you never knew about your mom's side. That was a mystery.
So we traced the family tree back to my 4 times great-grandfather, Robert Elliott.
Who is your great-great-great-grandfather. Robert Elliott was part African-American.
I knew it. I knew it.
It's too. I
Thank
can
you,
just look
God.
at him and that's what I see.
I always felt akin to black people.
See?
Oh.
I knew it. I don't give a fuck what nobody
I had
said.
no idea, but I mean, I felt it my whole life.
Oh,
You know?
amazing. They sort of.
So y'all gonna deny him his blackness, y'all?
Yes, they is. They said that nigga white.
He is so happy. He is so proud.
That's what I'm saying. White people see so happy.
White people love it. They love it because they know shit. They know. That's why I said they be related to us for real, man. And I know, and they look just like that. Look at Nate said that's a bullshit.
He said, I knew it. I've always known.
They do be knowing. I told y'all that. They know. They know. I don't care what nobody be saying.
They do. Oh, that's why I'm a singer looking at this. That's why I have so much soul. I can see one nigga.
One nigga in that picture. We got light skinned people that be looking a little closer to the white side.
I guess we just need to find that African American they talking about.
And she said he was part African American. She said part, so those genes could have went a lot of directions.
That one drop rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, now they're using it in the opposite direction. One drop, we black. I'm a nigga too.
That man said he knew.
I felt it the whole time.
But I heard that about Steve Tyler a long time ago. I didn't know how true it was, but I did hear that about him.
The lips don't lie.
Got the white people thin lips. She said, hell no.
Bad Seed ain't going for it, boy. I swear, Bad Seed, boy. I swear.
Yeah,
going for shit.
She said,
immediately,
where the niggas at? I don't see one. Smoke ain't going for it either.
But that could be the same thing. Y'all seen Sinners? And that girl, that played that girl that
Yeah, the
played
girl. And they did. There's another movie like that. It's an old school movie where they like the mother's having her come in and play white and stuff.
Imitation of Life.
Well, that's the Imitation of Life, but there's another one with a Sanaa Lathan and stuff, and then like Black Side of Town, and then I don't know. It's something though, but yeah, it's like this girl, and she's afraid. She's like, I don't want to keep doing this, but the mama have her like portraying as white. And
can you pull that link up, Sachi Drop? Because I can't get it out the chat. It's telling me I gotta log in and all that old crazy.
Okay,
I know that movie that Tyler Perry just put out not too long ago was about something like that. But I do think she looked a little bit more closer to the light skin side. Like she didn't look to me like she could really pass for white. But I don't know.
Right.
I can't remember that.
Yeah, sometimes they be saying that too, though. Yeah, they be like, "Oh, that person white pass." I like with that nigga nose, them niggas ass lips. Oh, that's the other one. I think I shown that. Did y'all see that other lady that's clearly black, but she was like she was raised white or something, and she like surprised to find out that she got black heritage. I had to find it,
but it still don't surprise me though, because I truly be feeling like. Just like the white girl had showed on my channel, that when she took her DNA test and she was connected to all these black people via DNA, and the damn grandmother lied about who she was, changed her whole race, everything. It was passing to be, I think they said, did she say white or some shit? Yeah, I think passing to be white, not Italian. Yeah, she said they thought they might have had some Italian, but they ended up finding out no. Grandma and her sisters and brothers were Black Americans. But this girl is completely white. And I think sometimes your genes could wash out like that. For example, with Kanye and Kim. If them kids they got get with a white man, it's over. His whole
right, exactly. It's like Drake. It's like Drake's son. Like it's over for Drake's son. He'll probably have a little bit of melanated, a little bit, but I mean, he gonna look way more white passing than melanated. Too much white. The white's gonna overpower.
Yep. And people don't be thinking that white could overpower us because we got nothing.
If I want little mama to take your money, then it's gonna happen.
Go off.
Okay, I thought it was maybe if it was saying something. I think we just need to read it. Yeah, okay. So it says, Pickens says Negro Washington Guard. The first slaves in United States were white men. Black men were slaves in the country for 246 years. White men were slaves for thousands of years. Andrew Jackson, Johnson, the runaway. The first slaves were not black, but white.
A nigga, he was a nigga too.
The runaway who had been advised for newspapers. Whites were sold up to 1826. In fact, free Negroes bought whites. Oh, maybe I'll have to talk.
That shit ain't lying.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a nigga too.
And it says there were thousands of Negro owners of slaves in the South. In fact, they formed a Confederate regiment to help keep the Yankees from turning their slaves loose.
Oh shit, there they go, them black Confederates. We found them on
Yeah.
TikTok. We just found them on TikTok. They formed a Confederate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why they try to act like it was such a difference with that shit, and it really wasn't. Like
It says,
the
in
institution of
fact, free
slavery.
Negroes bought white slaves in such large numbers that Louisiana was forced to outlaw such transactions in 1818. Virginia had passed a similar law in
Uh-oh.
1670 and again in 1748.
So this is my question: if niggas was running the government and buying white slaves, who was the niggas? Who was the niggas that passed the legislation for niggas to start owning the white slaves? How was this? How was this being? Yeah, how was this being instituted if niggas was running everything? Oh, this shit
It's
go.
the niggas that
going back and forth.
Slavery was a natural and normal condition.
Mhm,
Whether you was white or black, it didn't matter.
It's niggas that aren't at doing as well in the North because they're seeing this institution of slavery as one of the reasons why they can't catch up with the South. So they're like, oh, we gotta have them get rid of these slaves because they have
Oh,
way
okay. Y'all
more.
saying some old jealous ass northern niggas. Okay. I see why the north niggas be boxing with y'all. Y'all always trying to blame them for some shit. Go
Well,
ahead.
aren't they always? I mean, they still. No offense to my people or anything. We not from New Jersey. We just went up there. But them people that be from New York, think about all the New Yorkians that be on YouTube and all the New Jerseyans. Don't they be some hating ass niggas?
But I thought they were trying
In
to
the South
introduce
so far.
slavery back to the South. I mean, back to the North. Because I know slavery in the North had ended a little bit earlier than it did in the South. So were they just trying to nationalize slavery again? Or, I mean, I don't know. That's my opinion of it.
Well, yeah, I don't know if they were trying to bring it back or anything. I don't know that part, but I definitely know in the records it talks about the fact of just how well they're doing and just how could they gain basically like the South had so much power and strength of their own autonomy, how would they gain a foothold in the South?
Well,
So
look, I'm going to answer that. It's not about what they gained. It's about what they do now today, right? If you look at social media, it's all about talking points and how much you can get someone on your side, even if they don't see your side. When I say see your side, it's see you in person, see what your machine really is doing and how it's moving. The most traction comes from word of mouth, right? One person could see something, give it to the next person. By the time it gets to the third person, the fucking narrative has changed. And this is how most gainership comes about. Now, if you all been walking here for so long, you know how much traction comes about from just people talking or placing their narrations on things, which leads us back to our history, which leads us back to said destruction, because we never, or we, most of us, we're in this so-called community that we is the original. We don't talk a lot, right? We're not in a defensive mode. We're not them people. Like, we don't have to be in defensive because we just know what we is. But through narrations, we've had to come out to then show ourselves when we know we're really not that type of being. Y'all follow me or no? Am I wrong when I'm saying what I'm saying right now? Is it the narration that gives destruction? Is it narration that
no,
brings
I agree with
destruction?
you, Grateful. That's what basically what I was saying before. Why there's not going to be a whole bunch of primary sources being like, I look like this. Like, I know, I see me, you see me. Why would I be writing like just to let you know in the future I'm black, guys? Like, no one talks like that. So I like, you're right, like people just know who they are, and the only reason it's such a big conversation is because people are trying to deny who we are, and that's the only reason we're talking about it so much, to be like, this person black, this person
Well,
black.
then they can't. Well, then they can't lie like it was just a big fucking issue if it wasn't no big issue. Because now it seems to be a very big issue.
Well, we know them put it in history to make it a big issue when it wasn't. We know
Okay,
race
so
didn't
when?
till
So now
later.
we got to determine when and why did it become such a big issue? Because as it stands right now, today, it's a big fucking issue.
It became a big issue when they started surveying America, the land, and being like, we want in. That's when it started being a big issue.
Okay, that's
That
when.
no, listen.
1692,
No. Before that.
1710.
No. Way before that. Listen.
Okay, then. So we should be able to find this shit since it's
You're
inception.
not. Listen, you're not gonna be able to
No.
find the
What you
actual
mean?
record.
What you mean you're not? Just like
Oh,
you can pick up a news.
you're looking for a
Just like
piece
you
of
can pick
paper,
up a.
Smoke?
Hold on. Just like you can pick up a newspaper today and say a black man just committed this crime. It ain't saying just James Turner with no fucking physical the goddamn description. So what are you
Okay,
talking about?
let me ask you a question, Smoke. Okay, let me just ask you this. From your childhood to now, have you ever found a said concrete evidence of a so-called black person over majority information of a so-called pale person? How much information is more pale and non-black? Like what you can find. What did you find mostly within any record that you seek out here? What do you find mostly is told to you through your research? What is the mostly found aspect of a said
You
person
trying
that
your
is mostly
best. You
found?
trying your best to ask me a legitimate question. Take your time and just be direct.
I just was. I said,
No,
what
you
is your
wasn't.
most?
You went all over
Huh?
the damn place. I ain't understand that shit. I need a
Okay,
fucking interpreter. I need a damn interpreter.
so I'm gonna say this to you once again, and you interpret it like you're supposed to. Use your fucking brain. Okay. So I'm gonna
Use
say this
yours when
again.
asking the question.
I'm gonna say it again. Use your brain. What is the
Use
most?
yours when asking the
I'm
question.
gonna say it again. What is the most found information that you find out here through your research when it comes to, if you want to so call it, race? If you want to be
Why you
specific,
still asking the question? Why is you
because
still
I want you
asking
to
the question?
answer. So what did you find in your findings, nigga? The fuck?
What did I find in my findings?
Exactly.
I found what I found. How about that? That dumbass question. Get the hell out of
Yeah,
out
nigga,
here.
because you
Ask
can't
me the
answer it.
crazy
So
ass
you want
question.
to talk some
What
shit
did
that
I
you can't
find in my
answer.
findings?
You
I
can't
found what I
answer it
found.
though.
How about that?
You
I
can't
found
answer
what I
it.
found.
You
Because
can't
you can't
exactly, and
ask.
you can't
I
answer it.
can't
I
answer
said race.
because you
I
can't
said if you want to
ask.
specifically say
Huh? Can
something,
I get
speak
a
about
fucking
race.
interpreter? Huh?
When you talk about
What
race,
did I
what do you
find? What I
mostly
found?
find? And
What
you
the
don't
hell was
find
that?
otherwise,
What did you
nigga.
find in your
That's the fuck I
findings?
said.
Why the hell
The
that
fuck you
makes sense?
mean?
Can somebody help me out? What did you find in your findings? What the fuck that mean?
What did you find in your findings?
I found what I found. How about that?
Well, I don't know about if you're talking about the race or anything like that. I would say for race, you gotta look into the archives of Royal Society. And yes, it starts in the 1500s as far as it is different members of the Royal Society. But that's when you'll see them start bigging up race. But like, look at this. For instance, where they say Africa, 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 and they're using, oh, this source says Guinea, or this one says Guinea. A source says Angola, all this other stuff. So here's Guinea source, right? For John Cabot, or I don't know how to say that in French. Cabot, I don't know. It's whatever. And his son Sebastian. So it already says that they found Newfoundland. They're in the expedition of the New World. But then it says the route they took, direction voyage to Brazil. Well, when they talk about Brazil, sorry, how is Guinea coming up? They're talking about Brazil, but they say the rivers in Guinea. How's that? How is that?
I don't know. I can't explain it. This is beyond my level. Beyond my level why they would use
But ain't it
DNA.
in
Just
South
showing
America?
their art, huh?
Isn't it in South America also, right?
Guyana, they spell it Guyana, is in South America. Guinea is supposed to be in West Africa, but see, these are the games they play. I think they're just games. Like These portions you could see Angola, and you have to look to see, well, are they talking about Africa or are they talking about a place in America? Even though they're calling it Angola, I think it's just games that they've been playing, honestly.
All this shit fake.
Right. That they just been either putting stuff back in time, changing the thing, or back in time as far as it could be as simple as they go into one place, seeing the people, go into another person's place, and they're just naming it the same shit. Who knows? But there's sources where they're clearly in America and they're using these African ass names.
I'm riding with Nisha on this. All this shit fake. I know y'all don't like that. I know y'all don't like that term. But yeah, all this shit fake. Shit.
For real.
Can I prove it? Not right now, but I'm sticking with my gun.
Right.
I'm gonna stick beside them. But yeah, I get it. A lot of it is like, I would say, fake and stuff. I just don't say everything is fake. And to me, they just have to be amazing at making stories up, and I just don't think they are. It's like the same people that be like, oh, they're the ones that gave us the holidays, they gave us this, they gave us that. I just don't think they're as creative to give them as much credit as we try to give them.
Hell yeah, they are creative as fuck. Because look what we go through all the time on these panels, going back and forth, source against source. They creative as fuck. Hell yeah.
Yeah, they creative. They creative, but it's only to the degree that we believe or accept what the fuck they talking about.
Right.
No, I
So
think
once you
it just
start,
always has a little truth in it. Like, they're not as creative. It's just, I can take a little truth and I can make it sound real because I used a little truth in there. Two truths and a lie.
I don't know about that one. So let me ask y'all this, because I be asking questions. I be needing to have understanding and clarity. So if everybody was black, if everybody was, if everybody looked like me and y'all, then how did we get in the position that I'm not gonna say really right now, but how did we get in the position to where we lost so much? So that really mean that our people ain't shit.
I say it's because some niggas crossed some niggas out, and then them niggas eventually got crossed out. But some people say it's some mystery niggas in the background that's pulling all the strings. I don't support the mystery nigga hypothesis. That's all.
Yeah, I would say that too. I don't know, maybe, but I don't support the black hand hypothesis either. Other than maybe there might be some black people in these royal families that we just don't come across or anything. Maybe I just don't believe in the black hand. But I do agree with that. I think what they were doing at first is not what it led out to be. I think they were trying to become this global power and all this other stuff. And they were fighting each other. And in the midst of fighting each other and all this other stuff, once the greed sets in and stuff like that, it's just like, oh, well, we can take over. We can do this. Now, where the white people came in, I agree with you, Smoke. It's looking like the white people came in that red summer, all this other stuff. Like Birth of a Nation. That's the first movie that the United States put out for the mainstream in the theaters.
Yes.
All this other stuff.
In an attempt to there was an attempt to demoralize the image of the niggas in America.
And it was filmed on my people's land.
But it couldn't be the people in Ellis Island that funded that, right?
So my cousin and her 3 kids were in it. And I don't know. I have to get with her and ask her about actually who funded it. But the crazy part about it is all of that land that they own. That's where my family's graveyard is at. So it was really crazy to see that. I don't know. It's so many things that we research and try to debunk and try to find out, but it's hard. And at the end of the day, what do we really want? What are we fighting for? Is it the same for everybody?
I don't think it's the same for everybody. I think there could be some things that we can meet each other and have some common goals, but I think it's different for everybody. I think right now we're just trying to fight for understanding because I really don't think we understand
Yeah, I
as a
know I
whole
don't.
on a macro level.
Right.
We had this
You know,
discussion. We had this discussion last night about
but
fighting.
no, I
And
agree with Dosey. We don't
And
want
I'm
to have
ready
an
to cut people's
understanding.
heads off. I'm ready to go back to
Yeah.
scalping. Let's go.
But listen, listen, and we
ultimately
don't understand each other because we don't want to
man,
understand
she
each
just
other.
had
Like,
to
listen,
interrupt me to
it's
say
some
nothing.
whole big eyed little U's out this motherfucker. Everybody want to be that person. You understand how ego does have a actual position in our lives, even today, when it comes to whatever we are, whether it's a fashion, our car, our homes, whatever it is, right? We have been subdued. Which,
Nope.
when I say subdued, we have been subjected to something that we really aren't, and we know that we are above that. So when you know you're above the car, the flash, and all that, and you don't have to sit in that type of entertainment, that you know you can entertain yourself simply. When you're able to entertain yourself simply, but not happen to be fashionably correct for nothing, that gives you some type of a whole understanding of a
That don't make
glory,
sense. What are you
a
saying?
glory in a Christ-like, position. That you get into your God syndrome when you can sit above that type of shit, and not to be above nothing. But hear me when I say what I said. I said it's smoke. I understand you don't like it. You over there. I get it, my guy, and I understand it. I
Man, we
can
don't
welcome you not
understand what
liking what I say. Carry
Ooh.
on.
don't
You're
nobody
not giving me
understand
the
what
option to like or dislike because I have no understanding of what the hell you talking about. So I don't know if I like it or not. It got to be interpreted. Is there an interpreter around this motherfucker? No? Can anybody interpret what the fuck she trying to convey?
She says she's over here. You're not in your God state. You're over there, and that's why you lost.
Well, still, that what the fuck did that have to do with what we was talking about? Now, like I was saying, before I was so rudely interrupted, we had that discussion about fighting last night, and the ultimate determination was that we need to get our motherfucking mind frame right. First of all, I relinquish the flow.
Yeah, I think one thing we're talking beforehand then, but I think to me the white people make sense. How white people got in control makes sense.
Wait a minute, hold on. I don't know if I'm following you all the way. You said how white people got in control made sense?
Oh, yes.
Well, how are you supposing they got in control?
To me, they don't have it's like the barbaric nature that they have just is advantageous for the art of war.
Come again?
I'm agitacious. You listen. You're being agitacious. Go
I
look it
wasn't
up.
talking to you.
Oh, my bad. I just heard what she said. You're agitacious. Okay. Go look that up. You scholars.
I better not go look up agitations because I know I ain't gonna fucking find it.
You will. It's there. You're agitacious. Oh, go find it.
Like the coops. Do y'all say that happened or didn't happen? Well, Red Summer. We don't say Red Summer is fake, right?
No, but that gives the indication that they were already in control.
I don't think so. I think, like you said, like those are tools of getting into control.
Okay, I'll put that as a remote possibility. I don't know. Cause it's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah.
Right? And I got alkaline bottled water, right? So I shouldn't have no problem swallowing no goddamn pills. Yeah, but I'm having difficulty swallowing some of these pills that's being introduced in regards to the subject matter. Now we're saying white people weren't in control and they were just being utilized as a tool to disrupt an already functioning system that we can only claim at this point was being ran by some niggas. So we would have to conclude that them niggas didn't like other niggas to the degree that they would utilize a completely different demographic to overthrow those niggas. But it seems as if though after the overthrowing took place that no niggas was running shit afterwards.
Right. Right.
Bang bang.
See, it'll make
Valid.
sense.
Dang, dang.
It'll make sense.
I don't think so. It doesn't say that no niggas was running anything. It's like this group of some black, some white is running everything.
I still think it was two different governments until like the 1960s, because if everything is still being segregated until the 1960s, I mean, I still think that we were still doing our own thing. Little by little is when they had the United States take over everybody's land by drawing the maps. Once you see a map, that's it. You think that you are actually in this particular spot. I think the maps help take us to that place that we didn't want to go, and that's under somebody else's thumb.
What is this mysterious
Right.
government that we
Hold
can't?
up. And this whole thing is egregious. Like, listen, y'all are very studious, right? This is
What
all
is this mysterious
egregious.
government?
This is
Can we
very
find this mysterious
egregious. You
government
students,
that was
you
going
students of
coinciding with
this word, y'all students of this word. This is egregious that's going on. It's all
Oh
egregious.
man, you heard Truth gonna say that. Girl on girl.
I heard who say what? I'm not even. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he got a problem with the word egregious. You got to be easy saying that shit around Savage.
And
No,
y'all are
it's
funny as
egregious.
hell.
Nah, that ain't got nothing. Look what Smoke say. Nah, I'm
Low
trying to
blow
figure out
your
what
ass.
this
Funny as
mysterious
shit.
government is.
No, but for real though, I think we got to take another look at this word segregation. Now, if you guys are always separate from another group of people, somebody wants to hang out with somebody else. It looks like these other groups wanted to hang out with us, but they were also starting their own government alongside ours. But of course, we
I
had
was
some of
wait.
our people within that government, the United States as well too. That's why
And
they can say that.
you
Go
saying
ahead.
you saying that these two governments combined or became central in that civil rights era type shit? That what you saying?
I'm saying 1912, I always bring it up. When Woodrow Wilson became elected, that's when they began to get that one president, that united president under the 50 states, which they still didn't have 50 states in 1912.
How come
So
how many states did they
yep,
have in 1912?
I can't remember. They didn't have all 50 states as of yet.
They had 48.
So they got 48 states. They're not in every county, in every state. We've already made that plain as well too. Like we've already doused fire on Christopher Columbus. So we can't be Indians.
Hold on,
I
what you
hate to
mean it
say it.
wasn't every county, every state?
Yeah, that means that the so-called European person wasn't in every county in every state, even though they are drawing these maps saying that they own the whole state. They never, like, they're still unincorporated land.
Are we talking about pale skins or melanated Europeans?
We're talking about the foreigner, the person that is not from America. They did not fill up every corner of America, is what I'm saying. Even though they're saying they had the whole Cali, what I'm saying is the European was not in every part of California by itself, even though they're saying they own the whole state now.
When did they say they own the whole state?
It's called the United States now, right? It's part
Okay.
of the United States, right? That state, not the actual land itself, but that state on a map, a piece of paper, is owned by the United States.
Yes, these is a united colonies. They all united. That's why they became
All
states.
right, so who started the United Colony of California?
It'd be.
Don't answer. That was like really rhetorical. There was
Huh?
no colony called in California. There was no.
Yeah, I say that like, well, yeah, I don't think that was a colony.
Nah,
What I'm,
hold on. It was colonies. It was tribes out there.
Nah, but that wasn't
those are not colonies.
considered one.
Yeah. A colony and a tribe is synonymous.
Well, we're not tribes as Aboriginals. Then, if you're going to put a tribe being a colonialist as well, too, colonists or a
We
colonial.
tribes, we
All right, I'm
clans.
gonna need you niggas. I'm gonna need you niggas to stay focused. Y'all taking me all over the place. Come on, bro.
My
Stay
bad.
focused.
Where was you going? Where's you trying to go?
I don't think. Hold on for a second, because Wild Savage, I don't think nobody's saying it wasn't no tribes over there. It definitely was tribes in California, but that was still, I think. I mean, I could be wrong about this, but I thought that shit was still a part of Mexico for a minute.
Right. It was until they bought it through the Spanish American War. That's like 1898 or something.
No. That's the story. No. These
So explain
niggas
your story.
was united. Just like we had the United Colonies before the United States. These trading routes, just like an example, the World's Fairs. We went from the East Coast to the West Coast. These ball games and different stuff like that, this stuff has been going on over here for thousands of years. So to think that somebody came over here just like now, if you came in on the East Coast, you can't get to the West Coast, is crazy.
It would take a mighty long ass time to drive to the West Coast.
From the East
I
Coast.
know that shit took a long time on horse and carriage.
And you got to cross the Mississippi somewhere, motherfucker.
These people was masters
See,
taking
we shouldn't. We gotta be more. We gotta be more astute because we under the impression that we was limited to just horses and buggies.
Right.
So travel wouldn't have just consisted of horses and buggies.
In that time, whatever type of travel was it? Boat?
Ferries?
I'm saying it was planes, trains, and automobiles, and air travel, even during those times.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And what kinds was those?
17,
The whole
1800s.
time.
The
saying
whole
the
time.
whole time.
We always had technology.
Yeah.
Always.
Now I do kind of. That's a belief, though. We would have to really bring out the tools and the architecture and the archaeologist
That's not a
notes on something like that to actually make that a actual fact.
No, it's an actual fact when we go to these mounds and they show you what it would have looked like. How you think they know what it looked like?
All
This
right,
is
so
all over. When you go to these forts, these was communities. When you look in your city, we've been having advanced civilization over here, transportation. Oh
Now I
yeah.
know about the ball games,
Forts in the
the
cities.
Mayan games, even the Choctaw and all the other South also had games as well too. And not to mention hockey was already being played in Canada region. So amongst the Aboriginals up there. So yeah, of course, that
Well,
means
yeah.
that we were gathering together. We did have Olympic games.
So what y'all talking about? Like, hold up, like
I'm confused.
powered vehicles or some shit.
Steam engines. We had steam engines. Yeah, we had different forms of automobiles. We would have had
Cause
something
Yeah,
like an
we
airplane that flew.
definitely.
I'm trying to place that.
If
I
you look
mean,
at
like
Hold
I
up,
said,
let's just
medieval,
look it up. I want to put
I'm
some facts to
sorry.
it. Let's just look it up
if
real
you
Yeah,
quick.
look
look
at
that shit
medieval,
up. Cause why
if you
they
look
just
at
flew the
medieval
people?
paintings, they have flying airships.
You
In
talking about
those
like blimps
paintings.
and things of that nature? They did have
Exactly.
that. All of
Yeah.
this came in the 1800s, though.
Aladdin's carpet, flying carpet is
Why?
basically
But
talking
why do you
about
feel it come in the
airships.
1800s? Like just because they told you something came in the 1800s doesn't mean that's when. Just like they tell you these buildings was built in the 1800s, but I can go show you houses that was built in the 1700s, brick houses. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
What y'all trying to
Two-story
say?
and
Niggas
houses.
was in the car like the Flintstones in them.
Now, hold up. It
Nah,
nah,
says
I get to the bottom of
769 was
this
the first
because
car.
Cortez saw buildings and infrastructure in the Americas when he came to Mexico. There were buildings, bridges, cobblestone roads, all that type of shit. No TPs.
absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, I'm all is.
it's
What's
just
up, athlete?
I think
Everybody in the chat, what up?
Bang, bang.
we all say, oh, we were technologically advanced and all that other stuff. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. I just think to the extent that which everything has to grow and develop into something. I don't think that people just driving cars out the ass from Alabama to California. No, I don't agree with that.
Now, let me just read this. It says the first self propelled car was invented in 1769 by French engineer Nicolas Joseph Cugnot, a steam powered three-wheeled vehicle designed for the military. I know all that shit's a lie. So, of course. So in
But they
France, they
gave
already
you a,
got
but
engines.
they gave you a
France
hint
could mean
that these
Louisiana.
people had vehicles in the 1700s.
But it
No, I'm
wasn't
just saying what their history is stating is that the first car was invented in France.
Which France? France over there or France
France
over
didn't
here?
exist over there.
Now you know which one that they talking about. Not unless we do a
Right.
deeper
They're talking about
dive.
Louisiana France, right?
I'm gonna let the fellas
They're
handle
talking
this
about
one.
Louisiana France.
Go
Man,
ahead, Sharif.
I hate I even mentioned it because I
I,
already
I need
look.
for y'all to source up. I need to see something.
Yeah, because we got to source up on this. If we're saying that we had all of this great
You want to
technology,
put it in the back for me, or can you pull it up? Absolutely.
look at here. I just pulled it up on AI. So I just looked it up really quick here as well too, just to see if it would give me an American time frame here in America. So that's what I was just reading off.
Technology was all over the
Well, no,
planet,
no,
not just in
no. You
America.
cannot bring up AI. When you're looking at a source, AI is not involved. We
Now
talk about
he
real
just trying to
literature.
get
Looking
more
at if
information.
we're real. Like, listen, if we are students, you go to the library. AI has nothing to do with anything with a book or literature done. No, you cannot bring up a source to say AI.
Well, let me
Give us a
just
real
tell you
source.
this right here.
Absolutely. No.
Carnegie built 2,500 libraries throughout the world. So no matter which library you go to, you're gonna get the same work you about to get digitally sitting behind
So
your
hold up.
goddamn
You
TV
hold
screen.
up. Okay. Listen. Listen. Let's help our people. You said Carnegie because Carnegie, if you know, Carnegie is have something to do with the South. It comes to Carnegie Hall with the Carolina, Tennessee line when it comes to that. So bring up that actual fact because if you talk about Carnegie, let's talk about it. Bring about no AI. Let's get into the actual Carnegie Hall verbiage. Absolutely, because you know you said you were the man that has all the answers. So let's get into Carnegie. Let the people
Well,
know,
Carnegie
my
was a
guy.
eugenist. Let the people Well,
know,
Carnegie
my
was a
guy.
eugenist. So what I'm saying is he's part of the rewrite of history through the eugenics writers, like the Federal Writers Program and things of that nature. So if we are going to go to a library to read books that they've rewritten the history in, it's not going to do us any good. Is all I'm saying.
I agree with that.
Hold up,
But everything in
you
the
can't
library is not a
backtrack.
lie.
Hold up, no, absolutely, you're backtracking right now. You just fucking backtrack. So now you said we cannot look up Bookership. We're not supposed to go here. When
I'm
I
saying
mentioned
you'll get the
Carnegie,
same
when I
information.
hold up, because when I mentioned Carnegie, nigga, you step the fuck down because we already know who Carnegie is. This is for all y'all scholars to be acting like y'all got this history packed the fuck down. And guess what? I'm
I
grateful.
don't think
I'm
you
the
know who
most
Corny
fucking hated, but
is.
I'm the most educated at the same fucking time on this shit. So listen,
No, you
let's
not.
talk about Carnegie. No, absolutely, we cannot leave Carnegie out of this conversation. Come on, let's
Who
talk
was
about
Carnegie?
Carnegie.
Who was
Yeah,
So
Carnegie?
get into Carnegie. Let's
Who was
go.
Carnegie? Who is he?
Man,
Carnegie
come
was
Big
an
Cat.
on,
Absolute.
man.
industrialist.
Oh, smoke.
Carnegie
Let
was
your
an
brother,
industrialist.
let your brother
right.
absolutely teach you something. Absolutely. Tell Smoke about Carnegie.
Man, shut your ass up.
So Carnegie had a wild background growing up as a. That's the one that had the indentured servitude background as well too, and he worked throughout his boyhood life. Became a little trickster. Found out how to do the boss's work on the last job with the steel mill and things of that nature. Was able to switch a few train cars around and get into the train industry. That's how he got his big come up. So he was never always rich or anything. So this guy has a story of coming from the slums of New York, making it great with this
I
whole
think that's a made up story.
industrial. Uh, yeah, he
I
stole
think
this
they
because
made that up.
no. What I'm saying is no. Carnegie actually did become the owner of that. The
No,
whole
I
train.
mean the Porter Richard story. That's,
No. These people did come over here as indentured. They were able to take over. Like let's say your granddad
I
had a
don't
big
believe that
business.
story.
Hold
I
up.
don't
Don't get
believe that
lost.
story.
Stay on the story of Carnegie because Carnegie is gonna bring you European motherfuckers here. Catch up. Catch the fuck up. Cause
Dosey,
y'all
what
think
you
Raven
making?
don't know what the
Dosey,
fuck rest we
what
doing.
you making out of this?
Hey, absolutely. Stay on the Carnegie. Come on. Absolutely. Tell them people
Well,
about
everybody
Okay,
knows
Carnegie.
goddamn, Rachel,
Tell
calm
them
Carnegie
people
down.
was a
about it. Hey,
eugenist.
Dosey, you
Everybody
know
Come on,
knows.
Carnegie.
absolutely. Hey,
Hey,
stop letting them pressure
Dosey,
you about
Dosey know
Carnegie. We're not
Carnegie.
even talking about Carnegie
Dosey
like
know
that. You just
Carnegie.
came up in a damn
No,
conversation. Hey,
that's the time I
Dosey.
know y'all people ain't
Yeah,
Hey,
here.
that's true.
Y'all be over there
Carnegie is
bullshitting.
associated with all the
Don't she
Indian,
know Carnegie? She know
all
it.
those schools, the freedmen schools, the Native American schools.
Right. The Divine Nine, he was involved in that.
I want them to stay on the advanced tech too bad, saying
right. That's what I'm trying to get back
that's yeah.
to.
I'm trying to get a better understanding. I'm trying to learn something too. I ain't saying like I said. I
Let me
agree that
interject on that.
we were
When
advanced.
you
I
I
go,
agree
was
with
going
that.
to go to Nikola Tesla next. He's born in 1856, but how do y'all feel about him? Do y'all feel like he is the originator of that stuff? If he learned it through the stuff, because that's where I hear about the world fairs and all that kind of stuff of like Nikola Tesla was able to learn that stuff through the world
Tesla,
fair.
Oh shit!
Tesla always claimed that he
It's
got his
more, yeah,
information from.
Nikola Tesla is a classic whitewash.
Basically. You know he didn't know about electricity like that to know how to pull shit from the air. They wasn't even believing in the ether. They were trying to
I
make the
don't think
world
he's
round.
whitewashed though. I think he got his
And he
information
was
from
a nigga
older.
too.
He got his information from older sciences and older manuscripts. You
Right.
understand?
Classic whitewash,
Tesla, he old. This. Let me
just
finish. I'm
like
gonna let y'all finish.
Einstein, a classic whitewash.
Right, but what I'm saying is not white. I wouldn't agree. I'm not agreeing with the whitewash. What I'm saying is he got his information from older sources when it comes to scientific
Right, but
innovations.
is he credited with it though?
Damn.
He's accredited. Yeah, he's
All
accredited.
right, that what make it a whitewash. If the white dude is getting the credit, it makes it a whitewash.
No, he never took credit for it. Other people claim that he personally said he got it from somewhere else. Matter of fact, he said he has dreams and messages coming from other
Whitewash.
places. That's what he
That's
said.
a whitewash. Yeah, that's a whitewash.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right. I get what
We
you're saying.
saying he getting it from older sources, but he said he getting it from a dream.
He never said
It's
he
white.
never he said he got it from other sources too.
Well,
Oh, okay.
in Chicago, we were already using the ether, as you can see in the World's Fairs. All those street lights were being put up with no wires running to them. They were already pulling from the ether,
Back up.
and that's way before Tesla. What were you saying?
Right.
Dustin?
My fault. What y'all about to say?
All right, who is this dude on the screen? This the nigga that made the first automobile, right?
Right, Britannica.
Right, that is, yeah.
Y'all buying this? I
So,
don't even buy this. I'm not buying this story.
Man, you know I am. I ain't buying that shit.
Dosey, could you type in, if you're not too busy, how many people lived in Paris from 1725 to 1804? What was the population count for Paris?
Shit,
Knowing that they
I'm
go ahead.
sorry.
One second, I'm about to pull it up.
I still
I'll-
want
I'll-
to
That's a
to
good
explain
question.
that advanced civilization.
Right here.
Well, first
If
we
You
got
saying here,
that's what I want to
advanced
see some
civilization
facts on
here in
that.
America?
you go to the
Man,
Aztec,
I can.
there's
I
an
can.
Aztec king that has a burial chamber. On the top of his burial chamber, he was positioned in a machine, what they believe is a machine.
Man, we can go to St. Louis. We can go to the Serpent Mounds. We can go to.
But what's the
Aztecs.
technology we're gonna see is what they're asking.
Right. The Aztecs had technology.
What you mean to take? What technology we gonna see?
Like we have to prove some tangibility that we were this great kingdom over here, but right now we do got a lot of stories that we can't put actual facts to it. We're
That's
still figuring things
what you
out.
mean. Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
could you
Talking about
point me
y'all.
to a car? What was the mode of vehicle in the 1600s? Are you just gonna say horse, or are you gonna say a car? Well, you got to show me the car if you say car. You got to show me the plane if you say plane.
Yeah, okay. I think you got
You
it,
got
but I think you got to
I don't have
You
use
to
got
show you that.
right.
Zeppelins.
You can't
What about the
use
Zeppelins?
right. You're not going to be able to use the historical report to solidify our hypothesis because all we can call it right now is a hypothesis. Right? You're gonna have to use the circumstantial evidence to build a case. That's all you can do.
But I'm
No,
saying
which is good. Go ahead.
we could
Sorry.
validate. I'm sorry, absolutely. I just want to say this in response to Smoke. I'll just say this, Smokey, because if y'all could validate that it was an advanced civilization and people were able to do these magnificent things, then we gotta go back on all the shit we ever said about the slave trade.
We've been going back on
Who
the slave
believes in the
trade.
slave trade,
Right,
Sharice?
we've been going back. We've been fighting back on the slave trade.
No, I'm saying
We
y'all
look
gonna
at
have
that
to.
as
I'm
total
just saying,
nonsense.
that means niggas had the boats and the willpower to do all that shit.
Yeah, we been said that. Yeah, that's what happened. We been said that.
I don't
But
remember
no.
hearing nobody ever saying that.
No, y'all couldn't have said that because first of all, you talk about that they can't come over here on certain type of boats because it couldn't hold all of those people, and then you talking about the schooner boats and all of this. So come on now, it's either one or the other. Let's find me the plane, train, and automobiles, please.
Hold on.
I
What
do
you
have
mean?
one
Hold on.
fact
What you
on that
mean? We
though.
never. I don't come from the stance that white people or Europeans came over here with boats. I distinctly say and show that we left from here and went over there colonized. We are the boat makers. We had the strongest wood to make the boats that would cross the seas. They didn't have that.
Well, I do want to take you to Inca, Peru. Now they had air balloons out there for sure. They did the Inca lines with that. They have evidence of hot air balloons is what created the Inca Nazca lines. So that's one proof that we did have aerial flying
Pull up,
craft.
Dosey,
I think those.
pull up the city on the tower, Machu Picchu, whatever. I can't pronounce it.
But
Y'all know what I'm talking about?
even if you, I'm sorry, because Wild Savage.
The Tower of Montezuma?
No, Machu Picchu. God damn, I can't pronounce this shit.
Just by them having old maps should show you that they had technology. You can't make a map off the ground. You have to make a map
No, but that ain't
taking
enough. We
pictures
got
from
to
the
show them some
sky.
real. We got to show them some real circumstantial
The
evidence
map is
of
what?
advanced tech
Imaginary
being
lines.
used.
Right.
You got to show
So
them some real tech. I mean, some real infrastructure of advanced technology being utilized, or you just got
right.
to say aliens is responsible for a lot of this shit.
I agree with that, but you could look. This one example could be maps. If you look at old maps, 1500 maps, how did they make
Yeah,
those
Peru,
maps?
just Jazzy. What's the name
You
of that
have
place in Peru?
Marco Pico?
Yeah,
Are
I
you talking
can't.
about
Yeah, but
that?
I don't know how to spell it. I
Or
don't know how to
Saxy
spell it.
Walman? You talking about Saxy Walman
I'm talking about
or
the one that's
Marco
on top
Puco?
of the dam. I'm talking about the one that's on top of the tower.
That might
The
be the
city on top of the
Marco
tower.
Puco.
Yeah, that
I'm
one.
just saying, just by them having maps should be proof to show they had some type of technology to create these maps.
They did not have
Yeah,
maps.
but
Those maps are
right,
fake, bro. I hate to say it. They did not have maps
Okay,
until the
how? But
1800s.
then
right.
prove that's the proof you have to
Pull
show.
that up.
Prove
Well, I got
that
proof
those
of that.
maps were
I do
fake.
have proof.
Okay, I want to hear the proof.
Okay,
Blow
you
that
can hear
up,
the
Dosey.
proof.
Blow that up, Dosey, because I want to ask them a question. Is it do we give it a description of this city? Go to the all where you give a description of the city.
Yeah, Marco Puco. Yeah, okay.
Okay, it's called a 15th century citadel located
That
in the
means in the
eastern,
1400s.
right, in the eastern Cordillera or whatever, I can't pronounce that word, in southern Peru on a mountain ridge at 2430 meters. So what would have to be explained is how in the hell you building a city up that high.
A mile, I think it's like a
Right,
mile, a 1.1 mile or something like that. Can't remember what
right. So you got to have look, you got to have the technology to be able to transport the materials up that high. Unless y'all want to say they was climbing up the mountain with the material on their back.
I agree with that. Good question. The only way they got the materials up there is through some type of power technology or a crane, some type of machinery.
Air balloon,
See,
hot
what
air
I'm saying
balloon.
is
So air
they're
balloons
not
can
gonna they're
carry
not gonna
tons
flat
of
out
stone.
right.
How
What I'm
can
saying
air
they're not
balloons
gonna
carry tons of stone? That
right.
don't
They're
make
not
sense.
gonna flat out say that it was
They had
advanced.
power
Look,
engines.
this is what I'm saying.
They
They're
had
not gonna say we're not gonna find on the historical report that they flat out had advanced technological skills. We just have to use circumstantial evidence to make our argument. Because if they're not gonna say it verbatim, then you got to ask why and how was shit like this erected. Because they're not
respectfully.
doing shit
Ain't
like
no
that
air.
today. They're not even doing shit this splendid today. And we supposed to be
Exactly.
the most advanced in the Earth's history. So I'm just
Right.
saying.
Respectfully, ain't no air balloon bringing them type of stones up no goddamn mountain. Let's be real.
So if you got hot air balloons, what else could you make that could float, that could carry weight?
Planes,
So
machine planes. That's what I'm trying to
whatever
say.
it is something aerial. They had already figured out how to float into the air on something.
It's no floating. It's powered engine. You need power to carry those type of stones. Powered engines. That's what we talking about. No floating nothing.
Yo, magnetic energy makes things float, correct?
All right,
Listen.
don't y'all niggas get into a separate argument about how
No,
it
no,
might
no,
have
no, 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 no.
possibly
It's all
been
respect.
erected and all
It
that
ain't.
old shit.
Nah, it's all
Yeah,
respect.
that's
It ain't none of
possible.
that.
The key
Yeah,
to it is
that's
the
possible.
key to it is that you had to have some type of advanced technology to get that accomplished.
Look,
That's just point blank.
if you go to the there's an Aztec emperor right now that's buried in South America right now. If you look on his coffin, on the top of the coffin, right, is marble. First of all, it's marble. You need machines to cut fucking marble. Can't just cut marble with chisels and hammers. Don't work like that, bro. You understand what I'm saying? If you look on top of this is an Aztec emperor I'm talking about. They made it like a sculpture of him. He was actually, they say it's a machine, some type of machine they positioned him in. Meaning, I got the picture. I throw it up in the chat. But meaning, telling you that the Aztecs had technology, bro. That's why they building these temples and these fucking Machu Picchu and all this other shit.
So
It's not no air
what would
balloon
be the
shit.
best technology? Not that I was going against you, but what would be the best technology that's natural? Electricity and magnetism.
You ever see magnets lift of stones, ton
Yes,
stones,
Florida.
boulders? Where you seen that at?
Florida. Ain't that out in Florida? And don't some of our stones are already
So
magnetic?
you see
Some of the stones are
magnets,
already magnetic.
right? So you saying that magnets pick these stones up magnetically?
I'm saying magnetic force
I've
can
never
make
seen
things
that
move.
though. If that's possible,
So
they'd
you
be
never
doing
seen
that
this stone
today.
castle out in Florida?
Yeah, well, yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah,
Okay, that's magnetic force, right?
yeah. Just because it's magnetic, do they have a machine
You
powerful
don't need a
enough?
machine for magnetic
What
energy
they
to take
do?
place, is what I'm
Hey, you can
saying.
take my
So you saying
Pikachu
they just
down,
took?
those.
I'm good. My fault. I ain't mean to cut you. But
Sharice, what did you want to say?
Oh shit. Nothing. I'm still trying to I don't know, I might have missed it, but I'm just still trying to get to the advanced technology situation. I'm still on that.
let me ask you a
Sorry.
question, I believe what you just said. You said they
Yeah.
took natural magnets, like natural magnets out the ground, and used those magnets to pick up ton a boulder that's a ton. That's
Well,
what you're
you
saying, bro?
don't. You're not using it to pick up anything. You're using the magnetic force to make it move. You can even use sound. Sound
Right.
move heavy things as well. What I'm
You
saying is the technology could have been minimal. It didn't have to
okay?
be this big ass machine.
I get that part, but what you saying is you ever seen magnets pick up boulders and rocks, even though the rocks have magnets in them. You ever seen that?
Yeah, yeah,
Nah,
yeah. I can.
man, cause that's not
Where have you
really
seen it at? Tell
that's
me.
not really that's not really the I'm just saying that I don't think that's the way it was done by any means. I don't think nobody was
Thank you.
lifting
I don't think
no
that's the way it
right.
was done
Nobody was
either.
lifting no megalithic stones and putting them motherfuckers one by one next to each other. Right. That's nonsensical.
So the only sensible way is the same way they pick up heavy stuff from the ground to a higher location is through engine powered aircraft. That's what I'm saying.
But we would have to prove that.
I
That's
don't
why
even
I'm being
I don't know. I
simplistic
don't
with it.
right. I don't know. I think we limiting the possibility of how advanced but yet simple
We
that
can
these things were erected. Right. So
we
I
can
think
prove this though. We can not to cut you off, brother, but we can prove
I'm
this by
saying, but
how
I'm just
things are
saying,
done today. That's how you
right.
prove it.
I'm saying the megalithic structures, those megalithic structures was built by forming the material that was used to erect them, not by cutting stones and moving them all around. I'm saying, I'm
Well,
like,
the
just like,
experts say differently. The experts say that they were cuts of right angles that nature don't create like that. You have to shape forms, shape objects.
okay, well, if the experts were so sure, then tell me why the experts can't duplicate the process.
Because the
Right?
knowledge was lost.
You can't
Because the
say,
knowledge
oh, we know exactly how they did this shit. Well, nigga, show me. That's what I'm gonna say. Show me then. If you
nah.
can't
What I'm
show
saying,
me, then that
I,
means you
I'm about to
don't
tell you.
know how it was motherfucking done.
I'm about to tell you, and nobody. That's not what I'm disputing. What I'm saying is the evidence. Yeah, yeah. What I'm saying is how
Ooh,
you
the
think they
door is
built these.
squeaky.
How you,
Hey, just need a little oil. Just need a little oil. That ice is not playing.
Oh,
Might
okay.
I
My bad,
suggest
yo. That
might
door
I
was squeaking.
suggest a can of WD 40?
Somebody crunching through that snow right now.
A
Yeah,
10
yeah,
bag.
but it would be hard to prove the technology. We know it was technology,
it's
but
not
what
hard to
would that
prove. That's the
actual
thing.
tangible technology be?
It's not hard to prove. That's the thing. Because the brother before just he posed a great question. How did these stones get up so high? And then we start to speculate, oh, air balloons, oh, this and that. But if you pay attention how things are built today versus the thing these castles, these monuments, these old artificial things that we claim was built by horse and buggies and chisels and hammers. Experts today are saying that's damn near fucking impossible, bro. They don't they not claiming they know exactly how it's built. They saying the way they say these shits was built couldn't have, is impossible to be done like that. That's what I'm saying.
Dosi, you'll pull up Saxy Woman. They got writings on the Saxy Woman wall in English that have English letters on them that was 30,000 years old on Saxy Woman. That mountain peak as well too. So
Man, you
Peru was
saying
some
it's
badass.
30,000-year-old English letters on the wall, bro? Come on,
And
man. You
Saxy
can't.
Woman, like it's a mile high. Yeah, it's a mile high up as well too. So that's another spot in Peru. So you just brought up one spot in Peru, and I'm telling you, this is also where they had the air balloons at doing the Nazca lines at as well too in Peru.
But
So
I'm not just using Peru, but Peru is just the most prominent example. I'm saying shit like this would have been all over the place, but it's not all over the place no more because we know we went through Reconstruction. And before you go through Reconstruction, what you got to go through? Before you go through Reconstruction, what you got to go through, right? Because re means doing it again. Is that correct?
absolutely.
All right, then. Come on, man. Y'all got to learn how to do this mathematical equation.
So that's what the World's Fairs was. It was introducing our technology to the world. So we need to check the World's Fairs.
Yeah, but they're going to claim the World's Fair was built in 2 years and 9 months and all that
That's
other goofy
bullshit.
shit, and we ain't have no way to
That's
dispute it.
bullshit.
They're going
There's
to say
no
they
way in
used
hell.
stucco. They're going to say they used stucco and repurposed a lot of the shit. That's what they
That's
going to say.
bullshit. They
And let the
lying.
wind blow it down after they were done. After 9 months of being in the same spot, you built it out of pastel colors and shit like that, Play-Doh. But it stood for 9 months while you had all these people come visit it and stay in certain rooms on that same property. And the mayor
It's
of Chicago
obviously
even got killed at the Chicago's World's Fair.
right. So that means
Okay,
they
they still
lying.
don't believe us about the advanced tech, y'all. How we going to solidify this in their thought process?
Because when I think about just like real quick, I know Yodi trying to talk too. Because like when I think about like advanced civilization, I just think about like complex writing systems and being extremely advanced in math or just knowing how to like obviously the infrastructure and things like that, being able to do things like that. And like that's what I think about when I think about an advanced civilization for like a certain period of time. Like that's
And
the shit that I
that's a
think
good
about.
point.
I don't really think so much about like niggas had
So the
cars.
Americans are the
Like that.
only ones that had
That's not
that.
how I think about it. But if anybody can, explain it outside of that, that would be nice.
The
Okay, so
Americans
ask
are
the
the
search
only one that.
engine.
Go ahead.
Just ask this: Is there any evidence of advanced civilization prior to European arrival? Just ask that.
They would say the Mayan or either the Aztec. That would be their. You know what? There's going to be somebody like Mayan, Aztec, or either the Incan Empire.
Mm-hmm.
One of the three.
Well, that's good enough for me.
And now we did notice that they had mummies with long locks, like black man's hair locks, in Peru as well. So I mean, we could stay on Peru and step on everybody else's neck from Peru alone in the Americas.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
would
that's
even include Mississippian culture in that. But
Exactly.
I just when we talk about automobiles, and when we're talking about a point when we got European settlers making their way onto this landmass, that's the shit that I'm talking about. Because I don't believe that they had cars that they were driving in the 1700s, unless it was a Flintstone car. I don't care. So somebody got to help me understand.
I think they did. I think they did have cars. I think they did have machines. I think they did have technology. I think the opposite.
Well, why Harriet Tubman didn't get a ride?
Hey, I'm
And
done.
why this nigga just invented the cotton gin?
I'm
I
done.
mean, just because those machines are only for the rich. only for the elite, the people that were in rulership. You think everybody had a car back then? I doubt it. Just like everybody didn't know how to read back then. Just because they had cars don't mean cars was available for everybody. Only the select few that were powerful enough or rich enough to own those machines. Those are the same people that built the castles, built the like you said, the World's Fair, all the shit in the World's Fair that they lie and say, oh, they built it in 2 years. Nah. These were old civilizations that were already there when before the Europeans came here.
Yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, they still ain't going for the car shit though. Yeah, so
I would
we
say the
just put
reason
that
why I
on it.
say my fault. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you got it.
The reason why I'm saying cars and machines, I'm not saying cars like I'm talking cars like mobile machines that could carry heavy loads like stones, bricks, mortar, wood, things to build infrastructure. For example, you think those stones for the castles in America, you know they got castles in America, right? You think one of those stones is like a ton. You think and there's millions of stones they use in one of those castles, bro. One is where did they get the stones from? They had to bring them from somewhere. You think they bring these ton stones with horse and buggies, bro? Keep it real. Think about that. So when you keep saying there's no evidence, there's plenty of evidence. There's clues to put the story together.
Hey, I pulled up something here. Can I read it real quick? Just going along with what we're talking about, advanced technology. It's saying here when Europeans arrived in the Americas during the age of exploration, 15th through the 17th centuries, they encountered highly sophisticated indigenous technologies and societal organizations developed over centuries. These innovations were often adapted to local environments and needs, exhibiting significant advancement in agriculture, architecture, metallurgy, and spatial organization. Even though they differed from European technological paradigms, key examples. Let me just read the key example. I won't read it all, but so they're saying these people were technology based foundation as well. So it's saying number one, agriculture. You got number two, urban planning and civil engineering. You got number
Infrastructure.
three, metallurgy and materials. So metalworking, stone construction. So I just wanted to bring that up. And then number four goes to weaponry and transport. So I'll read what it says here under weaponry and transport. Cordage and textiles, sophisticated weaving techniques, produce durable fabrics, armor, fishing nets, and rope essentials for daily life. Tools and honey systems, sharpened stones, obsidian blades, and composite bows were technologically optimized for hunting and warfare, dispute using non-metallic materials. Next, it goes down to trail networks and suspension bridges. Inca road systems spanned mountainous regions, employing suspension bridges of woven fiber, a remarkable feat of civil engineering. Knowledge system is number five. Calendrial and astronomical knowledge. So they had a calendar basically, and they were studying astronomy as well too. Mesoamerican civilizations, such as the Maya, integrated astronomy into agriculture, religion, and architecture, producing precise calendars and observatories. Excuse me. Medical and botanical expertise. Indigenous people had an advanced understanding of local flora, using plants for medicine, dyes, and food processing.
And you need machines to do all those things.
Let's go down. Let me just go to the conclusion. It says while Europeans had developed navigational and maritime technologies that enabled transoceanic exploration, magnetic compass, astrolabe, caravels, sextant, Mercator map, the Americas contained independently advanced technologies perfectly suited to their environmental and cultural context. Europeans viewed these innovations both through their lenses as of admiration and wait a minute, utilitarian appropriation, often transforming indigenous technologies to fit colonial purpose. So basically, they were taking our technologies to fit their purpose. So it's theirs once they take it back home to their people in England. Basically, is what they're saying. So no matter what was here, it could have been the bulldozer. It don't even matter. Now it's made in Italy for the first time.
Right. Right. I mean, you just got to consider the like you said, those a lot of those old buildings we can't build today. How the hell we can't build those buildings today when we got the technology? It doesn't make sense. It's either two things. It's either they had better technology, which I agree with, or there's some superhumans doing this shit. Whichever you want to believe, man.
Well, I don't think they had better technology than us by no means, by no feat either. I don't even think they had technology like swords or guns like they're saying either. Otherwise, they would have been took us over.
I disagree with that.
And why would they come over here with guns and then enslave their people first for the first 200 years of being here?
Yeah, and we showed them how to make motherfucking guns. That shit came from here.
Why would we do that
Well,
though?
information travels, bro. Don't matter who made it first.
Business.
The
It
United
does
States
matter who
had
made it first in this case,
the
because
United
if we're
States.
saying we're the first people, it does matter who made it first.
I mean, yes, it does, but
Business. Business.
but how does it matter when the same if we made it first and the enemy got the technology and then use it to conquer us, then why does it matter who made it first?
Hmm.
I don't think they use the technology, but if you bring a group of
Disagree
people
with
over
that.
here, let me just explain. If you bring a group of people over here to be indentured servants in every faction of work there is, and they work for no pay, let's just say they just kept bringing them over here. They knew the main areas that ran the water. Like that's how we got 98,000 dams now, because a lot of indentured servants were working on these riverbeds and making trenches. Once they got here, they were really indentured servants. They were working all these hard fucking jobs, like working in mines here as well too. So they knew where the natural resources were being held at. That's how you coup d'etat someone. You got to know the water resource. You got to know the lighting resource. You got to know the main things these people actually live off to actually take people over with no war. That's the Cold War.
I don't believe
So
they did.
somebody just gonna come in my
Either.
house and take my guns and shoot me with it.
Right. Does that make sense?
No, we're not thinking about the mixing and things of that nature. Like,
So we
it's
just
a
made
whole nother
everything and
story. But
gave it to
let's
the
stick to
enemy.
That's
technology.
impossible.
No, that's not impossible because the coup
It
d'etat
is
did happen.
impossible.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be in power. That's a
Hold
coup
They're
on.
not in,
d'etat.
huh?
Hold on.
They're not
So
in
you
power because of that. That's impossible.
Yes,
wait.
I'm
So
telling
you're
you.
saying my bad. My bad.
Go ahead. No, no, no. I'm kicking
I
the
want to
breeze.
ask
Go
you this
ahead.
question because I'm trying to understand. You're a very intelligent dude. This ain't knocking none of your information. I disagree with this. So my question to you is: you saying that we made all well, the Indians made the Americans made all the technology, and then somebody, a foreigner or the enemy, just comes and we just simply gave them the technology for them to just abuse us with it. That what you saying happened, bro?
Yeah, it don't even make sense.
That don't
Late
even make no goddamn
1800s.
sense, bro.
Late 1800s is when they started coming up with their plan to start taking over. So they weren't in power until recently here, as time progressed
I
here.
know we
So,
not. I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying the origin of the story. That's what
well,
I'm disputing.
okay. So if you let people go free, we're still in our segregated camps. Okay, they're starting to build now because we're letting them flow in their own society now. That's what that means to be
We
free after
letting them.
1865.
We letting them.
Not just us, we're still in government, and now they're able to get run for government as well too. So the indentured servants got free 1865. Let's start there so you can understand what I'm saying.
I understand, perfect.
All right, so you got 1865 indentured servants all over the world are actually free at that point in time. So it wasn't just America. All the indentured servitude was supposed to cease. So we wouldn't have been part of that whole indentured servitude slave. and whatnot anyway. So it wouldn't even really matter to us. We still kept our segregated communities. We still had our own banks up until like the early 1900s, until the 1912 Federal Reserve Bank happened. And it took a little time for that to catch on.
Right, but does that mean that we handed all our superior technology to them though? We let them just come take this shit over? That's not what
No,
happened, bro.
we didn't let anything happen.
No, that's what you were inferring before. That's why I was trying to make sure I'm not,
No, I
misunderstood what
never
you're saying.
inferred that. No, we never let anything just happen. Of course, there's some of us that was on that same team as them. A lot of those people had those people working for 'em. So,
Of course, because but you know why? And I'm not to interject. I'm just to interject right there. That makes sense because the story says they were American Indians, indigenous Indians that aligned themselves with the French. They aligned themselves with the Spanish. They aligned themselves with the British. So Indians, like you said, were assimilating into Roman culture.
But I
no,
will
we
say,
had
can
people
I say
working
something
for
real
us.
quick? I will say destroying the technology makes way more sense than the buildings to me. Like you would have to have some kind of mass kind of bombing to take out, Mika Pikachu, whatever. So I'm sure it's not Mika Pikachu, but that's whatever it is.
And you know what's crazy
Machu
though,
Picchu.
G? You know
Machu
what's crazy
Picchu
though,
or either
Gi?
Machu
Yeah,
Picchu.
it's like certain things they can't take away. So certain things we can't. You'd have to show me what kind of bomb or what did
You,
they have to be able to destroy
you know
pyramids.
what?
They're
And
still
I'm
here
glad
because
you
they
said that.
can't destroy it.
And I'm glad you said that because that's what scholars were saying. That's what happened. They had some technology to blow shit up and destroy things that were here before they came to hide certain things from us, from later generations. So it's funny you said that because scholars are actually thinking that way. They destroyed evidence. That's what they, like I was talking about before, the Reconstruction era. Where you think they was going? Going to the cities as they were conquering, expanding from the 13 colonies to all the way to the 50 colonies, right? They were destroying things on the way. That's why they call it reconstructing. They deconstruct, then they reconstruct.
Okay, so Reconstruction didn't actually happen until the 1900s. So the story is when
It
that's what
had
they're calling their
That's not true.
Reconstruction.
That's not true. Reconstruction happened every time a war happens. Reconstruction happened after World War II. They just didn't call it Reconstruction, but it was.
Well, World War One and World
Reconstructions
War Two
happen
was
every
funded by us. So we were going over there to rebuild and get rid of the nasty motherfuckers over there.
rebuilding is
So,
reconstructing.
well, they were going to rebuild it prior to the war. So it was a proxy war to get those guys better buildings and
So I'm
better
not disputing
roads.
that. You're right. I'm not. That's not the dispute. What I'm saying. What I'm saying is the era we call Reconstruction, just one Reconstruction. There were multiple reconstructions throughout history since Christopher Columbus touched land in America, bro.
Hold
Christopher
on, but
Columbus
I
never
want to
came
say
here.
this. Why is it always made like when you talk about what we did to somebody's it was epoxy war like he was fake. We went over there to destroy their stuff to build it up. No, we went over there and colonized.
Yeah,
Civilized that
but
motherfucking area.
civilizing is the word.
Colonized, civilized, whatever you want to call it. If they was
It's all
over
the
there
same
living how
shit.
they was living, and we come over there telling them how to do something different, then we colonize. Cause we called it civilized, don't make it right. Same thing is over here. Or the story that they told about over here.
So what could happen is some shit like what was going on in India. That's why we put money behind India because they start having kids coming out with like 8 arms and shit, like on the regular. So once American medicine got over there, and now they're the big pharma overseas because we gave them something to make money with. That's civilizing these people, so they're not spreading disease to the next country over and the next country over.
I mean, the whole colonization of the Americas started in India. That's where you get the East Indies Company from. When the East Indies Company started in India or Hindustan.
No, well, I would. They overlaid that story with the Naga story. That's when the Nagas actually were over there. When they're saying the British were over there, them damn Nagas.
Right. But still British, even though they Hindus.
Well, the British would be the Bretons, which would be the Caribbeans, the islanders from America.
I agree with that. I'm not disputing that. We're talking about the origin. Later, it became that. We're talking about the origin of things.
Now you can't forget about like the Philippines down there. All those people were heavily melanated, right?
Negritos. That's why they call them Negritos.
Okay, they ruled the archipelago at one point in time, right? And they say they also came from Taiwan. So they saying that
Right.
they are aboriginal to Taiwan. That's their motherland. That's all
I,
they know.
I will put them in the Melanesian category. Papua New Guinea people and all that.
I mean, I would definitely do so as well too. I would definitely do so as well too. But those people saying that they came from Taiwan, they are originated in Taiwan, then migrated to the archipelago.
I believe that. And that, like I said, it's all the same area. Melanesia, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, all those are in the same. You could. It's like It's like going from Jamaica to Florida. It's like 20 minutes. Same
Right.
area.
One thing I will say, because there is some sort of, I do believe in the free energy. I don't know about cars and stuff like that, but like I was saying to Otto, he was up here before. Like people call it Tartania, people call it the Moors. If you look into the World Fair, those type structures, whether they're large houses, political houses, anything like that, like they are everywhere. They're even in Africa. So what they're trying to say is that the Europeans came and built those, but Sanchez points out a good thing. Go look into these said Europeans and look at how they live. How come
That's
they
what I'm
live
talking
in
about.
houses? So
All
Yeah.
something got something going on.
And you just put Paris up on the screen. I hope everybody saw that population. They still have that same population, maybe a little bit over now. But mind you, they're talking about these people were leaving France at that
Oh,
time in the millions. So for you to only have 500,000 people there and your population never changed, how are you sending millions of people to colonize the entire middle part of the Americas? So we just got to start making sense of you don't even have that population in your town during that time. How are you sending a mass migration of people out on ships who are never to return again, never to add to your population at home again, to go have war with people here, take over from Canada down to Louisiana, got the Haitians speaking French. That shit don't make sense.
exactly.
and,
And
and
that
I
that
I wanted to say this. Our people still build them structures and stuff like that. That stopped when you would say they put codes and stuff in on and regulations on what you can use to make your mortar and stuff like that. But if you catch a like my little old school that I ride with, he like 80 years old, you know what I'm saying? And he's a master mason, you know what I'm saying, as far as building or whatever. And
Carpenter.
but if you just look, I mean, it's stuff we ride around the city. I ride around the city and just look at old stuff he built, and even the old house he built. Nah, we still can build like that. It just goes against codes. You know what I'm saying? For us to experiment with the raw materials and stuff like that, we just not doing that. We not in them fields no more. You know what I'm saying?
right,
We
because we
not
don't have the
gold
knowledge to
mining,
do that.
coal mining, and you know what I'm saying. That's not a big commodity. We're not in the rock quarries and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Or going in these caves that got motherfucking uh crystals and all this shit in it. You know, to build these elaborate structures.
You know
But yeah,
why?
it's still here.
You know why we like that? Because we want to be entertained and not educated. That's why.
No, we
Yeah,
stopped living
I
off the
would say
land. We started
I
living
would
off
say
entertainment.
it was set up like that because You know,
We stopped living off trade.
No, we
knowledge is
want to be
power,
basketball
and,
players. We want to
and
be
they turned
fucking
it into a
entertainers and
business.
not civil engineers, doctors, lawyers, and all that type of shit. That's why, bro.
Yeah, it turned into a money game. Once the
That's
Federal
all
Reserve,
trade.
if
Yeah,
you look at
that's when it got tainted. When they started turning it into a business, that means I can no longer let you use this or get these raw materials because I'm using this to make money off of it. I can't just tell you the game because if I tell you the game, then you gonna be just as have just as much as me. I mean, we can't act like jealousy and envy and power and stuff like that didn't exist, and it exists now. It's niggas that know shit, and truth be told, if all the niggas that knew shit sit down and help motherfuckers that didn't know shit, everybody could eat. You know what I'm saying? But is that gonna happen? Hell no.
Right, I agree with that. I agree with all that
Hey,
you were
Dusty.
saying.
Sorry, gentlemen, to cut you off. Dusty, I got a question. Or actually, anyone on the panel, I got a question.
Yeah, my bad. I
Is
was just
being
running around.
is being a midwife when you what do you what's the difference between a nurse and a midwife?
It's a specific, well, first off, midwife is a little bit over a nurse because they do more of the more closer to like a nurse practitioner to a doctor when it comes to fertility. A midwife has all those skills, where a nurse is more um, a specific, yeah, whatever they know as far as what they
the
went to
nurse
school
ain't
for.
gonna have the baby with you. The nurse ain't gonna check on your natal prenatal stuff
Well,
that
no,
you
you have
need.
a nurse. Usually, the midwife has a nurse. So the nurse, usually, there's a nurse there with the midwife to assist. I know because they didn't think I was about to give birth, so my midwife waited to call the nurse, so the nurse didn't even show up. Basically, my sister-in-laws had to take the nurse's place. But yeah, so it's just like specificity, I think, and like what they're actually doing. But big difference is midwife is specifically for babies.
Yeah, that's
Nurse.
what I was about to say. They
More personal.
specifically care for the pregnant person.
Yeah,
But
more
that was a
personal.
free
Yeah.
trade for us all through our generations before our grandparents.
It was a free trade. You mean like we were sending midwives all over the world? What do you mean?
No, like a free trade. Like I'm about to have a baby, call my people.
You funny. I mean,
Now, now,
No,
now
you
that
got to
he
think
says
about it.
that,
Generation after generation came to this land that way. Midwives were aunts, grandmothers, mothers. You see what I'm saying?
I don't think everybody was a midwife though.
No, I'm
no,
not
what he's
saying
saying is most
everybody.
women came into the world knowing that they were eventually going to be a midwife. Kids were born daily out there back in the
That's
day, probably.
yeah,
that's
I
what
get
I'm
what you're
saying. I don't think that is true. Like it's not.
They turned a midwife into the nurse.
Yes, but there was certain people
Now,
that was
now you
midwife.
have to pay for
Everybody
that
wasn't a
skill.
midwife.
But I'm saying somebody's charging for that skill when that skill came naturally to you for
Okay,
free.
they charging for alcohol. They charging for weed. They charging for tobacco. All that shit came free. They charging for watermelons. They charging for
Right.
fruit.
But
All that shit came.
this is the problem. We're being charged for something that we had for free.
We the one who put the charge on it.
Dad, where you going at with this? Because I was still waiting on the planes,
No,
trains,
it's
and
more like on a conversation of the trade. Free trade in America. That's how it started. Now all the trades that were free are we are being charged for these trades to learn these trades, where we learned them heritage. Like my father was a bricklayer. I'm a son. I'm gonna become a bricklayer.
So now my son, he's gonna become trying to get my
My God, you breaking up on my end.
On mine too. But every child is not gonna follow up under their parent. I mean, yeah, we find that in cases, but if we was to look at the overall, um, it would probably be smaller numbers than ones that did.
Did what specifically? What do you mean?
Like, just say like these people that got passed down stores or farms and all that stuff like that. You might have one. You might have a child, or maybe one or two. But these people had 8, 9 kids, 14 kids. All them kids was not going in the same trade as their parents.
Right, right. And I think you had the normal thing. I think people try to take human nature out of the past, but like just simplifying things. When you see maybe a nephew working on a plantation and the children not, maybe the children wanted to do something else. They went to school. They didn't want to work on the plantation. I mean, we take just the normalcy out of life when it comes to looking into the past.
Yeah, it's like it's like people find a way to put a victim mentality on our story. Like, nah, we can look at our generation when our people in them own these stores and stuff. The kids, most of the kids didn't follow, and that's how we lost the stores.
We
We
lost the story because we
they
didn't
didn't.
know that
They
inflation would
didn't.
hit
It
overall.
was handed down to them, so they were used to that, whatever. And as things changed, they didn't look into loans or grants that they could get to improve the business. Now we run it until it's run down.
Let's think segregation again. Let's go back to segregation days. Not that we want to be back into that, but just think about it. Your dollar circled within that community you were in. And of course, you traded with other communities. Even if there was a United States in the 1900s, early 1900s, it didn't matter because you had your own communities you traded within with your own bank dollar. You did not follow under the United States dollar. There was no wars going on until the Federal Reserve happened.
That's a lie, because I got motherfucking North Carolina dollars that was used in Tennessee in the 1700s.
Okay, it was a North Carolina dollar, not a Virginia dollar. It was that's what I'm saying to you. Each
Okay, but it's
community had their own dollars,
anywhere. I could show you a Virginia dollar.
but it wouldn't be the same as your North Carolina dollar, is what I'm
I mean,
telling you.
it probably wouldn't have the same people or the same design on it, but that money was accepted all through the what we call the United States now.
Yeah, but it was only to our community, is what I'm trying to tell you.
No, it's not only to our community. Do
We
you
had
know
our own banks
Virginia
as well
governors?
too.
Yeah, I
Look.
believe we had our own banks, but think about it this way: but prior to like it going down where we're fighting or anything, if you why would you deny out your people, or why would you deny people to be a customer, to be like, oh no, you got to be here to be my customer, or you got to be like all these things that we do now because of the remnants of what we feel like history is, that just wouldn't make sense in the past. No one would be like, oh no, you can't buy this from me because you're white. They would be like, you can't buy this from me because you can afford it. But if you can afford it, why would someone be like, you're white, I'm not selling this to you? Why?
And
You
then
know what? We
that don't
so
even make sense of the world fairs. Because if you look into the world fairs, you will see that these people went across the United States going to these places. So they had to have some type of united uh money system because it was the World Fair wasn't just on the East Coast; it was on the West Coast.
And them selling furs to Europe, that's well into like the end of the 1500s, 1600s. So it wasn't
Tobacco as well. We can't leave.
tobacco as well.
That.
Yeah, and the liquor. So
Yeah,
we ain't had problem with them being a customer.
That's the thing, though. That was the problem. And we love people. We're the most laid back people in the world. That's how the coup d'etat
no,
actually happened. We're still laid back.
I don't
We
love
not the
people like
most laid back people in the world. I don't want to hear that bullshit. We the most diverse people in the world. It's better to say, yes, some of us was cool, but yes, some of us was assholes by nature. Killers, robbers, jackers.
yeah.
Oh yeah. I believe all that was going on, but for the most part, everybody was living in peace in tandem. Of course, you got
Ain't
your shit going on in each
nothing.
hood. That's the
What
same as we got now.
what period of time was we not in the war?
Now, which war are you referring to?
I'm
I
talking
think
about
we should start at the
wars,
1865 war.
they're Indian wars. How long has Indian wars been going on over here?
I can't even say I'm gonna only start at 1865 because I
Because
can't
they ain't
even
never
prove
stopped.
that
Nah,
history
that's the
before that.
Indian War's been going on since they came. They touched down, bro.
That's what they tell us.
From
So
day one to now.
Well,
Nah, that's
right,
real.
and we've been going at war with each other. Like what? It wasn't the Choctaw and the Cherokee was just living in peace. No, you got stories of them warring. Do you have people just like with the gangs now, Crips and Bloods? You got niggas that Crips that got sisters or fall in love with somebody from the opposite sex and they have a baby by him.
The whole
Same
planet
shit,
was warring.
same shit been going on in the records.
but
When you
what I'm saying, predominantly, we were living in peace. We were living in tandem. Of course, you get, like I
I
said, you got your
disagree with
hoods and
that.
your sets going on.
I
Yeah, I
disagree
can't
with
agree with
that.
that.
We was warring all through the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s.
I don't believe that.
I believe that. That's a fact.
I think the ideology of unity is a fairy tale. I don't think we were ever unified.
And I agree with that.
absolutely
We're unified right now, just in different sects,
Now,
like we've always
now,
been.
not
This is just
before.
what it is.
We in
okay. So
unified now, not
okay.
before.
Hold on. Let me get it. Let me get them. We unified now. So if each one of us go outside in our neighborhood right now, look on the news, we can find people that are in that community that look like us that are killing other people that look like us. They're
That's
at
a fact.
war.
That's a fact.
So
That's what
what?
I'm saying. But predominantly,
Hey
again, guys,
man, hold on, bro.
predominantly, we're unified.
You can find that in any demographic.
Yeah,
Right.
no,
That's
that's
what
what I'm.
that's what we trying
I
to say.
agree. I agree.
Everybody beef with each other.
I
Everybody kill
agree.
each other.
I don't agree to this. We was all united, kumbaya.
No, I'm not saying that. I said
Everybody
everybody
Now
had
worship
their
you
one-off
just
each
thing
say
other.
that,
going.
I
You
believe.
still had your gangs. You still had your hitman go out there and try to steal from
But you
somebody
said
else.
for the
Shit.
most part, everybody was kumbaya, and I don't believe that.
Yeah,
Right.
just like today, for the most part, we're all kumbayaing. We're
Today,
not like,
though, I believe today we are, but it
hold
wasn't
up, but that's
like
just
that
the hood
before.
life.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Not every black person is in the hood fighting for their life. Nobody, not every black person sells drugs. It's not everybody. There's a few motherfuckers
Right,
out there doing that shit.
right. See, it's
Yeah,
always
but
gonna be some rambunctious, unruly ass niggas that don't give a fuck. There's gonna always be some civilized ass niggas that ain't beefing with nobody, and that's gonna be from every sector of the goddamn
Correct.
region. So
Correct.
you can't say we was just beefing with each other now. It's just niggas who beef with each other gonna always beef with each other.
we talking about beef and we talking about like Savage was saying, tribes,
So, Smoke, you
tribes,
saying
principalities.
home of
Right.
the
That's what I'm
Nah,
brave,
saying.
we
So I
land
all
don't
of the
think,
free.
beefing with each other,
right.
bro. That's facts.
I don't think that everybody in one section had a beef with everybody in this other section, and that was going on in multiple places across the country. I think it was just niggas who didn't get along with certain other niggas, and the other niggas was looking at them like y'all crazy as a motherfucker. I don't want no part of that. And them niggas was cool with everybody.
But you look, but that's kind of go against logic because look at all the Indian wars throughout
Right.
throughout the history. That's
Those are
I
Right.
mean
stories.
See,
that's
y'all under the
contradicting
impression,
what
hold
you're
on.
saying.
Y'all under the impression
Yeah.
that an Indian war mean that all the Indians was fighting all the other Indians. And I'm telling you, that's not the case. It was just some niggas fighting some more niggas. That'll just be like in 1,000 years, motherfuckers will be saying, oh, the Crips was warring against the Bloods in California. And motherfuckers will get to thinking, oh, the whole California was fighting against each other. Nope. It was just them niggas and them niggas. Everybody else
On a
was
few
cool
blocks.
with everybody else.
I disagree with that because then you got people that pick sides.
No, you got niggas that don't pick sides.
Well, the ones that don't get pick sides get banged on.
No, they don't. Nigga, I stayed in
What?
California. If you wasn't look, this was they
Right.
this is
What are
a
you talking
saying.
about?
This is the
Yeah.
saying. This is a saying that they have in California, right?
Hold up, Smoke.
Where you
Not the
from?
whole California, just a
What set you
section
from?
of California. Not the whole. This is only what they're saying
right,
in the section.
right. Because a nigga who bang
This
on
is
you, they
just
be like, "What
LA.
set you from?" And you'll be
Yeah,
like,
just
"I
LA.
don't bang." And when you say you don't bang, that means you ain't got nothing to do with the beefing that's
And do
going
with
on.
it. Yeah,
Right.
you good.
Totally
All right
right.
then.
You totally exempt from that. And
You
that's
know how big Cali is, though? Cali is huge. We're just talking about a little section in LA, not the whole
No,
LA.
it's not a little section of LA. It's all over. Gangs are all over
All over the world.
California.
I get what Smoke
Man,
is
that's
saying. It's
now.
kind of true when it is. Like when we even talk about the
That's
Indian
now.
Wars, the tribes that we're talking about are going and beefing with each other are not even all the tribes that would have been in America. But I agree as far as like what they're saying as far with saying even those tribes, it's always like Smoke is saying, there's always going to be those niggas that are rambunctious and all this other stuff. They're finding there's going to be some people laid back that is like, I'm not even a part of it. But later in history, it's going to be like everybody a part of it. But to y'all's point, y'all are absolutely correct. This whole kumbaya utopia, there's no evidence for it at
Right.
all in history to be like everybody getting along. It just ain't.
Well, I can give you an
Right.
example, Dosey. Did we not all grow the same foods? Did we not all grow
No,
cotton?
no. We all didn't grow the
No,
same.
there's different
And even
sections
if we
that
did grow the
grow.
same foods, how
Like
does that
cotton, for
prove that
instance,
people
cotton
gonna
is
eat
grown
it
in
though?
certain places. Certain places didn't grow cotton, and then it's like you see the opposite. Like rice. Rice is heavy in South Carolina. Everybody ain't don't even have the marshlands.
What about corn? What about Mexican food?
We would have people doing it. There
I
would be
mean,
no
so you're
point in
saying that just
time where
because we grow the same
everybody
foods,
does
there's no fighting,
food in
there's no
general. There's
unification.
no time where
People,
everybody
family
grew
fight over
their
soul
own
food and
food.
Thanksgiving. They eating the same food and they
There's
fight each
always
other,
going to
bro.
be
It's like
farmers.
I don't.
There's always
I'm
going to
trying to
be
understand the correlation.
agriculture. There's always going to be people that are working and doctors and all this other stuff. Doctors ain't growing their own food. They're going to go where the food is being grown. So there's
right.
always going to be
We
ability
not
for
see you
trade.
not.
Not
I
everybody's
don't know if
doing
you
it.
can't conceptualize. I don't know if you can't conceptualize niggas fighting each other, but then there's niggas that's not. See, I can conceptualize niggas fighting each other, but can you conceptualize even though niggas fighting each other, there's some faction of niggas that's not fighting. Right? It's
I
niggas in
agree.
the family.
I
Like if
agree.
my cousin is beefing with my other cousin, I'm not beefing with now none of them. I'm not beefing with now one of them niggas. Right? So you can't put me as part of the beef, even though I'm in the family beefing.
Right, and I agree with that, but that doesn't mean just because everybody ain't fighting, there's no disunity. That's what I'm trying to say.
And past the fighting, I think this is just a thing that we have a hard time conceptualizing that everybody ain't doing the same thing. Everybody ain't growing corn. That's what trade is. I don't need
What I'm saying
everybody
is,
to join corn. I just need corn to be available to me. And
Right.
it's like, okay, I'm a buy
So
for
what
that. So
absolutely
even the
he's
stores
saying,
probably not all of them are growing corn. They're
but
getting
he's
it.
saying that we was all indulging in the same type of, cuisine, which means if it was corn being grown somewhere, corn was
Ain't
being
no
ate
way you
everywhere.
niggas don't like gator. We eat gator out here.
Hell no.
Right, but
We eat
everybody out there
gator.
don't.
Right.
But everybody out there don't eat gator, which would mean, which would mean,
Exactly.
right, which would mean Gator would be popular in your area, but it would be less popular in other areas. But that don't mean in other areas motherfuckers don't eat gator. It's just more popular in your area where the gators come from. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. And if people like it, they're like that. There's gonna be some
Right.
people that are like, oh, they just don't like Gator. That won't
Right.
make them less American.
I
If
Right.
they
bet
don't
you I
like,
could. I bet you it's more black doctors than it is thugs on the street. I bet you that. That's just how serious this is. I bet you we got more professional people
How
out there
much you want
living
to
than
bet?
thugs on
How
the
much you
street.
want to bet?
I
I
don't know
bet
about
that.
that.
I bet that.
I ride by a flock of failure all the time.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah,
bet.
yeah. But that's
I
okay
bet
though.
we
But
got more.
it's
I
enough of
bet
us
you
in
got more
professional fields
gangsters.
as well.
I bet you got more gangsters and affiliated gang members than you got doctors.
Nah, I
no, that's
doubt it.
not true. Like I used to be trying to
Black
expose that
doctors?
too. So like, you know
Yeah.
how they try to make it look like majority of us are in the hood. Majority, it's basically equal. It's like 2% difference from what they say. So it's basically equal the amount of black people that are in the suburb to the amount of black people that are in the hood. It's equal.
Right. And
I'm
then you
not
got to
talking
deal
about
with
the
the
majority.
anomaly. Then you got to deal with the anomaly that some niggas in gangs can also be professional.
Correct. Correct. Yes, that's a fact.
There's a
And in
large number of
California,
niggas in
and
gangs
in
that's professional.
California, in California, a lot of them gang members are professionals, cops and everything.
Professional
I know a nigga
tradesmen,
from Fort
all
Trey.
kinds of
In
I
trades.
know a
in
nigga.
in in
I know.
Chicago
Yeah, I
and
know a
certain
nigga.
place like in
Yeah,
Nashville, we got people that are GDs and stuff like that. These
yeah. I know a
people
nigga from
are
Fort Trey. I know a nigga
professionals.
from Fort Trey. He stayed at the goddamn city council meeting. You wouldn't even know this nigga was Fort Trey.
Right.
So what I'm saying is they know how to not beef with one another in order to live a life. That's it's more of us like that out here. So I ain't saying it's all kumbaya, but these niggas still bangers, but they know how to carry themselves at a job. So what I'm saying is we know how to turn that shit on and off. We just got it focused on the wrong position right now.
Man, we focused on the mythological. We was out kumbaya. That's not gonna get us nowhere.
No, but we weren't all kumbaya, but we were
You know this
always in tandem.
I don't know, Jasmine. This pull it up or pull something else up. Specify in the chat. Where it says as of 2020 census, so I think this has changed. The majority, approximately 54% of Black residents in the 100 largest U.S. metro areas live in the suburbs. Suburbanization increasing over 10% in the last 2 decades, while cities like Detroit and Chicago have experienced significant population loss. Suburban areas are experiencing growth in Black residents.
Yeah, yeah. So what we talking is getting out there. So yeah, we starting to move on that tandem beat again. Yeah,
Man,
yeah,
look,
yeah. Like I said, even the thug know how to behave his goddamn self.
I think we just been like there has they say all of us like leave the hood and all this other stuff. I don't even believe that. It's just people have different mindsets. Some people will be like, no, I always want to live next to my people, go to school, with my people, all this other stuff. Other people have been like, oh no, if I have a chance to get out, I'm gonna get out. It's just that type of mentality between us is never gonna change.
But Dosey, that's something recent that happened. I mean, what? Who was the ghetto first at first? I mean, who was the ghetto for at first?
Jewish had ghettos the first at first.
Okay, so it wasn't even made for
what do
us.
you mean
So
it's recent? It's not recent. All they did
What
was,
about projects? Is that a
yeah,
new phenomenon?
Okay. Hey,
project
Josie.
just came in the 1960s. Also, if you're living on your own land or living around people, that would have came like in the 1960s and 70s when you started moving in town from the land
Yeah,
that
I
your
think
people lived
projects
on.
older. I think projects older than that.
hell yeah,
The
they way
projects was the 30s and 40s,
But that was
20s,
for white
30s, and
people in trailer
40s.
parks. That was for white
And
people
then
in
before
trailer
that, we
parks.
got, but before that, we also got to remember we had shotgun homes. They
Yeah, we
had
did have
shotgun,
those now.
and,
Your
and
ass did have outhouses.
and these have been around
Shotgun
for
homes is older than the United States.
See,
yeah.
y'all got to remember, being poor don't mean you excluded from society. It just means you have less access to wealth, or just say
Right.
Right.
you have less access. That's all it means.
But
Right.
when you had the plum trees and apples on your land, that was the wealth. You just didn't know it.
Come on, man. Y'all can't be coming with these eternal ass counterclaims. Nigga, I'm running out of fucking material.
Hey man, so I'm just saying, man, like that's how when we lost the land, that's when you really got shot up in your shotgun house. Because don't forget about Sarah Rector. I wonder
We
where her
didn't
family's
lose
living
the
in.
land. We didn't lose the land in 1920, in the 1800s.
But see, that's
So
why I say, oh, I'll look up Hooverville. I'll look that up. No, Black Ice, I got you. So I'll look up Hooverville in a second. But that's why I say that I think that Black Messiah thing was reverse psychology. I don't think we had chiefs, but even that we had multiple chiefs, and chiefs was
Right.
based on bloodline. And even with having chiefs, there would be like a major chief, but there would be minor chiefs too, because the Spanish would talk about that. Like they have other chiefs that are under them, like next in line, other families, sometimes not next in line, whatever. So I think the thought process of we need one leader and to be under one group is a psyop. I
Yeah,
don't think we ever had that.
and
right.
not to mention, if we're talking states and if they used the actual Confederacy that was already set up playbook, we already had states. We already it was already set up like that. They're saying they used our playbook. So even a state was part of our playbook. They just made the areas bigger and drew it on the map bigger. So that's what makes their state much greater than what our state of mind would have been of who's over you at this point. Or if you want to go in this region, you making sure you contact another chief or who's running that town. So I think that's what it was about, though. I still think we were moving in tandem, but you had some rogue ass niggas out here just like today. That's just what it is. But we had to be one unit in order to move from one spot to the next, especially using the Mississippi River. You can't just stop somebody on the river and say, hey, who goes there? We about to fight. No, it takes communication to get into a fight.
I don't know about that. Absolutely.
Hard pill to swallow, I'm sure, man. But you can look
I
at it
asked
many
Dosey
different
that
ways.
last night
What?
because
What?
I'm thinking that I was always thought that the Confederate made these states. The Confederate states is they made them. That's their land. So they the one that drew the boundary lines. But Dosey said I was wrong.
And you just gonna be quiet because she tell you wrong? No, you supposed to fight back.
Yeah, but he
I don't
kept getting
argue with ladies.
This shit funny. Fight back. Who was that? Absolutely. Fight back. Absolutely. Shit.
I'm pretty sure that they ain't have no real maps until after 1865 during Reconstruction is when they started coming up with the playbook, just like they came up with the scramble for Africa. They was also coming up with the scramble for America during that time, since they were already here.
Ooh, them little strawberry chews was so nasty. Ugh.
So
I don't
yeah,
know
their
how y'all
playbook is
get away from the
extensive.
cars and all that, but I'm gonna keep it cute.
And let's go to the Daughters of Confederacy. You know that these people, these Daughters of Confederacy, was in tandem with eugenics as well too. And not only they were sterilizing black women as well. So
Why I disagree, Derek, why I disagreed last night, and I disagree is kind of like y'all are still on that same kind of talking point and of just being like this one order type thing, and it wasn't. There's a multitude of confederacies. So if you would say, did Indian confederacies come together to build the states? Then I would say yes. But you being like, oh, this one confederacy that did it, I'm gonna say no.
No, it definitely wasn't one confederacy. It couldn't have been because we all spoke different types of English. Some of us some of us even speak the Creole language, like in Louisiana. So no, it wasn't one confederacy. Once your language starts switching up, that means you've been around that same group for a long time.
Oh, I never really was under the impression that it was one confederacy. I understand that it was a conglomerate of confederacies to come into one.
But the states would have existed before that, before they came into it.
That's the story they tell us before 1865. Again, we're going through
It,
Reconstruction. We got to take a look at what states really invented prior to 1860 when it was two
but
different
how
constitutions.
did they
Yes,
even know?
I say
How could they
yes.
come on? How could they come on somebody else's territory and create states?
States existed before even they had the United States of America. States existed.
If they had states before the United States of America existed, then those are American states.
They are. They are American
Okay,
colonies.
so the United States of America is a new thing coming into something that's old.
Yes, I don't think we disagree on that. I don't think anyone disagrees on that.
I
Or you can just
disagree.
say it's a rebranding, a rename. They went up under a new
Yeah,
name.
you disagree that the United States was coming into something that was already older than it?
Like when Exxon went to On the Run, and then the Tiger Mark, and then the Our Loves went to Pilot. Just
Well,
rename it.
that thing, I do agree with that, but what I'm saying is because she said, I don't know if we call them states. I don't know
Or
exactly.
what
All
was
I know is
Bank of America? Bank of
Virginia
America was
existed.
America's first bank.
Virginia
America's
existed
Bank,
before
or
there was
something like that.
a
And then it changed to
1776.
Bank of America.
There was a Virginia. There was literally a Virginia before there was
So it's
1776.
just rebranding. That's all.
Also, there was a Maryland before 1776. There was a
Yes.
Massachusetts before
But
1776. All
Massachusetts is
these
a tribe
things,
name.
No, but I'm saying like
right.
Maryland is a particular because
It's not
Washington
just
D.C. used
Maryland.
to be Rome, Maryland.
Well, I'm just saying it's not just Maryland. That's why I started with Virginia. But what I'm saying is, and this is what I was telling Sharice, and this is what I'm finding as far as like that they're basically them being like we would be
What
more
year was that?
powerful if the sovereign wasn't individual people, but the sovereignty was a conglomerate that operated as one. And I think that's where the concept comes up of making the sovereignty you guys together instead of just sovereignty be based on one person at a time. And then if we make the sovereignty of us together, we just need to designate a time for us to decide what laws we do, what we put into our sovereignty. But this is our sovereignty together with each other. And I'm not saying everybody did that. I'm saying that's how the concept of states came about.
So if India not taxed means overall India not taxed, and they're not even supposed to be counted. So how you putting them anywhere in your contract? If this is their land, you're not even supposed to be counting these people.
It's a
Because it
status.
depends on the Indians that want to participate or not. So basically, there's going to be Indians that are outside of that are like, oh,
No,
their
they was
nation.
counting them. The ones that joined the
That's why I'm
United
saying
States
it's
got counted.
an option. It was always an option down to the even the Trail of Tears. It's an option.
The
So
ones who
people
went off
always were like, whether
and
we want
wanted
to
to be
join in on
rebels,
this or not.
they
But think of
wasn't
it like
counted.
this:
Wait a minute. I
we
thought you
already
couldn't be an
said that
Indian
people was
in the
fighting.
United States until 1924.
You could always be Indian in the United States because why would Indian be a classification to people that were born there? That's
Because it
not a
don't make
classification.
sense.
because I have a
for an
classification doesn't
Indian
stop
to
me
set up
from
a
being
United
who I
States
am.
government and
So a
not be a
So you can
part of it.
be,
classification is
you
just
can
a
be,
classification
you
is
can be
just
part of
how
the
I
United
feel.
States. You can be part of the United States, but not a United States citizen.
Yes, you can be a national. You're not a citizen just because you're a national, but all citizens are
Yeah, but that
national.
only applies to motherfuckers in Guam and
No,
shit like that.
anybody can say
Can
they're a
we find
national. It would
another
just be
spot in
dumb for
history
us.
where
It would
I
just be
can't,
dumb
my
for
bad, I
us to
can't
give
hear
up
you.
our citizenship to be a national because we're
Try to fix
already
my shit.
nationals. So anyone can be a national, but it's stupid because nationals have less rights than citizens. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, what's happening here is now we're just coming in a line of defense, right? So I'm just trying to be like, I need to protect myself. And I'm seeing these people or whatever that are like, okay, if we come together and we're a powerful group, we can definitely be able to protect ourselves. So I don't see it as I'm stopping myself from being Indian. I'm seeing it as this is a way that we all protect each other because that was the main principle. That once we join into this, what your rights are mine, what my rights are yours, and we vow to defend that, to defend each other as if it's our own. That's the only thing that the United States was really doing.
Yeah, well, they ain't do a good job.
No one says it's a good job, and then you gotta talk about when and who. Because like in the early 1700s, what would be not a good job?
Yeah, but in the early 1700s, it wasn't no United States.
Right.
There were states.
No, it wasn't. They were colonies until they became states
Okay,
and
they
went with the
call them
Constitution.
colonies. Well, they were commonwealths. So because
They
they
was
don't call them
colonies,
colonies, they call them commonwealth. What is a commonwealth?
a state,
Not a
but
state.
yeah, it is. But
A
they
Look
was
each up.
commonwealth.
colonies.
I'm saying
Look each
let's
up.
take.
These
We'll look
colonies
The
it
was
up.
in
I'm
states.
saying let's
Commonwealth is a
take our
form of
common
government.
sense for a second. Hold on, I don't want to go into a direct definition like what's the commonwealth. I'm saying what does commonwealth mean?
Oh, so you saying it's just self-explanatory?
Them folks got money.
Yes, it's self-explanatory what a commonwealth is.
Hey, Josie, what you
It's
just
in the
explained
name.
is the actual history of 1890 to 1930, because those
Exactly.
people were nationals and they didn't have any kind of protection.
And they was running with the Progressive Party.
No, I'm explaining before 1776 how the Commonwealth of Virginia existed, how the Commonwealth of Massachusetts existed, how the Commonwealth of Maryland existed, especially when it came to there's already these different tribes that are warring. So commonwealths came out of war and trade and commerce.
All right, let's stay right there. So you're saying, all right, I'm gonna look it up real quick here. I'm just getting to my computer. Let me look it up. So we're gonna look up. You're saying that there are states before states are invented after the Constitution is ratified. That's when they became the United States after the Constitution, not before. Because you
That
got to
was
have the
Reconstruction.
Continental Congress
Yeah,
also.
that was 1776.
Yeah, because you had a Continental Congress as well prior to that. So they couldn't have been called states during Continental Congress time either.
Why they
Yeah, I'm
couldn't?
saying them being called a state is not a big deal if they operate the exact when it went from Commonwealth to a state, they operated the exact same way. So it doesn't matter whether they're using the word state or Commonwealth. It was for the same thing. A group of people coming and being like, we will come together for our Commonwealth.
Hey, what if it wasn't states? It was us states.
Like with an E. That's what I was just thinking as well too in this state with an E.
Uh,
All they did was take the E off the end of state and put it at the beginning
No,
to get
because
S
the
state.
state is going to be individual, and that's what makes the states and commonwealth so different than what other people are doing. Yes, they're still tribes, they're nation, but what made it so different is now having, instead of an estate that's for you personally and your family, now we created a state that says we care about the commonwealth of us all. And we are
All
going
right,
to
so
operate as one unit coming together for our good.
all right, let's hone in on one of these
You can do
states.
that with
So
an
you said
estate.
Virginia, right?
Yep, Virginia.
All right, let's do population of Virginia from what time? Let's do European population in Virginia from we should say from 1600s to 1776. Let's just do European population.
When y'all say colonies, you
Why are we
we
doing the
must.
European why are we doing the European population before we just look at the population that was there?
Yeah, we're just talking about in Virginia, right? Not the total population of everybody else combined with
No,
these
but the
Europeans.
total population of Virginia is going to be everybody that's under Virginia. Outside of that, that would mean the population is not called Virginia if they're outside of Virginia. Does that make sense?
Okay, we'll do it that
So when
way.
they give the population of Virginia, they are saying the population of the Commonwealth of Virginia, not people that are not considering themselves Virginia. And you said from 1607 to 1700?
Yeah, 1776. All right, I got something coming up right now. The historical population of Virginia colony, later the Commonwealth of Virginia, fluctuated due to disease, famine, immigration, and conflicts with Native Americans, as well as the growth of the enslaved African population. Estimates include both free and enslaved persons, but generally exclude most Native Americans. 1607, let's see here, is giving me, they're saying a total approximate of 500,000 people total in Virginia.
Yeah, above the ending time. So about 500,000 in total by the time of 1776.
So why I don't know why Native Americans being excluded? I thought they was the ones putting this shit
Because
together.
there's no classification for American Indian.
Why would they leave themselves out though if they helping form this shit?
Because they don't need their identity to be a political one.
So are they include? I mean, it's just. So are they in it or are they not in it? Like I don't get that.
For those that choose to be in it, yes, they were in it. For those that didn't, no, they're not.
Okay, so the ones that was in it wasn't called Indians. Is that what you're saying?
Their classification is not Indians. No.
Okay.
Dosey, could you type in how many were indentured servants out of that 500,000 or out of that number? I just want to get a breakdown to see what's going on here. All right, so we got 100,000 out of the 500,000, so that leaves 400,000 that are just supposed to be freed Europeans living there alongside the Africans and the Indians now. So could you type in, since we got the number on the indentured servants that are there, could you type in how many Native Americans are in Virginia at this time? Just trying to get a breakdown on this total population. So we got 100,000 white indentured servants. from Europe. All right, we got 12,000 to 21,000 Native Americans there. Well, damn, what happened to their population that fast?
They got reclassified to join the shit.
Yeah, but it ain't the shit yet. No, but it ain't the United States yet for them to join.
They're already
Well,
joining this. They're already joining it.
they couldn't give you a population count because they're not a part of that Indian population.
Exactly.
All right, so but they're counting these people
The
under
better
the
question
Virginia
is
right
those
now because they got a count on them.
21,000 that are in Virginia, you need to see if they are Christians.
Yeah, they're counting the Powhatan chiefdom, not Virginia as far as it like Virginia. They're saying the Powhatan chiefdom would have been around $20,000 of the 20,000 individuals.
Are
So these
those
are
people
Virginia.
Christian? Are they?
Hold up.
Do they have like church records or anything like that? You got to
Wait,
see
wait,
if they're
wait.
Christian.
Now
That
let's
means
get the
they've
numbers of
already
the
I
been
looked
black
around,
people.
I think they had it.
Now let's get the number of the African slave in Virginia at this time as well.
Hmm.
So that's the rest of the population right there.
Yep. 210,000 supposed Africans in Virginia.
And that's just one of their so-called colonies in this historical
So
story
wait a
they're
minute.
telling.
Hold on. Can we
So
compare
they're
these numbers?
tripling any
Can
kind
we,
of. So they're saying a minority of people were able to enslave the overwhelming population.
can we do a numbers comparison on those Africans as opposed to the depopulation of the Indians? Because I'm thinking them Indians became the Africans.
Right. You see where
What
this
do
is
you mean?
going.
Yeah, they
So,
lied
I'm
about
thinking the
that.
so
Indians.
see, what do
I'm
you
thinking the
mean?
Indians. I'm thinking the
That's the
Indians who
rewriting
joined.
history.
Yeah, I'm thinking the
Right, I get
Indians
what
who
you're
joined.
you're saying, but I'm asking how am I asking this? Are you saying see what Virginia's population would have been pre-colonial contact?
No, no.
Oh,
When y'all just was doing it, it said something about how the Indians became depopulated. Remember that it just showed
oh,
that.
right. Yeah.
I want to do a comparison to that number and the African number.
Oh, well, the Indian number, the population was like 20,000 to 12,000. They had it be like so, but let me see, because they say the Powhatan. So let me see. Let's do it like this.
Now the Powhatan, they say in his tribe alone only had 30,000 in his 6 different tribes that he was over.
Yeah. So they estimate 14,000 to 21,000 only smoke.
But that's just in Jamestown, though. We're just talking about that little area now. It was like 20. It was very densely populated. The people were packing on top of each other
Well,
in
no,
these
it's
little
saying
areas.
across Virginia, supposedly. This is
Right.
across Virginia.
All right, now we need to look
This
at
is
a
supposed to be,
geographical
and this is
map.
supposed to be the total population from 16. Oh yeah, the 21,000 was, remember, the total population from 1607 to 1775.
Right. So again, that's on. They said 500,000 total. Now, mind you, 100,000 of that 500,000 is
I'm
indentured
about to
servants.
look
Which
at it. I still got you. I'm about to look it up.
so we got. So we still got another like 100,000 left over, I think, now to find out who the other 100,000 of these motherfuckers that are there.
Well, hold on. There's 100,000 indentured servants. There's 20,000 Native Americans, so 120. There's 210,000 Africans, and then the rest would be settlers, because at first they called them all settlers. The total was the 500,000 settlers. So
I don't believe that
three.
because they ain't putting it in the pop. Now type in how many settlers were there. If it ain't totaling to that 500,000, ain't no settlers. Only indentured servants. These black people and whoever the fuck they're calling these Native
They
Americans.
don't call the group settlers, but okay, that's fine. How many settlers?
Because they're not in the breakdown. I guess we're trying to say. I guess who's ever left over out of the number now would be the actual prestigious part of the Europeans that had land and were over the slaves.
Okay, the total is let's see. Okay, so there's this. So by 1750, there'd be 57,000 settlers.
That's
So
barely
what is your number?
Yep.
That's barely 400,000.
Some ain't making no sense here. That's what I'm saying. These census, these census be playing games, bro.
It makes total sense because of the fact that they're not doing census is not based on the identity of a person, and that's what we got to get out of our heads. That these classifications are who you identify as. No, they're not. These classifications were political status alone. Whatever political status I want to fall under, that is my classification, not who I think I am, not who my grandma was or anything. It's just political. So all these people are.
I think they politically made the niggas Africans. That's how they know so damn high.
Over later, but they weren't. There's no census that calls them Africans. Show me.
No, I'm just saying in this count. Right? I'm just saying this count that they saying 200,000.
Black meaning African came later.
I'm saying this count when they saying there's 500,000 people, right? This Virginia count.
By the time of the American Revolution, they're saying there'd be 500,000 people in Virginia alone.
Right, and I'm saying that the 200,000 that they saying is African ain't no damn Africans.
So while they're being separated from the Native American in the count.
Because the Native Americans, that count is not counting the United States at all. It's counting their sovereignty separate from the United States. That's why it said the Powhatan Confederacy.
So do you believe there was 210 African slaves there?
There was 210 Americans living in Virginia. Probably even more than that.
So why are they being separated from the Powhatan? And that's and
because they're not a sovereignty under the Powhatan. They joined the United States Commonwealth. That is a fact. You cannot be another sovereignty. You can't be under two sovereignties at once. You had to choose Virginia or your Indian nation. You couldn't be both.
You know they won't list those people by names if they're listed as black on these census. They just list them as black, right, during that time. So do we know the names of some of these people? They're saying they came from Africa. We know that they're American, but now they've joined the United States.
We do know some of them by name. They have stories about them. We know some of them by name. The whole Bhutan family would be under this.
The story's real iffy right now. Now, can we look at a geographical map from the 1600s to the 1776 so we can see the expansion of how much land they're talking about they actually lived on and what they're actually calling Virginia at this time? Because there would have to be some treaties saying that they had this much land as well, too. So it should be some type of map just showing us, even if it's a modern day map, should be something. Pretty sure they didn't have the entire state of Virginia at that time drawn out.
Epic asked for something first and then go. I don't know, Epic. I'm not seeing a thing, but I mean AI brought it up, so I'm just gonna bring up what AI says. But I don't know. Like what they call a commonwealth now, I don't know. What they call it. You drop the link, I'll pull it up. So it says Commonwealth law refers to the bodies of law governing a commonwealth. Commonwealth being a political community founded for the common good. That's what commonwealth is.
Yeah, that's not specific enough. That's like
But at
a
this
random
time,
question. But
they're just in a territory.
the
They don't
legal
even own the whole state of Virginia.
the legal
Right.
definition. That's what
Yeah, but they're
my brother
not, the
keeps.
population is not counting the whole state of Virginia. The population is counting what will be going on underneath the Continental Congress. So it's not counting the whole state of Virginia. When it's saying 500,000, it's talking about in that particular territory, not the whole state of Virginia.
Well, ask ChatGPT, did Virginia get bigger or smaller from this time on?
We don't have to ask ChatGPT that. We know Virginia got bigger as time progressed. We don't have to ask
Okay,
simply.
so if
You know,
Virginia got bigger, that means there was more Indian territory than United States territory. So they're only
we
counting
already know
within
that
that
too.
colony.
We already know that too.
So you
So
can
we
never
know
get an
when it's
accurate
counting
count.
the 500,000, it's not counting Indian territory at all.
So how we know that that number is even accurate at all?
Because Virginia is a commonwealth at the time that's already keeping their population. Y'all are adding modern terms to it. Those terms didn't exist.
No, I'm trying to figure out the border, because if 500,000 people live in within what? How many miles? How big is this area that we're talking about?
Dosey, whenever you want to pull up the map, after you go through this right here, I got it's a really easy map to pull up. It's called Map of Virginia Counties, 1776. So they do not have the entire Virginia, but it's called Map of Virginia Counties, 1776.
So
Yeah, I already told you that. Virginia, they do have the entire Virginia. Y'all are saying it wrong. They have the entire Virginia. There is no Virginia outside of what Virginia was in 1776. So y'all are trying to make it that and see this concept of what it is in modern times, but it was what it was in 1776. 500,000 people, and 500,000 people ain't a lot of people. That's a small ass town. um, we in the millions in
what's the
Texas, so
largest
maybe
town
that's
in
why.
Virginia
Well, I
today?
don't know. So first, Commonwealth, the public or Commonwealth or welfare. This cannot be regarded as a technical term of public law, though often used in political science. It generally designates when so employed a Republican frame of government, one which the welfare and rights of the entire mass of people are the main consideration, rather than privileges of a class or the will of a monarch. Or it may designate the body of citizens living under a government. Sometimes it may denote a corporate entity or the government of a dual society or state possessing the powers of self-government in the respect of immediate concerns, but forming an integral part of the larger government or nation. State versus Lambert. And that's the definition of commonwealth. Yeah, I see what you were saying. The other one did dumb it down.
That
But this
last
is what
part
I'm
too.
saying exactly.
That last part too, because it will bring into it will bring into
Yeah,
comprehension
this
as
would.
it's used throughout time.
Got you. In the latter sense, it is the official title of several of the United States, as Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Virginia, and Kentucky, and would be appropriate to them all. In the former sense, the word is used to designate the English government during the Protectorate of Cromwell. See government, nation, state. Hold
I see
on.
the distinction there. It was specific about the distinction. That's why I wanted to pull up the legal definition.
Right, of it being political. That's why I was like, this is perfect. The other one dumbed it down or anything, but yeah, you can see that this is definitely a political thing. It's a sense that's political, not this is how I view myself, not this how I view my family. It's not an estate. It's political and political only. So we have to think of the terms of why would this happen in a politics type setting, I believe.
Well, if it's political, is there an opposing government?
Of course, there's an opposing government, but I don't think that's the main thing. There's going to be other governments and opposing governments, both.
But I'm saying if it's political, those opposing governments might have a better situation or worse. We don't know because we don't know the issues and the way the other governments are being governed.
Well, we can know as far as it, well, what I think what we can know the basis is if your family joined this, they thought it was a better situation. So you can just answer it like that. Did your family join at any point in this in these states? Well, then they thought that this government was better for whatever reason.
What was the what? How did they join? It was voluntary or involuntary or what?
Voluntary.
You think so?
I know so.
Okay, so everybody that's an American Indian at this time that's on the books in Virginia, can you look up and see if they have been baptized? Are they Christians of any denomination?
Before I do that, for the Christians, how did you become Christian in 1526?
Baptismal.
Did you choose the baptismal or did they carry you to the baptismal in handcuffs and toss you in the water?
No, but if you're a child, you have no choice, right?
No. Don't go into child or whatever and switch the thing. Oh, now the children were made. No. I'm asking for an adult standpoint. Were the adults tied up and thrown in the water for baptism, or was it a choice?
I guess it would be a choice if you're an adult, but you got baptized as a child.
No, and that's why I brought in 1526. You wouldn't be baptized as the child in 1526. This is when they're supposedly starting their baptismals of the people. So this means people are being baptized in 1526, not just children.
So in 1526, in order for you to be on the books as a person, you had to be baptized, correct? Voluntary or involuntary?
No, there's nothing. I haven't come across a law that says you have to be baptized. No, I think when you're talking about baptismals, you're talking about even a whole different group of people. But no, there's nothing that says you have to be on the books in a commonwealth. You would have to be baptized. Now, if we're talking about missions, then we're talking about something different.
No, I'm saying any of the colonies, any of the 13 colonies, weren't they all Christian colonies? Of many different denominations of Christianity? But to be in the colony, white, black, whatever the fuck, you had to be a Christian, right?
No.
No? Okay, show
No,
me the population of people that were not Christian.
no, I'm not going to show you the population of people that's not Christian. I can bring up the law to you that says that they had the right to practice any religion that they wanted. Once you see that law, you'll know that you don't have to be Christian to be in there, because the
Okay, I
law
got
says you
a
could be
law.
any religion.
Okay, well, show me the different religions outside of Christianity in Virginia or anywhere in the 13 colonies in that time. Fuck a law. Let's talk about what the fuck they was doing. Were there any other religions in the 13 colonies besides Baptist, Protestant, Catholic, fucking Lutheran, Mormon?
Says the Anglican Church is the main one. The list of um the list will be diverse. Though there be the established church is Anglican. There's Baptist, Presbyterians, Methodists, Quakers, Lutherans, Catholics, and Jews. Let me ask a question: are any Muslims recorded in Virginia in 1776? Yes, Muslims were present in Virginia in 1776. Well, name another religion.
Barbados. Do Barbados because you had Quakers down in Barbados at the same time. So I think the Barbadians were going up to South Carolina or Virginia as well.
What do you mean Barbados? I'm looking at religions. Look up what if Muslims are recorded.
Protestant. Protestant.
Yeah, it said Protestant already. Yeah, Protestant earlier. Any other religions you curious about? Is there any other religions that you want to go out and say? How about we just say is any pagans? So it says, based on historical records from 1776, there's no organized or self-identified pagan groups in the modern sense of neo-paganism or polytheist reconstructionism recorded in Virginia. However, in the context of the era, the term pagan was frequently applied to the indigenous population, and religious demographics were complex.
For laughs and giggles, put in there, were there any Moors? Even though I know that's more like saying Muslim during that time.
Yeah, it brought them up when I asked, was there Muslims? But I'll pull it up again.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. I keep forgetting you have a key. So I'm like trying to pull you up and you coming up yourself. My bad. Any Moors? So it says, yes, individuals identified as Moors were present and recorded in Virginia around 1776. They were often classified under various, sometimes overlapping terminology in colonial records, differentiating the groupings from them between the Turks or Negroes. So Turks would have been there as well. Are Turks Christian? Maybe they might be Christian anyways. But so it did mention Turks are there.
What was the population of indigenous pagan people?
There is no population of indigenous pagan people in Virginia, but they did give it as far as the
that they considered the pagans the indigenous people.
Right. So they were saying, based on that, I can say they said the Powhatan Confederacy, the Powhatan tribes, the Pamunkey and the Mattapony.
were
So in
considered.
1776, they saying basically the American Indian wasn't with Christianity at all.
Well, we're in Virginia, so they're saying the Powhatan Confederacy is not with Christianity at all. Yes.
Okay, so let's examine that then. So how did you become a citizen in the colony of Virginia at that time legally?
When you chose to be it.
Okay. Did you have to be a Christian?
No.
Pagan, that's just a non-believer or a person
A
who's not
non
believing in their God.
Yeah, because
Exactly. Oh,
Muslims
exactly.
would have been, those Moors would have been considered pagan as well. Just
I
let you
didn't
know.
even
Or
see
Muslim.
LCK.
So
Yeah, he
okay.
popped up on us. And then I accidentally, my bad too, because he was coming up and I tried to add him up and then I put him in the back. I didn't mean to do that.
Peace, peace.
Peace. What's up,
So
sis? Sis and sis.
But
Peace.
it seems like you're trying to conjoin the Spanish history to the colonies, which they're two different eras. So no, to be a part of the colonies, Commonwealth, I don't know how many times I gotta say it. To be a part of the Commonwealth, you did not have to be a Christian. They made it specifically point to allow all these different sects of Christians amongst the Europeans and didn't know who the hell they were to be able to come in. So that's why they included in the law to be like you're free to practice whatever because they're the ones that were experiencing the persecution based on religion, not anyone in America.
Big fact. And then once that shit came to America, though, see, I was just reading it the other night on BAP when they was calling them the Christian Indians and shit like that, and even the white people, you know what I mean? They was converting to Christianity to stop from being indentured servants anymore. You know what I mean? So but that didn't even stop their ass. They was throwing their ass in there too. But yeah, we might need to do a bill on that one day, sis.
I'm down.
Because I read over some stuff like that in Virginia. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, facts.
Now, Dosey, now there's a county map on your screen, but I did want to also go back to one more number here. If we could pull up the numbers for all the Virginia tribes, account for those guys. I know it would be an estimate because they weren't everywhere in Virginia to give a total count of Indians that wouldn't have been counted anywhere. But what would have been the total count for all the Indian tribes within that Virginia boundary line, besides Powhatan? Because we're only getting numbers for Powhatan and his crew, and that wouldn't have been the entire Virginia, just in Jamestown area.
Yeah, Dorothy. Because I heard you say that, but I noticed you said 1776. So before 1776, was Virginia bigger than that or smaller than what its
Smaller.
actual lines is in 1776?
It'll be
Well,
small and then grow over time.
I thought it
Okay,
was called
okay.
Carolina or
No,
something before that.
I'm not talking
No,
about. I'm not talking about Carolina. I'm talking about Virginia. So the
no,
reason why I
Virginia
said
has
it would
been
be
like
bigger.
in even early maps, like Virginia. So it was considered West Indies, but it wasn't necessarily considered Carolina.
No. All right. So I would say that Virginia was much bigger because once we see the form of the 13 colonies after Carolina, North Carolina came out of parts of Carolina and parts of Virginia. They took some of Virginia away. Later, when Tennessee, Kentucky became, they took some of Virginia away. Also,
Okay,
But now
well,
this
Kentucky,
time they're already using
Tennessee
Carolina.
took Tennessee took Carolina, and Virginia took Kentucky. That was the separation line.
Yeah, I saw
And
Kentucky over there too in this one. But what I was saying is, but I thought, well, way before this, but even in the beginnings of the 1600s, they're already talking about Carolinas, Saint Helena, and all this other stuff being the Carolinas. So, are you saying that's
Yeah,
smaller? What
yeah,
they
yeah. Because
refer to as Carolina?
North Carolina didn't remember. North Carolina and Georgia was the last two states to form the 13 original colonies. So
Right.
they was the last two. So yeah, yeah. So reason why I say that because sometimes people be doing Virginia history. Sometimes they Virginia history might tie into Carolina history now because of where the guidelines are now. Same thing with South Carolina and so forth like even parts of Tennessee or whatever is parts of North Carolina. You know what I mean? What we call today North Carolina. So, which was once Virginia
OTK, not
and
to
just
cut you
Carolina.
off, but
Go ahead.
Virginia was called
You ain't cut me off.
Carolina. Virginia
No,
was
Virginia
called
was never
Carolina
Virginia.
in
Virginia was never called
1629.
Carolina, bro.
Not
No, Virginia
Carolina
was
with an I, but with an A. Carolina. I'm saying
no. It was
Carolina.
never called that. Yeah, it was never called that.
Dozy, if you could pull up 1629, maybe Virginia was called Carolina by King Charles the First.
Oh, sorry, y'all. Okay,
No,
I'll
no,
put
you
that
all good.
in a second. Just so you can see. So they're mainly saying that's just the Powhatan chiefdom. They're not giving us any other confederacies or tribes there, but they do say that it was more than 30 tribes. And the linguistic groups were Algonquian, Iroquoian, and Siouan. So
Yep.
interesting, they saying Algonquian and Iroquoian, but they ain't talking about the Iroquois Confederacy. So where if they say the Iroquois were there, but they're not enumerating them separate from in Virginia, then where are the Iroquois that are in Virginia?
Right. Because I know the Powhatan
I thought
only
they
had
would have.
like 30,000 people. That's only one or two cities. You're not spreading out all of Virginia
Yeah,
with 30,000.
you had the
Did the
Wampanoag. You had the
Iroquois
Wampanoag
did the
also too. The
Iroquois go up under
Wampanoag
the?
was
That's under
heavy
the
too.
Powhatan chieftain, right? It said which
Yeah,
alone included more than 30 tribes. So the Powhatan chiefdom, excuse me, had 30 tribes within it.
Right, it's a
Mm.
confederacy. It's not a tribe. Right.
right.
The
Right. The
chiefdom is
Powhatan was a
it's a nation.
confederacy. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nation. It's a
But
nation.
it only why I said that because it only enumerated. It said 21,000 in total. That's a lie.
Shit.
Yeah.
Man, y'all
But see,
going
they
through all
came
this, and I already
together.
told
They
y'all they
came
made
together
the
after
goddamn
it was time
Indian
for war,
Africans.
though.
Well, come on,
They
man,
was
What
stop
you
it.
they was
raising
in a
hell about? What
confederacy
you
at
raising
first.
Cain and
Now
Wait,
no
can you repeat the question about Carolina again? What you said, King Charles and Carolina, calling Virginia
Yeah,
Carolina?
I remember reading that about him calling it Carolina, Carolana. That was about 1629.
Yeah,
he was over
that's
here.
interesting. I've never heard of that.
He was over here.
Hold on, this ain't the guy that don't believe nothing past 1880.
He
Now
right,
I don't
man. That's
believe I
crazy.
gotta be in a conversation with y'all about this. Now I can disprove all this shit, but but it's good to have these conversations just to see what they're talking about.
So it says the area south of Virginia called Carolina by King Charles the First,
All right, south of
1629.
Virginia, which is Carolina, bro. Now today, North Carolina. That's south of Virginia.
Pull up a Carolina map.
Oh my God, bro. Listen, I'm from here, bro. I ain't gonna tell you nothing I don't know, bro. I never heard that in my life.
You gonna learn today? Come on, pull that shit up.
Shit.
Are you just talking about the border that was right there? Because that is right there.
Yeah, he said it used to. He said Virginia was called Carolina. That shit said
That
south
whole
of
area.
Virginia was called Carolina.
Well, it broke off once they started saying that things had started
Come on,
breaking off. The whole
we
area
know
was
that,
called
bro.
Carolina by this King
We
Charles
know
the
that,
First guy.
bro. We know
Yeah,
that, bro.
that
For one,
I
you
think
had
this is presumptuous though. Like Yeah,
Yeah.
they surveyed and all this other stuff, but we know ourselves. Ain't no such thing as King Charles having all of this territory. He talking about he
Big
had
fact.
territory that the French had. The fuck that this is just pre assumption for
Right.
on his point. Not making the that's where I think y'all lose on this. This doesn't make the map fake. This doesn't make the map being recorded in 1629. I believe that. But it makes it that the people that were making it knew what they were doing and they were
Same.
lying.
No, not a bad thing. I'm just throwing some wrenches out there. See how y'all control it.
But I'm saying, do y'all take into account that if something is coming from King Charles and King George or anything, that they could be presumptuous?
Don't you think that King James started the whole Virginia company that got him to Virginia, right?
Turn up, JJ. No, it wasn't no King James. King James gave them the. That's who they was indentured servants to. And you got to
So
understand
he
who
sent them
founded
over here, right?
Jamestown. Those was the Anglo-Saxons that founded Jamestown. It was your pilgrims that founded was so-called stumbled across Plymouth Rock.
So
But
it wasn't
Virginia,
We
King
had the
James that started the whole
Anglo-Saxons.
kickoff.
We
Virginia's
had
on that map as we
Anglo-Saxons
speak. As we,
living directly with the politics. It was directly. It's a river that goes in, and that's where they was based at on that river where they can jump on their ship and nick them a moment if anything ever turn bad. Do the research on it. Now, when the Wampanoags and the Pilgrims, Puritan motherfuckers in 1619, you know what I'm saying? That they were supposed to be going to Jamestown, but they didn't never make it because the winter was so cold they couldn't even make it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they just set up shop right there.
Yeah,
So
but
you
if you
got
do
two
zoom
different
in on
groups
that
in that
map, you do
area.
see Virginia.
Yeah, you gonna
hey
see
man, what
Virginia,
year is
bro.
this map? What year is this map?
It's a modern
They
day
got
map,
all
but
of
they
those
can
dates
backdate them.
drawn out, dog. This map is really
No, I'm
after the
saying like
1800s.
what year did they say they supposed to actually make this map? 1600, 1700?
They're saying
No,
1629.
they didn't even
Okay.
know all of this part of America in 1629, unless they was dealing with the French too.
No, I'm just
Because
Not
thinking
the
unless
that's an
French
these
didn't
people
be
American
are
down
from
map.
the
here.
Mississippi. The
No, I'm
French
thinking the
didn't really
people
know
that made
about
that
how
map
much
is
shit was
from
on
here.
the other side of the
Yeah, not
Appalachians.
unless those people are from here.
That's what I'm
That
saying.
map is
I'm thinking
older
that's
than that,
a map.
man.
I'm saying the map itself, the way it was made by somebody from here.
1722, it says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It ain't even no year. That's why it ain't no. Think
And
about it.
and,
It ain't
and
no
that and
line.
that
There are
And that
no
right there is
lines
even
on this
far
map.
fetched in 1722 because we know they didn't start going on the other side of the Appalachian until the 1800s. And we talking about the English and the British. Now, if the Spanish drew this, we know they never came all the way up inland to know all of that. Now, if the French was the one that drawn it, they only knew about Canada and coming down the Mississippi. They didn't know what was on the other side of the Appalachians until later on. And that's facts.
It's another map question though. Why is it a map out there just showing no states but a Carolina?
Man, listen.
OTK, you going in and out on my end. I could be wrong.
I know that's a Spanish name, bro. I would say that give them name because they was in for these maps in
You in
1715.
robot mode. Oh,
Okay, bet.
That map was made by American Indians. I could damn near. Who else? Who else would have all? Think about it. They got the sacred mounds down there. Look at the map. Zoom in and really look at this map. Somebody know America with no lines on it. How can you know the United States and you ain't putting our state on it? And in 1729, all you can say is, okay, The United States of America is putting the lines on something that was already there.
And it looks like Virginia is just a river on this map, or maybe it is a section. But there are
A
no
state?
states at this time. There are no states,
No,
no colonies.
no, but it goes back to us states. That's still private property, I bet. Back then, you come on where this land is. This me. You come, you see them. Come on, man. You don't. It's that map got more information than most books.
But with any maps, it's about who's the cartograph.
The cartographer.
Yeah,
Photographer.
definitely,
So like
definitely,
when
and it means a lot about of what he's drawn about. Yes, you absolutely correct.
exactly. So
You
they trying to
absolutely
say King
correct.
Charles had it, they gonna put a map. It's way later after King Charles the first too. So I wouldn't say necessarily that we can be like, okay,
Uh,
that tells us what's going on at the time. It doesn't.
all right, check out. Hey, Dozy, let's stay on maps real quick. Now, let me show you a map from 1750. Now, map of King Charles, Carolina War, King Charles, 1715, South Carolina War map. And it actually got the tribes of how many tribes stationed in this area, and how they were set up to attack and everything.
Are
I'm
you
glad. I'm
are you
glad y'all
putting the
trusting
link in
maps
the
now.
back or do you just want to pull it up from your side?
Nah, you should be able to pull it up because your search engine's strong enough. You done searched a lot. You know, if a motherfucker don't research a lot, they can never find it off first off.
Right.
I'm
Okay, so you said it's the what's it called?
1715. It's a map to King Charles. It's about the war. It's a South Carolina war map. 1715.
I'm glad we looking at maps now, because when I was bringing up maps, niggas was saying them shits is fake. But now I
No.
see that y'all trusting maps now, huh? That's
I
funny.
said
We
we had
look
to
at
look
that and then
into
we
it.
do the research about it.
Right.
Look like your engine ain't won't pull up right. Now, go
Why
to
wouldn't a map
all
be
images.
a good
Go to
source
all
of
images.
information?
Because this is during the time of the Yamasee Wars. Just the end of the Yamasee Wars. That's why this map is important.
Should I put South Carolina or should I put Carolina?
Yeah, South Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah, South Carolina. You won't see Georgia or North Carolina at this time.
And I got some maps of the Outer Banks that run from Virginia all the way up to like almost the Hudson Bay area. But it's called the Outer Banks, and in order to get to Virginia, you have to go through these Outer Banks.
Whoa, sis. Go up, go back up. Go back up to your right, sis. Go up to your right.
To
Right
my
there.
right?
All the way to
Right
your
there?
right. The
This one.
third picture on your right. Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
And it'll tell you what it is on the map. It'll tell you it's a written for King Charles to let him know what was going on, and how this military was about to go across, and how the Indian nations too against at this time, which would be your Spanish and your Indian and your Spanish Indians too. Pull it up, make it bigger, sis.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that's what I'm
it'll
doing
show
right
you how
now.
many. It'll show you where the French refugees located at, all of that shit. Word.
Oh.
Is this an English map?
And
This is an English map,
It's
right?
the
So I
King.
think
It's the King Charles. Yes.
right. So you got English maps and you got Spanish maps and you got French maps.
Golly.
Big
Okay,
facts.
sorry.
Big
So
facts.
if on the English map it's going to say Carolinas, for example, but on the Spanish map it says Florida. The whole area is
No, on the
Florida.
Spanish, it'll still say it might say Catalina or Carolina.
No, it says Florida on Spanish maps. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
No, bro. Hey, listen, Florida was not that big. The Spanish didn't have as much rule as people think.
Y'all discuss. I'll be back. I gotta look for my charger.
I disagree. The Spanish,
And the Spanish lost that shit, bro. And here you go. They lost it in 1715. Also, French to lose fucking power, but Napoleon comes in power.
on this map right here, it still says Florida right there on the bottom. Even though it's an English map, it still has a Spanish town, or Florida is a Spanish. Florida is Spanish. It's not British. So my point is, English maps gonna have different names than Spanish maps, and vice versa with French maps. That's my point I was trying to make.
That's what I was saying earlier about all these different people writing. What happened, though? So they wouldn't let you pull it up big?
Let me just let you guys know you do need an aerial map. You do need an aerial map, or you do need an aerial surveillance to actually do these type of maps.
I was hoping they would understand that already.
So no matter what map we pull up today, these are not the official maps until you get to the 1800s.
Or
where you have
motherfuckers was
aerial
flying
view
long
of
before
the
they know.
area.
Or motherfuckers was flying long before they said they was flying.
Now, in the Americas, so if you got a map about America that looks that good, it was made in America by Americans. So these English people, they're an American tribe. These French people, they're an American tribe. These Spanish people, they're the Mayans, of course. They're the Aztecs. These people were already speaking that language.
That's what I'm thinking. And home is the South.
Yeah, so if they got maps on the Americas from a boat, mind you, they stayed on the coastline for a long time. So you cannot have an aerial map of the Americas in the 1500s or the 1600s. You're not even far enough in to even know where the Mississippi is.
Yeah, how you gonna substantiate that claim?
Yeah, I would have to substantiate that claim by saying that you can't make a map until you have an airplane. So we can prove that they only had airplanes in the 1900s to be able to do aerial views of the land to create the correct maps.
What about blimps? They had airships.
Now,
How high you gotta be? How high you gotta be to make that map?
you got to be at least 3 to 4 miles up in a blimp. So they did
On
have
top of a
blimps in the
mountain. So
1800s.
you can be on top of a mountain, correct?
Yeah, you'll get a different aerial view from the top of a mountain, of course, but that's nothing like an airplane or a blimp or a hot air
Hey,
balloon.
bro, man, come on, man, with all this weirdo shit about an airplane, man. These people was able to draw territorial lines. People was
Not
very
walking.
calculated. What you mean not walking? That's the best way to be calculated when you counting steps. And you know which direction you going. What you mean? What the hell is wrong with you?
You know how big a state is?
I want him to come back and explain all of the cars and the planes that was a part of the advanced technology before it came about. That's all I want to know.
Me too, Sharice.
Girl, I'm still mad.
See, that's what we can't prove until like the late 1800s. You can't really prove aerial craft other than hot air balloons down in Peru.
Man, ain't nobody trying to prove aerial craft, dog. You think people cannot make a map? Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, go ahead, sis. Go ahead, sis.
I'm just saying, Dosey said tell you that she'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
I love how we
Come on, man. You can't just bust out and say, man, damn, you can't make no map without having an aerial view. That's new, man.
Maps are new.
area.
They
That's
didn't
an
need no
interesting point, though.
airplanes, bro.
Maps are
Like, bro,
new, OTK.
these motherfuckers. Nah, we made maps, dog, on back of skins. You don't
Yeah,
believe
but
that?
you know what? You know what? And that wasn't a replica of where you were going either.
Whoa. Y'all don't believe that? So we could
Well,
mark out
my
each other territory, so we would know once we going into other people's lands.
OTK,
oh,
didn't a black woman invent GPS system like with the
Man,
Lorraine system?
listen, bro. I don't want to go into all that deflecting stuff, bro. Just chill out real quick. I'm just saying, y'all don't think
but if
that
you
we
bring
was drawing our own maps down,
no,
saying,
yes, and
okay,
and that
this the month.
1729 map was our map.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm just saying.
That
I just
map,
want to know.
that map was a full outline of the United States
Yeah,
of America
yeah.
in
I just want
1729.
they
And if you
research
look
is
at it
because
closely, it had New
if they sit up here
Jersey,
and tell me they
it had
can't find
Virginia.
no maps of our first maps that we was drawing about showing how the territory. Dog, we even was drawing maps about how our base was laid out.
Map though. You're not answering
How
them.
you think they get the blueprints?
Oh my God. How? I don't know how they got the blueprints. Answer that, bro. Tell me how they got the blueprints, bro.
What do
They
you
don't have the
mean?
blueprint.
From us? We the one who made the blueprints.
How you
We
made the
know what you needed to
blueprint?
build.
Jesus, brother. Listen to the question. How did you get? How did you make the blueprints?
Yo, who is you? Hold up. Who is you?
I'm a panel guest, bro. I'm asking you a
Oh,
question.
I don't know who you is, man. You know what I mean?
So
And
you
you're
don't.
coming
You
in
gotta know me to
38
answer a
filter.
question. You gotta know me to
Yeah,
answer a
fuck
question.
yeah. Because
All right, all right. I'm
because I
gonna mute
don't
my
know
mic,
you,
bro. I'm
bro.
gonna mute my mic.
No, you
Hey, do
good.
you
You
know
can
that
ask
there
your question, but
do
damn.
OTK, do you know that there are no blueprints of the Capitol buildings today?
What happened to him?
What happened to them?
Yeah,
You
what
would have
happened to
to
him?
ask the archive. You would have to ask the people that said that they
Oh,
built
well
them.
then why you
That's the
even ask me
question.
that question?
No. What I'm saying is, what I'm telling you is, if
Come
they
on,
can't tell
cuz.
you,
God damn, cuz.
listen, I'm saying this. That stuff was built before they got here.
I believe that.
Now, when it
I
comes to
believe that.
destroying stuff, you'd have to destroy a lot of stuff to take claim to it.
Damn,
All
indigenous
the
Hebrew
fires.
Israelite, bro. I ain't spazzing, bro. What is you talking about? I just asked the person who it was. That wasn't no familiar voice, bro. God damn, I
No.
can't
I
ask
ain't
that
got
question.
that's not
I
what I'm
know,
explaining.
bro. I'm talking to indigenous. I don't know how an indigenous. My dog 3X indigenous, man. You know what I mean? I'm talking to him. Like, God damn, he said, stop spazzing, OTK. Ain't nobody spazzing. You tripping.
No, because well, if it to a lot of people, that whole time is really a blur. Because they make it seem like they did all this shit. Because the way history is taught to you, it makes you think that this place was a big ass lawn and they built everything.
Big facts.
But,
Big facts.
but at the same time, you can't explain the timeline because your timeline is off. You saying that you
And not
started this
only the
mission.
timeline, but the methods.
The
Yeah,
methods is
that's
off
what I'm saying.
too.
You and horse and buggy.
Jody, with the proof of the cars, man. I'm not playing about
What,
this. This is
what
that.
do you
This
mean
is
Was
proof
that
of
said
cars?
that?
earlier.
Oh,
What
that's
do you mean proof
somebody
of
up in
cars?
Ghana said that.
Now they said that we had cars in the 1600s and shit, basically.
I just said they got powered engines. So
Now,
if you going to
no,
call them cars or
okay.
whatever.
Now I can
But you
tell
can't
you.
prove that.
No, can't. I don't think anybody could prove
It's
it.
all right.
But I can tell you.
Go ahead,
I can
absolutely.
tell you. I can tell you one thing though.
Oh, that's
They
Dirk. I'm
can't tell
sorry.
you the time. They can't tell you the timeline of the steam engine. The steam engine is what that was the first locomotive, and that locomotive was the blueprint to all engines. So I know it went from steam engine to gas engine. But steam
So what's
engine
the
history
timeline
goes.
of the steam engine?
There is no timeline.
No, I mean,
They're like
because I
that.
don't want
That's
people
the
to get
part
it
that's
twisted. Because I don't want people
they're
to get
just
it
coming.
twisted.
News, we talking about motherfucking hundreds, beginning 1900s, start really using as far
Now I'm
as what
still
they
in it
history
because
says.
What's going on
yeah.
is basically saying it was a form of
You can
transportation.
find out
When you
how
look, you can.
if they had technology back then just by examining the results of the technology.
Mm-hmm.
You look at buildings, you look at castles, you look at
Yes,
bridges, you look at lighthouses. Let's talk about lighthouses
I
for a
agree with it
second.
from that perspective.
Right. So that alone, even though you don't see no crane or actual machine, you don't have to. You could look at the results. The lighthouses, the castles are not built by is no way in hell humans can build shit like that with chisels and hammers. That's you know what I'm saying? So even though you don't see a drill back then, it doesn't negate the fact that it wasn't no drill. You understand what I'm saying? Just by
Or
how these things
how
were
about this?
built. Now the whole I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna say this, right? How you figure this out is question how these things were built. And once you start questioning it, the narrative don't make sense.
Or I'm just saying it like this. In the 1920s at the World's Fair, did you know they had video phones?
No.
Like you could literally pick up the phone, look at the TV, and talk to the
Yeah.
person that you're
What
looking
They had computers
what
too in them
World Fair
fairs.
at.
was still in the
Now, all I'm saying is
1920s? I thought the
put the
World
20.
Fairs ended in the early 1900s.
Well, no, it was Chicago World's Fair. I think it was like 1909 or some shit like that.
No, they still
But I'm
have
saying
world fairs.
no.
Huh?
I'm putting the perspective into like think about we're just getting into video phones now in our lifetime.
Yeah,
But it was
light up New
actually the
York. Didn't they light
technology
up New York
for
in the World
was
Fair
already back in the day.
1919, some shit like that?
Huh?
Didn't they light up New York like 1990, some shit like that? At the
Yeah, that's what
fair?
I'm saying. Like electricity itself
Yeah.
has been around.
Yeah.
That
Stealing
shit,
Tesla shit.
there is no timeline because they're just saying that they came up with it and then they just put it all around the country. Nigga, when? How?
That's the
Well,
thing though. They never say
it's
they
kind of
came up with it,
impossible
man.
not to have transportation, and you got things called super highways. You know what I'm saying? We had all of that over
Super
here.
railroad. We
Yeah,
had super
so I mean,
railroad.
No, nah, all right, hold up. When y'all talk about transportation now, hold up, y'all. Are we going? Are we going esoteric right now? Like some old spaceship, like flying saucer type shit?
No,
Is
the
that what we're
train.
going now?
no, we're
Or we
talking
just
about vehicles.
Okay,
We're talking about
okay.
shit
Look
like
at the train. How old is the
like
train?
not now.
motive motion. We're talking about vehicles. We're talking about people driving on a thing that has wheels that carries them to another place.
But before that, before wheels, I mean, as far as like a car, think about the train.
And wagon shit. Yeah, okay.
How
All
long?
right.
How long?
I
How
mean,
long
not
do you
just a
think it
wagon.
actually takes to actually run train track throughout the United States, Mexico, and Canada?
Well, I tell you this, bro. I know it took from the 1730s for them to run that train track from North Carolina all the way to goddamn San Francisco. I think they didn't finish to what, like 66, something like that, somewhere up in that area.
You see what I'm saying? But now in 1850, nigga, there's a train that can take you from New York to Canada, from Canada to
And the reason
Mexico,
why,
across
they
the
built the
United States,
train
anywhere you wanted to
in
go.
North Carolina, had it connecting to North Carolina, is because not only Wells Fargo was in New York, but North Carolina, they none find gold inside the fucking streams way before the gold rush in Cali. They was finding that shit all in the streams and and North Carolina. Then they started going up to Virginia, all the way up to fucking the New York, Texas, Kentucky. They was just finding that shit in the fucking streams. And after the screens dried up, that's when they started digging below the surface. So they also some of the first gold miners that started over here on the East Coast. Big facts.
Hey, salute to
Yeah,
the
again,
panel.
Carolina means Carlos, which means like gold. Like that's why you have Carolina Panthers. The word call means gold.
They
So
said they came up.
again,
They said Christopher Columbus came over here looking for the lost city of gold.
No.
So why would
Where do you get
Charles
Carl
name it
means
Carl?
gold? Where
You
do
call
got a
means
Charles.
Charles means
Show
gold.
me source when
where
y'all.
where is that
That
at?
is
Where do you see that at?
crazy.
Where can we find that at?
In my mindset.
Ah, okay. Got you. Got you. Makes a lot of
But
sense now.
Carolina Gold Rush was the first gold rush before the rush went down to Dahlonega, Georgia, then to California. So yeah. So first digging of gold by these immigrants
Lee,
was
you ever heard the
East Coast.
story? You heard the story behind that shit? How it started?
No, indulge me.
So these motherfuckers was runaways from the military, just squatting on lands, right? Half of them boys been done ran from the fucking military, squatting on lands and shit. So they found the shit one day in the screen, was using the bitch for a door holder. You know what I mean? That's how big the motherfucker was. Man, they took this motherfucker. If when they finally realized what they had when somebody told them, they took that shit to get purchased. They started a business off of that one rock, bro. And I'm telling you, that business boomed for generations. They was de factos, man, for real. Now the thing is,
No, I
they
think I
ain't give
know
us
about
no
that story
description.
that you're talking
They
about
ain't
because
give us
I actually got
no
that newspaper
description of
article.
these motherfuckers. You feel me? No description of
But
these motherfuckers.
them was just people from the newspaper article that I read. If I wasn't mistaken, them people just was lived in the area and found that gold nugget in their yard.
Yeah, but they was de factos from the military. It was more than them living in that area. It was a bunch of them because all of them went to mining after that. That's why that part of North Carolina became a big booming spot. Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know about that, but I have heard about this. I mean, I've seen that newspaper article. I actually got the newspaper
Well, I
article.
ain't got the article. I got the actual story that they wrote. That they wrote is more than an article. You know what I mean? It was more than in a newspaper or article about them. Like they in history about that shit. Like there's a big story about them in the archives.
Salute to the panel. Salute to the panel.
Mhm.
Salute.
Dosey, how you doing? OTK, absolutely.
Ken folks.
Can't read all y'all names. I just hear a lot of y'all by your voices. Wild Savage, Smoke
What up?
Signal,
What up?
everybody. Salute. I just wanted to touch back on a couple of the things y'all was talking about, y'all young gentlemen and women. I've been watching some European white boy. He's been doing some videos, very interesting videos, and he's actually showing photos, old photos of things back in the 1800s, like some of the time y'all was talking about, like airships linked up to them spires. Also, how at this time when y'all was talking like they was the indentured servants. So some of these pictures I believe was from like the 1850s and 40s or 30s, something like that, 60s, before slavery was over. And
Mm-hmm.
there was some of these structures, like they was New York, they had knocked structures down, and under those structures was more structures, and then they was also pictures of actual machinery, gigantic machinery, and I'm talking about real photos, like black, unless they like photoshopped, black and white, old photos, all kind of stuff like that, and also of trains, and the trains that they had back then look better than the ones we got, most of the ones we got now. And big stations they was in, and people on the ramps, actual photos. Um, I, I don't know the name of the channel. I got one of the videos. If one of y'all have a email or something, I'll send it to y'all. And all this guy does videos on all of them, but he's actually showing. Then he has manuscripts from people back then who were actually working on the sites where they were digging up, and he was explaining it off and stuff like, and how they covered it all back up and built the streets up in certain places. But if anybody want to shoot me an email address, I'll send it to you. And when y'all get time, look at it, and maybe I want to bring a couple of these videos up one day. And these photos, man. That's all I wanted to say, man. Y'all keep doing the good work, man. The OGs is really watching y'all, man.
Appreciate it. Peace. We're gonna have to use that.
Yes,
Check
sir.
into
That's a
it.
good brother right there, man. Carolina brother.
Oh yeah. If we actually paid more attention to what white people doing on YouTube, you'll trip because they looking
You a
too,
trip.
and
Looking
they
at
Okay,
what
Wild
white
Savage.
people
finding
looking
is
at.
what they finding
What
is the
they all
story that
looking
they was
at.
told to believe. Nigga, it lead right back to what we talk about: cabbage patch kids, incubator babies, and they ain't going past that part.
Hey, can I read something real quick? Just real quick on this name, Carl and Charles. I knew I had read it somewhere. I'm back on that real quick. Wild Savage. The phrase "Carl" means Charles. In the context of gold, it is not standard financial, though. It's not like a literary term for gold, is what it's saying. But let me keep going. Now, etymon of the word Carl or Charles, it's the same name, just in two different languages, is what it's saying. It says Carl is a Germanic word. I doubt that because it's also used in Spanish. So it can't be a Germanic word. I'll explain that later. But Carl is a Germanic word from the form of the name meaning man or free man. So when you say Carl, it means free man. Charles is the French and English variant of the same name, also derived from the Germanic Carl with a K, not with a C, meaning man. So the word Carl means man in Germanic languages. In essence, Carl and Charles are the same name across languages. Now, let me go down here. Connection to gold. Historically, several European monarchs named Charles was or were associated with gold coins or currency reforms. For example, the Spanish Carlos gold escudo, a coin minted in gold, was issued under kings named Charles. And numismatics using the term Charles could refer to gold coins, especially in historical collectible context. Therefore, Carl means Charles might be clarifying the term Carl in historical context or European coinage corresponds to Charles, a monarch potentially associated with gold coins. That's all I wanted to read there.
Okay, I got you.
So,
I heard a story that
and
King Charles was getting coins minted like in South America too. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I heard he was getting like coins minted of himself in South America.
so that's why we
But
saw the
I
map
mean,
with
but
King
I don't
Charles.
know. Yeah, but the name though, uh, you know
That
what I
became
mean?
Carolina also. That's
Hey,
connected to this
listen,
King
man. Hey,
Charles.
listen. I tell you what, bro. The motherfucker is named Carolina now. Let's just leave it like that. God damn it. You know what I'm saying, dog? Fuck all the other shit. We ain't gotta get into all the other shit, dog. The bitch named Carolina now.
Hey, whatever you say, OTK,
I
knock him
seen
out.
older names like
I mean,
Catalina.
King
I mean
Charles was
Chacalac.
also the king of the
I seen
Aztecs,
older
wasn't he?
names like Chacalac.
Exactly. Carlos
You know what I'm
Quintos.
saying?
That's what
So
I'm
it's
saying with
all
his
good,
name,
bro.
Carlos.
Yeah,
So you
it's
know
all
about
good,
Carlos
bro.
Quinto,
No,
right?
I don't feel
Yes,
Yeah,
like
listen,
that
yeah,
man,
is
it's all
Carlos
good, bro.
Quinto, of course.
accurate. I don't think that was
Yeah,
accurate. But maybe it could
but
have been.
The
Um,
last Incan emperor or whatever.
I mean,
Incan
King
king.
Philip
Right.
was King Philip was a American Indian chief, right?
No, his name was
yes,
named
King
King
Philip
Philip.
Yeah,
was he was
You talk
Metacom.
about
He
So
was
why are these American Indian chiefs having European names?
because it's
you
not a
talking about the
European
Peru?
name.
You talk about on the
Exactly.
Peru Kings list?
Exactly.
Yeah, even
You
the
talk about on the
Peru
Peru King
kings,
list? Yeah, yeah,
which
he's on
one
the
of them was
Peru
named
King list,
Carlos.
if I'm not mistaken. But he I heard he was mixed
And he had a nickname,
because if you
Metacom.
look at the picture, if you look at the actual Kings list, you see how they picture started changing too.
Those pictures are not real of any of those
Oh
Indian
my
chiefs we've seen.
fucking god, man! All right, man. Hey, listen, man. Hey, listen. Sometimes it don't even make sense to talk to some people, dog, who don't believe nothing is real and can't prove that it's not real. That be crazy as shit sometimes, bro.
Yeah, if the
I
people ain't
swear to
looking like
God, bro.
us as being the
Dog, but I'm
aboriginals,
saying though, bro,
Yeah, they
you talking
did.
about
I
shit
don't
that
know
we
what one
literally
you
can
was looking
prove,
at.
bro.
The one I
which
looked
one?
at
God
that looked
damn.
like us.
All right, well, pull up the Kings list then. I guarantee you the Peru Kings list, you will see where they started changing and looking different.
Oh, you talking about the Peruvian kings, the Roman Empire.
That's who King Philip on in it.
Right, that's the Roman Empire down there. Those people were selling out everywhere. I mean, they wore the red capes as well, just like the Iroquois.
this is a good
I don't want to
question.
say.
And them
How
rich niggas as well.
how are y'all
Just like the
choosing? How
Iroquois.
y'all choosing? Or how y'all knowing how to pick and choose what's real and what's not? Y'all
Yeah,
believe
please
that
tell me that,
Carlos
man.
King Charles is on the Inca Kings list, but everything else fake. How we know King Charles or Carlos even a real person?
And see,
Explain it.
that's they just doubled their stories up. So neither one of those guys could have been real. But you got a double story. Something is happening over in Afro Eurasia at the same time with the same name. Somebody's happening over here with that same storyline. So just like with Quetzalcoatl, he's carrying the cross. Jesus carrying the cross. What I'm saying is they're doubling the stories and smashing them together. So I guess we got to
Do
find
you
out which
know,
one's real.
dog? Do you know that the guy Aztec? I don't know which one of the Aztec or Inca. Do you know that I think it was Montezuma. Don't you know that Montezuma thought that when he saw motherfucking Herman Cortez and them boys that he thought they was fucking Quetzalcoatl coming back?
I don't believe that.
Did you know that?
Well,
Huh?
you got to
I don't believe that. That's
yeah,
bullshit.
you gotta actually
And
prove that this
listen,
Cortez guy did that
and
sailing
listen,
trip.
hold on. Whoa, bro. Stop the fuckery. Stop the fuckery. This man had kids down there and all, man, with an indigenous woman and all, man. Come on, man. You got
In the
people even writing. You got the
1600s,
all native people. You
1400s,
got the all
that would have been
native peoples
1500s.
writing about them, bro.
To in the
Come on,
1500s,
man.
right?
Stop that, man. Quit acting like these people didn't exist, bro.
Not in
Chill.
that,
Stop
and not in
that.
the fashion that we think. What if Carlos was always from here?
He was from here.
That's
That's
what I'm
No,
what
just
he
trying to say to
wasn't,
What if
man.
OTK.
He was a
what if France
goddamn.
was Louisiana?
Now,
What,
some of them boys that came after
which
him
it
was
was.
born over here on this continent, on American soil. Now, I grant that. We see that
man,
shit.
he
They
was
said
from
he was
here.
born here. But no, he wasn't. Cortez was not from here.
Yes, he was.
I'll
No, he
wait
was
till
not,
they're
bro.
done, Yodi. But
You
that
can't
saying is
prove it.
All right, I
accurate.
stop. I
For
stop. Go ahead.
clarification,
Go ahead.
Ably, she says, never mind this story, just generally speaking. How are you knowing between what's real
That's
and
a
what's
theory that can't be
And see,
proven.
that's what we don't know. We're just trying to figure out the facts behind something. We're trying to find the primary. So if it says we're from Africa, hey, if I find that primary, I'm gonna bring that shit out too. But I'm not finding any of that. What I'm finding is they're duplicating the story, saying that things are happening here on the American continent, and at the same time happening over there with the same names.
Yeah, but just because you don't have the primaries don't mean you can't figure it out.
No, no, we're figuring it out now. No,
I agree.
we're getting to
Yeah,
the
I
bottom of
agree.
it. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
we're
but
figuring this
people,
shit out.
not you, Abley, but in general, I'm speaking. People, oh, where's this, where's that? Like it's just out there for a regular nigga to pick up. Nah,
A lot of these historical enigmas, you have to use your brain to figure it out, man.
Like we didn't know the
Especially
story of the
with
Quakers.
American Indian history, dog, because that shit was hidden. A lot of this shit was hidden.
I mean, just to go back
I
to the
agree with
Quaker
you.
story, they never told us about the 10,000s of Quakers down in Barbados before they even made it to the mainland.
Right, right. But it makes sense since Europeans went to, well, the narrative is Europeans started in the Caribbean first.
That's where they
That would say
started.
the
That's where they
Puritans were
started the
most likely
Christian
been there too.
movement. Yeah, that's where they started. They converting people at. You know? They had Titans
Exactly.
before they
Right,
got
I
to
agree with that.
America. They
So who's to
had
say that the Spanish Empire wasn't always there, and these people just made up the Spanish Empire in the 1800s to say these people came from overseas and their romantic stories?
I
nah,
agree
That's
with
bro.
that.
possible. That
When
is possible.
That is actually what happened, Abley.
But
you
I
trying to
think
say
to
that the
really
Spanish
find
Empire
that,
was here? They
Yeah, the
from here?
Spanish Empire was
just
always here in the
to
Americas.
say that where
Always
they're
here.
putting different things like they're
Yes, the Spanish Empire.
That's why it's called Latin
My bad,
America.
Dosha. Go ahead,
I
Dosha.
was saying to say that things are starting here, then going over there and expanding as far as it, which is possible, but you would have to, we have to really break down, where the Spanish Empire is. You're saying it's here, what groups belong to the Spanish Empire, and then how did it get transferred to being over there? Like we know, like the Yucatan and what the supposed Mayans, because that's not their real name, they spread all the way to Spain, and they don't say that, but like we have to really figure it out. And then I think it's kind of, I don't know if it's how they put it, if that makes sense.
It's already figured out though. That's the thing. It's right in front of our faces. It's right in front of our faces, right? Like you said before, where did it start? Did it start in America and went to Europe, or vice versa? Now let me say this, right? Irish, if you know Irish mythology, you know where these Irish people say they came from, where their ancestors came from the west side of the Hercules, of the Strait of Hercules. Now, if you look past the Strait of Hercules, you're going into the Atlantic Ocean. That means the Irish people are saying that their ancestors came from the west, which is the Americas.
Yeah, so that could have been the United Kingdom too.
Right, right. So my point is that is
Yeah,
if
that could
Irish
have been
if
United
Irish
Kingdom too. Let me tell you,
right,
ain't none of them know nothing about goddamn America.
that's cap.
That's another thing that nobody got no proof of. Ain't nobody can show me no proof that anybody over there knew anything about America
I can disapprove. I can prove
before
that they did.
fucking the
I can prove that they
15,
did.
before 1490 fucking 3.
I think they did. I think they did know
No, I
about it.
don't want your
I think
think. I don't want your think. I want you to
okay.
show me somebody who say that. I don't want no goddamn Nordic Viking story because we found out that was fake. I don't want to hear
Right,
nothing about no Asian story because we found
right.
out that was fake.
Okay.
So I wanted to know anybody over there who was writing about North America or South America or the
Yes,
Caribbean
yeah.
before
I have evidence of
1493.
that, sir. Yes,
All
yeah.
right, can you show me?
The Chinese knew about America, the Rocky Mountains. It was spoke the Chinese mythology. They spoke about the Americas hundreds of
A
years before
mythology.
Columbus stepped
A
here, and
mythology.
I got the
Uh,
information on that. I
okay, a
got proof of that.
mythology. The
Yeah,
Siberian land bridge is mythology too.
we talking about the Rocky Mountains. The Chinese knew
Now,
about the Rocky Mountains. You know what the Rocky Mountains
now,
is?
Smoke Signal brought up something interesting. He say the cocaine mummies. Ah, we find that they was maybe dealing with Southern Africa or what they would call Africa today. Maybe they could have.
So you're
I'm
proving your
not
own
saying they wasn't.
question.
I'm not saying that wasn't. But the cocaine mummies or the people who buried the cocaine mummies did not write nothing about America either.
So
Or
where they
where
get the
they
coke?
get the coke. Hold on. Yeah, we can say they got it from us,
But
but
they
they
must
did not
that,
write
right?
about us. Listen to my question.
Yeah, they did write
Anybody
about
who
us.
wrote about us?
They
Who
did
did?
write about us. What are you talking
Show me
about?
that.
Who
That's what
did?
I'm
The
trying to tell
Egyptians?
them that they did know
all
about
the
it,
animals that they pay homage to are indigenous to America.
No,
like the
What are
no,
you
Zolo
talking
no,
dog.
about?
no, no, no,
The
no,
Zolo
no,
dog
no.
is
We gotta.
Anubis.
Hey
Huh?
man, listen, bro,
Huh?
bro.
Zolo
We
dog
gotta
is only
stop. We
found in
gotta stop
Mexico.
all
Yes,
of this,
yes.
man.
The
We gotta
corn,
stop
The
all this,
the
hawk,
man. Listen,
corn. They pay
Osiris, the
homage to
hawk.
us.
The American
bro.
hawk is Osiris. It's only found
Listen.
in
Let me ask you
America.
this:
What is the American
has
animal
any of
doing in
the
Egypt?
hold on? Has any of the meta nature been deciphered, bro? Yes or no?
By the French? Yeah.
Does
Champollion.
any of the hieroglyphs or the meta netta ever been deciphered
By the Champollion? Yeah.
by anybody? God
Yeah,
damn it! By
yeah. They've
anybody?
Champollion,
been
bro.
they
We just answered your
That's
question.
a lie, dog. They have
yes.
All
never
right. So
They,
deciphered the fucking metadata
I
or
want
the
to hear you out.
hieroglyphs.
Okay.
So
So
what?
who deciphered it?
Yes, they
if they
did.
never
Yes, they
deciphered
did.
these
They
things,
did.
how can
They
So
y'all
if they
say
did.
never
who they
deciphered
writing
it, then how
about?
you
They
know what
did
the shit is saying
decipher it.
then?
That how do
No,
you
So how
think
you
we
no.
know
know
what the
that these
meta
Listen,
animals
net is
are?
listen.
saying?
How do you think that we know that all these animals that they are representing are indigenous to America?
Man, stop that
The
shit,
ram, the
man.
What are
goat,
you
the
talking
ram,
Stop that,
about?
bro.
the mountain
Nah,
ram
you
is
need
Stop
to
that,
stop
man.
that.
Hey,
American-based
listen.
animal.
Y'all, but why they
The
not writing
Zolo
about where
dog
they
is
did?
Anubis
They
from
did. They
Mexico.
Hold
wrote
up.
about the Nile. Who got the big? Who got the biggest river? Now
Ooh,
means big river. Who has the biggest
what
river?
happened? What the hell,
America.
man?
Why you
Hey,
got the
listen.
obelisk? You
America.
got the
Hey,
Egyptian
listen. This is
artifacts in
why some of
Washington,
our
D.C.,
people.
bro. Why
Hey,
you think that
bro. This
is?
is why some of our
You think they
people
just put
really
it there
need
for
to stop this
decoration, my
shit,
nigga?
dog. Dog, y'all don't got
Yeah, they
no
don't
proof
need to
with that.
listen.
Those are
They don't need to listen to
mythological
people like
stories.
you. You a
Those are
faith-based
mythological
believer.
stories, though.
Niggas don't need to
Ain't
listen
no,
to you,
ain't
bro.
no
You
scientist
pushing
or
the
no
white man's
nobody
narrative.
really doing
You
anthropology
pushing
and
the
saying
white
what y'all
man's
saying,
narrative.
bro. So
Yeah, they
how was
So
y'all
did.
you saying
saying
the
Yeah,
that?
white
they
man just got
did.
on a ship,
You're
Dog,
sailed
lying.
ain't
across the
no
seas, and didn't know where he was going?
anthropologist,
Yes,
ain't
they did.
nobody. Hey,
You're
listen,
lying.
ain't
You're
nobody,
lying.
and no scientist, no
Yes, they
archaeological,
have.
no none of
That
them
that
ever
that
said what y'all saying right
you're
now, bro.
lying. There's
Who
a
is it?
that
Name one.
old Oriental Mason book.
Name
It
one.
tells you, and it's
Name one.
Oriental Mason. That Oriental Mason book.
Oriental masonry,
Yeah,
Book.
the
You
book
talking about from the
written in the
Oriental
1900s.
Mason
Huh?
group, you know,
and it
and
tells you.
the
It tells you,
archaeological group
and
that's
it's got
talking about,
archaeology. It's
bro.
got
They don't
archaeologists
tell,
in there
man.
that they
They
are
ain't never
quoting
said that.
from
They ain't
that
never
said
said
that.
that. They ain't
Go
never
get the
said
book.
that, bro.
Go get the
Man, they
book.
ain't never
Yeah,
said
they
that shit,
did.
man. Come
Yeah,
on,
they
man.
did. Ain't
Dog,
nobody saying
dog,
that bullshit but the
dog.
white
All
man.
that
You
shit was
saying?
mythological,
Ain't
bro.
nobody saying that but the white man was what you saying. The white
Bro, I ain't saying
scientific
that.
racism white
I ain't
man.
saying that, bro. I'm
Yeah,
telling
you
you, they,
is. Yeah, you is.
dog. Hold up,
We
hold up,
just
hold up,
gave you
hold up.
evidence of
All
it
right,
being in
stop,
America.
stop, bro.
Smoke
Stop.
mentioned the
There's more
cocaine.
Irish
Stop, bro.
people
All
in
right,
America than
Smoke
all right,
mentioned the
Arabs.
all right,
cocaine. Then when he said the
all
There's
right,
more
stop.
cocaine,
Germans
you
in
try to
America
give it
than
to
Germany.
Africa or something. The hell?
No, I ain't trying to give nothing to Africa, bro. I say they could have had contact with the people from Southern Africa because that would be the closest
Man, they
spot
didn't have
for
they
them
had
to meet
contact
people
with the
at.
Americans. They
You know
had
what I
contact
mean?
with
You
the
know, they could
Americans.
have been done trading. That's what I'm
They had
saying. We don't
contact with
know.
the Americans.
You know, I'm
How
respecting that. That's probably how the cocaine got there. I'm respecting that. But what I'm saying is they never said where they got the cocaine from.
bro,
Yes, they
they
did,
everything
bro.
in their thing is telling you about America. The fuck you mean it
Man,
ain't
come
telling you
on,
where it come
man.
from?
Stop it, man. Stop it, man. Stop it. Stop it, man. Because Egyptian
Even if they didn't tell
culture
you where it came
actually
from,
didn't even
right?
start in Egypt, man. That shit started in Nubia and the
So
Sudan and
cocaine
all of
came from
No,
that,
it
bro.
Egypt.
didn't. It started
So
in
why is it
Memphis. If
still
you
not in
want to be
Egypt then?
technical, it started in
No,
Memphis,
man,
If
that's
Tennessee.
cocaine
that's
The
started in
biggest,
no,
Egypt,
that's
the
then
it.
why is it still
biggest.
Memphis,
not in
Hold
Egypt?
Tennessee.
on,
Oh
hold
my
on, hold
fucking
on.
god.
The
Hey man, I'm
biggest,
through, man.
the
I'm through, man.
biggest
I'm through, dog. dog. I'm
Egyptology
through, man.
study is done
I'm
in
through,
Memphis,
bro. I'm
Tennessee,
through,
nigga.
bro. I'm through,
Yeah,
bro.
be through. Be
I'm through,
through.
bro.
Yeah, hush up.
Yeah,
Hush
yeah.
up, because you don't know what
No,
you're
you
talking
hushed
about.
up, bro.
You
Nah,
don't know
you
what you're
get
talking
your
about.
shit
Hush up.
together. You
The
talking dumb,
biggest, you hear what I
motherfucker.
said? Do you hear what I said?
Word.
The biggest study of Egyptology is done in Memphis, Tennessee, not in Egypt.
Right.
The
You
fuck is
got
you talking
you got
about? Sit
Egyptian
your goofy
artifacts
ass
in
back.
Washington D.C.
The
That's not for
fucking Cairo
decoration, bro.
Museum.
You think it's for
in
decoration?
Memphis. What the fuck?
Nah, bro. I
The
think you
damn Cairo
misunderstanding, bro.
Museum. Over there is damn near bigger than fucking Memphis. What the fuck?
What does that have to do with anything, though?
No, man, how you gonna say the
Hold on.
biggest group of Egyptology study is over
You
there?
said the what is the what is
No,
the what
it
is
might
bigger
be
than
the
Memphis?
biggest group of
What over there is
Americans.
bigger than Memphis?
That
What over
might
there is
be
bigger than
the
Memphis?
Americans, man. I'm not saying that's not. That might be the
What's
biggest group
bigger
of
than
the
Memphis over there?
Americans that's
Is
going over there
cocaine?
to study. And
Is
shout out to
cocaine?
them, man. But
They grow
hell
cocaine
no,
in
man.
Africa, bro. They grow
Hell
cocaine in
no, man.
Africa, bro.
Man, this
No,
nigga just be
no.
making
I
up
said
shit.
it got
Do
to
they grow?
them. I
Okay, so
said,
where did they get the cocaine from, bro?
hold up. I just said it earlier. Was y'all not listening to me?
Okay, you said he got it from America, right?
I said, yeah, they could
Where
have
does
All
the
been
right, then
dealing
cholo
with
how would
this
dog
they?
come
coke
How would
from?
they
from
not know
South.
where America
Hold
is
up,
at if they was getting it
calm
from
down.
America,
Calm
homie?
down. Hold up.
That's what I'm
You
trying to
just
understand.
asked me a question, bro. I don't like when people cut me off. Don't ask me no question and then cut me off. That's why you didn't hear me the first time. I said,
My
now,
bad. All right, go ahead. My
hey,
bad.
when you say the cocaine mix, hey, you know, they could have been dealing with some people down there in what you would call South Africa and in the Caribbeans and South America dealing with these people. That's how the cocaine could get there. I say, I don't doubt that. I say, I agree with that. But then I asked, none of them wrote about where they got the cocaine from. That was my
Or what?
question.
It don't matter if they didn't
Nobody
write
wrote
about it.
about North America or South America. None
How
of
do you
them.
know that?
Lies.
How you know they
That's
didn't write
lies,
about it?
though.
If you ain't understand their language, how you know they didn't write about it?
Bro,
Exactly. You
because
asking
nobody
who
deciphered
like
this
Man,
shit
deciphered
shut
yet.
and read
up,
it that
man. Shut up. We
you don't even
Ain't
know
deciphered
the
it,
nobody
nigga.
language.
deciphered this
We
shit
just
yet.
showed you how we deciphered it. We deciphered it in real time in front of your ass. The fuck
Man,
is you talking
dog,
about?
ain't nobody deciphered the
The fuck is you
fucking
talking about?
metadata yet, bro, or
When
the
you look at
hieroglyphs. What the
them,
fuck is
when you
wrong
look
with
at them
you?
hieroglyphs, when you look at them hieroglyphs,
Uh,
you look at Anubis, and then you look at the Cholo dog. You see
oh,
the religion.
man.
When you look at
Oh, my
the bird, the
God. This
falcon,
nigga
you
Bro,
find
talking
that
about
same falcon
Anubis, the
here.
god of the
When you look at
fucking
the peacock,
underworld, dog.
you look
you
at
The
the
find
god
all
of
mountain
the
that shit
goats,
here,
underworld.
nigga.
all
What the
American
hell, man?
animals.
Ain't
Man,
none of
listen,
that
man.
indigenous to there.
Y'all need to
They ain't
leave
got
that shit
one
alone,
indigenous
dog.
animal to Africa
Lead them
in they
boys
shit.
gods to them boy there, man. Lead them boy gods to them, bro. For real.
No,
For real.
them our
Those were
gods,
not
nigga.
gods,
Them our
bro.
Even
gods.
Bass, even the
Them
god
our
Bass, the
gods,
Egyptian
nigga.
god Bass,
Them
come as a
our
mountain
gods.
lion
Nah,
from America,
nah,
bro.
them your fucking gods. Them ain't my
Yeah,
motherfucking
them
gods.
our gods. Yeah, the indigenous. I'm an indigenous
Nah.
American. You
Nah,
right.
we ain't all got the same story.
Them our
But
gods.
but
I'm
then
an
We ain't all
indigenous
got
you
the
admitted
same
American.
story. We ain't
he
believing
admitted
on no
that
fucking
cocaine
gods
came from
like that
Africa
down here,
from
dog.
America, but they didn't
You
know where
lying.
America was at. How does that
You
make sense?
lying.
Word. We believe
You
in things
lying.
that's tangible. Nature, motherfucker.
You lying.
We believe in planting and growing off the earth, nigga,
And we
living
know
off the
you
earth.
lying. You a
That's what we
faith-based
know.
believer. You lying. And the truth ain't in
Faith.
you.
How's that faith?
So you saying he's saying the cocaine
Dealing
probably
with
came from
nature is
America, but
faith?
they didn't know
What
about
the
America.
hell?
How does that make sense, bro?
Who'd
How
you
does that
talking to?
fucking make sense, bro?
Who'd you talking to?
I'm asking you a question.
You the only one
Respectfully,
saying
I'm just
silly
trying to
shit.
understand where you're coming from, bro.
I don't even know what the fuck you asked me, bro.
I'm
You the
asking
only
you
one
if
saying the
you
silly
said
shit.
cocaine came from
Be-
America. So if cocaine possibly came from America, then how you explain they didn't know where America was at? Then that don't make sense.
I said they didn't write about it.
That don't mean nothing. That don't mean they ain't know about it just because they ain't write
Whoa,
about it.
whoa, 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 whoa. See, listening is a fucking art.
I think you need to
I
take your time.
said nobody wrote
Right.
about North America or South America until 1493. That's what I said. They wrote about it. Y'all said yes. And I listened to y'all jump off the cliff talking about the cocaine mummies. That still ain't nobody writing about America.
Yeah, it is, nigga. That's what the murals and glyphs was,
Oh
nigga.
my
That's writing.
God,
That
man,
was a form of
man,
writing.
man. They did not say nothing about getting no cocaine from America. That's
Man,
bullshit.
they got
So,
everything
man,
from
all right,
America.
man. All right, bro. All right, man. All right. All right, man. Silly as hell. Let me guess, y'all the same two niggas that say we have flying cars and shit too. Some old jets and shit. Back in the day, right?
Yeah, it was Wild Savage. Yeah. Nah.
Tell on her. It was this one.
I can guess. I can tell by the way they talking right now, dog.
That
Mr.
came right
Oil,
back
man,
here.
is talking
Nobody
shit.
said we had flying cars. We did have
They said we
flying
had cars.
objects though, but
Yeah, I
nobody
said
said
we
flying
had
cars, buddy.
like blips and
But we
whatever
did
else.
have aircraft.
That's what they're saying.
And if you don't
And I
believe that,
still
that's because you probably are African.
no,
Because
that ain't
they
got
didn't
nothing
have
to
all
do with
that.
it, Wild Savage. And you know it.
Stop it. It's just about as far as how this is coming about. People got to be able to prove it, or no one's going to believe it. Or some people are going to believe it, but you got to attach it to more of a
Well, I
believe
mean,
it, know it.
we got the first imageries besides paintings and hieroglyphs. You got pictures with niggas in vehicles, and they just didn't start in them vehicles. They been in these vehicles, and this was in the early 1800s.
Why do
Or people
Mexicans?
that lived in the early 1800s. That's all I'm saying. How we gonna have advanced
I was
cities
saying
and all this, but we ain't got no automobiles or no aircrafts?
they came about
Like
at some
niggas,
point. It's just that you can't say you like. I think when I like I told y'all earlier, when I think about what advanced technology is and what that looks like, to me, that's just strictly the infrastructure, how astronomically smart people were with mathematics and that type of stuff, agriculture, things like that. That's what I think about with an advanced society. Now, like I said, we can talk about or say whatever the fuck we want to say, but you gotta have proof to some of them some of those claims, and that's
well,
my
we got proof of ancient civilization and super highways and shit like that. So if we had super highways and super roads, what you think? We was just walking up and down them?
a lot of people was walking. We had horses; those are indigenous to America, so we know they were here. And I mean, it's just hard for me to fathom. Like I said, unless it was a Flintstone car, it's kind of hard for me to fathom that at such an early period. Now, like I said, I feel like technology developed and it got better. Yes, I'm not saying that it wasn't an advanced civilization in terms of, like I was saying before, but I just think that that's conflating two different things, in my opinion. Like this is just my opinion only. I just want to see something that would say that these types of things existed in the 16, 15, 1400s here in America.
What you talking about? The super highways and ancient civilization?
Even if you're talking about an ancient civilization, it was still they still did a lot of walking and hunting and things like that. It was still that type of civil, in my opinion, it was still that type of civilization. Like I don't know,
I mean, that I don't.
flying. I mean,
I think that's more
cars,
of
all that. I think it's a
under
little.
the training that we have been made to look at, that we was just walking and stuff like that. But I don't think people was walking from the East Coast to the West Coast, or from from Central America into North America. Like it just don't make logical sense. I know we ain't, even the Trail of Tears. Like, did nobody walk no
Certainly
thousands
do.
of miles on the Trail of Tears?
You don't believe people walked places?
Yeah, down the street, not state to state.
Hey, we none of us was there.
Oh my God, man, this is crazy
I
as
don't
shit.
know a nigga walking. You know somebody walk state to state now?
Yeah, the monks doing that shit right now.
Nah. Look,
The monks
don't
doing
let
it
Yeah,
right
yeah, they
now.
is.
from Texas.
Man, hold on.
They
Y'all
been
letting them
walking.
people fool y'all. Them
Them
people
niggas
are
is walking.
resting. Them people are not walking straight. Them
Why you
people are
hating?
taking breaks and resting.
Well, Savage, you hating on the Bucks? Why Savage? Let me
No,
find
I
out.
seen them. I seen them. I seen
So
them
you
in the
think they cheated?
hotel.
So you think
The niggas with the and I bet you $1,000 you can't find one of them walking in this snowstorm right now.
shit? They just posted the shit.
Where?
Follow the monks.
Where they at?
Let me go to
Walking
that.
in the snow,
Let me go to
barefooted.
my
I want to
post
see
right
this.
now. Hold on.
I want to see this.
Let me go to it right now. I'm about to send it to my damn email. Cause the monks is definitely fucking walking.
Yeah, they walking, but they ain't walking straight.
Where's their Instagram page at? The Walk for Peace. Shit, showing their ass out here in the snow greeting the people. Yep, hold the fuck up. Deep gratitude in the snow, day 92. Yeah, let me send this shit to myself. The monks on foot. And they've been on foot for almost 93 days. All right, I'm gonna send it to myself. Ask Dulcie to share it. Give me a second. But you haven't been following that though? Wild Savage.
I mean, I ain't not following it like that, but I done seen them.
They been walking like a motherfucker.
Nah, all that's a damn stage play. That's just like
You hate it,
you,
Wild Savage.
bro. Listen, I'm not lying. I can show you. I was riding to New Mexico, and on my way to New Mexico, I seen these bikers. You know what I'm saying, filming and riding riding the thing. Whole time behind the film, they got two big ass vans, and these niggas is getting in the van. When they get tired, they ride for so long, and then they get in the van and they snooze.
Let me see if it came through yet. I think they got like a little small clip
Damn,
up.
Monk ain't supposed to sleep.
Yeah, ain't nobody saying they taking a straight shot, but they walking.
God damn.
It is resting. Yes, and the people been outside meeting them. Hold on. Dulcie, you mind sharing?
Yeah.
Man, they ain't doing nothing different than a
Hey,
rapper
on the
doing
monks.
a tour.
Got you. It's on now.
Hold on. Look at all the
This is
people out there to see the
crazy.
monks. I don't want to play that music because I don't know if it's copyrighted music or not.
Right.
But look at that. Who's my bad, y'all?
Shit,
My bad.
if they really from Tibet, if they Tibetan monks, they used to this cold. Shit, they stay cold. Where the fuck they at? Where they way up in elevation? Right. This shit
Shit,
normal to them.
man, the monks been on their walk for 90 days. They started in Texas.
Oh,
I think they in North Carolina now or something.
Now show some niggas doing that.
Shit, you on your own with that shit.
Show one time in
what
history
would
some
they
Because
niggas
I
what
can
doing
show
hold
you
that.
that the
up
monks,
at
I'm
the
just saying
end
it's not
of
impossible to walk state to state.
what would they be doing it for? Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't know about walking. We have horses, so I don't see it as something and knowing wheels and having horses saying we wouldn't figure something out. I figured like we figured something out. But yeah.
I feel like
I don't know if the
it's more
technology is
Can
options.
y'all
far
hear me?
to say. We hear you now.
Damn,
You
Sorry.
my
just say no, see.
motherfucking audio.
I was saying I don't know if the technology was as far as what they're saying as far as cars or anything, but like knowing that we were riding around with horses and different things like that, I could see something being like the Amish little buggy or something like that. But yeah, starting out with the car, I don't know. I don't know.
Man, them mugs had trucks. Ford tough.
Not the
What?
F-150.
Then
And no one
everybody
said,
then they stop.
no one recorded that. Was like, he pulled up in an F-150. We were like,
Nah, see, they weren't F-150s. They was
That's
F-110s
for
then.
that's the before the Model T came out, before the first
See,
Ford
y'all
engine
forgetting
car
about the
came out.
y'all
What the
y'all
hell?
forgetting about the F-110, the first series. You got the F-110, the F-1, F-5. See, y'all missed all them. Y'all sticking in 50. What about the first models?
That shit crazy as hell, y'all. For real. Cause Ford didn't drop their first model out into the Model T. I ain't never even heard of no F-110
Well, I gotta come back
or
on
no
these other phones.
F-100.
Stupid
Cause
ass.
he just made that shit up. Crazy ass savage.
Get mad at me. I love him dearly, but boy,
Nah,
you better
shit.
go ahead with that. Like I
Who the
said,
fuck
they had
is
to get
him?
the
Like I ain't
technology
got
had
no
to get to a
motherfucking
certain
name.
point. No, they was on me. They was on me earlier because I was like, shit, shit. I was like, hell nah, I'm in denial about this shit. I'm sorry. Like, I think advanced civilization can only be but go but so far. Like, when
Yeah.
we start talking like that, we
But
gotta really
you
be able to
see how much
substantiate that.
of that shit go on, sis. When some you know you know when somebody who can battle 4 or 5 of them at one time, you know what I mean? Man, we gotta quit all of this rubbishness for
Yep.
real, man. All this rubbishness, man, and it's rubbish because it's no proof. Everything we talk about with our genealogy and shit like that, what we going through over here and it's proof about that shit. Everything else, man, we just don't fucking know.
I'm telling
Huh?
you.
Huh?
Yeah.
Come on, man. It's good to speculate, but don't talk that
You
shit like it's absolute when it's not absolute. You know what I mean? Everybody just not need to start saying, "Well, I think," and then people will respect you for that, rather than trying to make it seem like, "Yo, that what was going on." No, no, we can't do that. We got to stop that, man. For real, we got to stop that.
If I think the monks is walking from they walked 2,300 miles from Fort Worth, Texas. They gonna be coming to DC soon. When they come to DC, I'm gonna go out there and see their ass.
Hell no.
Shit, I'm going. I want to see that shit. Yes. I got to see this for myself, honey child.
I know that's right.
Much. So these motherfuckers that hit they good foot for real. Like, oh, all right. I ain't mad at them. But I do think it's interesting. All of it is. And like you said, OTK, we can't. Hey, what else can we do? Shit, we can't verify the rest of that shit. But
I'm
it's like it's okay to have a vivid thought process. Like I said, I do think it was some form of. It was definitely an advanced civilization, but like I don't know about them riding around in automobiles or not in that time. But like I said, I want people to be able to when they
hey,
see this like
Leo. So to me, I'm like, yeah, that's secondary. We can debate about if people had jets and cars and advanced societies later. We need to figure out what the hell happened. I think that's the
Big
main thing as
facts.
far as like
yeah,
what it is.
Big
You
why
facts.
know,
Mexicans think
Like,
they
oh,
won.
like,
we'll,
and then we will have
we'll
to
see
see
cars
like
later.
what literally happened if we gonna say that they took everything from us. So if they stumbled upon this advanced civilization and they take everything from us, why did we have to start back from ground zero?
right, and we were creating everything. Yeah.
And then they found it. We say they steal everything from us.
That's what I said earlier.
Uh, so the thing is, man, you know what I mean? The best thing to do is to go into the story. A lot of y'all motherfuckers are Kennedy's famous ass people who was one of the first that created electricity and shit like that. A lot of y'all out there, Kennedy's people. Do y'all genealogy, dog. Y'all might find some powerful shit and find out how they stole it from y'all. And then you're gonna find out how he knew about it. That might be a family long tradition, but they were scared to bring it out. You know what I mean? Because it was too advanced. They didn't know how to control it. But maybe he was the one that learned how to control it.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be shit like that, man. But you gotta do your genealogy, man. I don't give a fuck. You gotta do your own paper trail, dog. Don't let nobody else do it for you. Don't let no spit in no tube tell you nothing. You know what I mean, dog? Do your genealogy first. Then, if you want to compare some of that spit shit to try to find your people within the states, then that could be useful, I
Yeah, that's
guess.
what Therese was saying earlier. And don't just because you showed that, don't feel like you can't put it on yours too, because that's something that we can definitely do. Second part of on your channel, Sharice. Just tell us the day.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Yeah, because I said I wanted to play some catch up with a lot of things. It's a lot of things that gotta get done, and it will. Smokey, bring your ass back up here, talking that shit from the
Right, just talking in the chat, just
talking
talking.
shit, and don't come up here crunching on no funyuns neither, because
Let
I
me
know
tell you
you
about
nigga.
the Great Flood, man. Even if the ice age melted, the ice age never froze all of North America, y'all. In case y'all don't know, all of North
But that's what
America
they
was not
say. But I thought
frozen.
that was like
No,
over
it
there in
was.
Detroit and all that, right? Am I wrong about
Yeah,
that?
it came down in the Midwest some, but in the
Pretty
West
much.
Coast some, but it didn't come far down south.
Mm-hmm.
You can look
So
up the Little Ice Age. That's the last ice age. And I think
the
that was like
what?
in 1850.
Yeah, that's after the
The
frozen
little
still.
ice age, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said the new Black Panther Party was banned from using that name. Ah,
Yeah.
that's what y'all get, bitches. Out
I
here
think I
fighting
think I
for the wrong
think dude
shit.
resigned. I think dude resigned. Bap did a show on that today. I think dude
Oh, I thought
resigned.
okay. I see he did a show now. I thought he was doing the show about Greenlands, about why Trump trying to take
I talked about
Greenland.
earlier this morning.
Oh, this morning. Oh, true. That yeah,
Yeah,
Batman busy shit. I
yeah,
forgot he do
yeah.
the early morning stream. Did he come back in the evening and do a little stream?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just a little hour, just a little hit and jab for an hour, a little hour, 2 hours, bam, bam. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Where
I ain't mad at it. But nah, like I don't know. Like I don't be what I don't like when we argue and stuff like that. I mean, I know sometimes it get a little hectic. Like Lucky earlier. I don't know why Lucky ran. He should have stayed. Cause I was about to get on his ass about that whitewashing.
Right, because it's
Ain't
just
no way.
like that. We understand the other parts, but come on now. But yeah, it was just going or anything. But yeah, we're open to conversation. I think people feel like, oh, it's just y'all don't want to listen to us because we think different. But it's not that. It's just that I don't know. It just sounds so disingenuous sometimes coming from the other side. We be really trying to have conversations with people, and then they just pull up something like. I
Yeah,
think the
that's
most thing is that they feel like they had to see it verbatim, word from word. Where are you getting that? Where is the source that says exactly what you say? As if we can't take context clues or read things to come to our own conclusion, just like they did. Things don't have to say things verbatim, but that's one of the most disingenuous things I think they do is saying like, oh well, where's the source say that, and like not like we can read and infer that happened. Like the
Mhm.
source doesn't say that exact thing that you said. Like He doesn't have to.
And I picked over this True Zone channel a little earlier, maybe a couple hours ago.
Oh, they've been talking about Black Confederates all
Girl,
day. I'm trying to think of something crazy to say tonight, just so that can be the conversation for tomorrow. No, I
yes.
don't know yet.
At this rate, they like hell no, it wasn't no niggas fighting
I
on
didn't
that side.
even know last night. Mo, last night, how did that even come up? When did we even start talking about the Black Confederates? I don't even remember.
I don't know. I don't know. You know how?
My cat called.
Yeah, it just be all over the place as smokes.
Yeah, you know how we jump from topic to topic. Somebody will come up with a topic, and then as soon as they get questioned on it, a whole nother topic will come up.
Right. It was
You just
Derek.
landed on Black Confederates for some reason.
Exactly.
It was Derek.
Derek, yeah,
God
that's most likely. Derek always. Shout out to him
Damn,
too
boy.
if he come back. That boy, he always gonna come in. But
Every time I bring up.
But y'all
would
was
have
speaking
been
on
the people that were here before 1776.
Y'all
was speaking on
get down to the shit.
y'all was speaking on the disingenuous nature of the conversations we be having with the niggas from on the other side of the gate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like how we'll make a claim and then they'll have a series of questions regarding the claim.
Mm-hmm.
To eventually we get to a question where there's no adequate information to provide the adequate reply. Y'all familiar with those type of conversations?
Well, I think we've seen plenty of those take place.
All right, but y'all do know that the other side of that coin is that once we begin to question them about their said origins, we always arrive to a point where they cannot provide an adequate answer. Correct?
Correct.
So
Every time, but I mean, that's
right, but they expect us to just accept they answer, though, right? Like if we say some shit like
because they can always do an appeal to authority, so that's why they say that ours is the greater because we both don't have evidence. But what's
right.
the authority in this subject saying the information is? Then we have to go with that.
But I'm saying there is no authority unless that authority has the answer. Correct? The authority has to have the answer to be the damn right. The authority has to have the answer to be the authority. Otherwise, everybody is on the same motherfucking level playing field. Don't have without having the damn answer. That correct or is that incorrect?
That's correct.
Correct.
All right. So y'all just keep that in mind once these discussions start taking place and they want to say, well, you can't prove that shit, but nigga, you can't prove your shit either. So what's the difference? If I can't prove mine and you can't prove us, what does that leave us? What does that leave us?
Yeah, Naughty was beating up Knack real bad on True Zone panel the other day. I heard that shit. He was giving it to him. They was trying to hate on OPK presentation on yeah, speaking of that one. They try
I just want to say Smoke Signal. That's incorrect. You're incorrect, Smoke Signal.
Snake.
True Zone be in the bushes.
You know what I mean? He just sees smoke on the panel and he's like,
boom.
This nigga Smoke. He's a black ashy pork chop. That's what he is. He know I know what he is. Now smoke eye. He cool, man. He the coolest nigga from this side.
Black and ashy. Lord Jesus.
And a bunch of other aboriginals.
I ain't worried about that nigga talking about all this coconut oil. I got
man, you better worry about what I'm talking about, nigga. You better be worried with concern about what I'm talking about, Smoke nigga. I ain't gonna stop till I get my first fight.
Nigga, you do all the talking, now you want a fair fight? I just come up with one sentence and
No,
beat you up.
it don't work like that, Mr. Smoke Signal.
Yeah, that's all it takes. Smoke, you do all the talking, I do the least and beat you up.
It don't work like that. You run from me. Why you always running from me? Why are you always running from me? Why are you always running from me?
See how you talking over me right now? That's a fair fade, bro.
But why you
I'm
always
gonna let
running
you
from me
do.
though? You
I'm gonna let
always
you do
running from
all
me.
the talking, and I'm gonna let you do all the talking. I'm still gonna beat you up. This is
Why you
how it's
always
always
run from
gonna
me
go.
though? Why you always run from me? You the only nigga
Because
that
I
run. You the
already,
only asshole
I
that
don't
run.
know, bro. I don't run from you while we fighting. I
You
run.
run
I
from me, man.
run.
Yes, you do.
I run after I beat and knock your ass out.
You
It's over
running from
with.
me. Yes, you
Time for
do.
me to go.
You
Yeah,
are
he
a
don't
I'm
coward.
want.
leaving.
He
I'm
You
don't
are
want
a
to
leaving.
get
coward.
charged with
Terrible.
I'm
domestic
leaving
violence
You
before the
and
are
get
a
police
your ass
come.
fucking.
got.
You run from me, man.
I'm
Man,
leaving the
shut your
scene.
bitch ass
I'm
up, nigga.
leaving.
You
I'm
can't
leaving the
read.
scene of the crime, my nigga.
You nigga,
Ain't
you
gonna be
read
nothing
one
left
sentence and you
but the
ran.
body, but I ain't leaving nothing but the body, my nigga.
Right.
This dumbass nigga laughing at them. Nigga,
It's
they don't
the
even agree with
dead
you.
man.
You said flying cars and shit like that. Hey, Sharice, do you agree with this nigga that the flying car, that they had flying cars and flat screen TVs 2,000 years ago? That's what he conveyed to me one day. He said, "True on, yeah, we had." He said we had flat screen TVs 1,000 years ago. I said, "Nigga, what?" I said, "I'm not gonna lose that shit, Wild Savage." Yeah, we had flat screen TVs. He said y'all had airports full of fire breathing dragons and shit like that. Is that true? Is there any validity to that claim? Yes or no,
That's
Mr. Reese?
that's what make you dumb. You just
You
laughing
say
at
y'all
a
had
man, bro.
fire breathing
You
dragons
let it,
at
and now you
airports
want to lie, the
a
nigga
thousand
let you
years
go
ago.
to
You
your
said
grave.
that
You,
to me.
bro, go ahead
Prove it.
with it.
That Savage.
You a dummy,
Well,
Right.
prove
Sharice.
it.
He
You
was
say y'all
right.
had fire breathing dragons 5,000 years ago.
Sharice.
You said y'all had super highways.
What I said is what I told you. We had ancient highways and civilization.
How?
That's a fact.
How?
That's what you said to me.
Yeah, that's
Where's
what
the
I
super
said.
highway at now?
You and
Where's the?
I ain't said
you and
ain't
Yodi did
asked.
say it was
He said
automobiles,
y'all had 200-story tall
Yeah,
buildings that made of diamonds and gold.
I did say that.
and that's
I
what
do
I ain't
believe in
agree with.
automobiles,
He said y'all
but I
had 200 story, 200,
the whole
200 tall, 200-story
fucking
tall
the
buildings
flying
made
dragon
of
shit.
emerald and gold.
You
Nah,
ain't say the
you
Where's
flying
the
sound
dragon
dummy.
shit.
You
Did
sound
smoke
dummy.
hit you so hard that you now fighting with Savage? I thought
I'm
you
like,
said
man,
smoke.
Savage a punching bag for me. You said
Man,
Smoke didn't do nothing to me. Stop doing that. No, Smoke didn't do shit to me. That's all cap. Smoke ran.
What I like about Smoke is
Smoke
like he
pseudo.
really comes and brings like a real nigga aspect to
And he's
this.
pseudo.
It's super logical. It's not even pseudo. He just
Man, it's
gonna
the
be
most pseudoest
logical.
nigga over here besides Wild Savage. The
Nah,
dumbest too. He
he
gotta be the
just
dumbest too.
logical about it.
And that
He
nigga
gonna.
dumb.
That's how he killed you with that fair
Man,
skin.
wow. Smoke said him
Skin
dumb.
told me white.
Smoke said him slow. Smoke is really slow. He an
Hey,
old slow nigga.
beat him up in
You
less than 30
you can't
seconds.
teach an old dog new tricks. That nigga old and dumb.
What's smoke? You said smoke beat him up about bear skin.
Man, that
What
nigga
about Black
slow.
Beat him up in
Vikings beating
Sharice,
up
you believe that?
white skin
You
Central
believe
I'm
that?
African
trying to
women?
Smoke
ask.
He
is
been going
slow.
on and on about how Black Vikings aren't a thing,
Man,
right?
smoke
Oh, about
signal.
Black
Black Vikings
Vikings.
have fair
Smoke
skin.
signal is
So
retarded.
Smoke Signal asked AI, "Can Black people have fair skin?" And it said yes, and then he left. So that's what he
Smoke
been
signal
saying.
is retarded. The nigga old and dumb.
He might drop.
He an old country nigga. They don't know shit. All these
My
Aboriginals come
thing
when
is,
these
just
apples come
cool.
around me. Listen, when
That
these apples come
dumbass
around,
laugh, nigga.
when these
That
apples come
dumbass
around
laugh
me,
ain't
I whoop
cool.
their ass.
You
I
just
make these
showed me
niggas
what
read.
you
Sharice, I
just
make
showed
these
how
niggas
stupid
read.
you is.
Milestone
You
Thoughts
just
can't read.
another dumb
Wild
mouth
Savage
black
can't
nigga.
read.
You just
Who else
another
had a reading
dumb mouth
competition?
black
New
nigga.
Word
That's
can't
what
read.
you is.
Yeah, nigga, I got the footage, nigga.
I
None of you
got the
niggas can
footage. You
read.
can't read.
None of you niggas
I
can
got the
read.
footage.
You
You
had a
ain't
reading
gonna play
competition
it.
with Nadi.
You
When y'all come
can't
to my channel, y'all
read.
get exposed for being
You can't
dumbass.
read elementary
See
words.
when you niggas come to my panel, you get
The
exposed for
word
being
was
dumb niggas.
go, and you said
I
through.
bring it on. I bring the retardation on out of you
I
niggas.
got it recorded.
Y'all
I
can't
got it
hide on my
clipped up.
panel. So y'all go to Smoke Signal panel and hide on that nigga panel. Y'all hide the fact y'all illiterate. Y'all come to my panel, I bring it up. Read the shit, nigga. I'm gonna make you niggas read. You wanna argue with each other? Read then, my nigga.
You can't read.
Man,
You
fuck out
want
of here,
other
nigga.
people to read
Fuck
because you
out of here,
can't
nigga.
read.
I'll step on nigga. You a fucking idiot, nigga. Shut up. You look like a fucking
but I
fat dyke.
will
Right.
say
Shut your
though,
bitch ass up. That's why you crash your
support
car every day.
Why was you
y'all
struggling
support
on
Lucky
elementary
on the
words?
29th, but I think Lucky is a bad influence on you, Red.
Man, look, Hey, that's my dog.
Stuff.
Man,
You
nigga
say
saying fuck
stuff
looking
not
at now. That's my
knowing.
dog. Get on
I
some
get
pimp shit
that,
and
and
smack
I
all
want him to
y'all.
They said
continue to
smoke,
be your
smoke
dog.
your
But he
ass,
can't
boy.
smoke
You
me.
believe that bullshit?
You already
Smoke,
seen me
smoke. You
lost.
believe that dumbass nigga in the chat? What's his name? How you an Indian and an Israelite at the same time? Listen to these dumbass niggas.
No, but listen. So you are conflating like
Because Indian is a
DNA
I
and
never
all
bloodline.
met a
that.
group of idiots in my y'all niggas is real deal idiots.
Indian is a
Yeah, you
bloodline.
niggas is
Hebrew
idiots,
is a
man.
faith.
Nigga, you ain't no fucking Indian, nigga. You ain't
Just like
indigenous. You
Indians
African.
was Christians.
You are
Indians
African.
was
He
Muslim.
asked,
You
would
are
you do a
African.
reading competition
Dummy.
right now? True
You are
or false?
African. I'm not
Yeah, you
entertaining your channel. Fuck, listen. I ain't giving your channel no more clout. I'm gonna fuck up out of here. Hey, listen here,
What?
man.
Stop coming
Check
in
this
you
out.
always
leaving.
give it
We
all
like
day.
where you from.
You
Check
give
this
people
out.
clout all
No, if
day.
I'm gonna
Don't need
troll,
no clout.
if I'm gonna troll, I'm gonna bring. I know it's live, so you gotta be live. I'm gonna drown all these niggas' mics up. I'm gonna drag you bitch ass
You
niggas back
can't.
to my
You
side
can't drag
and troll,
nobody's mic out. I
motherfucker.
can really turn my shit up and drown you out.
Stand, pussy. I bet I turn it up,
Like you
pussy.
irrelevant.
Turn it up, pussy.
And you don't have no
You
Turn it
just
up,
information,
lucky
pussy.
nigga.
Sachi ain't on the page.
Well, shut up.
Sachi has the best mic on
Come on,
YouTube.
Signa. You can't run from me forever, you retarded prick.
Go back on your dumb
Who else is
phone.
over here? OT, all the rest of you niggas, all the
Ain't
rest of you
no trolls
aboriginals
over here.
that I done beat up and
These
I was slapped on.
researchers and
All
people
the
that
rest of
trying
you
to get
fucking
real
aboriginals, I
information.
was slapped
Ain't
on.
no
I
trolls
gotta go
over
back to
here,
Cuba to
man.
pound. I done whooped enough of you niggas
Take
already.
your dumb ass back to your dummy panel, nigga. Ain't no trolls over here.
That's why you crashed your car yesterday, nobody cared.
Watching my money drain on my name.
You crashed your car, nobody cared, nigga. How does it feel, nigga?
I care.
I crashed my car and nobody cares. Why is
Nobody
somebody
asked if you
supposed
was
to care?
okay. They get back to the information.
Why is
Nobody gives a fuck
somebody
about you.
supposed to care?
I
Nobody gives a fuck
asked
about
if
you,
you
punk.
was okay. You lying. You lying. I
I
asked
bet
if
you
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 was
see it
Nobody
when
okay.
it,
gives a shit about you, punk.
I bet you see it fixed by next
Shut your
week.
fat dyke looking ass up. Bitch, you look like a naked turtle.
And I bet you I don't clean no windows to
Shut
go
your
get it
fat
fixed.
ass up. Shut your
I bet
fat
you I ain't
stinking
gotta clean
ass
no
up.
windows to
Buying
go get it
79
fixed.
cent black and mild. Shut your dirty ass up. Go wash
I'm just
behind
gonna
your neck
pop
with an
one of them
alcohol
rubber
pad.
bands.
Go
You know
wash
them rubber
behind your
bands I
neck
be
with an
showing?
alcohol pad,
You
dirt
know them
bag.
rubber bands I be showing? I'm
You
just
ain't got
gonna
no
pop
goddamn
one.
money. Shut up. You
I'm
ain't
just
got no
gonna
money.
pop a
Shut up.
band.
We already done proved you ain't got no money. You
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
up to
I'm just
$200.
pop
Shut
a
up.
band and it'll be
You ain't
right
got no
back like
fucking
new.
band. Shut up, nigga.
Yeah, yeah,
Stupid
yeah.
bitch. Shut up.
Ah, you mad.
Smoke signal. You
Get
can't
what?
run from me over, you fat
Ain't no
bitch.
window cleaning got these stacks.
Smoke signal. You can't run forever, fat bitch. You gotta face me, nigga. You hear me, fat boy? Face me, nigga. This guy goes for the rest of you fucking aboriginals, the rest of you weaklings.
Ain't
You want
nothing
a battle? Come
ain't nothing
face me,
funny
nigga.
about it.
That goes for the rest of
Nobody,
you weaklings.
ain't
But
You
he
want a
nobody
already
real
facing
beat
battle?
your
you up
stupid
Face
ass
me.
already.
nigga. You don't have no information.
He
You a
faced you
troll.
already. He already beat you up.
Yeah,
But
you a
yes,
troll.
that's where this all started, Sharice. Smoke went over there and dropped that one liner about the Black Vikings. Then he went crazy about the Black Vikings. He brought up the Black KKK and all this other stuff. So he been ranting for like, I don't know, feels like 2 weeks, but it might not have been 2 weeks. Feels like it's been 2 weeks straight. He been going at it every day. But then last night with the Black Confederates, that's why he brought that up. He's like, now they're trying to make the Confederates black.
Sharice, don't you this been going on about 2 months. And then come to find out OTK and them, and I think Otto was over that one night and they brought up the black KKK thing or Confederate thing or whatever it was. And it started right back. You know what I'm saying? I mean, well, he focused because he always asking somebody, nigga feel done. He done asked white people, the white people done told him, like, bro, what the fuck? Either you gonna go do the research for yourself or you just gonna believe some what Google says and your dumb ass trolling theory. Like, nah. Get your stupid ass on, bringing down the value of the show. We got quality niggas over here. We don't need no bums.
Yeah, I think as far as when it comes to this, especially surface level, they be feeling, I guess, like, I don't know, because they feel like it's good information. They feel like they're dropping it down. But I be like, oh my God, this is horrible. Y'all don't even know how horrible what you're trying to drop as information is.
Right. And I be feeling sorry. Like I was trying to help, I was trying to tell Humlin.
Now I know she's a Zayite, and you know what I'm saying. She thinks she's smart, but baby girl, I'm not naughty. I will crush your whole ideology. Fuck is you talking about? I'm the right one, and I'll come to your state and show you in your state. That's how cold I am. She ain't nothing. I go down there see my kids, mess with my kids, and shit. Go hit them spots and show her. I already done hit a couple.
I think for the most part, I mean, it's not like she's just super pan African or anything, but for the most part, it's just they are the from the black community, from a black sector. So
Mhm.
it's not necessarily they're super overly African or anything, but they do follow the black power narrative.
Yeah, yeah, and that's cool and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? But don't play. Don't play. I'm the wrong one to play with. I go grab that shit. That's like these niggas. They waiting. They waiting. Boy, they waiting so bad on this Nathan Bedford. But you gonna wait. But it's gonna be worth the wait because I'm going to grab everything.
Yeah, that's where this all started.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to grab everything. I don't want to hear nothing. I'm gonna put that motherfucker in a nice video, and I don't want to hear it. I done been where Nathan Bedford for it been. All these locations. I'm there. I got him in the places. You feel what I'm saying? So, nigga, this Tennessee. You talking about a nigga that was in Tennessee in my area? I know. Fuck you think I'm not gonna find out? I'm not gonna find them. I run it. I'm on my way to Pulaski, Tennessee. I just ain't made it down there yet. I go to their home state. My nigga, one of my niggas from not South Carolina, North Carolina. That nigga talked to the Grand Wizard's wife. Nigga, she was a she was a high ranking motherfucking KKK woman. And this nigga was a nigga. He was sticking. I mean, she looked like the penguin, but he was sticking pipe all in this girl. I can call him right now. Where my other phone at? I ain't making this shit up. I can't make this shit up. Call him.
Well, I think it just is. I mean, like people gonna troll about it or anything like that. I just think, when it comes to putting out certain things, just have it all ready for it, unless you're talking about what you think is going on or anything like that. But to me, I don't take any of the conversations serious. Like with certain people, like I don't take it serious at all. Because I mean, it's not serious. Sometimes I can take it serious, even if the person that I don't take them serious because of who all is in the audience and different things like that. But certain people, even being in the audience, I don't take them serious either.
Right. I can't. That's what they talking about. Who you gonna debate? I ain't seen nobody worth debating. I didn't come in this to debate. I think I came in here to drop these motherfucking gems and keep it pushing.
Yeah, that is true zone, Nate. That's true zone. But that's how I can tell. Like a lot of them are confused and stuff. Because he'll turn around and say that he from Mississippi and they always been here.
His brother told he went on the other day and said his brother
I
told.
know. I want to talk to his brother. He be hiding his brother from the thing. Sharice, did you ever hear his brother is like us? So he be arguing with his brother all the time. True Zone brother. He has a brother that is like we Indian.
Oh yeah. Shout
Yeah.
out to him.
K
Shout out.
Dub, K Dub grandmama came on there the other day and told him too.
Oh yeah, she asked her grandma if she knows a black KKK, and her grandma was like, "Yep."
Yep.
They weren't
So did.
expecting that.
Fucked them up, didn't it?
It
Well,
did. It
And she
did.
said she was Cherokee. Big Indian business. What are you talking about? Grandpa said, I don't recall. That nigga been watching Lil Woody.
that's cool. Shout out to Kate, grandmother and them.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Because people know who they are, and that's what I'm saying. As far as like for this whole thing, because I mean, it's the same as today. There's gonna be people that are super against black, right? They're just like, no, it shouldn't even come out of our mouths. We should never say that we're black. But there's going to be other people in this same paradigm that are like, hey, I understand how they're using black. They're using black to refer to us. I understand that's not my heritage, but it specifies what group of people we're talking about politically. So, like I used the example of FBA, it's the same exact thing. People being like, oh, we can use FBA as a political group. A lot of them consider themselves Aboriginal or Indian, but they still think that FBA can help them politically. So that's why they're going with FBA. I don't understand the confusion of that as we're watching it play out in real time with FBA. Why is there such a confusion of what happened with people in 1776?
Mm, too much.
But yeah, don't hate your people for joining in, y'all. They thought that it could help them.
Right. Has anybody, I know this off subject a little bit, I just seen it, but has anybody tried to melt the snow with fire?
No, and I would say no to that. What are you trying to start a big ass fire to melt the snow?
Nah, they saying that the snow ain't burning in fire. And see, we had ice, so it ain't no way I can really check mine now. We got a whole like ice storm. Like
What do you mean they say the snow isn't burning in fire? Like what are they doing? They're putting gasoline on the snow and then setting it on fire? What's happening?
putting the lighter to the to the snow and trying to make it melt and
That
burn.
ain't enough to put a lighter to the snow. That ain't enough fire.
We'll put a torch. I seen a dude with a darn blowtorch, with a propane blowtorch thing, and he fired the ground too, and it just turned black. It didn't. It didn't melt. I ain't tried myself though, so I don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying what I seen on YouTube. I mean on Facebook.
What you were saying about the FBA, I couldn't get back to this figure quick enough.
Well, it was damn sure wasn't quick because that was almost an hour ago. No,
Yeah, but I was doing some shit. God damn.
I'm just playing. I said we're watching people that think of themselves as Aboriginal and Indian go with FBA in real time because they feel like it can benefit them politically. So I don't understand where there's so much confusion that people's people signed up for the United States.
Okay. But now check this out though. But we do understand, right? We do. We are looking at FBA niggas like I'm talking about even the niggas who don't agree with the FBA, right? We still look at them as niggas that's part of our demographic. We ain't looking at them like they not part of our demographic. So that's the
Not what
confusion with
they
the
think.
United States because the United States is always under the assumption that there's a bunch of goddamn foreigners in there who really ain't your damn people.
But that's the assumption that we have in 2026. Was that their assumption in 776? I don't think so.
Okay, so are you saying that the United States in 1776 was consisted only of indigenous people?
No. I think there definitely were foreigners here, but at the end of the day, it's no different than the foreigners that are here right today. We see the difference between them, but if they come in legally, it's like they're cool, whatever. We'll hire them, all this other stuff, or we'll work for them. I think it's the same type of thing. It's like, yeah, as long as you know your place, then they ain't beefing.
I ain't anti-foreigner. I ain't for foreigners. I just think they ass should stay home. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but on a macro level, we're definitely not anti-foreigners as far as it and being like, as long as people don't like the fraud, the scamming, or anything like that. But a multitude of us aren't really saying all the foreigners got to go back home.
This is a heterogeneous society. It's nothing but foreigners.
That's why I said a multitude of us, Nisha. I understand some of us are saying send them all back, but there's still a bunch of us that are not. So,
nah, you're right.
I think foreigners going home would just end a whole lot of fucking issues. I just noticed I didn't say problems, I said issues, because the issue don't necessarily have to be a problem.
I can see what you mean, but I'm talking about on the basis of all the confusion that comes with the United States. We understand foreigners came over here. We understand indigenous people accepted those foreigners coming over here. We act like, oh my gosh, how could this possibly happen? But how are we not seeing how it correlates with what happens today?
Right.
Yeah, but see, I'm under the impression that even when the foreigners came, we was already up and running. So why the need for this additional set of rules that would also apply to us if we already up and running? They should have just conformed to whatever area they was invading and got down with those people. And you know what I'm saying? Well, I don't see the need to just go into a damn United States because foreigners are fucking around.
2 weeks. I don't see that, but there's no confusion when Dochi just said the foreigners came and the indigenous people accepted the foreigners. So there is no confusion. Both sides created what we call the United States today.
Let me not even ask it like this. Let me say it like this. There would be no reason for people to be like, even though they're accepting of foreigners, that doesn't mean accepting them into their nation. Their indigenous nations had to do with their ethnicity or their identity. So when you accept foreigners over here, why would you be like, oh yeah, you can come and be a Cherokee, you can come and be a Catawba, you can come and be an Iroquois, when they know that that's based on bloodline? That don't make no sense. So of course they're like, hey, you can come over here, we can establish something with you, but you can't join our tribes. You're not our bloodline.
Yeah, that sounds good, but I don't think that's what actually happened.
What you think?
You don't think they established the United States as a political
going on this mother?
You don't think they established the United States as a political government that could be over foreigners as well as indigenous people all at once?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. That's what the assimilation is about.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. He's asking why would they establish that? Because of the fact that their nations were based on their bloodline. Just because you accept foreigners don't mean you're gonna be like, you're me.
That's the part I disagree with, the bloodline thing.
So you don't think that the nations were based on bloodline?
No. I think it was families, which would be bloodlines, but I mean, let me start over. Corporations, families becomes companies, companies become corporations. Corporations become countries. And then the the amalgamation of all those countries under one rulership becomes an empire. What's my point? My point is countries come together doesn't necessarily have to do with tribal or lineage or bloodline. It could also do with political construction. Like you said before, the terms black, Negro are not really necessarily phenotypes, but social constructs.
Right.
If
So
that makes sense.
Magdi, did they join the tribes or did they start sleeping with people and then their children had claim to the
That
tribe?
would be the same thing. Joining, sleeping together, you're forming
But they didn't
a
join it.
bond.
It would be one thing if you could amalgamate in, like, say you're not the tribe and I'm the tribe. It would be one thing if you could amalgamate in just by marrying me, but that wasn't the case. It seems like the children that we would have amalgamated in, not the people themselves that came over here as foreigners, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but that's a natural evolution with anything. That's a natural evolution with anything. The first settlers here, the
goddamn children.
Yeah, the
What you
first
say,
settlers.
OTK? Wait, I'm sorry. What you say, OTK? What
Guess
about the
who
children?
was the easiest to indoctrinate? The damn children.
Right, I agree with that. That's just a natural progression, though. When the first settlers came here, they weren't the United States, were they? They were still connected to the motherland, which is Britain or the empire, whatever. Then over time, like you said, the children start to assimilate into the new land that their parents came to. You understand? So basically, it's just a natural form of evolution when it comes to assimilating or civilizing or colonizing, however word you want to use.
Yeah.
But that's all part of that old crazy ass storyline that I don't even agree with no more. That illogical ass 1492. This sweeping influence of foreigners start to influx the Americas, sparked by the Spanish invasion of South America or the islands or what have you. I think that's all some bullshit.
I think it's the opposite. I think the assimilation happened so, I'm not gonna say easy, but it was easier to assimilate because before it became different cultures and different rulers are on the planet, it was all one culture and one rulership.
Man,
And
what
then
you talking
something
about?
happened.
I don't agree with
31,000
that at
BC or
all.
some shit?
I think that's why we misinterpret, like we were kind of talking before, like when Nisha was saying. I think that's how we misinterpret it. Like even the amalgamation, that's not amalgamation with American Indians. That's amalgamation with a specific confederacy, i.e., the Iroquois Confederacy. Like we sum up the whole thing as far as like if it's happening to one tribe, it's happening to them all. And I don't see it that way.
I disagree with that. I think that's exactly what happened. You know what I'm saying? The assimilation is one giving up their own culture, or not just giving it up, but kind of mixing foreign cultures with their own indigenous cultures. So they take what's needed and get rid of the rest. That's another form of assimilation as well.
Hey, Smoke, let me ask you a
I don't
question.
know, Doc.
You think Christopher himself didn't exist, or you don't think the stories, what they say, didn't go down the way it went down? But do you think that person literally exists?
No, I don't think.
Even if he went by another name, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think America was brand new to anybody in 1492. Yeah, I don't think this motherfucking place was just
Smoke
known.
saying something.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't think in 1492 that America wasn't already a well-known place. I
You
think it was
said not a
very well
well-known
known.
See
place.
that either. Yep, that's
I'm
a fact.
saying, yeah, I'm saying America by 1492 was already a beacon of light, and the
I
whole
agree with
world
that.
knew about it.
I agree with that. And I think it's way before 1492.
Yeah, me too.
I still stand on what I say. I don't believe that.
Well, you got to prove that, brother.
You don't believe that
y'all got
because history. Hold on. You say you don't believe that because history suggests otherwise, or you don't believe that because you got some type of reason other than the historical report.
Well, none of those people, when they first encountered them, they never wrote about them first. They didn't write about them until they encountered them. So they never said that they encountered another people that's coming from over there that look the way they looked before.
So going by your logic, they didn't write nothing
Now
down. That
on
means
the
it doesn't exist.
Now on the Cali side, we got a story of over there on the Cali where they say, "Oh yeah, we familiar with these motherfuckers." Like in Hawaii, we got a story, in Cali too. But on the East Coast, we don't. South America, they didn't write no story. The Peruvians, they was writing. Aztecs, Mayans, Toltecs, Olmecs, all of them was writing. They
So
had a
can I ask you a question on that?
none of them written about anybody that looked like those people that was coming, bro.
Do you have every document ever written to prove that? Do you have in your possession every document written on
No,
topics
bro,
like that?
because
So how
some of
you
these
know they
shits
weren't
haven't been
nothing
all
written
been
down?
translated yet. I'm just saying I haven't found it yet, but some of they shit haven't been translated yet. It could be in there.
Exactly. Some of
Yeah,
it
it could
hasn't
be
been
in there, bro.
translated.
I always stay open for that, bro. But I'm just saying,
Right.
right now,
Right.
nobody over here wrote about them neither.
Right, but you're using that as proof to say it don't exist, though. That's what you're
I'm
insinuating,
just
right?
saying, bro. Hey, I'm just saying.
All right. So I'm saying that I
Do
disagree with
y'all
what
got?
you're saying.
Can you? Now I'm saying they wrote about shit they saw, shit that was going on. Correct? You agree with that?
I agree with that.
Or if they wasn't, they was doing folklore, well, what they call folklore, but passing it down oral traditionally. Correct?
Right.
All right. It was never no story passed down about them. That came
How you
later
how do you know that though?
because
You
it
just
came
said
later, bro.
you you just said there's documents that haven't been deciphered. You also
Right.
admitted that there are
Until
documents
it's
that
been
haven't been
deciphered,
read
until it's been
yet.
deciphered,
So
my
how do
brother.
you know there was nothing written
Go.
down?
Right now, we got to go off what they say. They the consensus. They the one who's studying these and trying to put it together because they boots on the ground. And a lot of these are
You
American
studying too right now?
archaeologists too now. Big facts. A lot of these are American archaeologists.
Right, but we putting it together right now on our own too. We doing what
Oh yeah,
archaeologists doing right now, discussing
definitely.
topics. The
Definitely.
same thing archaeologists doing, we doing
Yeah, that's
right
why
now
niggas shouldn't be.
on this
That's why
camp.
niggas shouldn't get mad up because they next person don't agree with them or some shit like that. That's
No,
crazy as hell.
I don't think we. It's not that you have to bring some evidence to show why you don't agree with something.
Yeah, but
And
I'm
the
telling
evidence you're
you, what
saying
they didn't
don't make
they
sense.
didn't write it. That would be my evidence.
All right,
Now, what evidence can you present that they already had knew about America?
all
That
right,
they
and
wrote.
I got you. I understand what you're saying. And I'm gonna repeat what you're saying just to show you I understand what you're saying. You're saying that they didn't write, to your knowledge, there was nothing written down about certain things, and by that admission, you're saying that just because they ain't writing nothing down, that means the shit they talking about don't exist. Is that what you're insinuating?
It wasn't even passed down on their oral tradition either.
Well, how you know that though? That's what I'm trying to say. How you know that?
I'm saying I'm talking about over there now. I'm talking about the Eastern Hemisphere now.
I got you. So how you know
Their
that for
story.
sure though? If they didn't talk
I'm
about
saying
it,
until it gets found, bro. Right now, no historian, no archaeologist, no none of them say that anybody knew anything about each other.
Okay, so let me ask you this: what
None to
about the
you know.
evidence Savage
Just say none to
showing
your
earlier?
knowledge.
Well, I'm just asking you, show me one, man. Then I can find out. Then I go study, bro. Or
I think
sis.
the brother
Or
Savage
whoever
was
she
giving
is,
you a
bro.
lot of
That's what
evidence
I'm
earlier.
asking. That's why I'm asking shit. You think I'm asking to be Rudy, dog? But I'm asking if you know somebody, put me on to them.
It's not about that. It's to use your brain. First, you said about cocaine. You brought up cocaine earlier, right?
Hold up, man. No, Smoke Signal brought up cocaine.
Okay, but you added on to that. You said cocaine was found in
It's
Africa,
plenty
right?
of them
I
too.
actually didn't never say where it was found at. I say if they probably had contact with the people of the Caribbeans from the south part of Africa, because that would be the closest part. I would say,
Well,
yeah, that could be possible. They
well,
could
you
have
might
been
be right
bringing
about
cocaine
Caribbean.
in. You know what I mean? So I
So,
did leave that open, bro.
so you know that. So it was cocaine.
Well, I
Did they
gave you
grow
that book.
cocaine in
You
Africa
go
then?
look in that book and see who them archaeologists was and stuff like that. That should help you.
All them boys funded by the Smithsonian. I got you. I know exactly who you talking about. Go ahead, go ahead.
What does that
Yoda.
mean?
No, go ahead, Yoda.
No, I was just saying, man. Let me just. I'm gonna say this. Just because they didn't write shit down, first of all, we don't have all the books that was ever written
Louise
about history back then.
Augustus.
We don't
Augustus,
have it, so
whatever
you
his
don't know
name
what books
is.
they have and what books they
He
didn't
wasn't
have.
funded by the Smithsonian.
You know what I mean? We only got what they put out in the public.
Yeah,
We don't know
I
what books they
feel you.
have in private.
I feel you. But when you
So you
research, you
can't say
find the
that they
books
didn't
that's
write
in
nothing
private.
down
You hear me, bro?
if you
But
don't have all the evidence.
when you research, you find the books that's in private.
I agree with that. But how
All
many?
right, bro.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm that type of dude.
right.
I love to go down a rabbit hole, bro.
I
I
got you.
swear to God, I do, bro.
But none of us. I haven't been to the Roman Catholic Church library in the dungeon they got. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I
Yeah, I
hear
feel
they
you.
have most of the hit. They have most history in those underground tunnels with
I mean,
10 miles
The
long worth of
Spanish
evidence.
conquistadors. You know what I mean, dog? They was taking all of the artifacts that they was finding. They was taking it back over there. And guess what? The label got put on them once they brought them over there. Moors.
Right. I agree with that, but
Yeah. So
it
you
proves
ever
my
heard of
point
the
why I'm
Peabody?
though.
You ever heard of the Peabody Museum?
Yeah, I got a book from there. I got an American
Boy,
Indian,
that
the
book
Peabody
hella
Museum,
big.
right?
Correct. That book hella big. So in that book,
Yeah,
it talks
600
about
pages.
the Indian headdress, correct? About how the Moors stole that shit and put their title on it.
That's what that book said.
Yeah.
You got to show me that. I'm not saying
Yeah,
wrong.
it's underneath the American Indian headdress.
Right. You say the
That's
Moors
like
got.
one of the beginning chapters of the damn book.
I got
Yeah,
you.
I think that's like within your first 1 through 13 chapters in that bitch of
I
all the
got you.
shit that they took, and it let you know what museum it's in and everything. They banned that book. You can't even find that book no more in Internet Archive.
I got
Big
you.
facts.
And again, you're proving my point. There's many books that you can find on the internet or on the
And
archive.
that
Unless
motherfucker
you have
had damn near
access to those
900
books.
pages. That bitch had damn near 900 pages, bro.
Right. So and we don't know what's in them shits.
Correct.
And we
So
also
again, how do
know
you know? How do you know what was passed down and what was not passed down?
Correct. I feel you.
what I realized too, with them PDF archive books, some of them are not the same as the actual book. So if you get the actual book, it'll have more stuff in it
A
than
lot of redacted pages and shit on them
yeah, on them archives.
PDF the PDF copies.
Right,
Certain
right,
pages they left out on purpose
right.
for them old books. I know. I know.
So
So
that's why, like, a lot of the books that I see people pull up, what I'll go do is I go to my to the archives down here because I come to find out we got one of the biggest varieties and sources on American history or just the history period. And shit, I go down there and I go get the book, and then that's how I kind of like cross reference. But it's a couple books I done looked at. Like Karimio had brought up one, put up one from out of the archives. Uh,
I want to say it's Aboriginal or antebellum Tennessee, something like that or whatever. But in the book that he got, it don't. I mean, in the one that he showed and was reading out the archives, it don't show. It's two versions of the book. So the one version I got, it has a entry of Tennessee Pocahontas or whatever in it in the beginning of it. You know what I'm saying? And the archives book, it don't have that. So I peeped that out. Like, some of that stuff you still gotta go
Get the
try
actual book. Yeah,
yeah,
that
try to
is
find
true.
the book.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
That is definitely
definitely. I agree. You see that shit say revised, then you got to look for the unrevised edited of it. You know what I mean? When it's revised, I agree with that. A lot of shit get changed, like some of the language in it. They will, depending on where that shit was being sold at too, they will revise copies. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I definitely agree with that. I definitely check that shit. Check that shit.
right. And
Check that
and
shit.
but
Just like
but
your boy, hold up, your boy, what's your boy name who changed his motherfucking name? Who say he was the first Hebrew Israelite that came across here? Some shit, man. God damn, what's the black dude name? Say he was a slave and all of that. He wrote a book, but the book had like 5 volumes, and every volume was different. Every volume was different, man. Damn, he took on like a Latin name or something. I'm a remember that shit, man. But yeah, so we definitely got to watch for that. That's a good point. Wow, Sarah, damn good point.
yeah, but there's a thin line, right? And it's important to remember, right? Yes, there's a lot of redacted and revised books, but don't be confused. Don't assume that every book is lying, though. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's revised or omitted out. You know what I'm saying? You still got to go through the revised and the unrevised, man. You got to go through
That's
everything.
the only way you can find the faults is if
Right,
you read both of them. Yeah, I see.
right.
I'm a reader, bro. I love books, so I feel you with that. I came up in that era where they say you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in the book. And
Exactly.
now we see, dog, that a lot of shit that we was looking for are in these books and in
They
these
are.
study papers and all of that because they wouldn't write this shit for us,
Exactly. They was writing for each other, for them.
for each other. It wasn't for us.
For them.
So all this shit we find it now and bring it to the table, they wouldn't writing it for us. They might have talked about us in the story or whatever, but they wouldn't writing it for us. It was for each other, for them. Pretty much a guideline book. That's all they was doing when they was writing to each other, telling them a guideline, like how to deal with this people and that people and all of this right here. It was
Yeah.
a guideline. They started bringing the motherfuckers across in numbers. The Pilgrims did. Before you even have some Ellis Island shit, man, the Pilgrims have been coming over here, man. Especially when they started building churches.
That's why a lot of the history you got to use your brain and your common sense to put two and two together, man. A lot of this shit is not gonna just they don't just put all this information on the plate and say, "Yo, here, there you go." Nah, you gotta search. That's why the Bible says, "Seek and you shall find; knock and the door shall open unto you." Meaning that if you don't want to know hard enough, it's not gonna present itself. You gotta want the information bad enough where you're willing to search, find, turn tables over, go on the rocks to find that information. It's not just going to just present itself to you like that. So that's even more that when we doing history as a people, as black people especially, we got to use our brains and our common sense, and that will help us throw away the bullshit, the lies, the regurgitation, the indoctrination shit, and focus on the truth and nothing but the truth.
Big facts. Big facts. Hey, Sister Reese, you still here? I taught you this. I see you, bro. Give me a second. Sister Reese, you still here?
Yeah.
Hey, we you been saying earlier before I cut you off. You said before True Zone that came up here.
Mm-hmm.
You said now you're going to talking shit about me.
I said Naughty was beating up Not a Coincidence in them. He was beating them
No,
up.
I was saying no, it's not. He finally gave you the respect. He said
Yeah.
that your presentation or whatever was good, and that you laid out some real information during the presentation. So he was really bigging you up after the presentation.
Yeah, knocking them got the hating, of course.
Right, because y'all have y'all whatever beef, you know the beef that's inside of the information. But he said you show real information and all this other stuff, and True Zone was trying to hate, but he was able to say what part of the presentation he was like, yeah, that was nothing but facts.
Yeah, and he can't say a nigga can't read neither. Where you know what I'm talking about. But sometimes the words get blurry looking on that fucking screen and shit. I'm like, God damn.
Oh shoot, Naughty was keeping it real. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
all right, period, Naughty.
Shout out to
So
Naughty.
shit, he said, fuck it. I guess he gonna stay on True Zone side. He tired of the disrespectful Abos and Indians. Shit, but it's
Now some
worse
of
over
the
there on
shit,
True Zone side to me.
he be saying, dog, I agree with, but some I
Yeah, he
don't.
know he's safe. He's safe over there.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Because they're trollers or anything. So I've been learning a lot about like different sectors, I would say, from True Zone side
Yeah,
of
yeah.
so I
Right,
don't
me
know
too.
about the black sector or the money 420 section, or there's a more Mo 3 sector. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
they're just out of Dallas, and I have no clue about them. I'm
A
like,
Mo
oh,
3 sector. Rest in peace to Mo 3. Dang.
rest in peace to Mo 3 for sure. But yeah, so there's a lot of different sectors. So I guess they're kind of known to like troll each other, or there'd be literal tournaments to do what that nigga True Zone does, and who can do it the best. So that's crazy.
Shit, they got all kinds of.
Whole
You're
life.
right about that. There are all kinds of sectors and stuff. Shit. I was mad that the Anton Daniel shit was trending on my damn timeline. I was like, damn. I said Anton Daniels went on a
I used
world
to
tour.
watch them back in the early Lapeef Network days, but I would say they went downhill. They should have kept it because they had like a couple of girls on there that basically they just weren't yes men and all this other stuff, but they were decent. One was a teacher. You could tell she was super liberal, but she came with points every now and then, so she had something to like combat them with. And then this other I think she considered herself Gullah Geechee and all this other stuff, but she at least would like go back on the things that they were saying or anything. But they
Man,
eventually
what
went
a
to just
real
having
color.
people on the panel that just all agree, and
Man,
I think that's when they went downhill.
Dozy, would a real Gullah Geechee please stand up? God damn, please
Right.
stand up.
Well, that's not one group of people, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
right
mean,
here.
God
I'm right
damn. I
here.
mean, you shouldn't even be mixing them together. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on, man. What is they doing? This how you know they don't know history. They shouldn't even be mixing Gullah and Geechee get together, period.
Can I ask a
For
question?
real.
These the confederations, the Iroquois and all that, Algonquin, right, and Cherokee, the 5 civilized tribes. Is there a possibility that these 5 tribes can be the so-called Native Americans, which are Europeans, that took the name American and claimed it as their own?
You saying out of 5 civilized tribes,
Actually,
white descent
Europeans, yeah,
European?
Yes, they
yeah,
are.
yeah. Actually, Europeans that's claiming Native Americans. Is that
Yes,
possible? I
yes.
think, I
Have you
think
seen
that's
the
what
chief
it
of
is.
their tribe?
Yeah, I
Shoot,
That's
agree
right.
with
let
that.
me
That's right.
know.
That's what's going on.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. The
I think
bullshit.
that's true. I
I'm
think that's
saying who they are today, yes.
yeah.
But I don't believe it started out that way.
I think it did. Like I said, just based off
Nah,
the eight.
man, because a lot of these chieftains, that became the 5 civilized tribes left out of these areas. They split kingdoms. Some of them went, some of them stayed.
I get that, but what my point,
All right, and so that means they was original when they left. Now, what happened to them down the line? You know what I'm saying? Because you talking about 1800s, and then you talking about 1900s when the Native American becomes the Native American. So you talking about over damn near 80 years, 80, 90 years. A lot has happened.
right?
And they not only moved once, but then once they wanted to explore the other side of the Appalachian, shit, that Indian removal became again. It was twice.
Right.
And
But
then they started pushing them into assemble into other chieftains and shit like that. And now hell can break loose because they don't like each other.
I'm gonna say I half agree with you,
Well,
and
ass of shit happened behind that Indian removal act, bro.
where was most black people live in the United States at?
They was the Indians.
Where were they located? Where was most
They
black
was
people?
all over. They
In
was
the
all
South,
over.
in the southern
We
states,
don't
though,
even
right?
know how many of them was on the other side of the Appalachians. All we know is once people
Right.
started going, seeing them, and then saying, "Damn, okay, it's 100 of them in this tribe. Okay, it's 300 of them in this." When they started doing they goddamn reconnaissance and they goddamn surveying of these lands and shit like that, because they had to do a survey first.
Right. So
Before
hear
they
me
could
out.
come true that bitch. Yeah, you know what I mean? They got to do a survey first.
Hear me out for a second, and
So they
I'm
know
gonna
how
get
to go.
you right.
Go ahead.
Hear me out though. Where's most black
Mm-hmm.
people in the United States at that time? In the southern states, right? But the civilized tribes are
What you
located
mean
in
by
the northern
black people?
states.
What you mean by black people?
Black
Though?
people as
Hold
we
up. What
know
you
it
mean by
today.
black?
Black people was all the way up to New
Yeah,
Jersey.
that's what I'm
Right.
saying.
Oh,
I don't
true.
understand this question with
Oh,
that.
I'm talking majority. Where's the majority of black people in the United States come from?
Uh,
They all up and down the East Coast, bro. Now, if you want to say
Majority. We're talking about the
where's the most
majority.
documented American
Yeah.
Indian tribes at,
Black.
chieftains
No.
at,
We're
I
talking
was
about
saying
black.
Carolina.
Right. That's the South, right?
Yeah.
All right. So again, my question is, where is
But
most
I'm
black?
not gonna say that we the only black peoples, bro.
I'm not saying only. I'm saying most. We're talking generalities here, bro.
yeah.
Listen what I'm saying again.
All right, I
Where
got you. I got you.
the majority of black people, where are they located in the United States alone? Just talking
In
about
the
the
South,
United States alone. In the South, right?
along the southeastern seaboard, yeah.
Thank you. Right. The South. Now, I'm not saying black people wasn't in the North. We talking about majority. Because what I know from personal experience, most black people that lives in New York, New Jersey, New England area, they all got stories saying that their family members came from where?
The South.
South. Southern states. So here's my
Yeah,
point.
bro.
Right.
Yeah.
But when I do
I
my
used to agree with that,
genealogy,
but that's later on though.
when I do my genealogy, when I
Why
get
you
back
always
to
say
the
that, OTK? That it was later on. No, they got family that came from the South.
Right.
yeah. But
So
what I
my
want to
point,
say is,
my bad.
when I do my my bad, bro. But
No,
what
no,
I'm
go ahead,
saying
bro.
is,
Go ahead. My fault.
when I do my genealogy, like my people that come from Kentucky and Alabama, yeah, they all down that way in the 1800s. You know what I'm saying? But when I get back to the 17 and 1600s, they coming out of Virginia.
See? Now,
You know what I'm
OTK,
saying?
Yeah,
when you
see,
say later
that's what
on,
But
I'm
that's
saying.
just
So
one side. You know what I'm saying? But I say the whole that
right.
whole eastern region, niggas was
Mm-hmm.
through all the way back to the Mississippi River
Big
or
fact.
the
So
Ohio
even during
River.
the Pequot, yeah, even during the Pequot Wars, after that, a lot of those up northern chieftains came down south. You know what I mean? And then they came back with the Yamasee and bigger groups. God damn it, they came back to help the Tuscaroras After that war right there, shit, they moved down south. They all came back down south. That's why you see Tuscaroras like in Virginia and one time, Carolina, North Carolina, and then in the other times you see them down like in what you call Georgia, up there in the
But when you say
Timucuan
they helped
area.
the Tuscaroras, that's Yamasee Tuscarora War. So we're talking about, if
Yes.
we talk about us foreigners, then the Yamasee is more Spanish siding and Tuscarora's more English
No,
British siding.
no.
No,
Well, the Yamasees is down there dealing with the Spanish. They trading with the Spanish or whatever like that.
right.
But they're not rolled. You know what I mean? They got the
Okay.
Spanish at fucking bay too. You
Okay.
feel
Yeah.
me? Because
hmm
you got more than just the Yamasee. You got the Creeks, you got the Alabamas, you got all of these different
hmm
chieftains that's in this area, the Uchi. All of them are in this area over there, like what you would call modern day Alabama and Mississippi and shit like that today. All of those chieftains was over there in that area coming towards Georgia. So they was deep, heavily deep. So they kept the Spanish at bay down south. Now, the Tuscaroras was battling with the English and the British in Virginia. So was the Pequots. So was King Philip. Now, after the Yamasees came up and helped the Tuscaroras came down south and ended up becoming part of the Timucuans. Because you had the Timucuans in that area where they came and relocated at after that war. And after that war happened, right immediately you see the beginning of the Yamasee Wars. So these wars was repeating back to back. Because right after the Yamasee Wars, you see the Seminole Wars kick off. Seminole Wars 1.
Most of these
Seminole
wars you're
Wars
talking about happened
2.
in the
Seminole
South, right?
Wars 3. You know what I'm saying? So these wars was kicking off back to back behind each other. And it was over the way that Indians was being treated.
Most of these wars were in the South or in the North?
They was happening all over. You had wars in the North too that was going on with American Indian chieftains.
Was it because of what's going on in the South, and that's why the wars was happening in
No,
the
at
North?
that time they had their own individual beefs at this time. Only time a war started on what was going on with the South Dog was 1861.
Right. So why is black people all over the
That's the
country
only
in the United States saying that
South.
mostly peoples come from the South, though? If that's the case.
I told you South Carolina had the most, well, Carolina had the most American Indian chieftains. Maybe that's telling you that everybody is indigenous to this goddamn, or no slave off no boat from Africa, like they try to tell you. That's why everybody in South Carolina is related, or everybody that got a family member that traced back to South Carolina, then you're definitely at. Why that logic don't work when they say South Carolina had the most indigenous American Indian slavery, and they also had the most indigenous American Indian chieftains.
Right. And I agree with that. The point I was trying to make is,
So could that be true?
nah, it is true.
And
I'm not
everybody who
just
traced their family back to South Carolina, could that mean they're Indian?
maybe South Carolina was the city or the main hub of the whole South for the Indians. And also remember, like, the South was called Florida too. On Spanish maps it's called Florida. On English maps it's called Carolina. But it's the same place, different names. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say, back to what I was saying about
No, that's what
these
the Spanish
civilized
called it.
tribes. What I was trying to say, these civilized tribes that we know of, basically were created in the North, right? And my point is, these tribes weren't from the original Indians of the South. These tribes were actual Europeans claiming to be Indians or Native Americans. You could see the proof within the definition of the term America in 1828. It says it right there. It says America is originally the copper skin colored people. Then, then that same word name was hijacked by Europeans and claimed as their own. So what I'm trying to say is these five civilized tribes that we think is indigenous Indians were really Europeans taking American Indian culture.
I agree with that.
Yes.
I agree with that.
That's
It's
what's
But
on.
I
that
don't think it was
That's
that
what's
ever.
was my point.
interesting.
I
That was
don't
my
think it
point
was
to
ever.
say.
I don't think it was ever niggas in these stories. I maintain that they never told our story. We were never, like I said,
Oh.
that would denote relevancy. They would have to tell our stories. Something they don't want us mentioned in the histories altogether. Because remember, their whole point, foundation with the doctrine of discovery, as it pertains to this land, is that it was uninhabited from the jump.
Right. That's one of the narratives.
Yeah, exactly, and they're not telling our story.
That's a big ass lie.
They're not telling our story at all. And
Woo!
I think it's time we deal with that truthfully and not emotionally.
I agree with that. And that's why I brought it up, brother. That's why I brought it up. We need to distinguish what type of Indians we referring to. Because
Right.
we know through history that there are all types of Indians. Indians doesn't define phenotype. It only defines inhabitants of a specific location. So you have Mongolian Indians, you have Negroid Indians.
No,
You
that's
also have European Indians as
wrong.
well.
No,
Mongoloids have never
no,
been Indians, and they was never historically called
you're.
Indian.
I
And
agree with that, but the
They were
narrative says
European.
they Indian, so I'm just going off with that. I agree. You right. You right with
Nah,
that, brother.
nah.
I'm just telling you the narrative. I'm not.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what
You know
I'm
what I'm
saying.
saying? So you right. But what? But I'm just using the narrative. But go ahead though. You
Right,
got it.
right. So we we have to understand, like, uh these so-called up north tribes and stuff that was going on, they just had a different ideology or thinking pattern than the South. But
Big facts.
these are just your these are your what will become European nations later on, but your French speaking Indians, down south you had your Spain or your Spanish speaking Indians. And niggas was just going back and forth for war. But we had the most dialects over here. You know what I'm saying? The dialects started over here. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I agree with
Big
that
facts.
100%.
Facts.
I
So
agree with that
that
Vowels.
100%.
Even how to use vowels. Even how to use vowels started over here.
yeah.
We
So
Yeah,
I
never
but
just
how
knew.
you gonna substantiate that claim?
which
Huh?
one?
Hold on. He talking to me.
That the
Substantiate.
dialect started over here. How you gonna substantiate that claim?
How did they
There's a couple
substantiate that
ways to
they all
do it.
come from Africa?
Because uh this is the oldest language. And from this language all other languages spun from.
Yeah, that sound good, but that don't substantiate the claim.
There's
What
a
you
couple
mean?
ways to substantiate that claim though. Other than that though,
Well, I mean, we got the oldest scripts, the glyphs and writings. Like that shit ain't changed that much.
I think personally, English started in Massachusetts or New England. And from where and when English started in like New England, it traveled south, and the further it traveled from New England is more distorted, and the dialects became same language, different dialects.
Like the
But it started in
patois or
English started in I would say Massachusetts,
damn, you gonna
New
make.
England.
Let me go find my phone. You hit on a good thing.
Let me ask y'all a question since y'all on the subject of language. Do anybody up here know what the word anglicized mean?
Nah, that's a good question.
To me, I think
Yes, that's when
anglicized
they. Oh,
means.
okay. I'm about to
Damn,
say.
go
Oh,
ahead.
that's
I
when
don't
they
know.
take the
This is kind of
time.
hard. You
Yeah,
throw
that's
me
when they
off right
take
there.
an
You throw me off.
indigenous word. Yeah, that's when they take an indigenous word and they change it to fit their language that they speak. Mostly Anglo Saxons did that. That's why they call it anglicized.
That's a fact. That's a
Good
That's
fact.
answer.
true,
Good
TK.
answer.
That's a fact. So now when we talk about the language, to figure out where the language come from, sometimes you got to dig deep in the word. Cause a lot of these words be anglicized, and they tell you they tell you pretty much that the shit anglicized when they tell you. For instance, I heard somebody bring up the name Carlos and Charles. Those are anglicized words. Those words don't come from there. Those Carlos come from here. The Spanish didn't even have the word Carlos in their language. Charles is an anglicized version of Carlos. Carlos is an anglicized version of the chief in Florida named Calusa. That's a fact.
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, break it down now. Break it down.
That's a fact. And that's how you break down, find out where the language come from through the words. Cause every word that they tell you is English might not even be English. You got to
Exactly.
go dig. You got to go
Right.
dig. For instance, the name Stephanie. Because you hear a lot of white girls with this name, you think it's a European name. It's not. Stephanie is a Muskogee word. It comes from the Muskogee word Istefani, which means a skinny person.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? So
Staff, staff.
if y'all
So,
ain't digging into the words, then you gonna get lost on where this shit come from.
so Steph and staff is the same word. You saying, brother?
Exactly.
Ah,
Exactly.
see, you want, yeah, you know something. Let me mute my mic. Preach, bro.
I'm just
You
saying.
said Stephanie what? It's the same what you say?
Staff,
Stephanie,
Steph and staff. You know
Stephanie
what a staff is?
is a Muskogee word. Say the word, the female name Stephanie.
Stephanie. Uh huh.
Yeah.
So
It
Stephanie and
it
staff is similar. Y'all saying
it's
through the
exactly.
phonetics
That-
is Steph and staff. I get it. But why niggas? So why niggas try to knock me upside my head when I said King Tut in Kentucky though, huh? Niggas didn't play. Niggas wasn't going for that shit when I said that. So I ain't going for
because
Steph and
because
Stephanie,
niggas
nigga. No,
Hey, they were
because
I ain't
hating,
going
be,
for
Smoke.
it.
listen smoke, niggas can't comprehend what they don't know.
Oh,
That's
and
just a fact.
I got something for you for that, Smoke. Hold on. Y'all be watching
That's a
what's
fact, smoke. Motherfucker can't
what's his name?
comprehend what they know. Even with that Carlos word, a motherfucker gonna go back and say, "Oh, nigga, that nigga lying." But when you go into the early literature, they tell you that the king of Florida was named Carlos, which come from the name Calusa. This is easy fuck. But see, what most people gonna do is go to ChatGPT and let GPT lie to them without going into the old literature. See, I go into the old literature to talk about it. That's why I can run niggas off the panel like I do when I come on that motherfucker. Cause I bring the old shit. This new shit is confusing. You got to go back and see what the earlier writers were saying on this shit. Cause
That's an
shit
absolute
changes over
fact.
time.
That's facts.
They'll change shit up on you. And when you don't go back, you don't know they changing shit up on you. That's just a fact.
That's why black used to
But you
mean
know,
pale now it means
I'm
black.
just a country ass nigga. I don't know nothing. I'm just a country ass nigga from Arkansas. You feel me?
Nah, you spitting, bro. That's real shit.
Hey, Smoke,
That's
check
it.
me out. I got some, man. You know I
OTK, now
keep
I'm gonna
shut.
hit you with something, OTK. Hold on, OTK, before you go.
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask you this, OTK.
go ahead, bro.
Do you know that the
Uh,
Yamasi is the Seminoles? Do you know that? You got to know this, OTK. You from South Carolina, bro. You got
hold
to know
on.
the
I didn't.
Yamasi
I
is the
couldn't even hear
Seminole.
you, bro. I swear to God.
Okay, can you hear me
Hold on.
now?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So
Do
members of the Yamasi. Yes, yeah. But do you know that the Seminoles had their early beginnings over there with the Yamasi and the Creeks and all of them in that area?
Because the Seminole is a Yamasi. I said this. See, I beat
All right.
Robert Lee up on
All
this.
right.
Listen, I beat Robert Lee up on this. Right?
Before they even came towards
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, OTK. Don't jump the gun. Cause I beat Robert Lee up on this already. Show me a people call Seminole before 1763. Go.
they ain't.
Man, I
The
thought
only way
Seminole
they
was
find them, they gotta find them in that
a
area.
glamourant of damn Indians that was fighting for
And
runaway slaves or some
and
shit.
see, Smoke, that's why I
Man, but
keep
see,
telling you,
they
you got to
always
go
they
into the old shit,
so
Smoke. If you don't go into the
yeah,
old shit, you
they
won't know that
always
the Yamasi is a Seminole. These the nigga that
they
separated from the
always
people called Creek. Now I'm gonna ask you this, cause we know it, nobody was around here calling themselves Creek, right? I'm gonna tell you where I know the name come from. I know the name Creek come from a Scottish motherfucker named Lashna McGivern, who is the father, they tell us, of Alexander McGivern. We know there were no people called Creek until 1730. Now I'm gonna ask you, O2K, who was the
it
Creek
wasn't
before
no
they
K.
became known as the Creek?
It wasn't no K on it for one,
Hold
and
on, hold on, OTK, cause you missing what I'm asking you. Who was the Creeks before they was the Creeks, brother?
all of them boy would be Muskegon Indians.
So why we keep calling them Creeks then? If we
I
know
think
that.
that's how they was getting described because they was tribes by the Creeks.
Because those people,
And
you see, my
if you
thing
look where
is
they was at,
using those names. Listen
right,
what I'm saying, OTK. I'm gonna let you
type
get it. I'm gonna let you get it. Hold on, OTK. I'm gonna let you
if you
get it. I'm
look
gonna
where
let you get
they
it.
at, okay, damn, they always by a main river.
I know that, but that's not their name because they were by a main river. That is how they
I didn't say
usurped our identity, brother. I'm
for,
just saying
for one.
these petitions names
Hold
like
up.
Chickasaw, Choctaw Creek is how they usurped us,
No,
brother.
no, fuck all of them names. But if you ask me, bro, they all had their own individual names.
Exactly.
They
This is
all
what I'm
like
trying to say. All these names is how they usurped our identity, brother.
Cree was just a people individually before they became a group, lunged into all one. See this
But they
lunging into
wasn't called Creek though, OTK.
But wait. Can I ask, like, when your family members passed it down, what did they use? Like, what names did they use?
They used the name that they was taught. Creek. Just
Right.
like today, you hear some motherfuckers say Seminole, but they was taught that.
they were taught to say that.
Big fact.
Yeah.
They were taught that. When you ask most people tell you who they tribe is.
But
Like,
if
for
you
instance, like
ask
the
them,
like the like the Atapaka tribe, they tell you they true name is Eshop. That's their true name. The European gave them the name Atapaka, but they true name is
Esau.
Eshop based on what they tell you.
Esau. Why
You know
Esau
what?
sound like why Esau sound like Esau?
I was
But
about to
yeah,
that's
say that.
I
I was
Esau.
about
knew
to
I
say
knew
that.
your Hebrew self was gonna be like, see?
I'm
And
just saying.
I was
But
Hey,
about to say
just
Esau.
where was
saying.
this tribe at? Where was this tribe at?
Louisiana,
I ain't never hear no Louisiana chieftain calling themselves no Esau.
not Esau, Eshok.
Yeah,
Sound
I
like
ain't never
Esau though.
heard that neither. How you spell that?
Because you ain't the kind of researcher I am.
No, that ain't my
Shit.
area.
I
I'm
mean,
asking
James
you how
Adair
do you
said
spell
West American Indians were
You
Hebrews.
you spell it ISA. I mean
Oh,
ISH. Let's
Esau.
see. AK. ISHAK. That's how you spell it.
IHA?
Matter of fact, hold on, Dustin. I got a video of this brother tell you about his people, the East Side. I want you to pull it up, Dustin. Let me find it right quick. Give me a sec.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what's up. That's what's up.
I feel like I'm gonna have to do a replay for y'all to see that this Hebrew Israelite stuff has already been debunked. Y'all
Word.
ain't no damn
Hey,
Hebrew.
hey, listen, man. Let me tell you something, sis. We got the people who first came over here and started seeing the American Indian chieftains and saying, "Damn." Y'all spirituality, boy, y'all must be the lost tribes of Israel. And saying that shit, man. We got them boys, man. Like, come on, man. You know where this shit started at. They started correlating our dates with their dates and shit like that and fingering
Man, this
around
shit
with
started in America, man. I don't know why you
Meshach
trying
and
to get stupid
Abednego.
else. We the Alpha and the Omega.
okay, Yesha.
Anybody ever heard of James Adair?
Yep,
Yes.
we heard of him.
Yes.
John
James
Adair.
Adair lived with the American Indians for 40 years, and he wrote a book. And in this book, he says
Yeah.
these niggas are Hebrews.
No, that's one of the mother. He was a fucking Hebrew. He was an Israelite, a
But
Christian
check
out
but
the
check this
church.
though.
No,
Check this though.
no,
Check
bro,
this though.
no, no.
Hold on, let me
You
say
look
this. I'm
at
gonna let you
that shit
talk,
at
bro.
a
I'm gonna
biased
let you
lens,
talk.
dog. All
I'm
of
gonna let you
these
talk, bro. Hold on.
motherfuckers, dog. We got the book. I
Hold
got the
on.
book.
Hold on. Let me say it. I'm gonna let you talk.
Hold
Hebrews or
on.
Greeks.
Where that book at?
Hebrew equals Greek.
I
Hebrew equals
showed the
Greek.
book before, man. I had to show back that I got the book. A nigga was talking about the book with the 10 select choice that was written by Timothy
And what are you
James.
about to say? Hebrew equals Greek and Greek equals Greek. Get the hell out of here.
Why not? Why not? Don't
Get
you?
their ass,
Why
Elder.
not
Get
so far
their ass.
fetched?
The Most High looking at y'all, goddamn. The Most High looking at y'all.
Word.
I
God
just
James
go
damn.
by
Adair.
our cosmology. Like, y'all will try to tie yourself to that book, but goddesses will debunk you every time because we didn't put women down. Women are goddesses. Women have the same equal authority as a man in America. So when you say you don't worship, and furthermore, the actual Hebrews, the real Hebrews, they worship goddesses as well. So when you're trying to tie yourself to a people that don't put women up in their
Hmm.
cosmology, we already know you ain't them.
Hold on.
Right. Right.
So you
Just
saying
like
he?
this Puritan right there, John Eliot, man, who wrote the first American Indian Bible. And he also wrote a grammar book. You know what I mean? And he was saying how he's putting this shit to compare it to the Bible, Psalms, the Gospel, and other New Testament books.
Why not? Because the whole Bible's about the Spanish or the Romans conquering the Greeks, meaning the
All right, but
Europeans conquering
let me read
America.
this.
That's what the
Check
Bible's
this.
about.
No, it
Check
ain't.
this.
Yes, it
In
is. I could prove it.
Bible
1672,
is about America.
You can't
Yes,
prove
the
it.
Bible is
You
about
can't
America. I
prove
could
that.
prove it.
That's your
Yeah,
no, it's
belief.
yeah,
not.
You
It's not a
believe
belief.
that, but you
It's
can't prove it.
evidence.
yeah. We can
There's
prove
no
that.
evidence of it.
I can show
Show
you. Let
us.
me. So give me a chance to prove it then.
Yeah, you can prove it by showing us Noah in America. Go.
Ah man. You
All
all
right.
right? So let me start with
Hey, but
Dolce. You know
see,
that the
you
Bible
know,
was
I don't
written
like to
in
talk about
parables,
King
metaphors, and
Metacom or
allegories,
King
right?
Philip.
Okay, but then if you want to go there esoterically, it is a
Has nothing to do with.
degradation of what it really would be taking its source from. So if it is based on whatever cosmology is coming out of America, it
Yeah.
pales in comparison to us actually finding the cosmology in America instead of using the Bible as its plagiarized state.
I disagree with that though. I disagree with that.
You can disagree all you want, but you will never be able to conclude why it is that women are seen so low in the Bible and the society in America would not put not include women in cosmology. That wouldn't make sense to an
Big facts.
American that women are not a part of their cosmology.
Big
In the
facts.
Bible, so you're using that as the Bible, or you're just using that as your own like hypothesis on it.
What she's saying is, why wouldn't
Mhm.
it be in the Bible? If that's the Bible came from
Should
here,
I
that should
pull
have
up
been
what
the
they
main
said about
source
worship of
in the Bible.
Ezra? And
But
I,
it
I
states
can show you how King Hezekiah thanked
yeah.
both Yahweh and Ezra when he won the war. But should I bring up what the Bible says about Ezra?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
Let me take my screen down, sis.
Let me say this while you doing that.
Can y'all hear me, Dawson?
Yeah.
I thought we, I thought we was about to get
Yeah, we
into
hear
some
you
real
now.
shit. See, we getting into
It,
this Bible shit, so we
yeah, it
dropping
wouldn't let me.
Bible.
It wouldn't let me drop the video in the link for some reason, though. But I'm trying to show y'all this black man telling y'all the name of his tribe, the Eshok tribe. But you go to YouTube for me, Dustin, and type in Eshok tribe, and they gonna pull it right up.
Believe me,
Okay.
guys, Sam. I'm gonna look that shit up, and I guarantee you, if I find it, bro, I'm gonna do a build on it. That's big. That's big facts. Cause you brought
Yeah.
that shit out. See, that's the thing. A lot of us don't know about things until people do eternal research. See, I wouldn't know about that in Louisiana, bro, because my main focus is South Carolina because there's so much shit here. It's
All
so
the one
much.
should know he be up here talking about the Chittimacha. That's who they are. They just go by the name Chittimacha, Otter Parker, and but
Yeah,
their
now
true name is
I
Eshok.
heard of them. Yeah, I heard of them now. I
Yeah,
heard of them.
their true name is Eshok. Those names are just the other names just names European put on them. That's what they do. They always reclassify people.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. Or they either pronounce it the way how they pronounce it.
Yeah, yeah.
Not so far as reclassifying people, but if we telling them how we say it, and then they saying fuck it, they were trying to write it down. They gonna write it down how they say it and how they pronounce it. So that's another thing we got to look at. That some of these words that they giving back to us is not the way that we pronounce it, but it's our spelling or some shit, but it's not the way that we pronounce it. That's facts.
Yeah, I rock with that. That sound about right.
Because we dealt with diphthongs and syllables and shit like that. So one word to us just be like uh just say Maya, for instance. We saying Maya now because that's the way that we, you know what I mean? Boom, we putting our words together now. We using to put all the syllables and goddamn vowels together and create a word, and it's just like Maya. But to them, it might have been the Maya. You see what I'm saying? They might have had two syllables with that. It might have been a bisyllable like Maya, but we just saying Maya, all together. So yeah, we definitely got to keep that in mind too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And John Eliot, one thing John Eliot did is he wrote a grammar book to teach his own peoples, them, the French, them, how to break down our words so they can understand what we were saying to them. He showed them how we use vowels, diphthongs, dashes in between the words, and all of that, dog.
But
Word.
that's a
That's how
fact.
he.
But see, I used to make them Geechee mad niggas mad. They be talking about the Geechee come from Africa, OTK, because I always ask them, what does Geechee mean?
They don't even know.
They don't even know. But if it
They
come
don't.
from y'all in Africa, you supposed to know that.
That's a goddamn people, man. That's located along the Ogeechee River. What the
Most
hell?
compact video on it. Hold on.
You know what Geechee mean, OTK?
Uh,
Geechee only mean great people. That's all it mean. That's all it mean. That's all
nah,
Geechee mean, great people.
yeah. Right. And
The word
word.
Geechee itself mean great. That's it. That's all Geechee is. The word itself mean great. For instance, the Great Spirit. You
But you
heard about the
got
Great
the
Spirit,
but you got
right?
the Ogeechee River though, so we know
But
that those are
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. The Great Spirit name is Geechee Manitou. Geechee
yeah we
Manitou translated English to Great Spirit. That's it.
yeah.
That's all Geechee mean.
I ain't gonna lie, our great spirit was mostly the sun and the moon, things that was tangible where I'm from. We didn't
I'm
have
just
no.
saying. I'm just saying what the name come from. The English
I'm
translation of Great Spirit come from Geechee Manitou.
Yeah, I got you, bro. But I'm just
And you
asking.
know where the Geechee, you know where the legend of the Geechee Manitou begin at? Alabama.
Okay, so why you got an Ogeechee River what is now and then you
OTK. Just
start
look up Manitou Cave in Alabama. You'll see where the legend of the Geechee Manitou come from. Just look up Manitou Cave. That's all you got to do. I
Manitou?
ain't telling you nothing wrong that you can't look up, brother.
I'm writing it down, bro. I'm writing it down. I'm writing this shit down, bro.
I ain't
Listen,
telling you nothing you can't look up, brother.
I love to learn, bro. I love to fucking learn.
Come on,
And
man. Let's look this shit up right now. This is the study group. Come on, the study group will look this shit up.
Doshi got the link.
What are we looking up? I thought we were about to watch this about the ish.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you got it on the screen.
Yeah, about the Oshiki.
Yes, I found a new video. So it's talking about new tribal leadership. So we'll see what it's talking about.
All right, man. I ain't trying to get tired of you niggas
Here's with
multitasking.
me my
Get y'all
whole
shit
life.
together.
This is our story. Kaukau Yane. Yukiti Ne. The Ishak emerged from the water, instructed by the author of all things to do no evil.
Dustin. Hey,
From
Dustin.
water to land,
Stop
their
it for a second,
territory
Dustin.
expanded.
Go to the one Karima yo put up and go to the 5 minute mark so you can hear the brother talk.
Okay.
Yeah, because that lily pad ass
Yeah,
Carino,
yeah,
what
that's the
the hell,
reconstruct.
brother?
Yeah, go to that one. Go to that one. Go to the go to the 550 mark.
Oh yeah, my guy Carino, Mr. Sorcerer.
Let this brother tell you what it is.
Yeah, Carino got the sources.
Yeah, that's not even the same spelling either.
And I want to see somebody debunk it.
I was in the military, retired military. Okay. And your tribal membership? You mean blood quantum? Yes. Okay, it's not required. Okay.
Oh, is Sharice still on
Only
here?
the lineage is required. Okay. I just did mine because I wanted to. Okay. It's not required. All right. And what's your position in the tribe? I'm the principal chief of the tribe. We cover Southwest Louisiana and Southeast Texas. Okay. So, what is the name of your tribe in their native language? Ishak. 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 The slur word was Atakapa. Okay. It was given by the Choctaw, and then when the Spanish and the French came over, they kept the word of Atakapa. Mm-hmm. But our real name was really Ishak. So that would be the name from the beginning of time, with the tribe. Yes. Where did your tribe, what is the origin of your tribe? How did your tribe begin? Where did it start from? Well, there's a lot of saying. Some say we came from the sea. We don't really know, but the Ishak been here for like 4,000 years. We see. So, but the Ishak been here for like 4,000 years. We don't really know. There's a lot of write-ups about Egypt and stuff on that during the Ice Age. But there's nothing really solid that I know of that where actually originated from, except here. Okay, the tribe was basically Opelousas in St. Martinsville, Arnoldville area, all the way to Lake Charles, Calcasieu, to Alexandria, through Natchitoches. And also, if you go into East Texas, to Galveston, Matagorda Bay, all the way down. We have 2 clans in Texas and 4 in Louisiana. So if you go back up to 1802, all this was called the Tacapa territory. See? So the Ishak were here all this time. And that was we inhabited all this land and all this area pretty much, all the way to Galveston. All the way to Galveston.
Oh, wow. And we're here.
And this book is called Indians Who Lived in Texas, written and
You can
illustrated by
stop it.
Betsy Warren.
Else.
Look at
I just
this. On
want
the
y'all to hear
cover, you
what the
see how
brothers
she
say.
drew.
I heard him say something about Egypt, but he said he ain't have no solid evidence about the Egypt.
But he was saying that what other people were saying, not what his people were saying. He was saying
Yeah, that's
other
what I'm
people were
saying.
saying that.
But that's still crazy though that they only connected. They basically said they've been there 4,000 years. They just basically been there. But they said the only connection that they got to other people would be some niggas, not no damn Siberians. Cause he telling you he's this tribe that he is, and the connection ain't to Siberians, it's to some niggas. Like people didn't, and they didn't notice that.
My point is, our people know who the fuck they is. It's just the European be changing shit.
Okay,
Facts.
come on, look up the Great Spirit Cave they was talking about a while ago.
Manitou Cave in Alabama. They were the legend of the Geechee Manitou, the Great Spirit originated from.
Oh yeah, I heard. I heard something about that before.
It's a lot of stuff out here, man. You just got to get to it, man. You got to get to it. That's all. But when you got dumbass nigga like Knock looking around, it's hard to get to it. And see, they the main nigga be talking about what the black people said, but they gonna try to refute what this black man just said about his people and what their true name is.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? I'm saying I believe the brother in the history say that. Cause the French say they when they got there, it was niggas already there around the Spaniards, living in their own village. And it
Yeah.
was another village that they talked about called the people called the Canassi. How y'all so y'all ain't never heard of the Canassi tribe, huh? See, when the French first came, they ran into these people, and they admit that it was a village where the Spanish was at that they were mixing with, but it was another village where it wasn't nothing but niggas that they didn't allow white people
Ain't that
there,
Kansas came from, bro?
huh?
Mhm.
Ain't that where
Yeah, that's
Kansas came
yeah,
from?
that's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's
Smoke. And
Oh,
I
okay.
also told you Texas is the name of a black tribe called
Oh, you
Yatasi.
talking about the
Yatasi. You
Kanza?
ain't
You
looked
talking
it
about
up
the
yet, ain't it?
Kanza tribe?
Canassi. They go by. They got different
Oh
ways you
yeah,
can
it's the
spell it.
Kanasi and
The
Kanza. It's
Canassi,
Kanza and
Consi,
you're right. They do
Conchi.
got
Yeah,
different names. Yeah,
they got
they
they
got
yeah
different
they got
names. I
they
forgot about
spell it
that.
different way. Kansas.
You're right.
the
Yeah,
French came
Kansas.
down. The
Yeah,
French came
Kansas.
down the
It's all the same
Mississippi.
thing.
So
Yeah,
And
they
you,
these are all
started,
black people.
yeah.
Just like
So
you got
Arkansas.
Tanasi,
Arkansas
and
come from them
Tennessee.
they,
people too.
That's
That
where
name.
we from.
but they coming down the Mississippi. They encompassing people
Tennessee
they're
comes from Tanasi.
that they come from.
Yep, Tanasi, the village.
Yeah, that ain't had nothing to do with the French though.
Who the Canassi?
No, no,
Tuh.
no.
Tansi.
Tennessee,
If I ain't
Tennessee.
mistaken.
Yeah,
Tanasi. Something like that.
yeah. So what the British did
Tanasi.
after the British renamed the 13
It
colonies,
literally say
they
Tennessee.
wanted them to be,
Not
bro.
not Tanassi.
Anything
Canassi with the C.
that they found,
No, I'm talking about the one
else
with the
that they
T.
accomplished, they named it after
That's
the
Yeah.
crazy
people.
though. They
Same
both
people.
reached
They
like that
all
though.
niggas. They all
It's
niggas.
all the niggas.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They all
Tanasi,
niggas.
Tanasi, all niggas. One a C and one a T. You got that today. You see it all the time. It's gonna be similar names, nigga, but
And,
it's all niggas.
and another trick they play on us is this we all mix type of shit. That's another way they take our identity by claiming we mix with these native people.
I
That's
don't
not
believe
true.
I don't believe that, bro. I'm gonna tell you like
Yeah, that
this.
shit ain't true.
We
I
ain't mixed
believe
with the
us on the
natives, but I
East
think a
Coast.
lot of these niggas
I'm
is
gonna tell
mixed
you
with
like
the
Got a
this.
little
black
white.
I
twins.
believe us on the East Coast. we mix with more fucking Europeans than
White
any
people.
fucking
Yeah, a
I
little
fucking
bit
body.
them
pale skin. Just a
Indians,
little pale skin. And
I ain't even
if
gonna
you
lie
seen
got
them
to you,
black
look,
bro.
look,
Europeans.
if you
They
got
didn't know
pale skin
nothing
though,
about y'all for
Like,
another
oh, they
that's
different.
200
four
years, dog.
generations back. Oh, go ahead, my bad,
So
brother.
so hold on, OTK. So you saying everybody in your area is mostly mixed? You believe that?
Oh no, I don't believe that. Well, I said this is where the most
Pos-
mixing went down at on the East Coast. Period.
Facts.
Okay, let me ask you this: how much
Not
mixing
Put
you
them
think
right
went
there.
down on the East Coast?
on the other
Hold on,
side of
let
A
the
me
lot.
ask this
hold
question now.
on,
Don't move too fast.
right, Sam.
How
Can I,
many niggas do you think were missing?
bro,
Huh?
bro, you keep cutting me
Go,
off.
go ahead. Go ahead, brother. You got it. You got it.
Yeah, so on the East Coast, that's why I say that because we first contact. So they was over here, damn near like what 200 years before they even gone on the other side of the Appalachians, really, bro. So you know what I mean by me saying that is that it's no way that they did what they did on the East Coast when they got to the other side of the Appalachians, meaning the Midwest and the West Coast and shit like that. I don't believe that.
And OTK, speaking of Appalachians, them Appalachian people mix. Then you got the different tribes like the Lumbee and the
Yeah,
Kohari. Just it's hella
but
different tribes
I'm
today,
just
and they
Man,
all
I'm asking you
recognized.
niggas what
They
the
all
percentage
mixed
of us
lineage.
do you niggas think they mix? What's the percentage? Give me a
that
percentage.
varies, bro. That varies.
Very.
40%.
I would go with that.
0.1%.
But look, you can't really say mixed because look, if you got a great grandma that's white, that shit don't even count. It really don't. It's
That
not even gonna
shit
be in your
now.
DNA. No, it's barely
No,
gonna be in your
our
DNA. It's not gonna
great
be in your DNA
grandmama
like that.
would be white. It'd be the motherfuckers who mixing in with us. Great grandmama be white. It wouldn't be our people's them, bro. You know what I'm
On my
saying?
business. On my
Um,
business.
now if you talking about first gen mixed people, yeah, that would be them. But after that, dog, you know what I mean. But
Certain
the shit is
Oh,
proven, dog. Like they had
okay,
laws.
let me ask you this then, OTK.
Hold up, bro. They
How many
had laws.
mixed people you found in your genealogy,
They had
OTK?
laws banning interracial marriages, bro. After Reconstruction,
Okay, okay. I'm gonna let you stand on that, but I don't believe that shit.
know
I
that
didn't
it was
find
going
I
on,
didn't
bro.
find none in my direct grandparents' lineage, but like my cousins and great cousins, kids, yeah, them niggas done
So
definitely.
let me ask you this then, Wild Savage. If your auntie have a baby by a white baby, do that make the rest of the family mix?
No,
Nah.
just
No.
that family member,
I
So
bro.
actually
what's the
got
goddamn percentage? That's why I'm asking y'all what's the percentage y'all think of the niggas that mix?
All right,
I
so
said
now
I
40.
we're
said
talking about
0.1%.
no, because this nigga don't know the farther you go back, the more your blood starts from. So if your great grandmama was mixed and had a mixed child and you came from that mixed child genes, you're still part of your grandmama, homeboy. So the farther you go back, the stronger it is for you to find any kind of mixture. We know the mixture rate now, bro. We know that what's going on now. Shit. You can find that everywhere, but dog, back then, how could you rate that shit? You don't know. For one, you had Indians that look all kind of colors, from light to motherfucking dark. So how you
I
know
was
when
gonna say that there's always been mixtures because people been mixing outside of
outside of their
their
chiefdom,
nation.
period.
That's
That's why
So
right.
they
hold on, let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. So y'all saying before the European got here, we were mixing with the natives. That what y'all saying?
The
what
natives
name?
No,
wasn't
there
here.
was no such thing as
No.
natives.
What the
So
hell?
who were we mixing with before the European got here? Then y'all
Other
saying this shit been
tribes,
going on?
people
Other
tried
chiefdom
because DNA has us messed up with this whole race conception that they lied to us and they say the genotypes for a specific group is like this minute type of thing. Genotypes just for America alone is going to be in the billions. That's before you bring anybody else in.
Big
So,
facts.
I mean, like at the end of the day, when you mixed outside of your specific nation, it was still mixing.
Big facts.
Before the European got out here,
So y'all saying like if a Geechee got a Cherokee mix, y'all saying that's two different. Y'all saying that's two different ethnicities or
That's
race
a
or what y'all
Geechee key.
saying?
That's a
Because
Geechee
I
key.
thought they was all niggas.
No, they all niggas, but that don't mean they all
We
family.
say they're all niggas because we were taught race. If we weren't taught race, we wouldn't have that concept.
Right. That don't mean they all family now. One thing you
Okay,
would
so
not
We're
y'all
the ones
saying,
who mix with our
one thing
family.
you would not
so
find in
y'all
American
saying,
history is fucking incest.
Facts.
huh?
Shit.
It just
But isn't
how
that
some
the reason why the
people
tribes was
can be
mixing?
dark skinned like me and have features like me, and someone says, "Oh, they had to be African," because of the fact that race has come in and we don't understand, or someone as dark as OTK or as light as Sharice. All of these are phenotypes that are American,
I got a question.
and they
Yeah, so
come
I'm
from
saying
us
that's
being in
not.
different
I'm
tribes.
saying
I
an
don't know.
American with an American is. I'm saying an American with an American is not a mix.
I don't know. I don't
That
know, Therese.
now to us
Because
Because
is
they're
not a mix, but
understand what
before
you're
it
saying.
would have been a mix. What
Yeah,
is a
but
mix?
I,
from
I
that
I don't think
concept,
it would be
like
a
Us
you
from
mix
different
because
nations of
you
people
still
mixing.
an American.
they're racially the
You
exact
still a
same.
fucking American
They
is
just
what
going by
we
different
say.
terms.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
they
don't
just going by
I
different
don't think
terms.
that they're racially the exact same because if we were talking about race in a scientific sense, you would have to talk about genotype and phenotype, and phenotype and genotype is not going to be the same across the Americas.
big facts.
This is
well,
why I
I'm
think
gonna
there
say this.
has been
Okay,
stuff
so
like
what the
mixing.
what the what the phenotypes and genotypes that was across America?
They look more
Uh,
like me.
Olive
they don't.
skin complexion, copper skin complexion.
No, not just that,
Wait, we
man. They
don't
had
find
all
like
But
different
we got
Chinese
hold
people
on, hold on. But
Wide
we
noses,
or
narrow
the
noses,
Bougainville
thick
in the beginning.
lips, thin lips,
Ain't no
hold
Chinese.
on no,
wavy
y'all.
hair, coarser hair,
How
um,
did they describe them Europeans though?
thick, non-thick, just
Them
not black.
Europeans, they said they was dark skinned and ugly, like OTK.
like OTK. Damn, you judging niggas now? Let me find out. You's a weirdo.
I'm just talking shit.
I know. Wow. You had to throw that shit up in there though.
Yeah, I
I
in there.
mean, hey, I ain't gonna lie, you kind of catch me off guard. I'm rolling up too. You good shot, good shot, good
Smoke.
shot.
Yeah,
I'm agreeing with you, Smoke. I don't think it was all that mixing like they
Yeah,
exaggerating, Smoke. I'm
I
gonna
think
agree with
niggas
you,
been
Smoke.
drinking that Jim Jones Kool-Aid, man, because I think racist was real and ethnicity is the made up shit.
Mm-hmm.
It was
I
really a
don't
caste system,
think
man. It
mixing
was
on the
really a caste
level
system.
how they say, but dog, it was some mixing going on.
And race is not real. There's no way you could make real
Uh,
race outside of a social concept real.
It's either you poor or you rich. That's
like,
the racism. Yeah.
can y'all show me rich? If these the motherfuckers who came over here and created the rich system or whatever, so that means they had to have some inclination on where a race thing come from.
I
Can
think
you
they
show me
hijacked
some had
So
race
what you
at
mean race ain't real? So
hijacked.
a nigga and a pale skinned Asian is the same thing. Since race ain't
Yeah.
real.
a nigga in a
You
pale
would
skin?
you would divide them by ethnicity, not race.
yeah. There you
Yeah,
go.
Is
Thank
this is this
fact.
the same? Is this the same ethnicity as a woman from the South?
Yeah, you would look at their phenotype and judge them.
Yeah,
That's what
that would be a mixture. If someone from the South hooked up with any of these women, they would be mixing with Melanesian women.
yeah.
Yes, they're still niggas, but they be mixing.
I wouldn't mind mixing with one of them though.
Yeah, they look like Dominicans though.
I ain't saying it was
The
something
Mel-
that people thought is a bad thing, but yes,
Y'all saying that there ain't no sisters that look like that already?
They
Ain't nobody saying
plenty of
that.
sisters look like them.
Okay, then. So what is y'all talking about?
No,
I
I
don't
would
know. I
say
don't know
Same
what
no.
they
There's
talking
mixing.
about.
no.
Those
Not if she's not
Polynesian
mixed
people
with
don't even come from over
Melanesian.
there originally.
I'm a stick on it. Not if she's not Melanesian, because it's a different phenotype. It's just a different phenotype.
The Fijians?
I don't think.
Man, I
I
know
think it's
ladies
the
that
same phenotype.
look like these people.
I think it's the same
And
Hold
they're
on.
phenotype.
probably
It's
mixed, and
the
they're
same
probably the
phenotype.
admixture of those
The dip,
phenotypes. What I'm
But
the
they
telling
reason
you.
why
probably not mixed. See what I'm
wait,
saying?
but
They probably not mixed.
the
No,
reason
you can't say
Samoans
they're probably not mixed. If
Well,
they're
you can't
mixed
say
with
Samoans
they
look
probably
if they're
mixed.
mixed with Polynesian phenotypes, then they're mixed.
Samoans are mixed though,
So you're
and
mixing
a ton of
location,
people are
not.
mixed.
So you're mixing the
Hey,
That's
all
still a
location.
I'm
mix. That's
saying,
the only kind of mix you can have is ethnicity.
let me ask y'all this. If all the American Indians that look the same, wouldn't we be like China or any of those Asian countries where all of them look the same? Wouldn't we be in a similar category? It's a reason why we got so many different phenotypes over here because it was a diverse phenotype of Indians over here.
Cause
That's
them
my.
How does it do
I
to
agree
mix?
with that. That's
if
how.
not, dog, we will be just like the Japanese and the Chinese. All of us will be the same, and they'll be looking for one phenotype right now.
that's
That's
cause
true.
you American niggas can't
I
keep
bet.
stop from hunching on these people from other places.
Yeah, but the word America gives you the phenotype. The phenotype is copper colored.
Copper colored races.
That's
Found
the
it.
phenotype. So the word America has the phenotype in it. If you're not copper colored or olive colored, you can't be an American based on the definition.
There you go. Hold on.
So where they getting this American and an American is mixed from? That shit crazy.
Right. I agree.
Different tribes, man. If you mix,
Because
if
there
you
is
Man,
no
this
look.
okay. This just
Y'all are
like
trying to
this like
propagate
saying
race to something scientific, and I'm just gonna shoot that down every time. There's
okay.
no
That's
such
just like
thing.
saying a nigga go and smash a lady from California. Now their children mixed. Come on, bro. Fuck
Hell,
y'all talking about?
You're saying a nigga.
hell
Like,
yeah.
what is a nigga? When just like how
Nigga,
y'all are
Indian.
saying delineate, just like y'all are saying delineate, half of us are mixed with Caribbeans people. We're not all foundational mainland. There is a mixture. A mixture.
Yeah, but
It
I
ain't
look at
all
Caribbeans.
African.
But the
I look at
mainland and Caribbean
Caribbeans.
is still called
Yeah, I look
America
at
though.
Caribbeans. Yeah, I look at Caribbeans as American. That's all
Yeah,
yeah,
I
but
because
do.
they
that's still
land.
a
See y'all
mixture.
cheat.
No, it's
Y'all
not
No,
a
cheat.
No,
mixture.
It's
We don't
not.
it's
see it
not.
like that.
exactly.
A
We
They
we
mixture
don't
didn't
would
see
come
it
So
be
like
from.
Caribbeans
you're
that.
is
a
saying
American.
mixture
Hold,
would
you're saying
be
if
hold
you
on.
have
They didn't
the
come from that
Bahamas,
land though.
you're saying if
Caribbean.
you have people from I have a Bahamian ancestry, and you have someone that has a Virginian ancestry, you're
They're
not
related to
mixed
those
with
people.
Virginia and Bahamian.
No, they're
No, because
related to
it's
those people.
America.
Hold
It's
on,
all
hold on,
America.
hold on,
That's
Yodi.
you making
Yodi,
race
hold
a
on.
thing.
That's
No, no,
crazy,
no.
y'all.
All of those
because
groups of
race
people
is a
that's on those
thing.
islands,
Yeah, that's
all
the
of the
whole
people
point.
It's
that's on
not.
Race
those
is a
No,
islands
it's
thing.
came
not.
from the mainland. All those people on those islands came from the mainland. It's
That's
a
a
fact.
fact. That's a
It's a
fact.
Listen,
fact. They came from different
if we
regions.
all was the
Hold
same,
on,
then
but
we
can I
wouldn't be
finish? Can
called
LT can I
Yeah,
Bahamian.
finish?
I don't. That's
Can
not
I
a
The
fact
finish?
to
mainland
me
went to
that
the
people
Caribbean. The
don't.
Caribbean came to the mainland.
It's in the history.
People,
It's
yeah,
actually in the
people
history. Like
mix
the
mainland
Pequot,
to
the
Caribbean,
Pequot
but
went to
there's no
Jamaica
single
and
source.
Barbados. That's
There's no
actually in the
single source
history.
where
No,
humans
you
would
said
have
it's not a
popped up
fact.
out of.
Wait, but you
Yeah,
said
I
it's
said
not a
there's
fact.
no
It's in the
single source
history.
where a human would have popped out of and then populated the rest of it.
They
No
don't
one has
come.
proven that to
No,
be a
but
fact
look, people
scientifically.
don't come from islands. People migrate to
It wasn't
islands.
even an
People come
island
from mainland.
before
Yes,
you
they
see
were
it
islands.
separate. No, they weren't always an island. No, it wasn't.
We
You
can
No,
see
it's a
prove
bunch
that.
of
tectonic
people that
We can.
shifts
come
and
from
different things
That's.
islands.
happening
But
mid
that's
island.
you. That
Got
stuff we
them big
can't prove. The
islands,
maps
bro.
don't even show that. The maps
They
show
some
those as
different
islands
people,
since
bro. We
the
got the
beginning.
sea
Like I don't
islands,
know, since forever.
and they
You like
different.
we don't have any maps that's showing that. They show islands around the Americas.
There,
Every
but there's
map.
lands that have been there that have gone underwater over time, and there's lands vice
No, but
versa that were there and
I,
disappeared.
Big
So
I'm saying
islands,
the
during the
like the
time.
Mariana
tectonic shift,
Islands
though,
off
over time, we don't know how long humans
King
exist.
Philip's War.
They
King
tell us
Philip.
humans are little, like a
King
small
Philip.
percent of history.
King Philip's War, when they were sent, for instance, to like all of the islands as well as some parts of Africa and some parts of Europe, in the islands around Europe. That's all
Shout
in
out to
history.
Literally,
OTK
those
with,
people were
shout out
mixing.
to OTK with the American
Those people
Indian
would be
story,
mixing.
dog.
That's what it's called.
Shout out to OTK,
Y'all
man.
are putting race as a real thing, but when cultures and different uh it's by ethnicity. Your ethnicity and culture is by where you're from as far as that culture. So that's mixing.
So you saying a
Don't
nigga
see
from
it that way.
Texas is mixed when he get with a girl from California because
As soon as he
they
migrates.
practice different shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As soon as he
how's that
No,
migrated.
because
different? That's what I'm saying. You're right. How's that different
Since
though?
he
So you can't
migrated.
have it
no,
both
that's
ways
the,
now.
You can't
You can't
have
no,
it
have it
that's
both
both
the
He
ways.
changed
ways.
his culture.
no,
No, he
that is
changed
the
his
That's
culture and
like
that
saying a nigga from
location. Look,
Florida
he
is
changed his
different than a nigga
location.
from New York.
He changed his location
Same
and his
country,
culture.
different places
So now
though.
he's
Like,
mixing
fact.
because his culture and his location's different. But he came from that
All
original
right,
stock.
listen, man. This is the problem, dog. This is the problem. The problem is, man, I understand what Smoke is saying. Smoke, you're absolutely correct. No, it's not mixing because we still Americans. I totally agree
Right.
with that. But when we're talking about mixing, we're saying one chieftain with the next rather than intermixing with our same fucking chieftain. We didn't do that. We intermixed with other chieftains. We met up. We did these things. You know what I mean? When a fucking king got a prince, a son, that son gonna marry another chieftain, chiefness who's next in line, and that's how those two chieftains get together.
Yeah, that's what we
So
were
so
saying
let me get
earlier.
this.
You
Like the
gotta
Chickasaw,
So,
Yes,
like the
I
Chickasaw
agree.
would
I
like
agree with you. I agree with you, Smoke Signal. It's not nothing different because we still all American. I agree with that. But
like a
what
Chickasaw
Dosi
would
is
get
saying
with it.
is that we're just mixing different bloodlines, in other words.
okay.
Like back in
All
the
right, that
day, a
makes
Chickasaw
sense.
would get with a
but it's
Choctaw.
not.
A
I would
Choctaw.
say it's not just bloodlines either because it's a proximity thing too. So if you're
Right.
mixing with some people, even though it's the Americas, but it's another part of Americas, you're getting a different phenotype. You're getting a different genotype. You're getting
I
a
don't
different
I,
adaptation. So
I,
that is going
I
to
don't
be
think it's a
a
different
mixture of
phenotype.
two separate
Right,
populations.
I
Yes, it
don't
is.
think
They are not the same
mm-mm.
right,
population.
right,
No
Not
right.
matter if we share culturally an
different
American
cultures,
culture,
not different
Brazilian
phenotypes.
is not the same population as us. So
Because
if
it's
we
Right.
mix
mixed.
with the Brazilian, we're gonna be North
You got
American